Chapter 1. Return to the fishing village. Woo-woo. On the dock, a somewhat dilapidated iron ferry whistled as it set sail. Seated by the window, gazing at the azure sky and the boundless ocean beyond the cabin, Yang Fan's expression was markedly intricate. There was nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of barely concealed excitement. For Yang Fan, although he returned to his hometown fishing village every 2 years, this visit was undeniably different. This time, he wouldn't be leaving again. After 6 years of studying and working in the bustling metropolis, he had grown weary of the fast-paced city life. Moreover, a recent adventure had solidified his resolve to return to the fishing village immediately, yearning for a leisurely seaside existence. After all, in light of that adventure, the quaint fishing village seemed far more conducive to his development than the sprawling metropolis. As he beheld the familiar azure waters and skies of his homeland, his thoughts swirled. Before long, the ferry arrived at the dock of Longwang Town. Yang Fan's ancestral home lay in a small fishing village under Longwang Town. After disembarking, he took a 3-wheeled motorcycle taxi and traversed several kilometers of bumpy mountain roads, finally arriving at his childhood home, Dying Village. Dying Village was nestled against a mountain, facing the sea on one side and surrounded by hills on 3. The natural scenery was breathtaking, with mountains embracing the waters, picturesque landscapes, and the most unadulterated, primitive charm of a rural fishing village. However, due to its remoteness and underdeveloped roads, it had long been stifled in its growth. As he stood before the small fishing village, where he had lived for over a decade, Yang Fan inhaled deeply. The crisp air carried a faint whiff of fish, a scent so familiar that it instantly evoked memories of his childhood. Thus, the sentiment of homesickness washed over him. Stepping onto the familiar soil once more, Yang Fan felt a complex mix of emotions. After lingering for a moment at the village entrance, he slowly pulled his suitcase toward his family home. The sun blazed fiercely, and during this time of day, most villagers were out at sea fishing. Hence, he encountered few familiar faces, only catching sight of a few children darting about the village, none of whom he recognized after so many years away. Soon, he arrived at a 3-story villa. Compared to the majority of the village's tiled houses and scattered 2-story buildings, this 3-story villa was undeniably grand. Not only was it positioned adjacent to the coast, but also boasted an expansive yard surrounding it. It resembled a seaside villa estate. However, it was evident that the house had been uninhabited for a long time. The large iron gate was rusted and tightly shut, while the yard was overgrown with weeds. It was a scene of desolation and neglect. This 3-story villa was, in fact, Yang Fan's home. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents perished at sea during a sudden storm while fishing. Just having begun his first year of university, Yang Fan was devastated by the loss and nearly dropped out. Yet, remembering how proud his parents had been of his admission to a prestigious university, he ultimately persevered through the grief and completed his studies. Over the past 6 years, while he had returned on the anniversary of his parents' passing to pay his respects a few times, he had always left the same day. Thus, the house had remained unoccupied for 6 long years. Time had the power to take away all, including sorrow. Now, 6 years later, Yang Fan had emerged from the darkest moment of his life, following his parents' tragic demise. "Dad, Mom, I'm home," he murmured at the door, then retrieved a set of keys from his bag and unlocked the rusty gate. As he prepared to push the door open, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the tall weeds in the yard. Then out staggered a gaunt old yellow dog, limping painfully. Woof, woof, woof. Though the old yellow dog could barely stand, it barked fiercely at Yang Fan, as if ready to pounce should he dare to enter. Da Huang? Seeing the old yellow dog, Yang Fan was instantly filled with emotion. This dog, which he had brought home as a puppy from a neighbor when he was 10, had been his closest childhood companion. Now, the old friend was over 15 years old and had aged considerably. Seeing Da Huang in such a state made Yang Fan's heart ache, and he hurriedly stepped closer, crouching beside the old dog. Da Huang, with clouded eyes, initially failed to recognize Yang Fan. As Yang Fan approached, it nearly bristled in alarm. However, the familiar scent emanating from Yang Fan soon registered in Da Huang's mind. This was the master it had long awaited. Woof, woof, woof. Upon recognizing his master, Da Huang leapt into Yang Fan's embrace, nuzzling against him with an exuberance that was utterly heartwarming. Da Huang and Yang Fan shared an exceptionally deep bond before leaving the fishing village. Yang Fan had entrusted him to one of his best friends in the village. Yet, Da Huang still frequently squeezed through the gates of Yang Fan's yard, steadfastly waiting for his master's return. As he stroked Da Huang's emaciated frame, Yang Fan's eyes welled with tears. In his youth, Da Huang had been the most robust dog in the village, but now he appeared so frail and weak. Da Huang, I'm sorry. I'm back, and I want leave again. Yang Fan caressed Da Huang's dull, straw-colored fur, murmuring softly with reddened eyes. Seeing his old companion still waiting for him after 6 years moved Yang Fan deeply, filling him with guilt. In that moment, he recalled the story of Hachiko. The Akita in the film waited for its owner until death after his passing. Woof, woof, woof. As if understanding Yang Fan's words, Da Huang excitedly circled around Yang Fan's legs. Yang Fan smiled, patting his head, and suddenly recalled something. By the way, I wonder if the golden drops refined from the Dragon Pearl can improve Da Huang's health? Chapter 2. I have a Dragon Pearl. Upon this thought, Yang Fan immediately focused his mind, channeling the Dragon Pearl hidden within his dantian. Then a droplet of golden liquid seeped from the tip of his right index finger. Come, Da Huang, open your mouth. Yang Fan swiftly directed his finger, feeding the golden droplet to Da Huang. Woof, woof, woof. As the droplet slid down its throat, the once murky eyes of the old dog gleamed with brilliance. The golden droplet transformed into strands of peculiar vaporous energy, merging into Da Huang's limbs and organs. Da Huang immediately felt waves of extraordinary energy coursing through its body, igniting a fervor of excitement within. It felt as though it had regained the vitality of its youth, reminiscent of the days spent chasing female dogs around the village. Then, a miraculous transformation unfolded before Yang Fan's eyes. Da Huang's physique visibly changed. Its once hunched form straightened, the straw-like fur began to shimmer, and its frail body noticeably filled out. This really works. Observing Da Huang's transformation after swallowing the golden droplet, Yang Fan clenched his fist in exhilaration. This Dragon Pearl is truly extraordinary. Indeed, within Yang Fan's dantian lay a Dragon Pearl, or rather, it was a treasure akin to the inner core of a mythical beast found in fantasy novels. Yang Fan's decision to forsake his lucrative job in the metropolis and return to the fishing village stemmed from this very discovery. Reflecting on how he acquired the Dragon Pearl was quite an amusing tale. Just days prior, during a weekend market visit in the metropolis, he had purchased a fresh sea bass, intending to prepare a sumptuous meal for himself. To his astonishment, while gutting the fish, he discovered a peculiar sapphire blue pearl hidden within its belly. This pearl was neither metal, nor stone, nor wood, and it radiated an extraordinary luminescence. Upon gazing at it, Yang Fan felt as though his very soul was being drawn into its depths. Startled, he dropped the knife, accidentally slicing his finger. His blood dripped onto the pearl. Then, an incredibly miraculous and bizarre occurrence transpired. After absorbing Yang Fan's blood, the sapphire blue pearl levitated and penetrated directly into his body, ultimately settling in his dantian. In a state of shock, Yang Fan, it took an extensive period of time for him to gradually comprehend the remarkable properties of the mystical pearl concealed within his dantian. This pearl possesses the extraordinary ability to autonomously absorb moisture from the air, subsequently refining it into droplets of golden liquid. A portion of this golden essence is utilized by the Dragon Pearl to enhance its own vitality, while another segment nourishes Yang Fan, transforming into delicate strands of gold that permeate his limbs and bones, thereby altering his physical form. Moreover, Yang Fan made a serendipitous discovery. It appeared that the greater the abundance of moisture in the vicinity, the more rapidly the Dragon Pearl generated golden droplets. To validate this notion, Yang Fan wasted no time and promptly made his way to the swimming pool in his community. What followed was an even more astonishing revelation. He found himself endowed with astonishing aquatic abilities. Not only could he remain submerged for extended periods without the need to breathe, but his vision was also unaffected by the water, allowing him to see everything within it with crystal clarity. In fact, his field of vision underwater was considerably broader than that on land. Thus, Yang Fan immediately surmised that this pearl must be akin to the legendary Dragon Pearl or the water-repelling pearl of myth. Although he had always identified as an atheist, the evidence before him compelled him to acknowledge the existence of such wondrous treasures in the world. Following this extraordinary encounter, Yang Fan realized that the sea was his true home. To live by the ocean would enable this miraculous dragon pearl to reach its full potential. Furthermore, with his newfound aquatic abilities, he could easily prosper through fishing. Coupled with his growing disillusionment with the frenetic pace of life in the metropolis, he pondered deeply before resolutely boarding the flight back to his hometown fishing village. Since the golden droplets proved effective for De Huang, Yang Fan, without hesitation, activated the dragon pearl to extract a few drops and administer them to De Huang's mouth under the transformative influence of the golden essence. De Huang the dog became increasingly vibrant soon. After merely a few minutes, the few drops consumed had utterly revitalized De Huang, rendering him even more formidable than during his peak years. Woof, woof, woof. The changes in his physique excited De Huang immensely as he bounded around Yang Fan, barking incessantly and eagerly licking his thigh. What's the matter? Are you in heat? If you're in heat, don't bother me with all that barking. Go find a female dog at the village head. Observing De Huang's exuberance, which seemed to require an outlet, Yang Fan lightly kicked him and chuckled in jest nevertheless. Despite the playful reprimand, witnessing his old companion's transformation from a lethargic, ailing state to one brimming with youthful vitality brought Yang Fan immense joy. Come, De Huang, let's head inside. With that, Yang Fan ushered De Huang through the door. The furnishings in the living room remained unchanged from 6 years ago, yet the ambience felt entirely different. However, after such a long passage of time, Yang Fan had come to terms with it. With a carefree smile, he promptly set to work. The house, having been vacant for years, was shrouded in dust and cobwebs, a chaotic mess indeed since he intended to reside there once more. His first order of business was to conduct a thorough cleaning. Thus, for the next 2 to 3 hours, Yang Fan diligently tidied every corner of the house. He disposed of unnecessary items, organized what was no longer needed into the storage room, and primarily focused on airing out the space while meticulously restoring his former bedroom to pristine condition. After an exhaustive endeavor, Yang Fan felt utterly drained. Fortunately, his body had already been transformed by the golden droplets, granting him remarkable recuperative abilities. A sip of water and a brief rest later, he was once again brimming with energy. However, after several hours of intense labor, he found himself drenched in a profuse sweat, sticky and reeking. Thus, he promptly decided that a refreshing bath by the sea was in order. Chapter 3. A bath in the sea leads to the capture of a pair of exquisite lobsters. Without delay, Yang Fan swiftly retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his suitcase and, accompanied by De Huang, made his way toward the shoreline. His home was situated in close proximity to the coast, and within minutes along a narrow path, they arrived at a rocky beach area. This rocky terrain was one with which Yang Fan was intimately familiar, having frequented it during his childhood to forage for marine life or fish. Upon reaching a massive, circular rock, Yang Fan broke into a smile. Recognizing it, he recalled a time in his youth when he had discovered a colossal orchid crab in the waterhole adjacent to this very rock, an impressive specimen weighing over a pound. The memory of that day, when a 10-year-old Yang Fan had leaped with joy upon spotting the enormous crab, flooded back to him. Stripping off his sweat-soaked garments, Yang Fan was left clad only in his shorts, and without hesitation, he leaped into the inviting sea. The moment he submerged, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration washed over him. Like a fish stranded on the shore, I felt a refreshing return to the vast ocean. Simultaneously, the dragon pearl within my dantian began to whirl vigorously, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy from the sea. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing Yang Fan plunge into the water, De Huang immediately leapt in excitedly as a dog raised by the seaside. De Huang's swimming prowess was beyond question, excelling in the art of swimming. It delighted in the water, frolicking joyously as soon as it hit the waves. After a while of playful antics in the water, an idea suddenly struck Yang Fan. Why not dive beneath the surface to see if there were any large crabs lurking about? Perfect for dinner, the rocky area was known for hiding crabs. In his youth, Yang Fan often visited this spot to scavenge, usually managing to find a few, albeit small ones. This marked the first time Yang Fan had ventured into the sea since acquiring the Dragon Pearl. He was eager to test the limits of his newfound aquatic abilities. Glancing around, Yang Fan noticed the coastline was deserted. Without hesitation, he dove headfirst into the water. The rocky area near the shore was relatively shallow, with a depth of no more than 20 to 30 meters. After a brief descent, he swiftly reached the seabed. The ocean floor near the shore was barren, lacking coral reefs or other underwater wonders. Only uneven patches of rocks remained, with a few small fish and crabs occasionally darting between the crevices. After searching diligently for some time, Yang Fan found no substantial catch. The nearshore waters were devoid of fish. The resources had been depleted. Yang Fan sighed. The relentless overfishing by numerous trawlers, coupled with the increasing pollution of the oceans, had severely diminished the marine resources in these waters. Fortunately, Yang Fan's swimming skills were extraordinary. He moved swiftly through the water without the need to surface for air, and his vision was unobstructed, allowing him to see clearly for several kilometers. After conducting a thorough search, he finally spotted something remarkable nestled within a rocky crevice a few dozen meters away. This creature was impressively large, measuring approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length, adorned with vibrant colors and sporting long antennae, exuding an air of majesty like a general of the sea. This was not a crab, but rather the Chinese ornamental lobster, commonly known as the king longxia. Its dazzling array of colors earned it another moniker, the rainbow lobster. In ancient times, it was revered as the divine shrimp, highly esteemed by various dignitaries along the coast. Goodness, such a large ornamental lobster. This was a stroke of fortune. Seeing this magnificent lobster, Yang Fan's eyebrows rose in excitement. Lobsters of this size were a rare find. It appeared to weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. With that thought in mind, Yang Fan stealthily swam closer. His unparalleled swimming abilities allowed him to glide silently to the side of the lobster. Then, with lightning speed, he struck. In an instant, he seized the lobster with both hands. The lobster, initially resting in the crevice and oblivious to the unfolding drama, soon realized what was happening and began to thrash violently with its tail. But it was evidently too late. Ha! It seems dinner is secured for tonight. With the lobster in hand, Yang Fan grinned. Gripping the lobster tightly with his right hand, he prepared to ascend. However, at that moment, his gaze caught sight of another hidden lobster in a very concealed crevice not far away. This lobster was slightly smaller than the one he had captured, but was still quite substantial, likely weighing over 3 pounds. Could it be a pair, a male and female? If that's the case, I certainly can't separate you two. That would be rather cruel, wouldn't it? With this in mind, Yang Fan chuckled to himself. He then proceeded to mimic his earlier actions, swiftly capturing the second, unsuspecting ornamental lobster. With one in each hand, he emerged from the water feeling thoroughly satisfied. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing Yang Fan finally surface, the anxious De Huang immediately swam over. Earlier, when Yang Fan had suddenly submerged and remained underwater for an extended period, it had frightened De Huang, who had feared his owner was drowning. Now, witnessing Yang Fan's return, the dog was overwhelmed with excitement. De Huang, don't worry, I am now the Dragon King of the sea. The ocean is my home. Yang Fan laughed as he patted De Huang's head, then confidently ascended the shore with the 2 lobsters in tow. After changing into clean clothes, Yang Fan returned home with De Huang. He found a large bucket to keep the 2 ornamental lobsters in. As the sun began to set, the villagers who had been fishing were likely returning. Yang Fan decided to take a stroll through the village and visit a few childhood friends. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a surprised exclamation from outside. What the heck? Fanzi, when did you come back? Yang Fan turned to see a dark-skinned, tank-top-clad young man with a muscular build standing just outside the courtyard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Taozi, you're back from the sea? Seeing the young man, Yang Fan's face broke into a smile. This young man was Yang Hongtao, a childhood friend from the same village. They had been inseparable as kids, practically growing up together. Before leaving the fishing village, Yang Fan had entrusted a Huang to him for safekeeping. Damn, Fanzi, you could have at least given me a heads up about your return so I could come to fetch you. Just now, when I passed by your house, I noticed the door was wide open and thought it had been robbed. I had no idea you were back. Laughing and scolding, Yang Hongtao quickly approached. Then opened his arms for a big hug. A warm embrace was enough for two old friends reuniting. Damn it, I just took a shower, and you've got me all dirty with your stinky sweat. Yang Fan clapped Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, jokingly replying, "What's wrong? Being a university student makes you too good for your old fisherman buddy." Yang Hongtao teased. "Come on, I don't go to university. But I still find you repulsive. You should take a whiff of what you smell like now. It's downright rancid. I can't help it. As a fisherman, cleanliness is hard to come by." Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes, then curiously asked, "By the way, Fanzi, why did you suddenly come back? I noticed you even tidied up your house. Planning to stay for a few days?" As Yang Fan's closest friend in the village, Yang Hongtao was well aware of the impact the past had on him. Since Yang Fan had dealt with his parents' affairs and left the fishing village 6 years ago, this was his first time stepping back into his family home. "Not just for a few days. I plan to stay indefinitely." Yang Fan chuckled at the question. "Really? You're moving back to the fishing village?" "Yes, I intend to live here long term." Seeing that Yang Fan was serious, Yang Hongtao became even more puzzled. "Are you really not joking? You graduated from a prestigious university. Why would you want to return to this remote fishing village? The pace of life in the big city is too fast, and the pressure is immense. Moreover, constantly drifting away from home can be quite lonely, so I thought I'd return to the fishing village for a more leisurely life." In response to his friend's inquiry, Yang Fan shrugged and smiled casually. Though their bond was strong, he couldn't share the truth about the Dragon Pearl with anyone. "Are you serious? So what do you plan to do?" Yang Hongtao's eyes widened. "We've been fishermen for generations. I'm coming back to fish." Yang Fan laughed. "Fish a few? The nearshore waters are completely fished out. I'm exhausted from fishing every day and can't even earn enough to get by. I was considering going out to work for a while, and you're talking about coming back to fish?" Upon hearing Yang Fan express his desire to become a fisherman, Yang Hongtao could not help but utter a string of expletives. In this day and age, the coastal fishery resources dwindle year by year, forcing fishermen to venture further into the sea. However, fishing in the open waters significantly increases the risk, especially if the fishing vessel is not sufficiently large. Thus, today's fishermen endure not only arduous labor, but also perilous conditions, all while earning meager returns. This predicament has led most of the village's youth to prefer leaving their homes to seek employment elsewhere rather than remain in the fishing village. Were it not for Yang Hongtao's remarkable talent for fishing, which had made him the village's prodigy from a young age, he would likely have sought work outside as well. "Damn it. Fan, have you been influenced by something out there?" A distinguished graduate of a prestigious university wanting to return to the village to fish. "Are you out of your mind?" The more Yang Hongtao pondered, the angrier he became, bewildered by his friend's mindset. After painstakingly gaining admission to a renowned university and escaping the fishing village, why would he want to return? Get lost. It's your brain that has scrambled. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at this remark and retorted playfully. "What's wrong with fishing? With seafood prices soaring, catching a few large yellow croakers or lobsters can fill one's coffers. Nonsense. While seafood is indeed expensive, you still need to catch them." Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes as well. "Let us not mince words, Fan. You know I'm the village's renowned fishing expert. If even I am close to giving up fishing, what makes you think a bookish scholar like you can make a living from it?" "What? You look down on my fishing skills?" Yang Fan shot back. "Well, if you think so, then so be it. Fan, in terms of academics, I can't hold a candle to you, but when it comes to fishing, you wouldn't even be able to see my taillights," Yang Hongtao proclaimed, his expression filled with pride. "Oh, really? The fishing expert, is it? Then pray tell, what is the largest ornate lobster you've ever caught over the years?" Yang Fan asked, eyeing him slyly. "Why do you ask that? Ornate lobsters are rare and difficult to catch. I think the biggest one I've caught was just over a pound," Yang Hongtao replied. Puzzled by Yang Fan's inquiry, "Just over a pound? Huh. Wait a moment. Yang Fan dismissed him with a wave, then hurried to the kitchen to retrieve a large water bucket filled with seawater. Fan, what's the rush? Why are you getting the bucket? Yang Hongtao exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 5. These 2 lobsters are worth tens of thousands. As Yang Fan emerged with the bucket, Yang Hongtao was initially perplexed. However, upon seeing the 2 enormous lobsters inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, such large ornate lobsters, that one must weigh around 4 pounds. Fan, where on earth did you get these? Yang Hongtao gazed incredulously at the lively lobsters, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. I caught them, of course, while I was swimming in the sea. I stumbled upon them wedged between some rocks and brought them back. Yang Fan chuckled, amused at his friend's shock. Caught them while swimming? Where? Fan, hurry and take me to see if there are any more lobsters lurking around. Yang Hongtao eagerly reached out to pull Yang Fan toward the door. No way. If there were more, I would have caught them myself. Yang Fan laughed, shaking off his friend's grip. Well, you truly hit the jackpot. Do you have any idea how much these 2 lobsters are worth? Yang Hongtao inhaled sharply, staring at Yang Fan with intensity. I remember that ornate lobsters weighing over a pound go for about 300 to 500 per pound, so these 2 combined should fetch a few thousand, right? Yang Fan mused, having not been in the fishing village for quite some time, and thus unaware of the current market prices for seafood. Nonsense. What you mentioned is for lobsters under 3 pounds. Now, lobsters over 3 pounds are not priced by weight, but sold outright. A few months ago, someone from a neighboring village had a stroke of luck and caught a 3.5-pound lobster, which was purchased by a seafood restaurant in the city for a staggering $88,000. The largest one in your bucket must weigh around 4 pounds, and given its pristine condition, it could easily sell for over $100,000 at auction. The other one should fetch at least several tens of thousands. As Yang Hongtao spoke, he felt a mix of awe and envy. This guy truly had extraordinary luck. He had just returned to the village and found 2 such large ornate lobsters while swimming. Damn it, it seems so unfair. He toiled day in and day out, barely scraping together a few coins, while this guy, having just come back, had already earned more than he could in a year. What? Are they worth that much now? A single one can sell for 100,000? Yang Fan was equally astonished. He knew that large ornate lobsters were valuable, but did not realize they commanded such a price. If one lobster could sell for 100,000, then if he were to dive in and catch 100 or 80, wouldn't he become an instant millionaire? Thankfully, he kept this thought to himself. Otherwise, Yang Hongtao would probably be furious. Damn it. Such large ornate lobsters are rare and hard to come by. Do you really think you can catch 100 or 80? Do you think they grow on trees? Of course they are expensive. There are more wealthy people now, and the Chinese love to flaunt their wealth. If these large ornate lobsters are sold at a seafood restaurant for a lavish lobster feast, it would be quite the status symbol. With that, Yang Hongtao eagerly suggested, Fan, how about I contact a few upscale restaurants in the city right away? We should sell these 2 lively lobsters for a good price before they perish. Otherwise, we would lose out significantly. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Fan nodded with a smile. That sounds good. I initially planned to make them for dinner, but since they are so valuable, I might as well sell them. After all, it would be too extravagant to consume over 100,000 in one meal. As Yang Hongtao had pointed out, the high value of these large lobsters stemmed from their use in extravagant lobster feasts. Primarily for the affluent to show off, Yang Fan had no desire to flaunt his wealth, so why not sell them for cash? If the 2 lobsters were only worth a few thousand, he would have no hesitation in devouring one or even both. However, since they could potentially be worth over 100,000, selling them was undoubtedly the wiser choice. All right, let's go, Yang Hongtao exclaimed, taking out his phone and making several calls. Being the most skilled young fisherman in Dejing village, he had occasionally caught high-quality seafood like large yellow croakers, thus accumulating connections with several seafood restaurants. After a few phone calls, the recipients were all ecstatic to hear about the 2 ornate lobsters weighing over 3 pounds and expressed their eagerness to visit the seafood trading dock in the city to inspect the catch. Yang Hongtao had contacted multiple restaurants to create competition among them, aiming to secure the highest price for the 2 lobsters. Fan, I've made the arrangements. Let us hurry and take these 2 ornate lobsters to the seafood trading dock in the city. The fresher they are, the higher the price the buyers will offer. After finishing his calls, Yang Hongtao urged Yang Fan with a sense of urgency. Observing Yang Hongtao's impatience, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was truly like an anxious eunuch. The owner of the lobsters was calm, while he was worried about the lobsters perishing and not fetching a good price. Nevertheless, considering the substantial amount at stake, Yang Fan could not afford to be careless. Although he was somewhat reluctant to venture out after a long journey home, who would turn down money? Additionally, Yang Fan thought about needing to buy some new bedding and daily necessities from the market, so he decided to make a trip to the city. All right, let's go. Let us do it. Chapter 6. The seafood vendors in a frenzy. Approximately an hour and a half later, Yang Hongtao piloted his newly acquired fishing vessel at full speed. Accompanied by Yang Fan and two magnificent lobsters, arriving at the seafood trading dock of Beihai City. This dock serves as the largest seafood market in Beihai, where virtually all marine catches from the city's distant fishing boats are promptly brought for trade. Additionally, seafood harvested by fishermen from surrounding villages is also delivered here by various seafood merchants. After skillfully maneuvering the boat into position, Yang Hongtao lifted a large foam box and, with Yang Fan in tow, confidently strode in a particular direction. The two splendid lobsters were naturally nestled within the foam box. After a brief walk, the duo arrived at a row of stalls designated specifically for the sale of shrimp and crab. This area of the market primarily features various types of shellfish. Yang Hongtao had arranged to meet the managers of several upscale restaurants here to showcase his catch as anticipated. Upon their arrival, a man approached Yang Hongtao with a friendly greeting. "Hey, little brother Yang, where are those two exquisite lobsters weighing over 3 pounds? Let me have a look quick." This self-proclaimed oldly was one of the individuals Yang Hongtao had recently contacted. He served as a supplier for a renowned seafood restaurant in the city, responsible for procuring fresh catches for the establishment. "Don't rush, bossly. I've also contacted a few other owners," Yang Hongtao replied with a cheerful smile. "What? You've contacted others?" Old Li's demeanor soured immediately. "Little brother Yang, we've done business several times. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If you have quality goods, I'll certainly offer you a fair price. Why contact anyone else? I know you, Boss Li, offer fair prices, but what I have brought this time is not ordinary seafood. It is top tier. Of course, I need to call in a few more owners to secure the best price." Yang Hongtao grinned, unabashedly expressing his intentions that he had been in the fishing business long enough to understand the nature of these seafood merchants. Where there is no competition, even the finest catches could be ruthlessly undervalued by unscrupulous traders. The two splendid lobsters caught by Yang Fan were undoubtedly a sought-after delicacy that every seafood merchant would covet. How could he sell them for a high price without inviting a few more bidders? Hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Old Li was left with no retort. Earlier, upon hearing about the two lobsters weighing 3 to 4 pounds, he had been thrilled beyond measure, intending to pressure Yang Hongtao for a lower price. However, he had not expected the other party to be so cunning as to invite others. Now, it was impossible for him to negotiate a lower price. After exchanging a few words, several more merchants approached Yang Hongtao to greet him, all of whom were also suppliers for the city's upscale restaurants. Once the group had gathered, Yang Hongtao exchanged a glance with Yang Fan, who nodded in agreement with a smile. Yang Hongtao then opened the phone box. "Wow, these are truly exceptional goods. The lobsters, so grand in size, were exceedingly rare. Moreover, they were bursting with vitality, having spent very little time out of the water." The seafood merchants gazed in awe at the two lively, oversized lobsters, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Such extraordinary catches are indeed hard to come by. "Dear gentlemen, as you can see, these are absolutely exquisite. I've already weighed them. The larger lobster is 4.2 pounds, and the smaller one is 3.5 pounds. Moreover, these lobsters were freshly caught by my brother, having been out of the water for no more than 3 hours. Please feel free to offer your prices." "The highest bidder wins," Yang Hongtao cheerfully stated after the merchant had inspected the lobsters. "I'll offer 120,000 for this pair of lobsters, 7,000 for the larger one, and 50,000 for the smaller one." Old Li, the first to greet Yang Hongtao, was eager to seize the opportunity. However, as soon as he made his bid, a middle-aged man nearby scoffed, "Ha! Old Li, how unreasonable. You think you can buy such premium seafood for just 120. 000, little brother Yang, I bid 150. 000, Old Wang, 150. 000, isn't enough. I bid 160. 000, I'll go for 170,000, 180,000. I'll offer 200,000. As the bidding commenced, the seafood merchants vied with one another, escalating the competition to a frenzied level. Before long, the bidding reached 200,000. The offer came from a rotund seafood merchant, radiating affluence. The moment he announced his price, it instantly overshadowed all others. The remaining merchants hesitated, daunted by the substantial bid. After all, 200,000 was already a steep price, and they could not ascertain how much profit remained should they continue to raise their offers. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao, upon hearing this price, could hardly contain his glee. Although the lobsters did not belong to him, his joy for his brother's success was undiminished. As for Yang Fan, the rightful owner, he was only slightly surprised by the price and did not exhibit excessive excitement. He was, after all, a man of the Dragon Pearl. With his current abilities in the water, the ocean was essentially his backyard. What exquisite seafood could he not acquire in the future? Therefore, he was not overly concerned about this sum of 10 or 20,000. Chapter 7. The unexpected arrival of a sophisticated heiress fan. 200,000. You are striking it rich. So, are we selling or not? I feel this price is nearing its peak, Yang Hongtao whispered to Yang Fan. Leaning closer as he noticed no one was raising their bids, let's sell that if we're sure no one else will bid, then we can finalize the sale, Yang Fan replied with a smile. All right, after consulting with Yang Fan. Yang Hongtao turned back, raising his voice to address the hesitant seafood merchants. Gentlemen, is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? If not, this exquisite pair of lobsters will belong to Boss Sun, who offered 200,000. Forget it, the price is too high. There might even be a risk of loss. I'm out. The impatient old Lee sighed, being the first to bid and the first to withdraw. Indeed, the price is too steep. Let's pass. Following old Lee's withdrawal, the other seafood merchants shook their heads, also opting out of further bidding. The price had escalated too high, and upon careful consideration, they all chose to retreat. After all, dealing with live seafood entails significant risk. Should the lobsters lose their vitality and perish, it would be a burden. Realizing that everyone else had opted out, Yang Hongtao raised his hand, ready to declare that the exquisite lobsters would go to the highest bidder. The rotund merchant. However, just then, a melodious voice interrupted him. Wait a moment. Following this, a tall and alluring woman, clad in a chic white Chanel business suit, exuding a mature and elegant aura, approached, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Upon encountering the strikingly elegant office lady, adorned in sheer stockings, Yang Hongtao, a perennial bachelor for over 20 years, felt his eyes sparkle with an almost primal delight. Nearly drooling in admiration, that it is not merely the fact that Yang Hongtao has spent years in a fishing village, untouched by the world's charms. Even Yang Fan, who had spent 4 years amidst the beauties of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, found himself momentarily captivated by this goddess. She exuded an aura of sophistication, her fair skin, alluring figure, and an elegance that was simply enchanting. She was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, scoring well above 95 in the realm of desirability. In comparison to the so-called campus flowers Yang Fan had previously encountered, this mature beauty was a revelation. The naive college girls would undoubtedly pale in comparison next to such a refined and alluring figure. Perhaps it was simply a matter of age. Young men like Yang Fan are often more enamored with sultry, mature women, while older gentlemen might find themselves drawn to the innocent charm of spirited young students. As the approached the crowd and inquired about the availability of a pair of over 3-pound Chinese exquisite lobsters, her voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark song on a crisp morning. That would be mine, Yang Fan replied, only to be met with Yang Hongtao's immediate disdain. Damn it, this guy, he thought, recalling how Yang Fan had earlier dismissed the seafood merchant with an air of nonchalance. Yet now he was eager to engage with the beautiful woman. Excuse me, young handsome, may I take a look at the exquisite lobsters you have? The named Shun Yifei, turned her gaze toward Yang Fan. Her smile captivating. Of course, he nodded, feeling a mixture of flattery and awkwardness at being addressed as young handsome by such a stunning woman. After all, he was just in his 20s, while she appeared to be several years his senior. Shen Yufei smiled warmly at him before her attention shifted to the large foam box on the ground, where two substantial, lively lobsters immediately caught her eye. The Shen family, known throughout the country as a culinary powerhouse, had recently opened a high-end seafood restaurant in the prime location of Beihai City. Shen Yufei was sent as the manager to oversee this establishment in order to establish a remarkable reputation. They needed exceptional seafood as a signature attraction. Therefore, upon arriving in Beihai, she had dispatched several subordinates to scour various seafood markets for top-quality fare. However, after several days of searching, her efforts yielded no significant results, prompting her to personally visit the largest seafood trading dock in the city. Coincidentally, upon her arrival, she overheard two passers-by discussing a pair of exceptionally large Chinese exquisite lobsters that had been caught and were being fiercely bid upon by several seafood merchants. Without hesitation, Shen Yufei made her way toward the commotion, leading to the earlier exchange with Yang Fan. Chapter 8. Is this what they call a wealthy woman? Upon seeing the two lobsters, Shen Yufei made a swift decision. She was determined to acquire this pair of lobsters, renowned for their divine reputation. With her restaurant newly opened, securing these impressive lobsters for display would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on every patron. This was the essence of publicity, the hallmark of prestige. With this thought in mind, Shen Yufei turned to Yang Fan and asked, "Young handsome, what is the highest bid you've received for these lobsters?" 200,000, Yang Fan replied candidly. "Only 200,000? I offer 266,000. What do you say, young handsome? Will you sell me these lobsters?" Shen Yufei declared with a confident smile, exuding an air of determination. 266,000? Yang Fan was taken aback by her substantial increase. Is this what they call a wealthy woman? He felt a sudden wave of disinterest in striving for success, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. He smiled at Shen Yufei. "In business, we adhere to fair bidding. The highest bid wins that if no one else is willing to raise their offer, then these lobsters shall rightfully belong to you, boss son." "Are you going to increase your bid?" Yang Hongtao interjected, directing his query toward the overweight seafood merchant who had initially offered 200,000 and more bids. "That's too high," the portly merchant, known as Sun, replied with a wry smile. A purchasing manager for a large restaurant. He had initially believed that his offer would secure the prized lobsters. However, he had not anticipated the entrance of the beautiful wealthy woman with her exorbitant offer. Truth be told, based on Sun's extensive experience in the seafood industry, spending 266,000 on these lobsters was considerably over the market price. Yet he understood that exceptional seafood, much like antiques, can attract inflated prices when demand arises for the affluent. The quality and rarity of an item often outweigh the financial cost. With Sun's withdrawal, the exquisite lobsters were ultimately secured by Shen Yufei at the staggering price of 266,000. After the transaction, Shen Yufei added Yang Fan on WeChat and promptly transferred the payment. Subsequently, she called upon her restaurant's procurement manager, instructing him to ensure the swift delivery of the lobsters back to the restaurant. The two managers, witnessing their beautiful boss procure two exquisite lobsters upon her arrival at the seafood dock, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yes, she prepared to leave. A cheerful Shen Yufei shook Yang Fan's hand and remarked, "Young handsome, my name is Shen Yufei, and I am a manager of a new seafood restaurant. Should you ever catch any more exquisite seafood like these lobsters, please do not hesitate to contact me on WeChat. I will ensure you receive the best price." Certainly that in truth, the reason Shen Yufei left those words was simply due to her momentary delight upon receiving exquisite seafood, uttering what could be regarded as mere pleasantries. After all, exquisite seafood is something every fisherman dreams of but seldom encounters. To be fortunate enough to catch it even once in a lifetime is already a stroke of luck, and who can claim to experience such good fortune regularly? Therefore, what Shen Yufei is unaware of now is that her offhand remark has led to a continuous influx of exceptional seafood at her family's grand seafood restaurant, which swiftly gained renown in the city, becoming the favored dining establishment for wealthy patrons who relish ostentation. With their finances settled and over 200,000 in hand, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao left the dock with satisfaction. To celebrate and to treat Yang Hongtao, Yang Fan sought out a decent restaurant nearby, intending for the two of them to indulge in a hearty meal. Upon witnessing his friend's newfound wealth, Yang Hongtao wasted no time in making extravagant orders as soon as they entered the restaurant, as if he were a nouveau riche, loudly requesting several high-end dishes, delicacies such as geoduck, abalone, red flower crab, and large bass were all summoned to the table. Soon enough, food and drinks were served. The two long-lost brothers enjoyed a few beers while reminiscing about the past. Yang Hongtao recounted amusing tales from their village over the years, while Yang Fan briefly shared his experiences in the bustling metropolis. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation flowed freely. Suddenly, Yang Hongtao's expression turned serious as he asked Yang Fan, "Fan, we've grown up together since we were little. So be honest with me. Have you faced some setback out there? Why else would you suddenly decide to return to the fishing village? What setback could I have faced?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes at this remark. To be honest, ever since he learned 6 years ago in the classroom that his parents had perished in a maritime disaster, nothing had truly impacted him again. Then why on earth are you returning to the fishing village? Fan, you're a graduate of a prestigious university. Wouldn't it be more fulfilling to develop your career in the big city? Yang Hongtao questioned, perplexed. What? You wish to buy an ocean fishing vessel and open a fish farm? Returning to the village is quite appealing. Look, I just made over 200,000 today. Yang Fan chuckled. Nonsense. You merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Such luck is unlikely to repeat itself in your lifetime. Yang Hongtao scoffed, haha. Yang Fan replied with a smile, not wishing to elaborate further. After all, once he set sail again tomorrow, he should be able to prove his point. Stop joking around. Seriously, Fan, do you have any plans for returning to the fishing village? Yang Hongtao pressed once more. Plans? I hadn't given it much thought until now. Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. My preliminary plan is to fish in the near sea to earn some money. And once I have enough, I'll buy an ocean fishing vessel to venture into the open sea. When I have even more funds, I might establish a fish farm. What? You intend to buy an ocean fishing vessel and venture into the open sea? Furthermore, you wish to open a fish farm? Upon hearing Yang Fan's earnest declaration, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly spitting his beer all over Yang Fan. Fan, I must say, after spending a few years in the metropolis, your talent for boasting has certainly improved. You can say such grandiose things without even blushing. Do you have any idea how much an ocean fishing vessel costs? Do you know how much it takes to open a fish farm? Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan, rolling his eyes dramatically. Believe what you will. It said that truth is often met with disbelief. Yang Fan shrugged and smiled, choosing not to say more. Fan, it's not that I doubt you. I know you have great aspirations, but an ocean fishing vessel costs at least several million, if not tens of millions. What do you plan to acquire such funds? And as for opening a fish farm, you need assets in the billions. Don't even think about it. Yang Hongtao was well aware that his friend had always been ambitious, which was why he was the first in their village to attend a prestigious university. However, the notion of buying an ocean fishing vessel and running a fish farm seemed utterly ludicrous for a mere fisherman. If Yang Fan were to remain in the big city, Yang Hongtao could see the potential for wealth. But returning to the village as a fisherman and expecting to make a fortune was no laughing matter. Unless he was extraordinarily lucky, catching such rare and exquisite lobsters was virtually impossible. All right then, Taozi, stop worrying about my affairs. The my decision to return to the fishing village is based on my own reasons, which you will understand in due course. Yang Fan was reluctant to delve into the details with Yang Hongtao, as it would serve little purpose at this time. Fine, Fan. As long as you know what you're doing, you, a graduate of a prestigious university, undoubtedly have considered this more thoroughly than I have. Seeing Yang Fan's response, Yang Hongtao did not press further. Taozi, tell me about yourself. That you're not getting any younger. Hasn't your family arranged any blind dates for you? Yang Fan suddenly smiled and asked with a hint of curiosity. Young men in fishing villages typically marry early. At Yang Hongtao's age, many already had children. Of course, I've been on several dates, but none of them were suitable. As soon as the topic of blind dates arose, Yang Hongtao sighed heavily. What's the matter? Are your standards too high? Do you think the girls are unattractive? Yang Fan inquired with a smile. Nonsense. It's others who look down on me, deeming me a mere unsuccessful fisherman. Nowadays, any girl with a bit of ambition wants to marry someone from the city, who would willingly choose a poor fisherman like me. As he spoke, Yang Hongtao, feeling dejected, gulped down a bottle of beer in frustration. In reality, although coastal resources were dwindling, Yang Hongtao, being a skilled fisherman, could earn a decent income each year, often surpassing that of ordinary white-collar workers. However, few girls were inclined to remain in a fishing village, which was one of the key reasons Yang Hongtao considered leaving fishing behind to pursue opportunities in the city that a man need not worry about finding a wife. Taozi, you shouldn't fret about being single. Remember, poverty is merely a temporary state. Once you have wealth, even in the fishing village, you'll have plenty of beautiful women vying for your attention. Yang Fan chuckled, attempting to comfort his friend. Who could have known that this attempt at consolation would only deepen Yang Hongtao's gloom? Come on, Fan, that's just nonsense. If I had money, would I still worry about not having women? The crux of the matter is that as a simple fisherman, how much can I realistically earn? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, realizing that his good intentions were met with disdain. Forget about me. What about you, Fan? After all these years away, haven't you found a girlfriend? As they chatted, Yang Hongtao began to pry into Yang Fan as personal life. No, I haven't. Yang Fan shrugged. Throughout his 4 years of university, he remained single. After graduation, he was too busy with work to meet anyone, so he continued in solitude. What? You haven't found anyone? Fan, that is surprising. I am a rough-looking guy, and it's normal for me not to attract women. But you, with your good looks, still haven't found a girlfriend? It's a shame to waste such a handsome face. Yang Hongtao exclaimed, if I had your looks, I'd have dated multiple girls by now. Upon hearing that Yang Fan had also remained single, Yang Hongtao immediately raised a middle finger in mock disdain. Yang Fan found himself too weary to respond, but he sensed that his friend was reveling in his misfortune. However, Yang Hongtao wasn't entirely off the mark. Yang Fan indeed possessed a commendable appearance, having always been regarded as one of the most handsome in his class, making it reasonable to expect that he could have found a girlfriend during his time at university. Yet, the tragic loss of his parents in his freshman year had profoundly affected him, plunging him into a deep melancholy, leaving him disinterested in romance, and causing him to miss the prime opportunities for love during his first and second years, by the time he reached his third and fourth years. Everyone was preoccupied with internships and job hunting, naturally leaving little time to nurture a romantic relationship. All right, let us stop dwelling on these trivial matters. Yang Fan chuckled as he playfully rebuked his friend and shifted the topic. By the way, Taozi, do you have an old fishing boat you can lend me? I plan to go out fishing tomorrow. Indeed, I have an old fishing boat that I'm not using at the moment. It's docked at the village. Feel free to take it whenever you wish. Yang Hongtao nodded in response, then jested, but Fanzi, you just returned to the fishing village and you're already heading out to sea? You truly are determined to usurp my business, aren't you? What do you mean usurp your business? The ocean is yours, after all. Yang Fan teased back that in Chapter 10, titled The First Voyage, the Golden Legend, the two brothers indulge in drinks and banter, playfully exchanging jibes, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled camaraderie. However, such joyous moments are fleeting, and before they knew it, their meal had extended into the late hours, reaching 9 o'clock at night. Noticing that they had nearly finished eating and drinking, Yang Fan called for the waiter to prepare the bill tea that moment. Yang Hongtao quickly seized Yang Fan's hand in playful defiance, saying, Fanzi, don't move. I'll take care of the payment. It's your first day back in the fishing village. And as your brother, I must treat you to a warm welcome. How could I possibly let you pay? Come on, I've just made over 200,000. Besides, we agreed that this meal is on me. Yang Fan replied with a wave of his hand, smiling. No way. Today, I insist on paying. Yang Hongtao insisted stubbornly, as for your recent windfall, I shall treat you to an even grander feast in the future. With that, he resolutely took the initiative to settle the bill. Seeing his brother's unwavering determination, Yang Fan chuckled and acquiesced. This bond of brotherhood he would cherish deeply. After completing the payment and leaving the restaurant, Yang Fan led Yang Hongtao to a nearby shopping mall. There, they swiftly purchased essential supplies and fresh bedding before promptly returning to the dock to set sail back to the village. After more than an hour of navigation, they arrived at the fishing village just past 11 at night. As there was no nightlife in the fishing village. It was shrouded in darkness, and the two brothers returned home carrying their bundles. Fanzi, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow. All right, get some rest, Yang Hongtao replied, helping Yang Fan carry his purchases before departing, but he needed to rise early to check the crab traps set earlier that day. So he must rest well. After a brief wash and tidy up, Yang Fan found himself once again in the cozy little room where he had spent his entire childhood, a feeling of profound security enveloping him. It was a sensation he had not experienced in the bustling metropolis over the past 6 years. Indeed, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Yang Fan smiled, feeling a deep sense of contentment as he drifted into a restful sleep that night. The following morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, casting a shimmering golden light upon the sea, the village roosters began their incessant crowing at around 5 o'clock, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. Not one to linger in bed, he stretched and got up, making his way to the third-floor balcony. He gazed out at the sea, tinged red by the dawn's light, and the small fishing village gradually coming to life. A wave of relaxation washed over him, he pondered, perhaps even in the absence of the Dragon Balls. Returning to the fishing village was indeed the right choice. Since fate had bestowed upon him the Dragon Balls to return, he vowed to embrace his new life as a fisherman with dedication. That I'll do my best as a fisherman, he murmured to himself with a smile. After enjoying the breathtaking sunrise from the balcony for a while, Yang Fan descended to wash up briefly. He grabbed a quick breakfast of bread before stepping out to embark on his fishing adventure. Fishermen must rise early to head out to sea, so at this hour, the village was already bustling with activity. As he walked towards the dock, many villagers recognized Yang Fan. After all, the Jing village was quite small, with everyone knowing one another. Particularly, Yang Fan, being the first in the village to attend a prestigious university, left a lasting impression on the older generation. Therefore, despite the changes he had undergone during his years away, many still recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yang Fan responded courteously, smiling as he exchanged pleasantries with the village elders. Upon reaching the small dock, Yang Fan skillfully located the old boat that belonged to Yang Hongtao as family. Last night, Yang Hongtao had given him the boat keys and shown him where the old boat was moored. Additionally, knowing Yang Fan's intention to fish, Yang Hongtao had thoughtfully prepared 2 fishing rods, some sea centipede bait, and a cooler on the boat before heading out early that morning. The cooler, essentially an insulated box, was a must-have for fishermen, filled with ice to keep the fish fresh during their journey, preventing spoilage. Once aboard, Yang Fan set sail. Navigating to a region of the sea where there were currently no fishermen casting nets, he harbored a significant secret and preferred solitude in his endeavors. Otherwise, he would have to tread carefully. After confirming that no other fishing boats were in the vicinity, Yang Fan turned off the engine and anchored the boat. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water. His underwater vision was superior to his sight on land, so he sought to scout the surrounding waters for promising catches. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan began a meticulous search. However, he was somewhat disheartened to discover that the nearshore resources were rather meager. After quite some time, he had only spotted a few small fish, all of which were cheap varieties like mullet, pufferfish, and yellow croaker. Naturally, these fish did not pique his interest. Thus, Yang Fan continued to swim, expanding his search area. Regrettably, after thoroughly exploring several kilometers of this section of the sea, he found nothing worth his while. That he had no choice but to seek a different location. Reluctantly, he resurfaced and returned to the boat, steering towards deeper waters. After another hour of sailing, Yang Fan arrived at a region far from the coastline, anticipating a more abundant supply of resources. Once again, he turned off the engine and dove into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, his eyes lit up. Indeed, this remote area was significantly richer in resources compared to the nearshore. Here, he observed several sizable schools of fish swimming leisurely by, including black sea bream, sea bass, white pomfret, red drum, and sea carp. Moreover, the marine ecosystem here was markedly better. The nearshore seabed was barren, offering little more than stones, while this area boasted vibrant coral reefs and various types of algae. Amidst the colorful coral, small fish darted about, foraging for food in a state of blissful tranquility. Having witnessed the magnificent underwater coral reef for the first time, Yang Fan found it incredibly fascinating. However, he was not there for recreation but to catch fish for profit. So, while he marveled at the stunning coral scenery, he remained vigilant, utilizing his exceptional underwater vision to search for valuable catches. After a thorough search lasting several minutes, his persistence finally bore fruit. Yang Fan was thrilled to spot an exhilarating sight, approximately 1,000 meters directly ahead of him. A school of large fish, entirely golden in hue, was gathered, foraging amidst a patch of seaweed. My goodness, the golden legend! Upon sighting this school of fish, Yang Fan's excitement surged. Chapter 11. Catching 8 Wild Yellow Croakers. What is the golden legend? This school of radiant golden fish represents it. They're the large yellow croakers, known to fishermen as wealth fish. The large yellow croaker, also referred to as the kingfish, yellow flower fish, or cucumber fish, is among China's traditional 4 major seafood products and a key economic fish species in coastal waters. Its economic value is extraordinarily high. The flesh is tender and rich in protein, making it not only delicious, but also its swim bladders can be dried to produce the esteemed health ingredient known as fish maw, which possesses medicinal properties. The school of large yellow croakers Yang Fan discovered numbered around 40 to 50, each weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. Among them, the largest exceeded 10 pounds. Haha, I can't believe I've stumbled upon such a significant school of yellow croakers. This is truly my chance for fortune. Gazing at the school of large yellow croakers, Yang Fan could not help but smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was indeed the illustrious yellow croaker. Revered by all fishermen as the fortune fish, just how precious is it? One could say it rivals gold. Given the current market price of yellow croakers, each fish in the school Yang Fan had discovered could easily be worth tens of thousands. The few that appeared to weigh over 10 pounds could fetch astronomical sums, possibly exceeding 100,000 each. In other words, the total value of this school of yellow croakers was at least several million. It is no exaggeration to say that this was a veritable shoal of moving gold bars. How tempting it was! He yearned to borrow a large trawler and net this entire school of yellow croakers in one fell swoop. As he watched the lively school of yellow croakers swimming not far away, Yang Fan felt a mix of exhilaration and regret. He had only brought fishing gear today, making it impossible to catch all the fish. He could only memorize the location of the school and return with the traditional method of sea fishing. However, how many could he catch with just a rod? There was no need to panic. This school of yellow croakers would likely remain in the area for a considerable time. He would spare them for now and return with some fishing nets for a more substantial haul. With his mind racing, Yang Fan quickly resurfaced to his boat and navigated to the location of the yellow croaker school. Although his view from the boat was not as clear as diving directly into the sea, he could still discern the underwater scene within a 100-meter radius without the obstruction of seawater. Thus, from this vantage point, Yang Fan could see the yellow croaker school, approximately 50 to 60 meters deep, quite clearly. Knowing the location of the fish school significantly increased his chances of catching them. After all, these yellow croakers were foraging, and upon encountering a plump sea centipede unexpectedly presented before them, how could they resist taking the bait? Even if some cunning yellow croakers were wary, with dozens in the school, a few naive ones would surely take the bait. With this in mind, Yang Fan skillfully retrieved a sea fishing rod and adeptly attached a lively sea centipede, also known as a sea worm, as bait. Growing up in a fishing village by the sea and having loved fishing since childhood, Yang Fan was naturally quite skilled in this art. In no time, he had prepared the bait and elegantly cast the line. Landing the hook precisely above the yellow croaker school, as the lead sinker descended, the baited sea centipede quickly sank before the fish. Upon spotting the vibrant, plump sea centipede, several yellow croakers swiftly approached, sniffing the enticing aroma before lunging to seize their meal. The scene was reminiscent of ornamental goldfish in a pond competing for food thrown by visitors. Just like that, a yellow croaker weighing around 5 to 6 pounds was the first to bite, successfully devouring the sea centipede. The moment it was hooked, Yang Fan sprang into action, swiftly reeling it in. The hooked yellow croaker began to thrash violently, but it was already too late. Its fate was sealed the moment it took the bait. After a few minutes of struggle, the yellow croaker finally exhausted itself, surrendering to Yang Fan's steady hand as it was drawn from the depths. Seeing the yellow croaker finally brought aboard, Yang Fan promptly retrieved a landing net and scooped it up. What a thrill! After years away from sea fishing, Yang Fan rediscovered the intoxicating joy he once felt. Not to mention, this catch was a hefty yellow croaker worth at least tens of thousands. Given the delicacy of yellow croakers, which perish quickly once out of water, Yang Fan quickly placed it in a small cooler, covering it with ice for preservation. Once everything was in order, Yang Fan continued to fish for yellow croakers, following the same method he had just employed. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. After a battle of wits, Yang Fan successfully caught 8 yellow croakers. Among them, 6 were of similar size to the first, while 2 were impressive specimens exceeding 10 pounds. However, after the consecutive catches, the school of yellow croakers became startled and began darting about erratically. This made it exceedingly difficult for Yang Fan to catch any more. Consequently, he reluctantly decided to reel in his line. Otherwise, he would have certainly caught them all. Nevertheless, having landed 8 yellow croakers was more than satisfactory for Yang Fan as long as this school of yellow croakers avoided misfortune at the hands of other fishermen over the next few days. He would return prepared with nets, confident that they would still be within his grasp. He believed these yellow croakers were cunning enough not to be easily scooped up by other fishermen. After all, their size was not without reason. Not everyone possessed Yang Fan's extraordinary abilities in the water, capable of meticulously searching for schools of fish like the most advanced radar. Thus, in Yang Fan's eyes, this school of yellow croakers was destined to be his sooner or later, for today, he would let them be. Chapter 12. Shen Yifei's dilemma. Having stowed away the fishing rod, Yang Fan prepared to head back. Having already caught 8 wild yellow croakers, he had more than enough. However, a new problem arose. How could he quickly process these 8 wild yellow croakers? Should he sell them directly at the seafood trading dock in the city? After a moment of thought, Yang Fan promptly dismissed that idea. It would be far too ostentatious. If he displayed 8 large wild yellow croakers, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir at the seafood dock. Everyone would flock to him, and he would instantly become the center of attention. Such flamboyance would not serve him well. Yang Fan understood that with his current prowess in the water, he would undoubtedly continue to catch exceptional seafood, and being overly conspicuous was not advantageous for him. Thus, the fewer people who knew about the transaction of these 8 yellow croakers, the better. But if he was going to sell them at the seafood trading dock, how could he quickly and discreetly sell these 8 yellow croakers for a good price? Soon enough, Yang Fan had an idea. The wealthy woman, Shen Yifei, who had paid a high price for the 2 large lobsters yesterday, was the owner of a seafood restaurant, wasn't she? Surely, she would be interested in these 8 yellow croakers. With that thought, Yang Fan smiled and pulled out his phone, but he opened the cooler and took several pictures of the 8 pristine yellow croakers inside. Finally, he sent these photos directly to Shen Yifei via WeChat, accompanied by a message. Boss Shun, I just caught a few fish. Are you interested? After sending the message, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. In the bustling heart of Beihai City, a 5-story seafood restaurant exuded classical elegance and extraordinary style. This establishment featured a purely traditional Chinese design, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Creating an atmosphere of opulence, a quaint wooden sign hung at the entrance, inscribed with the 6 characters. Shun Family Seafood Restaurant in small seal script. It was only 9 in the morning, well before mealtime, so the restaurant was not yet open. However, Shen Yifei, the manager, was already in her office on the 5th floor. As the manager of this newly opened restaurant, Shen Yifei had been overwhelmed with work lately, with a mountain of tasks awaiting her attention each day. Among these, the most troublesome issue was the lack of a reliable supply chain for high-quality, fresh seafood for her restaurant in Beihai City. It was challenging for a high-end seafood restaurant to operate without a corresponding selection of premium seafood to offer. Imagine if a wealthy patron, impressed by the restaurant's lavish decor, invited friends for a feast, only to find that they could not order any signature dishes. Such a scene is enough to evoke a sense of embarrassment. Over the past few days, this awkwardness has indeed transpired more than once at the Shun Family Seafood Grand Restaurant, causing the manager, Shen Yifei, considerable distress. Otherwise, she would not have personally ventured to the seafood trading dock yesterday to procure exquisite seafood. Although she was fortunate enough to acquire two exceptionally large Chinese ornamental lobsters, their presence alone holds little value. While these two magnificent lobsters could enhance the ambience, without a stable supply of high-quality seafood, all efforts would be in vain. Alas, if only she could receive exquisite seafood daily. Akin to the two lobsters from yesterday, that moment. Seated in her executive chair, Shun Yifei sighed, her delicate fingers tenderly massaging her alabaster temples. During this period since the restaurant's opening, she had scarcely managed 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, leaving her mentally fatigued. Yet, there was no alternative. The persona of a strong woman compelled her to persevere. After all, should she fail to manage this seafood grand restaurant effectively, her standing within the Shun family would be precariously threatened. Being born into a prominent and affluent family like the Shuns is both a blessing and a curse. If Shun Yifei cannot assertively contribute to the family, she risks being marginalized. Ultimately, her fate could lead to being utilized as a pawn in an alliance with another affluent family. A fate utterly unacceptable to the inherently stubborn and ambitious Shun Yifei. Thus, she must remain resolutely formidable. Beep. Just as Shun Yifei pondered how to swiftly establish high-end seafood procurement channels in the city, her WeChat notification chimed. Habitually, she picked up her phone. Upon seeing the sender, Shun Yifei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, it's a young fisherman who sold me that pair of exquisite ornamental lobsters yesterday. Why is he messaging me? Could it be that he has caught something remarkable again? With this thought in mind, Shun Yifei opened the message, only to be momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is that a wild yellow croaker? Such a large wild yellow croaker. Chapter 13. Could he be the legendary European emperor? Upon viewing the images of the yellow croakers sent by Yang Fan, Shun Yifei blinked her beautiful eyes. Her expression one of disbelief. She recognized the yellow croaker instantly and could discern that these were indeed genuine wild yellow croakers. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that yellow croakers can be either wild or farmed. And the distinctions are starkly evident. Farmed yellow croakers are not only dull in color, but also plump and bulky, whereas wild yellow croakers exhibit a brilliant golden hue and a slender physique. The yellow croakers depicted in these photos unmistakably belong to the wild variety. As the proprietor of a seafood grand restaurant, Shun Yifei is acutely aware of the rarity of wild yellow croakers. Currently, in the market, wild yellow croakers are valued akin to gold and are often hard to come by. Like the exorbitant bill that circulated online from West Suburb Number 5 in the Magic City. The priciest dish was a wild yellow croaker weighing a staggering 7.4 pounds. What was the price tag? An astonishing 15,800 yuan per pound, totaling 116,920 yuan for the 7.4-pound fish. To think that a 7-pound fish sells for over 100,000 yuan underscores the soaring value of wild yellow croakers. Shin boss, I just caught a few fish. Are you interested? Upon reading Yang Fan's message, Shun Yifei felt a tinge of disbelief. This young fisherman, who left a deep impression on her with his sunny demeanor, seemed to possess extraordinary luck. Just yesterday, he had captured 2 exquisite Chinese ornamental lobsters, and today he had caught such large wild yellow croakers. Could he truly be the fabled European emperor? Or perhaps it wasn't mere luck, but rather his exceptional fishing skills that allowed him to frequently catch such prime seafood. However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Shun Yifei promptly dismissed it. While fishing techniques and experience may influence the quantity caught, they bear little weight on capturing such exceedingly rare delicacies. After all, the high prices of prize seafood like yellow croakers and ornamental lobsters stem from their scarcity. The odds of catching such prize seafood are infinitesimally low. Even the most skilled fishermen may go a lifetime without encountering such exceptional catches. In this light, it indeed seems that this charming young fisherman possesses remarkable luck. And it is quite fortunate that she happened to meet him at the dock yesterday. With this thought, Shun Yifei smiled gently. Subsequently, she promptly initiated a video call with Yang Fan, eager to discuss the procurement of the yellow croakers. Securing all 8 of these magnificent wild yellow croakers would undoubtedly elevate her restaurant's reputation in the high-end seafood dining market of Beihai City. On the sea, after sending the message to Shun Yifei, Yang Fan ignited the boat's engine and set sail for home. However, he had barely navigated for a few minutes when his phone chimed. Oh, soon. Yang Fan surmised it must be Shun Yufei calling. Upon checking his phone, he confirmed his suspicion as soon as the video connected. Shun Yufei's exquisitely beautiful face appeared on the screen. Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, true beauty shines through even without the enhancement of filters. Hello, handsome, Shun Yufei greeted with a smile that, you can just call me Yang Fan, he replied with a wry smile, feeling a bit awkward at her continued formal address that, oh, are you shy, little handsome? All right, Yang Fan, how many wild yellow croakers did you catch? May I take a look? Shun Yufei chuckled, swiftly steering the conversation back on track, without dwelling on the formality of names. Sure. Yang Fan nodded, lifting the lid of his small cooler to direct the camera towards the 8 yellow croakers inside. Indeed, these are wild yellow croakers. Yang Fan, you're amazing. Despite being mentally prepared, seeing the 8 oversized and perfectly shaped wild yellow croakers on video still left Shun Yufei brimming with excitement. Are you still at sea? Can you sail to the seafood trading dock from yesterday? I assure you, I will offer a fair price for these wild yellow croakers. Yes, I trust in Shun Boss's capabilities and sincerity. Yang Fan replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, their call concluded. Yang Fan then navigated for an hour or two, finally arriving at the seafood trading dock they had visited the day before. Yang Fan, over here. As soon as he docked his boat, he spotted the stunning Shun Yufei emerging from a white luxury vehicle, waving as she approached him. Clearly, this beautiful lady had arrived early, waiting at the dock for his arrival. Of course, Yang Fan understood that she was not merely waiting for him, but rather for the precious box of wild yellow croakers he held. Chapter 14. 8 yellow croakers sold for over 800,000. Being a fisherman is truly rewarding. Today, Shun Yufei's attire was less mature and sensual than the previous day. Clad in a playful Burberry leisure suit, she exuded a vibrant charm. Sporting large sunglasses, she gracefully swayed her slender waist. Her porcelain-white, long legs glistening under the sunlight as she approached Yang Fan with elegance. Yang Fan, you finally arrived. To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I, Shun Yufei, have waited so long for Shun Yufei approached, her captivating gaze fixed on Yang Fan, playfully greeting him that IT must be said. This is her forte, using a few light-hearted words to swiftly bridge the gap between them. Coupled with her stunning beauty, a single remark from her can leave one feeling as if they are basking in the spring breeze. Haha, sorry to have kept you waiting, Shun Boss. Yang Fan smiled faintly, having fully sensed the formidable allure emanating from Shun Yufei. However, he was not like Yang Hongtao, the kind of person who became infatuated at the mere sight of a beautiful woman. He remained quite composed. Yang Fan, could you open the box and show me the big yellow croaker? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shun Yufei swiftly moved to the main topic. Her gaze was already fixed upon the fresh-keeping box in Yang Fan's hand, which was something she was determined to obtain. Here, Boss Shun, how about we find a less crowded place? I'd rather not be surrounded by onlookers like when I sold the lobsters yesterday. Yang Fan suggested with a smile, shaking his head as he surveyed the bustling dock. Hearing Yang Fan say this, Shun Yufei was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly deduced that he preferred to keep a low profile. She replied with a smile, all right then, Yang Fan, let's discuss it in my car. Yang Fan nodded and followed Shun Yufei to her vehicle. Parked not far away at IT was a luxurious white Bentley with 7 seats. In the driver's seat was a woman with a neat bob haircut, presumably Shun Yufei's driver. Shun Yufei invited Yang Fan into the CAR as he entered. Yang Fan was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of opulence and elegance. It was no surprise that this was a top-tier luxury vehicle. The interior was lavishly adorned, and the spaciousness clearly indicated that it was not a car for the average person. In truth, this was Yang Fan's first experience riding in such a luxurious vehicle, and he found it exceedingly comfortable, far superior to ordinary cars. He thought to himself that once he had the means, he would also indulge in a luxury car for sheer enjoyment. Boss Shun, this is the big yellow croaker I caught. Take a look, Yang Fan said. Having savored the luxury of the vehicle, he opened the fresh-keeping box, revealing 8 impeccably arranged, enormous wild yellow croakers before Shun Yufei. Upon closer inspection, Xin Yifei was even more impressed by the flawless quality of these 8 wild yellow croakers. She had seen larger specimens, but none had such an exquisite appearance. The yellow croaker is notoriously delicate. Once caught, it struggles violently, causing its beautiful golden scales to wear off. Thus, most wild yellow croakers available in the market have some degree of scale loss when caught by fishermen. However, the fish Yang Fan had caught were practically unscathed, as they were caught by artificial means, rendering their appearance nothing short of perfect. This undoubtedly elevated their market value significantly. Moreover, these yellow croakers have been out of the water for a very short time, which was a rare find. Although yellow croakers perish quickly once out of water, their freshness and taste remain intact for a brief period when immediately preserved with ice. Therefore, Yang Fan's catch was perfect in terms of size, appearance, and freshness. Consequently, the transaction proceeded smoothly. Xin Yifei showed no inclination to take advantage of Yang Fan. After admiring the 8 exceptional wild yellow croakers for a while, she promptly presented her offer. For the 6 smaller fish, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds each, she quoted 12,000 yuan per pound. For the 2 largest, estimated to be over 10 pounds, she offered 16,000 yuan per pound. This price was undeniably fair. When Yang Fan had returned from fishing, he had meticulously researched the market prices for wild yellow croakers online, so he was well aware that Xin Yifei's offer was genuinely sincere. In fact, it might even exceed the market purchasing price. Thus, Yang Fan readily accepted without hesitation. Seeing Yang Fan's eagerness, Xin Yifei was equally pleased and immediately produced the electronic scale she had prepared in advance to weigh the fish. Ultimately, the 6 smaller fish weighed a total of approximately 40 pounds, while the 2 largest amounted to around 22 pounds. This brought the total price for the 8 fish to 832,000 yuan. In other words, Yang Fan had effortlessly earned over 800,000 yuan from a single fishing expedition. Coupled with the more than 200,000 yuan he had earned from selling lobsters the previous day, Yang Fan had made over $1 million within less than 24 hours. He could only think to himself how delightful it was to be a fisherman. After weighing the 8 yellow croakers and calculating the total price, Xin Yifei promptly transferred the funds to Yang Fan. With the ding-dong notification of the transaction, Yang Fan's bank account reached 7 figures for the first time in his life. Just yesterday, his account held only a few tens of thousands, but now it had exceeded $1 million, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Yang Fan, to be honest, seeing how much money you make as a fisherman, over $1 million in just 2 days, I'm almost tempted to change careers and start fishing myself. Xin Yifei remarked half-jokingly after completing the transfer. She genuinely marveled at Yang Fan's fortune, having caught both exquisite lobsters and exceptional wild yellow croakers within such a short span. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth was truly remarkable. Haha, Boss Shun, you're jesting. It's people like you, the big bosses, who truly make money. I simply got lucky, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Luck is also a form of ability that in the future, if you manage to catch such premium goods again, be sure to inform me immediately. I will offer you the most reasonable price, Xin Yifei said with a grin. All right, I anticipate reaching out to you again tomorrow, Boss Shun. Yang Fan responded cheerfully. He had been fixated on the dozens of yellow croakers he had missed and planned to borrow a fishing net from Yang Hongtao upon returning to the village to catch them all in one go, at which point he would certainly need to contact Xin Yifei again. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Xin Yifei raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, Yang Fan, do you have confidence that you can catch more good fish tomorrow? Unless something unexpected happens, I should be able to. Yang Fan nodded. I look forward to your good news. Xin Yifei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yang Fan, her gaze shifting slightly. She was genuinely eager to see if this handsome, sunny young fisherman possessed the ability to catch premium seafood once more, but if he could indeed do so, it would no longer be merely attributed to luck. After all, one cannot rely solely on luck to repeatedly catch such exquisite seafood as lobsters and yellow croakers. After the transaction was completed, Xin Yifei hurried back to the restaurant with 8 large yellow croakers in tow. She intended to promptly instruct her subordinates to enthusiastically promote the arrival of these premium fish at the Shun family seafood restaurant. She was confident that once the news spread, the wealthy seafood enthusiasts of Beihai City would flock to her establishment. At that point, her seafood restaurant would undoubtedly gain immense fame throughout the city. As for Yang Fan, After disembarking from Shun Yufei's vehicle, he chose not to return directly to the fishing village by boat. Instead, he made his way to the home appliance market in the city. Having spent the night at home, he realized that many of his household appliances had become outdated, and some were even broken. Thus, he decided to purchase some new ones on his way back. Since he planned to reside in the fishing village for an extended period, Yang Fan was determined not to shortchange himself. The living conditions of his house needed to be arranged meticulously, and he certainly could not skimp on the necessary appliances, ensuring his future comfort and ease. In fact, Yang Fan even contemplated hiring a renovation team to redesign his home. However, that seemed somewhat troublesome, requiring careful planning and a suitable time. Upon arriving at the appliance market, Yang Fan made an extensive purchase. With a fortune of $1 million in hand, he was not hesitant to spend. He chose the best and most renowned brands for televisions, refrigerators, computers, washing machines, and the like, as he was more than capable of affording it. Ultimately, after a shopping spree, Yang Fan had spent over $100,000 in total. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever spent such a substantial amount at once, giving off a bit of a nouveau riche vibe. Additionally, while purchasing appliances, Yang Fan generously added a few hundred yuan to the delivery fee for the store owners to ensure that his purchases would be delivered to the Jing village the following day. Therefore, he would not have to worry about how to transport these items back himself. Once he completed his shopping, Yang Fan casually grabbed a meal at a modest eatery before returning to the dock to sail back to the village. After more than an hour of sailing, Yang Fan arrived at the small dock of the Jing village. It was now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and some fishermen who had set out early in the morning were returning with their catches, resulting in a considerable number of boats docked. Just as Yang Fan was about to find a suitable spot to anchor his boat, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. "Fanzi, back from fishing?" Yang Fan turned around to see Yang Hongtao, who had apparently just returned from the sea as well. On Yang Hongtao's boat was a dark-skinned, lean young boy, likely a local youth. Yang Fan felt he looked somewhat familiar, but could not quite place him. "I finished fishing early and just returned from the city," Yang Hongtao said as he maneuvered his boat closer. "Huh, Fanzi, you went to the city again. What for?" Yang Hongtao asked curiously while docking his boat. "I went to buy a few appliances. The old ones at home were no longer usable after so many years," Yang Fan casually replied, choosing not to mention the yellow croakers. If the news of his good fortune were to escape from Yang Hongtao's lips, he would likely become famous across several villages in no time. "Wow, you struck it rich yesterday and went on a shopping spree today, huh?" "Nouveau riche," Yang Hongtao jested, laughing. "Shut it. Did you forget what I told you yesterday?" Yang Fan shot him a glare. This guy had clearly been informed to keep things low-key, yet he was blabbing about his newfound wealth in front of others. My bad." Yang Hongtao realized his mistake upon receiving Yang Fan's glare, noting the presence of others nearby. "Enough about that. How was your catch today, Taozi?" Yang Fan swiftly redirected the conversation. It was decent. I caught 2 over a kilogram of red grouper and about a dozen blue crabs and flower crabs. Altogether, it should fetch over 1,000. Yang Hongtao's face lit up with pride as he spoke of his haul. His reputation as a skilled fisherman among the new generation in the village was well-deserved, as he consistently brought back the most catches. "That does sound impressive." Observing Yang Hongtao's smug demeanor, Yang Fan rolled his eyes, barely restraining himself from dampening his spirits. Otherwise, if he were to reveal that he had caught 8 yellow croakers, Yang Hongtao would likely be left dumbfounded. As they chatted, both boats were successfully docked. The 3 of them disembarked and made their way to the shore. I could see that moment. Yang Fan keenly noticed the young boy who had accompanied Yang Hongtao, glancing at him a few times with a peculiar expression. This piqued Yang Fan's curiosity, as he wondered who this familiar-looking boy was and why he was sneaking glances at him in such an odd manner. However, he chose not to inquire at that moment, and simply said goodbye to Yang Hongtao before heading home, as their houses were situated at opposite ends of the village. Upon returning home, Yang Fan went upstairs for an afternoon nap, having been rudely awakened by the village roosters that morning that he found himself quite sleepy now. He ended up sleeping until sunset, waking up just as darkness began to descend. Habitually, he picked up his phone to check the time and discovered it was already 6:30 in the evening. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled, protesting its emptiness. Yang Fan chuckled to himself, contemplating what to eat when he heard someone calling him from downstairs. Fanzi, come down for dinner. My mom made a feast. Come eat at my house." Yang Fan peered out onto the balcony, and, sure enough, it was Yang Hongtao. "All right, I'll be down shortly," Yang Fan replied with a smile, quickly washing his face in the bathroom before heading downstairs as soon as he reached the ground floor. Yang Hongtao asked curiously, "By the way, Fanzi, have you seen Huang since you came back? I just saw him at the village entrance chasing a bunch of female dogs. What's going on? I thought he was on his last legs. How was he suddenly so lively? Cough, cough. That dog is chasing female dogs?" Yang Fan felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "Yeah, that fellow is quite energetic and bold. All right, let's not dwell on that." Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. No wonder he hadn't seen Huang all day. It turned out he was preoccupied with the village's female dogs. Such a lecher. As they spoke, the two made their way to Yang Hongtao's house. Halfway there, Yang Fan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Taozi, who was that young boy on your boat today? He looked familiar, but I couldn't quite place him." He recalled the strange way the boy had been looking at him. "Oh, Fanzi, you didn't recognize him?" "That is Xiao Hai," Yang Hongtao replied. "Xiao Hai. He is Xiao Hai." Upon hearing that name, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Yang Xiao Hai, of course, he recognized 6 years ago. Yang Fan's parents had invested their life savings in purchasing a larger fishing vessel to venture into the deep sea. Such substantial boats inevitably required additional hands, prompting Yang Fan's father to enlist several villagers to assist him. Unfortunately, mere months later, they encountered a violent storm at sea and were lost forever. This unforeseen tempest not only claimed the lives of Yang Fan's parents, but also those of the villagers who had been helping them, including the parents of Yang Xiao Hai. Thus, when Yang Fan learned that the young lad was indeed Yang Xiao Hai, he finally comprehended the peculiar, furtive glances directed at him. Chapter 17. The vision for developing the fishing village wasn't Xiao Hai doing well in school. Why is he out at sea fishing instead of studying at such a young age? After a moment of silence, Yang Fan inquired of Yang Hongtao. "It's all because of that incident." Yang Hongtao sighed as he spoke of Yang Xiao Hai. After he lost his parents, he suffered a tremendous blow and fell into despair, skipping school to play games in internet cafes, and his grades plummeted. After a couple of years, he gave up studying altogether after the high school entrance examination, and his grandfather sent him to the town to learn hairdressing from his uncle. But the boy didn't want to wash or cut hair for others, so he soon returned to the fishing village. Begging me to teach him how to fish, I couldn't refuse him, so I took him out to sea. Honestly, over the years, aside from you, Fanzi, Xiao Hai was the most academically gifted in our village, if it weren't for that unfortunate incident. He might have become another college student from our village," Yang Hongtao lamented, shaking his head as he expressed his regret for Yang Xiao Hai. Yet, such is the life of the fisherman. Storms can strike unexpectedly, and those who toil at sea may vanish without a trace, leaving no one to seek justice. Listening to Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan felt a weight in his heart. In truth, he had always harbored a twinge of guilt towards Yang Xiao Hai and the other children of the victims. After all, their parents had perished while assisting his own. Now, hearing that Yang Xiao Hai had abandoned his studies and was living poorly because of that tragedy only deepened Yang Fan's discomfort. "Fanzi, don't blame yourself. Xiao Hai's fate is his own. It has nothing to do with you. You can't hold your parents accountable for what happened, nor can you blame yourself." Sensing Yang Fan's silence, Yang Hongtao quickly offered comforting words. "I'm fine," Yang Fan shrugged. Managing a wry smile, he understood that blame was misplaced, yet such matters often left one with an unsettling sense of unease. "All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. We're almost at my house. My mom has prepared a splendid feast for you since she heard you were back. Even I, her own son, haven't experienced such treatment." This somber topic prompted Yang Hongtao to swiftly change the subject with a smile. "Haha, I still cherish Aunt Zhang's cooking," Yang Fan replied, chuckling at the mention as a child. He shared a close bond with Yang Hongtao and frequently dined at his home. Thus he held fond memories of Aunt Zhang's culinary prowess. As they conversed, the two arrived at a 2-story house, Yang Hongtao's home. "Mom, Dad, I brought Fanzi over. Is dinner ready?" Before even crossing the threshold, Yang Hongtao called out. Soon, a middle-aged couple emerged. Yang Hongtao's parents, "Little Fan is here," exclaimed Zhang Shulian, Yang Hongtao's mother. "I was so delighted to hear from Taozi that you were back." With warmth radiating from her demeanor, she warmly grasped Yang Fan's hand. given Yang Fan's good academic performance and cheerful nature during his childhood. He had always been regarded as the exemplary child in the village. Yang Hongtao's parents often cited him to chastise their own son. Additionally, because Yang Fan frequently visited their home, they treated him as though he were their own son. Upon learning of Yang Fan's return, the couple had insisted that their son invite him for dinner. "Aunt Zhang, it has been years, yet you still look as youthful as ever." Yang Fan greeted Zhang Xiulian with a smile. "Look at how articulate little Fan is, unlike this clumsy fellow, who is always so reckless." Zhang Xiulian laughed, playfully chiding her son. This prompted Yang Hongtao to express his exasperation. "Damn it, Fanzi, you always make me the target of my parents' scolding." Yang Fan then exchanged greetings with Yang Hongtao's father, Yang Daming, and they all entered the house. As Yang Hongtao had mentioned, his parents had prepared a lavish spread for Yang Fan, a table brimming with homegrown vegetables. Freshly caught grouper and various game from the mountains at it was a feast worthy of both mountain and sea, and one that would cost a significant sum in a city restaurant, as they dined and conversed. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. The sumptuous dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, with everyone thoroughly enjoying the gathering. After the meal, Yang Fan expressed his gratitude for the hospitality extended by Yang Hongtao's parents before taking his leave. Of course, he was not returning alone. The village lacked streetlights, making visibility poor at night, so Yang Hongtao's parents called him out to escort Yang Fan home with a flashlight. This left Yang Hongtao feeling rather disgruntled. "Who is your real son here?" Walking along the pitch-black path of the fishing village, Yang Fan was inexplicably reflective. The impoverished and insular nature of his hometown weighed heavily on him. He had visited rural areas in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, where development was thriving, rivaling even urban areas. But Dying Village, it had no streetlights, and once night fell, it was enveloped in an oppressive darkness devoid of life. The most critical issue was Dying Village's unique geography. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with roads to the city being treacherous mountain paths, it was an inconvenient situation. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. Without proper access, Dying Village had no opportunity for development, leading to its persistent backwardness. Contemplating this, a sudden idea struck Yang Fan. Perhaps he could leverage his abilities to develop the fishing village. After all, he had grown up in Dying Village and held deep affection for this simple, unspoiled community. Now that he possessed the capacity to effect change, why not seize the opportunity? Moreover, with the Dragon Pearl in his possession, he intended to reside in the fishing village long-term, and its development would undoubtedly benefit him greatly. Of course, this notion seemed somewhat premature at the moment. Yang Fan had yet to establish himself. His foremost task was to strengthen himself, gaining the ability to uplift the villagers and collectively enhance their community. As for his future development plans, Yang Fan had begun to formulate some ideas. His initial plan was to start by fishing in the near sea. For instance, he could catch large yellow croakers or exquisite lobsters, earning some extra income. Once he amassed enough funds, he would purchase a larger vessel capable of venturing into deeper waters. He was confident that with his capabilities in the water, he would return from every outing with a bountiful catch. Once his earnings increased, he could invest in an even larger ocean-going fishing vessel, enabling him to pursue premium catches like bluefin tuna in the open seas. He even entertained the notion of acquiring a salvage ship to seek out sunken treasures beneath the waves, or perhaps venture into the waters off Somalia in search of legendary pirate treasure. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Fanzi, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind that you're grinning to yourself? Yang Hongtao observed Yang Fan's inexplicable smile with curiosity. Nothing much. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, he asked Yang Hongtao, "By the way, do you have any nets that can be submerged to a depth of 50 or 60 meters? Of course, are you planning to set some nets? When do you need them?" Yang Hongtao replied. "Tomorrow morning," Yang Fan stated. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, and to avert the possibility of that school of large yellow croaker being inadvertently captured by others, he resolved to rise early with tears in his eyes the following morning to cast his net and secure the entire group. "All right then, you may take my new boat tomorrow. It is equipped with a net lifting machine. For otherwise, you would struggle to haul the sinking net alone. That aren't you using the new boat? Tomorrow, I'm going to retrieve crab traps, which do not require a net lifting machine, so the old boat will suffice. Very well, thank you. Yang Fan playfully patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder with a smile. Damn, a brother saying such formalities. Yang Hongtao waved his hand and chuckled in mock reproach. Chapter 18. Another capture of 28 wild yellow croaker. The night passed without incident. At 5:30 the next morning, before the sun had risen, Yang Fan sprang from his bed. That school of large yellow croaker was worth millions. He could hardly afford to squander sleep over it. After a swift morning routine, he made his way to the dock and located Yang Hongtao's new vessel. On board, he found a 100-meter-long sinking net. This net, weighted down with heavy lead weights, could plunge to depths of several dozen meters. And Yang Hongtao had prepared it because the large yellow croaker typically inhabits waters around 50 to 60 miles deep. With the engine ignited, he set sail. After more than an hour of navigation, he finally arrived at the maritime area where he had spotted the yellow croaker the previous day. By now, dawn had broken, and a resplendent sun slowly ascended from the horizon, casting a golden shimmer upon the waters, a truly magnificent sight. Seizing the moment, he admired the beauty of the sunrise over the sea, then continued to navigate leisurely while using his keen gaze to search for the silhouettes of the yellow croaker. This oceanic expanse was far richer in resources compared to the coastal waters. As soon as Yang Fan peered into the water, he beheld a multitude of fishes, each varying in shape and hue, swimming freely in schools. There were devil rays, wolf fish, mullet, grouper, octopus, sea carp, eels, golden pomfret, and even small white sharks. However, he still could not spot any yellow croaker. What the heck? Have they fled? After searching for over 10 minutes without sighting the yellow croaker, Yang Fan began to feel anxious. If they had indeed escaped or been caught by someone else, it would be a devastating loss. He had no choice but to widen his search. Finally, after approximately half an hour, he discovered the telltale signs of that school of yellow croaker in a new marine area. Damn, they swam quite a distance. Upon finally spotting the yellow croaker, a grin spread across Yang Fan's face. He then maneuvered the boat to find an optimal angle for casting the net and proceeded to let it fall. As the lead weights descended, the 100-meter fishing net spread out expansively, quickly plunging in front of the merrily swimming yellow croaker. If they continued on their current trajectory, they would surely be ensnared. Alas, achieving a complete catch proved to be unrealistic. In a flurry, some of the more astute yellow croaker sensed the impending danger and swiftly darted in different directions just before colliding with the net, thereby evading capture. Yet, a few of the yellow croaker remained blissfully unaware, continuing their joyful swim straight into the net. It was only when they felt the net constraining them that they began to struggle violently to escape. However, it was too late. The more they thrashed, the tighter the net ensnared them. Thus, Yang Fan successfully captured approximately 10 yellow croaker of varying sizes in a single cast. This number accounted for about a quarter of the entire school. On board, upon witnessing the catch, Yang Fan excitedly pumped his fist and began to use the net lifting machine to retrieve the net. In no time, the fishing net was entirely drawn up. Yang Fan hastily unhooked the 10 golden yellow croaker and swiftly placed them into a large foam box, covering them with ice to keep them fresh. Why not use a cooler directly? Quite simply, there were too many and too large fish for the cooler to accommodate. Anticipating this, Yang Fan had prepared 2 large foam boxes before heading out to sea, filling one with ample ice. In truth, if he were catching ordinary fish, Yang Fan would not go to such lengths. However, these were yellow croaker, worth a considerable fortune, necessitating special treatment to ensure they were preserved immediately, lest they spoil and result in a significant loss. Having caught only a quarter of the yellow croaker school, Yang Fan was certainly not satisfied. After organizing the net, he awaited the opportune moment to cast a second net. In the second cast, he captured another 10 yellow croaker. Following that, he cast a third net, but due to the diminishing numbers and the fish being spooked, he only managed to catch 5. He then cast a fourth net, resulting in a meager haul of 3 yellow croaker. Finally, Yang Fan cast a fifth net, but unfortunately, it yielded no results. Originally, a school of 40 to 50 yellow croaker had been reduced to about 10 remaining. Seeing that the fifth net had come up empty and that the yellow croaker had been thoroughly frightened, Yang Fan ultimately decided to let them be. This time, he truly intended to spare them, rather than merely postponing the capture for another day. After all, one must not overfish. Given the current scarcity of wild yellow croaker, the existence of such a significant school was indeed a rare occurrence. With a total of 36 yellow croaker caught over the course of 2 days, he felt it was sufficient. He resolved to leave the remaining 10 to continue their breeding and hoped they would grow strong enough to survive. Looking forward to witnessing them flourish into a more substantial school in the following year, to be honest, he initially felt a pang of regret at the thought of releasing these few yellow croaker. For they were worth a fortune, yet he ultimately stood firm in his decision. This was not due to any altruistic sentiment or disdain for wealth. Rather, after acquiring the Dragon Pearl, Yang Fan felt akin to a child of the sea, with the ocean being a beautiful home he needed to protect. Therefore, he believed in harvesting the ocean's resources with moderation, avoiding excessive exploitation, and not sacrificing the future for immediate gain. So, he decided to let these few yellow croaker go. With a smile, satisfied with his decision, Yang Fan began to gather the fishing net, igniting the engine to prepare for his return journey. Of course, before heading back, he took a few photographs of the 28 yellow croaker and sent them to Shun Fei. Boss Shun, I've caught a few more yellow croaker. Would you like some? Chapter 19. Selling fish for over 3 million. Meanwhile, at the Shun family seafood restaurant in the city, in the owner's office on the 5th floor, Shun Fei sat on the sofa, in high spirits as she poured herself a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. After receiving the 8 wild yellow croakers yesterday, she immediately spread the word. It is well known that wild yellow croakers are exceedingly rare these days. And those 8, caught by Yang Fan, were not only sizable but also of exceptional quality. Truly the CR de la CR. Consequently, it was not long before news of this reached many affluent patrons who relish exquisite seafood, prompting them to call the Shun family seafood restaurant to make reservations. Among these patrons were numerous influential figures from the business and governmental circles of Beihai. These individuals were unconcerned about the exorbitant price of wild yellow croakers. For them, the more expensive and rare the ingredient, the more it appealed to their affluent social circle. Thus, the 8 premium wild yellow croakers were devoured overnight. This success catapulted the Shun family seafood restaurant into the limelight of Beihai's high-end seafood market, garnering it considerable favor from wealthy clientele. Naturally, this brought great joy to Shun Fei, alleviating some of the pressure she had been feeling. Nevertheless, despite her elation, she realized the urgency of establishing a reliable supply chain for high-end seafood. If the restaurant were to run out of exquisite offerings for an extended period, those wealthy patrons would likely cease their patronage. Reflecting on this, Shun Fei suddenly thought of Yang Fan during the transaction of those 8 wild yellow croakers. Hadn't he mentioned that he might contact her again today? To be honest, she harbored some doubts. Could this dashing and sunny young fisherman truly catch more premium seafood? Where did he derive his confidence from? Just then, Shun Fei's WeChat notification chimed. Picking up her phone, she was astonished to find a message from Yang Fan. That he really did it? Shun Fei's brows arched in surprise, a mix of disbelief and anticipation washing over her. She promptly opened the message. My heavens! So many wild yellow croakers. After viewing the photos Yang Fan sent, Shun Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. In 2 large phone boxes, the wild yellow croakers were neatly arranged. A quick glance revealed there were easily 20 or 30 of them. The most crucial detail was that each of these wild yellow croakers weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. Truly top-tier specimens. Could it be that he stumbled upon a school of yellow croakers? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Shun Fei quickly deduced that Yang Fan must have discovered a school of yellow croakers. Otherwise, he could not possibly have caught so many. No wonder he was so confident yesterday, claiming he would reach out to her today. He must have known where to find a school of yellow croakers. Shun Fei blinked, contemplating how fortunate Yang Fan was to have located a school of wild yellow croakers. At sea, after sending the message, Yang Fan estimated that it wouldn't be long before Shun Fei would contact him. Indeed, within a minute, his prediction came to fruition. Shun Fei quickly initiated a video call. Yang Fan smiled and accepted the call. Yang Fan, you are truly amazing. How did you manage to catch so many wild yellow croakers again? As soon as the video connected, Shen Yifei's radiant face appeared on the screen. Her excitement palpable as she gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. Hee hee, I was fortunate enough to encounter a school of yellow croakers, Yang Fan modestly replied with a smile. Indeed, you have discovered a school of yellow croakers. To be honest, your luck is unparalleled. Other fishermen would be overjoyed to catch even one or two, yet you found an entire school. Shen Yifei remarked with great admiration. Haha, it's nothing special, Yang Fan chuckled. Shrugging, all right, enough chit-chat. Yang Fan, please show me those yellow croakers you caught. Sure thing. Yang Fan then pointed his camera toward the foam boxes filled with wild yellow croakers. Upon seeing them, Shen Yifei was undoubtedly satisfied and urged Yang Fan to rush to the dock for the transaction. Just as they had done the previous day, the next steps were straightforward. Yang Fan, carrying 28 premium wild yellow croakers, arrived at the dock, where Shen Yifei had once again arrived early to await his arrival. After their meeting, Yang Fan climbed into Shen Yifei's Bentley business car. Inside, Shen Yifei weighed the 28 yellow croakers using an electronic scale, offering Yang Fan the same purchase price as the day before. Ultimately, Yang Fan sold these 28 wild yellow croakers for an astounding 3,030,000. One cannot help but marvel at the astonishing speed at which he was amassing wealth. Having returned to the fishing village for merely 2 days, his bank balance had already soared to over 4 million. It was utterly astonishing. Yet there was no need for explanations. A life of extraordinary fortune requires none. With the Dragon Ball and his remarkable underwater abilities, Yang Fan found it exceedingly easy to generate income. Chapter 20. Selling for 8 billion or so. After pocketing over 3 million, Yang Fan set sail back to the fishing village. Upon returning home, he received a phone call from a merchant at the electronics plaza, informing him that the appliances he had purchased the previous day were ready for delivery. Therefore, he decided not to venture out to sea that afternoon. Instead, he spent the entire afternoon at home, assisting the installation technician in setting up his newly acquired appliances. Once everything was installed, he made a trip to the town's telecommunications office to arrange for broadband internet at his home, thereby resolving his internet connectivity issues. Thus, Yang Fan's seaside villa was now well equipped. With all the necessary appliances in place and internet access established, it was safe to say that his living conditions far surpassed those of the single apartment he had rented in the bustling metropolis. I have a seaside villa, facing the ocean, where spring blooms eternal. After completing his tasks, Yang Fan gazed at the freshly organized 3-story villa, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. However, as he smiled, a thought suddenly struck him, causing his grin to fade. While his 3-story villa was now in order, the vast courtyard surrounding it was still overgrown with weeds. He realized that he couldn't neglect it. The yard needed to be tidied up as well. With this in mind, Yang Fan shook his head with a wry smile, then retrieved a shovel from the storage room and set to work weeding the yard. After more than an hour of labor, Yang Fan finally cleared the large courtyard that accompanied his villa, ruthlessly eradicated the towering weeds that had once taken over. With the weeds removed, the entire yard appeared rather barren. This was not particularly pleasing to the eye, so Yang Fan planned to find some time in the future to acquire beautiful flowers and plants to cultivate in the yard, aspiring to transform it into a vibrant garden that would truly embody the essence of spring blooms eternal. However, there was no rush. He decided to take his time with it. After completing his chores inside and out, it was already evening. Yang Fan washed his hands and leisurely stepped outside to stroll through the village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, rays of twilight cascaded down, bestowing a new layer of beauty upon the pristine and simple seaside fishing village. The fishing village was quite lively in the evening. The aroma of cooking wafted from every household as wisps of smoke spiraled into the air. Fishermen returning from the sea gradually arrived back at the dock, their boats of various sizes making their way home. While the village children, having finished school, began to frolic and play as he walked, numerous familiar villagers greeted Yang Fan warmly, to which he responded with polite smiles, strolling to the edge of the village. He heard a few barks. Following the sound, he spotted a robust yellow dog engaged in some inappropriate antics with a small white female dog amidst a patch of weeds at the village entrance. The exuberant yellow dog was none other than Yang Fan's own Huang. Ever since Yang Fan had fed him the golden drops, he had become lively and spirited, yet it had been 2 days since he last showed his face. Now it was evident that he had been busy pursuing a romantic escapade with the village's female dogs. What a rascal! De Huang, you lecherous beast! Witnessing De Huang engaging in such activities was truly a source of both amusement and exasperation for Yang Fan. This dog had become utterly shameless, having mated with female dogs for 2 consecutive days. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, however, the blame could not solely rest upon De Huang's lascivious nature. The potency of the golden drops refined from the Dragon Ball was simply overwhelming. After being fed a few drops, De Huang not only grew stronger and more vigorous, but also found himself brimming with an explosive energy that demanded release. In simpler terms, De Huang's recent behavior mirrored that of a glutton who, after indulging excessively, must seek out the local female dogs to alleviate the overwhelming primal force within him. Thus, for the past couple of days, De Huang had been relentlessly engaged in a fervent mating spree with the village's female dogs. After a whirlwind of activity, he had essentially exhausted every female dog in the vicinity. Truly a force to be reckoned with. Never mind him. Let De Huang continue his revelry, observing De Huang lost in his pursuits. Yang Fan found it too embarrassing to watch and quickly averted his gaze. Fearing that lingering too long might lead to some unfortunate consequence, he strolled down to the dock, where by chance he encountered Yang Hongtao. At that moment, Yang Hongtao had just returned from a fishing expedition and was aboard his boat with Yang Shaohai, tending to the fishing nets. The fishing prodigy has returned, Yang Fan exclaimed as he approached with a smile. Yang Hongtao, who had been focused on the nets, instinctively looked up upon hearing the voice and immediately grinned. "Ha ha! Fanzi, is that you? What brings you here? I was out for a walk and happened to pass by." "How was your catch today?" Yang Fan asked, glancing at Yang Shaohai, who seemed slightly uncomfortable upon seeing him. "Luck was on our side today. It was a bountiful haul. I managed to catch quite a few valuable fish, likely over 1,000. Yang Hongtao boasted, clearly pleased with his success. Given the impressive array of fish he had caught, he certainly had the right to brag. "Good for you. Earning over 1,000 is no small feat." Yang Fan chuckled in response. "Oh, it's just average," Yang Hongtao replied modestly, before shifting the conversation back to Yang Fan. "So, Fanzi, did you manage to catch any fish today?" "I caught around 20 or so." Yang Fan replied with a smile. "20. That is not too shabby. Did you catch any valuable ones like grouper?" Yang Hongtao inquired further. "Unfortunately, no grouper," Yang Fan admitted. "And oh, grouper? Then did you sell the fish?" "I did." "How much did you get for them?" "Not much, just a few hundred." "All right then, keep up the good work, Fanzi. One day, you'll be earning over 1,000 a day like me." Yang Hongtao laughed, reveling in his own success. It was clear that Yang Fan's catch must have been of little value, especially since there were no grouper involved. Yang Fan, upon hearing Yang Hongtao's boastful words, merely smiled and refrained from challenging him. After all, if he were to reveal that he had made 3 million from selling sea bass that day, it would certainly leave Yang Hongtao speechless. By the way, Fanzi, how about joining me for fishing starting tomorrow? I can share some of my fishing techniques with you. It's no different for me to take Shaohai along. "You might as well come too," Yang Hongtao suggested earnestly, having thought it over. His intentions were genuinely kind, believing that Yang Fan lacked fishing experience and could benefit from his guidance. However, unbeknownst to Yang Hongtao, Yang Fan did not require any assistance. After considering the proposal, Yang Fan decided not to decline. "All right, I'll join you tomorrow for fishing," he agreed with a smile. After chatting with Yang Hongtao for a bit, Yang Fan felt his stroll had come to an end and headed home. By the time he arrived, it was already past 7, and mealtime had arrived. He quickly prepared a bowl of instant noodles to suffice as dinner. Initially, Yang Hongtao had wanted to invite Yang Fan over for dinner, but Yang Fan, who despises inconveniencing others, declined his kind offer. Having lived alone for several years, Yang Fan had taken to cooking for himself. Learning culinary skills from various food vloggers on Bilibili, his cooking had significantly improved. Just the day before, while purchasing electrical appliances, he had also acquired kitchen utensils, ensuring that he was fully equipped to cook at home. Once he stockpiled essentials like rice, oil, and spices from the supermarket and filled his fridge with ingredients, he would be able to sustain himself with home-cooked meals daily. After finishing his instant noodles, Yang Fan took a shower and retreated to his room to play on his phone that he intended to play a couple of rounds of a game to pass the time when suddenly a new message pinged on his WeChat. Upon opening it, he discovered that someone from his university class group was tagging him. Lu Weiqi. By the way, our Magic City squad hasn't gathered in nearly half a year. How about we have a meal together this weekend? Zhang Jiping. I second that. Those available this weekend, raise your hands. Chen Long, raise his hand. Emoji. Qian Jiajia, raise his hand. Jiang Xiao, raise his hand. Shun Qian, raise his hand. Lu Weiqi. There are probably many who haven't seen the message yet, so I'll tag a few. Yang Fan, Lu Yinyan, Zhang Exan. After reading the group messages, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed the Magic City squad was organizing a gathering. After graduation, those who remained in the Magic City often met up every so often, so it was nothing new. However, the awkward part was that he was no longer in the Magic City. Yang Fan chuckled to himself and typed a response in the group. Yang Fan, you all gather without me. I'm no longer in the Magic City. Lu Weiqi. Old Yang, you're not in the Magic City anymore? Where are you? Yang Fan. I've returned to my hometown fishing village. Lu Weiqi. What has taken you back home? Yang Fan. Just back home to be a fisherman. Lu Weiqi. No way. Are you serious? Are you just messing with me? Yang Fan. Why would I lie? I just resigned 2 days ago and went back home. That NY 3-story seaside villa is all set up. Life in the fishing village is quite leisurely. I can see the ocean every time I open the window. After sending the message, Yang Fan included a few pictures, scenic views from his recent days in the fishing village, along with images of his 3-story villa. As soon as he sent these messages, the group chat erupted with excitement. Lu Weiqi. What? Old Yang, are you serious? Did you really resign and return to the fishing village to become a fisherman? Zhang Jiping. No way. Are you joking? You quit your job at the Bank of Industry and Commerce to fish? Shun Qian. Really? Yang Fan, what happened? Did you suffer some emotional setback? Qian Jiajia. Yang Fan. You really went back to the fishing village to fish? Confused emoji. Chen Long. I can't believe it. Yang Fan, you must be kidding that you're just taking a vacation back home for a few days. Right? Seeing the astonishment of his classmates at his claim of resigning to fish in the village, Yang Fan felt somewhat at a loss for words. After all, he had landed a position at one of the 4 major state-owned banks during the campus recruitment in his junior year. A remarkable achievement even for graduates from prestigious universities like the Magic City Finance University. Thus, his job was a source of envy among many of his peers. Yet now he was claiming to have quit that job to return to the fishing village. If true, it was utterly irrational. Not knowing how to explain himself, Yang Fan simply shrugged. He couldn't very well disclose that he had acquired a Dragon Ball and gained extraordinary abilities in the water, earning millions from fishing in just 2 days. After some contemplation, Yang Fan could only offer a perfunctory explanation. Yang Fan. All right, dear classmates, please refrain from guessing that I haven't suffered any emotional trauma, and I have indeed resigned from my job to return to my hometown fishing village. The reason for this decision is simply that I wish to enjoy a leisurely life back home. Now, I shall go diving. You may continue your discussions. With that, Yang Fan exited the group chat to dive into the depths of silence. For the more they conversed, the less he knew how to explain his choice. However, being submerged in the group chat did not equate to tranquility. In the time that followed, his WeChat buzzed incessantly. Numerous concerned classmates sent him private messages, inquiring why he had chosen to resign and return to the fishing village. They wondered if he was facing any difficulties, assuring him that if he truly was, he could confide in them, and they would assist him to the best of their abilities. Even his university advisor reached out. After all, in the eyes of the advisor, Yang Fan was a remarkably talented and ambitious student. Why would he abandon a prestigious job at one of the big 4 banks to return to a life of fishing? Did he perhaps harbor some existential disillusionment? Thus, upon seeing the group messages, the advisor promptly sent a message, hoping to counsel and enlighten Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan felt somewhat helpless. The concern from his teachers and classmates warmed his heart, yet left him in a state of bemusement. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to patiently respond to each inquiry, assuring them that he was indeed fine and they need not worry. After all, their messages stemmed from genuine concern, and he certainly could not ignore them. Finally, after over an hour of responding to messages, his hand grew weary. Yang Fan shook his somewhat fatigued arms and let out a long sigh. He had been diligently replying to each concerned classmate and teacher, clarifying that he had not encountered any troubles or setbacks. He simply wished to live in the fishing village, although many of his classmates and teachers still struggled to comprehend his choice. At least they no longer harbored blind worries. Yang Fan had achieved his objective. As the clock approached 11, he decided against playing games and opted for sleep instead, for he needed to rise early to set out to sea the next day. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 10 and thought it best to put down his phone and head to bed. Ding! Just then, his phone chimed once more. Ugh, who could it be now? When will this end? Yang Fan chuckled ruefully as he opened WeChat to see who had messaged him. Upon noticing the sender, he was taken aback. Oh, why is she messaging me? Chapter 22. The influential beauty classmate with millions of fans, Qin Yushua. Yang Fan. I just saw that you've left Shanghai to live in your hometown fishing village. How carefree of you. I admire your approach to life. Truly commendable. Also, the scenery of the fishing boats back in your hometown is simply breathtaking. Seeing that the message was from Qin Yushua left Yang Fan genuinely surprised. His interactions with her had been minimal, as they had hardly spoken during their university days. Thus, he had not anticipated her reaching out to him. Speaking of Qin Yushua, she left a profound impression on Yang Fan. The reason was simple. She was exceptionally talented. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, acknowledged by all male classmates as a formidable contender for the title of class flower, but she also possessed a lively and cheerful personality, making her very well liked. However, that was not the key point. What truly captivated Yang Fan and all their classmates about Qin Yushua was that she had risen to fame as a prominent internet influencer during their time at university. Indeed, Qin Yushua had become a major internet sensation. When the self-media and short video industry was just emerging, she began creating videos. Initially, she focused on food videos, traversing Shanghai's renowned campuses to discover delectable culinary gems. With her beauty, sweet voice, and graceful demeanor, coupled with the high quality of her videos, she gradually gained popularity. Within just a few months, she had amassed tens of thousands of followers. At the outset, Qin Yushua had merely viewed video creation as a pastime, updating her content at a leisurely pace. However, as her follower count grew, she gradually began to treat it as a serious endeavor. Consequently, she devoted more effort to her videos and increased the frequency of her updates, leading to a natural surge in her follower base. By the time she reached her senior year, Qin Yushua had become a major influencer with over 1 million followers across the internet. After graduation, she officially transitioned into a full-time content creator, focusing on videos that showcased her travels around the world and introduced local delicacies. As her video content became richer, more engaging, and increasingly sophisticated, her follower count skyrocketed. Today, Qin Yushua boasts over 10 million followers online, with more than 3 million on Bilibili alone. She is undeniably a bona fide internet sensation. Thus, when Yang Fan received a message from this beauty classmate who had become a major influencer, he felt a sense of astonishment. After some thought, Yang Fan replied to Qin Yushua with a teasing tone. Oh, the great influencer Qin has deigned to message me. I am quite flattered. Haven't you gone abroad to film videos? Meanwhile, in a luxurious duplex overlooking the river in Shanghai, Qin Yushua had just finished her shower, her hair still damp. Dressed in a bathrobe, she sat gracefully on a plush sofa, her long, fair legs crossed, holding an iPad as she watched videos. That on the screen was a popular title flat video created by a renowned content creator. Recently, title flat videos had gone viral across the internet, and Qin Yushua, being curious, had taken to watching them to understand what made them so captivating to viewers. As she continued to watch, Qin Yushua found herself drawn into the allure of the title flat videos. She discovered them to be incredibly entertaining. Particularly thrilling were the moments when the content creators retrieved their fishing lines or crab traps, akin to opening treasure chests, never knowing what the next catch might yield. Moreover, many city dwellers yearned for rural life and the sea, making the popularity of tidal flat fishing videos a natural phenomenon. Deeply fascinated by the charm of these videos, Qin Yushua began to ponder whether she should collaborate with a tidal flat expert to create a couple of episodes. It seemed like it would be an exhilarating experience, allowing her to personally partake in the joy of tidal flat fishing while also providing excellent video material. Perhaps she could even attract fans who enjoyed tidal flat videos to follow her. It was a win-win situation. Thus, Qin Yuxue resolved to seek out a tidal flat expert for collaboration. However, before she could decide which influencer to contact, she unexpectedly discovered in the university group chat that her classmate Yang Fan had given up a prestigious job at one of the big four banks to return to his hometown fishing village. Qin Yuxue had a favorable impression of Yang Fan. She recalled him as a cheerful and handsome young man. She never anticipated that he would have such a unique personality, abandoning a coveted position to return to a life of fishing. How carefree and audacious. This realization sparked her curiosity. Rather than seeking a tidal flat influencer, she thought it would be far more intriguing to join her old classmate in fishing adventures. Moreover, upon viewing the picturesque photographs of the fishing village shared by Yang Fan, Qin Yuxue's conviction in her decision became even more resolute. The beauty of Yang Fan's hometown fishing village was simply breathtaking. Nestled between mountains and water, it boasted an exquisite landscape, while retaining the authentic and unique charm of traditional fishing communities. Thus, Qin Yuxue made an immediate decision. She felt compelled to ask Yang Fan if he could accompany her to experience the thrill of fishing at sea, while also capturing a couple of video episodes in his stunning hometown. Just then, her phone chimed. Suspecting it was a message from Yang Fan, she promptly set aside her iPad to grab her phone. Yes, she had anticipated. It was indeed him. Yang Fan. Oh, Qin, the internet celebrity. Send me a message. I'm quite flattered. Haven't you been abroad filming videos? Chapter 23. Yang Hongtao, the overzealous mentor. Upon receiving Yang Fan's message, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but smile, quickly responding with her own message. Qin Yuxue, hee, I just returned from abroad a few days ago that I was utterly astonished by your heroic act, resigning from one of the four major banks to return to your hometown fishing village as a fisherman. I must say, Yang Fan, you're truly remarkable and effortlessly charming. Yang Fan. It's nothing too grand. I was simply tired of city life and yearned for a taste of the leisurely existence in a coastal fishing village. Qin Yuxue. Impressive. Such a free spirit. Now, dear old classmate, I have a small favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to assist me? Yang Fan. Oh, the internet celebrity needs my help? Just say the word. And don't worry about it being a bother between old friends. Qin Yuxue. Well, it's not much. Really, I've recently developed a fascination with tidal fishing videos and am particularly interested in experiencing it firsthand. Initially, I intended to find a tidal fishing content creator to show me the ropes, but then I fortuitously discovered that you had resigned to fish in your hometown, which I found quite serendipitous. May I ask if you would be amenable to taking me along to experience tidal fishing? With an eager expression emoji, Yang Fan. Are you truly suggesting you want to join me for tidal fishing? Internet celebrity, are you serious? Qin Yuxue. Of course, I'm serious. If you're willing to host me, I'll book my flight immediately. With a cute emoji. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon realizing that Qin Yushue's reason for reaching out was to join him for tidal fishing, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This internet celebrity classmate was certainly up to something. However, after a moment's contemplation, he found no reason to refuse her request, since she expressed a desire to experience the life of tidal fishing alongside him. It was only natural for him, as her old classmate, to extend a warm welcome that it was hardly a troublesome endeavor, merely a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, considering that Qin Yuxue was a stunning beauty, often regarded as the belle of the Department of Finance at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, her intention to visit him made it even more difficult for Yang Fan to decline. With a smile, he quickly typed a response to affirm her request. Yang Fan. All right, old classmate, when will you be coming? Just contact me directly when you arrive, and I assure you, you will experience the utmost joy of fishing. Qin Yuxue. Yang Fan, it's a deal. As for the timing, it should be within the next few days. I'll let you know as soon as I arrange my schedule. Yang Fan. Sounds good. See you then. Qin Yuxue. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if you become even more handsome than during our university days? With an eager expression emoji, Yang Fan. Whether I'm handsome or not, I can't be the judge of that. With an innocent eye-rolling emoji, Qin Yuxue. Then it's settled. Yang Fan agreed. After enjoying a pleasant conversation with Qin Yuxue for a while, the clock approached midnight. Yang Fan yawned and set his phone aside to sleep. He had made plans with Yang Hongtao to go fishing together the following morning. So he needed to rise by 5 o'clock, that if he didn't hurry to sleep, he wouldn't get enough rest that a quiet night passed. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Yang Fan was awakened by the alarm he had set in advance. Without hesitation, he rolled out of bed. Thanks to the transformation his body underwent with the essence of Dragon Ball, Yang Fan's stamina and energy had unknowingly surpassed that of ordinary people. Although he had only slept for 5 hours the previous night, he felt no trace of fatigue upon waking. On the contrary, he was brimming with vitality. After a quick wash, Yang Fan made his way to the village dock. Upon arriving at the designated spot, he found Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai already aboard the boat, preparing the fishing gear. "Fan, you're here. I thought you would be too lazy to get up. I was just about to call you," Yang Hongtao greeted with a smile, pausing his work upon seeing Yang Fan. "Come on, we agreed to get up at 5, didn't we? Am I the sort of person to break my word?" Yang Fan replied with a chuckle. "All right, hop on the boat. While it's still dark, we need to find a spot to set the floating net and catch some fresh fish like the green mullet and small white fish to use as bait. This will yield the best results for our fishing," Yang Hongtao said with enthusiasm. Nodding in agreement, Yang Fan stepped onto the boat. Once everyone was aboard, Yang Hongtao ignited the engine and set off for a familiar fishing area. He knew this region well, and before dawn, the waters were teeming with green mullet. Dropping a floating net here often resulted in dozens of catches. However, these green mullet were small and valueless, typically only worth a few coins. Hence their sole purpose was as bait. Arriving at this familiar fishing ground, Yang Hongtao promptly cast a floating net. As the name suggests, a floating net is one that drifts on the surface of the water, ideal for catching shallow water fish that favor upper layers. After setting the net, Yang Hongtao took on the role of a mentor, explaining to Yang Fan, when it comes to our fishing method, the quality of the bait is exceedingly important. That if you use frozen dead fish as bait, the fish in the sea are unlikely to bite, which will lead to poor results. However, if you use freshly caught fish cut into pieces, the effectiveness of our fishing will be significantly better. That's why I always come here before dawn to set a floating net and catch some live green mullet for bait. Got it, Fan? With a proud gleam in his eyes, Yang Hongtao gazed at Yang Fan, as if to say, "My fishing skills are top-notch. Pay attention." To which, Yang Fan playfully gave a thumbs up and replied, I've learned. The fishing expert certainly has his methods. You flatter me." Yang Hongtao beamed, seemingly oblivious to the teasing in Yang Fan's words. Chapter 24. Setting the hooks and competing for the most fish. After casting the net, they would wait for half an hour to give the fish ample time to get caught. During this interval, the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation aboard the boat, ensuring they weren't bored. Although it was three people chatting, it was mainly Yang Hongtao and Yang Fan who were enjoying their conversation, while Yang Xiaohai remained a bit reserved, often responding vaguely to Yang Fan's inquiries, resembling a taciturn figure. However, Yang Fan didn't hold it against him, as it was understandable given that Yang Xiaohai had lost his parents at a young age, resulting in a reclusive and quiet demeanor. As they chatted, time flew by, and after half an hour had elapsed, Yang Hongtao piloted the boat back to the area where they had set the floating net to retrieve it. With a splash, as the net was pulled from the water, they saw several fish caught in it. Although the number was quite decent, consisting mainly of green mullet, small white fish, and mullet, these were not only small, but also very inexpensive, fetching only a few coins at the market, rendering them fit only for bait. Wow, today is looking promising. We've caught quite a few. After pulling up the net, Yang Hongtao took a glance and discovered that at least 40 to 50 fish had been caught, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face. As he had previously mentioned, the bait on the lower hooks was of utmost importance, with these freshly caught live fish now serving as bait. The effectiveness of the lower hooks today was bound to be commendable. Once the net was stowed, the three men proceeded to detach the fish. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao produced a kitchen knife and began to chop the fish into pieces for bait. Once he efficiently completed this task, he set the boat on a course towards a specific direction. After approximately half an hour of sailing, the trio arrived in an unfamiliar sea area, the very zone Yang Hongtao had chosen to place the hooks for the day. This is it. I've deployed hooks here twice in the past 6 months, and there should still be plenty of fish. Today, we shall set our hooks here, he declared. He then handed the helm over to Yang Shaohai, allowing him to steer the vessel while Yang Hongtao prepared to set the hooks. The so-called hook line involves sequentially tying branch lines onto a lengthy main line, followed by affixing hooks and weights to these branches. In essence, it operated on a principle akin to fishing, albeit allowing for multiple hooks to be deployed simultaneously. Today, Yang Hongtao had prepared 3 baskets of hooks. Each basket contained a main line measuring 500 meters, neatly tied with 150 hooks, totaling 450 hooks across all 3 baskets. If 1 fish were caught for every 10 hooks, they could expect around 40 to 50 fish. However, achieving a catch rate of 1 in 10 with hook lines was indeed a formidable challenge. Having deployed hooks for several years, Yang Hongtao's catch rate typically hovered around 5%, meaning 1 fish for every 20 hooks. It sounded discouragingly low, yet if fortune favored them with a few valuable catches, they could still earn a substantial amount, given the current seafood prices, where even a single expensive fish could fetch hundreds or thousands. Thus, fishing for them had become akin to a lottery. As nearshore fishery resources dwindled, it became increasingly improbable for ordinary fishermen to catch a significant quantity of fish from a small boat. They could only hope that each outing would yield valuable catches like large yellow croakers or red groupers, allowing them to earn a modest living. After selecting the location for the hooks, Yang Hongtao began the deployment, emptying 2 baskets in quick succession. Just as he was about to lower the last basket, Yang Fan interjected, "Taozi, hold off on that last basket. Let me choose another spot." Yang Fan smiled at Yang Hongtao. "Oh, Fanzi, you want to turn? Fine, I'll leave this basket to you. Let's see who catches more fish." Yang Hongtao replied with a chuckle. "All right." Yang Fan grinned. He then began to cheat, intently scanning the sea to identify where the fish might be more plentiful. After a while, he realized that this area held few fish, lacking any substantial schools, and was primarily populated by cheaper species such as bullhead and sea wolf fish. Naturally, Yang Fan dismissed these options. Consequently, he instructed Yang Shaohai to steer the boat towards deeper waters while he continued his search for fish with his eyes. Finally, after a considerable time at sea, Yang Fan spotted a promising area beneath the water's surface, teeming with fish. It was a rocky zone, with numerous fish hiding among the various sizes of schools. Moreover, they were all groupers. "Shaohai, steer towards the 9 o'clock direction. There are rocks below, so be cautious not to run aground." Yang Fan called to Yang Shaohai at the helm, who promptly nodded and complied. Once the boat reached the periphery of the rocky area, Yang Fan seized the opportunity to release the last basket of hooks. "Fanzi, why did you have Shaohai bring us all the way out here to deploy hooks?" Yang Hongtao asked, puzzled. After Yang Fan had finished setting the hooks, "I have a strong feeling that this spot will yield plenty of fish, so I decided to set the hooks here." Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Uffed, a feeling, really? This place you chose can't possibly be more fruitful than the spot I just selected. You went to such lengths to come out here. It's a waste of my fuel." Yang Hongtao scoffed. "What, don't you believe in my intuition?" Yang Fan laughed. "Believing you is sheer folly." Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes to haha. Yang Fan merely chuckled in response, uninterested in further debate. After all, he was confident that when the time came to retrieve the hooks, Yang Hongtao's face would likely bear a bruised expression. Chapter 25. A frenzy of fish catches. The wait for the hooks to yield results was considerably longer, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours for a more fruitful catch. Thus, after setting all 3 baskets of hooks, the trio settled down on the boat, patiently biding their time. Wait for such an extended period at sea could prove rather tedious, while the vastness of the ocean appeared magnificent at first glance. Prolonged observation often led to fatigue, as the unchanging expanse of water stretched endlessly before them. However, this was the reality of a fisherman's life. Many who enjoy watching tidal videos often perceive fishing as an exhilarating adventure, akin to the thrill of opening treasure chests. Yet, they fail to comprehend that the brief moments of excitement presented in those videos require fishermen to invest an entire day in preparation and waiting. "Fanzi, with you here, we have just the right number of players. Let's play some do di ju." At that moment, Yang Hongtao, with a mischievous grin, pulled out a deck of cards, eager to invite Yang Fan for a game. He relished playing card during downtime, but since he usually went out to sea with only Yang Xiaohai, there was little opportunity for card games. However, now that Yang Fan was present, they could finally play. Sure, Yang Fan replied, bemused at Yang Hongtao's foresight in bringing cards along for a fishing trip, but he nodded in agreement. After all, waiting for 2 to 3 hours was indeed quite a stretch, and playing do di zhu to pass the time seemed reasonable. Thus, the three men sat on the boat, engaged in a spirited game of do di zhu. The game proved quite entertaining, and before they knew it, 3 hours had slipped by. Yang Hongtao then steered the boat back to the area where he had previously deployed the first 2 baskets of hooks, upon locating the buoys connecting the hooks. Yang Hongtao swiftly retrieved one with his hook and began to pull on the line. Not long after he started, Yang Hongtao felt a sudden heaviness on the line, causing him to burst into laughter. "Ah, a great start. The first hook has yielded a catch." Indeed, as he pulled up the first hook, a large sea wolf fish, thrashing vigorously, surfaced. "Xiaohai, quickly, grab the landing net," Yang Hongtao shouted. Yang Xiaohai responded to his call, skillfully picked up the landing net, and deftly scooped up the hefty sea wolf fish, which weighed at least 5 to 6 pounds. Having been fishing together for quite some time, their teamwork was impressively synchronized. Soon, the sizable sea wolf fish was safely stored in the live well aboard the boat. "Hey, Fanzi, did you witness my fishing prowess?" Upon witnessing the first hook of his line, snagging a sizable catch, Yang Hongtao couldn't resist flaunting his fortune to Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled and chose not to engage with him. It was merely a modest sea wolf fish, substantial as it was, weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. However, given that sea wolf fish fetch only a meager sum of 10 or so yuan per pound, this one would likely sell for a mere 60 or 70 yuan. What was there to boast about? Yang Fan truly had no desire to dampen his spirits after his moment of self-satisfaction. Yang Hongtao resumed reeling in his hooks. Nevertheless, luck was not on his side thereafter. Following that initial success, he pulled up a string of over 10 hooks, each yielding nothing. This was, of course, to be expected. The catch rate for hooks deployed in this manner is typically low, with a fish caught for every 20 hooks cast. If every hook yielded a catch, it was likely that everyone would flock to become fishermen. As he continued to reel in the hooks, fortune finally smiled upon Yang Hongtao once more when he hooked a fish on one of his 30-odd lines. This time, it was a sea carp, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. The price of sea carp was significantly higher than that of sea wolf fish, fetching around 30 yuan per pound. Thus, this sizable specimen could sell for over 100 yuan. This small triumph prompted another round of subtle boasting from Yang Hongtao. As the hooks were steadily pulled up, the live well gradually filled with fish. This outing proved fortuitous for Yang Hongtao, and once he had finished collecting all his hooks, he found he had caught over 20 fish. This catch rate was notably higher than usual, marking a successful day indeed. That, of course, not every fish was particularly large. Most weighed only 1 or 2 pounds, with some even weighing less than a pound. The largest specimen was that 5 to 6 pound sea wolf fish he had caught on his first hook. Overall, however, the haul was commendable. Yang Hongtao estimated that these fish would fetch at least 600 or 700 yuan. What a bountiful harvest today! Just 2 baskets of hooks and so many fish caught. What a thrill! After joyfully organizing the hooks and his catch, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan, raising an eyebrow in a show of pride, and said, "So, Fanzi, how about it? My fishing skills are top-notch, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, they are quite commendable," Yang Fan replied with a smile, genuinely affirming the compliment without a hint of sarcasm. After observing throughout the day, Yang Fan recognized that Yang Hongtao's fishing skills were indeed impressive and remarkably adept. Whether casting nets or dropping hooks, his mastery over numerous techniques and details was commendable. Truly, he was a renowned fishing prodigy of a new generation from Dying Village. "Fanzi, it's almost time to retrieve the basket of hooks you set. Do you have the confidence to surpass my catch?" Yang Hongtao asked with a hint of arrogance. "To surpass you?" Yang Fan chuckled softly in response, opting not to elaborate further. Soon after, as they finished collecting Yang Hongtao's 2 baskets of hooks, the trio engaged in casual conversation while navigating their boat towards the rocky area where Yang Fan had previously set his hooks. Upon arrival, they immediately set about locating the buoy connecting the hooks. "Fanzi, Will you retrieve this basket of hooks, or shall I? Yang Hongtao inquired after lifting the buoy. You do it. Let you experience the thrill of a bountiful catch, Yang Fan replied with a grin. Oh, Fanzi, it appears you have great confidence in your chosen spot. A bountiful catch, indeed. Just don't be disappointed if you pull up nothing, Yang Hongtao retorted, smirking at Yang Fan's assertion that you'll find out soon enough. Yang Fan replied with a knowing smile that in truth, he had already observed the astonishing catch rate at the site, that it was remarkable. Essentially, every 2 hooks yielded a fish. Moreover, they were all those highly prized grouper. Yang Fan was curious to see the expression on Yang Hongtao's face when he pulled up the hooks. Chapter 26. A bountiful harvest, shocking Yang Hongtao. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Hongtao began to reel in the basket of hooks set by Yang Fan. As he pulled, he immediately felt a tug. His first hook had caught something. The sensation of a hooked fish was unmistakable, and as a seasoned fisherman, Yang Hongtao quickly discerned whether he had a catch or not. In fact, he could even surmise the fish's approximate size. Fanzi, I must admit, your luck is quite remarkable. The first hook yielded a catch, though I suspect it's rather small. At most half a pound, as he spoke. Yang Hongtao reeled in the hook, and indeed his estimation was correct. He had caught a small fish weighing around 3 to 4 ounces, a tigerhead fish a tigerhead fish, quite impressive indeed. It's not easy for one to grow to this size. Making it a noteworthy catch, Yang Hongtao exclaimed, grinning at the sight of the tigerhead fish. Known also as stone dog fish or rock fish, this species typically inhabits rocky reefs and seaweed beds. Renowned for its exquisitely tender and flavorful meat, it is often compared favorably to small grouper, making it highly sought after in seafood markets. Naturally, its price is also on the higher side. A fish of this size could sell for around 100 yuan per pound. Although Yang Fan had caught a fish on the first hook he set, and it was a relatively valuable tigerhead fish, Yang Hongtao seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Attributing it merely to Yang Fan's good fortune that he proceeded to reel in the second hook. As he continued to pull, suddenly, the line grew heavy in his hands. The weight indicated a substantial fish. Another catch, and it seems rather sizable. Intrigued, Yang Hongtao slowly brought the hook to the surface, only to be met with a sight that made his eyes widen in disbelief. What the heck? A fish this large, a red grouper. Fanzi Wee struck gold. Upon seeing the lively, thrashing fish emerge from the water, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but shout with excitement. Indeed, it was a red grouper, a specimen weighing at least 4 pounds, given the current market price for wild red grouper. One of this size could fetch upwards of 700 or 800 yuan per pound. Thus, this single fish could potentially sell for over 3,000 yuan. Quick, Shao Hai, grab the net. We can't let this magnificent grouper escape. Yang Hongtao bellowed. Yang Shaohai, equally thrilled at the sight of such a large grouper, promptly seized the net and skillfully scooped the fish from the water. Ha! Fanzi, your luck is incredible. You've caught such a massive red grouper. This is a windfall. After pulling the fish aboard, Yang Hongtao laughed heartily at Yang Fan while cradling the large red grouper, planting several exuberant kisses on it. As a fisherman, such a rare and prized catch was undeniably exhilarating. However, Yang Hongtao's reaction seemed a touch excessive. He was actually kissing a fish. Witnessing this, Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering whether this fellow, having been single for too long, might harbor some peculiar thoughts about a mere fish. All right, Taozi, you really need to rein in your excitement. It's just a grouper. No need to make such a fuss. Now, let us continue reeling in the hooks, observing Yang Hongtao's prolonged jubilation over the grouper. Yang Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. That it's merely a grouper. Why the overreaction? If you were to see the large yellow croakers I caught a couple of days ago, he might just faint from excitement. Just a grouper? Yang Hongtao retorted, incredulous. Do you have any idea how much this grouper is worth? At least 3,000 yuan. This is the most valuable fish I've ever caught in my years of fishing. How can I not be thrilled? Faced with Yang Fan's indifferent demeanor, Yang Hongtao continued to express his excitement. This red grouper is worth over 3,000 yuan. What fisherman wouldn't he be ecstatic upon seeing such a catch? Well, then you can continue kissing that grouper while I go reel in the hooks, Yang Fan quipped. As he spoke, Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders, then squeezed past Yang Hongtao and took it upon himself to pull up the fishing hooks. One by one, as he hoisted the hooks from the depths, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, and his exclamations of "what the heck" grew increasingly fervent. What on earth? Another large red grouper? What the heck? No way. Another big green grouper? What the heck? Is this a joke? Yet another big East Star grouper? What the heck? Am I dreaming? Another giant mouse grouper? Amidst Yang Hongtao's relentless exclamations, Yang Fan finally retrieved all 150 hooks. In the end, he had caught a staggering total of 78 fish. This meant that the catch rate for the hooks he had deployed exceeded 50%. It must be said, this was indeed an extraordinarily exaggerated figure. But even more astonishing was the fact that nearly all the fish in the catch were valuable species, such as various groupers and tiger fish, of course. While this was indeed remarkable for others, Yang Fan had long anticipated such an outcome. After all, he had keenly observed the waters and knew that beneath this rocky area lay several distinct schools of grouper. When irresistibly fresh bait was lowered, it was only natural for these groupers to bite voraciously. Ultimately, it was Yang Fan's extraordinary skills that made this possible. As the large groupers nearly filled the boats, live well to the brim, it was Yang Fan who remained composed, while the other two on board, Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai, were utterly dumbfounded and completely astonished. After a considerable time, Yang Hongtao finally emerged from his stupor and turned to Yang Fan. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "My goodness, Fan, how on earth did you manage to catch so many groupers with just this one set of hooks? How'd you do it? This is utterly unscientific." In that moment, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan as if he had seen a ghost. He simply could not fathom why Yang Fan's set of hooks had yielded such an abundance of groupers. Chapter 27. From this day forth, the title of fishing prodigy belongs to you. Observing Yang Hongtao's expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This guy had been so boastful just moments ago, and now he was being thoroughly humbled. "You little rascal, weren't you just bragging about catching a few fish? Why have you gone silent now?" Yang Fan teased, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Hongtao. "And oh, more bragging. I won't dare boast in front of you again." Yang Hongtao chuckled sheepishly, then quickly shifted his tone, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "By the way, Fan, tell me honestly, did you just stumble upon this incredible luck? Or did you really have a premonition that there were so many fish here?" In response to Yang Hongtao's inquiry, Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then smiled and replied, "It's half and half. I've discovered that my instincts can be surprisingly accurate at times. When I first arrived here, I sensed that this rocky area should be teeming with fish, so I instructed you to drop the hooks here. Of course, being able to catch so many fish in the end also had a significant element of luck involved." Yang Fan certainly could not disclose the true reason to Yang Hongtao. He could only attribute the success of the catch to his instincts and a stroke of good fortune. "All right, Fan, I must admit, your luck and instincts are truly unparalleled." Yang Hongtao sighed, but he thought to himself, why did he not possess such extraordinary intuition and good fortune? If he did, perhaps he could also catch such large groupers like Yang Fan. Alas, how unfair life could be. At this moment, Yang Hongtao remained blissfully unaware that Yang Fan had caught dozens of exquisite wild yellow croakers. Had he known, his mental state would likely have been even more remarkable. "Well, now you believe my instincts are accurate, don't you?" Yang Fan remarked with amusement, noticing Yang Hongtao's lamenting demeanor. I absolutely believe. Fan, you're truly impressive." As he spoke, Yang Hongtao playfully declared, "Fan, I hereby announce that from today onwards, the title of the top fishing prodigy in the Jing village will be bestowed upon you. In your presence, I am but a mere novice. Please, you can keep the title of novice." Yang Fan rolled his eyes in response. "No way. The title of fishing prodigy belongs solely to you, Fan," Yang Hongtao insisted. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Stop rambling, and let's get the boat back to shore to sell the fish. The live well is packed. And if they squish together too much, they'll surely die. That we need to return swiftly." Right, almost forgot about that. "We need to hurry back and sell the fish. These large groupers could easily fetch tens of thousands. If they die, it would be a tremendous loss." Shortly thereafter, the three of them set sail for home. Of course, They chose not to return to the fishing village, but instead headed directly towards the seafood trading dock in the city. With such an impressive catch of wild groupers, they knew they needed to go to the city to secure the best price. Yang Hongtao planned to sell the large groupers to the seafood merchants and fish vendors at the trading dock. However, Yang Fan thought for a moment and decided to send a message to Shen Yufei while they were en route, informing her that he had caught some wild groupers and inquiring if she was interested in purchasing them. The reason he reached out to her was that he considered it most advantageous to sell high-quality goods like wild groupers directly to a high-end seafood restaurant if sold to those seafood merchants and fish vendors. They would certainly take a hefty cut as middlemen. Thus, Yang Fan opted to contact Shen Yufei. Based on his previous transactions involving yellow croakers and exquisite lobsters, he had developed a strong trust in Shen Yufei, the beautiful owner of the seafood restaurant. When Yang Fan sent the message, it wasn't long before he received a prompt reply from Shen Yufei. In her response, she expressed her eagerness to purchase the batch of wild groupers and asked Yang Fan to meet her at the trading dock. Yang Fan was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. While wild groupers may not be as precious and rare as wild yellow croakers, they were still considered high-end seafood for any seafood restaurant. True wild groupers must be in high demand. Shen Yufei's willingness to buy these wild groupers was entirely reasonable. However, what Yang Fan did not know was that upon learning that he had caught numerous wild groupers again, Shen Yufei took it very seriously. She immediately set aside her important tasks and personally drove to the seafood trading dock. As the owner of a high-end seafood restaurant, Shen Yufei need not rush over for just a few wild groupers. She could have easily sent someone else to handle the purchase, but in dealing with Yang Fan, her attitude was entirely different. Having consistently received exquisite lobsters and wild yellow croakers from Yang Fan, Shen Yufei had developed a strong curiosity about him. She suspected that he must possess some unique fishing skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch such an impressive haul of premium seafood. Today, he had caught more wild groupers. This seemed to further validate her hypothesis. Therefore, Shen Yufei was determined to cultivate a good relationship with Yang Fan, if he truly had the ability to continually catch high-quality seafood. Befriending him would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial for her management of the seafood restaurant. Chapter 28. Encountering the beautiful boss, Shen Yufei, after more than an hour of sailing across the sea. The three of them finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city. Once they found a suitable spot to dock the boat, Yang Hongtao eagerly used a landing net to scoop out all the fish from the live well, placing them into an enormous bucket. This large bucket was specifically designated by Yang Hongtao for storing fish. He filled it with seawater and used an oxygenator to ensure the fish remained lively. In total, over 100 fish of various sizes quickly filled the bucket to the brim. Splash, splash, the lively fish thrashing about in the large bucket created a cacophony of splashing sounds. Ha ha! What a delightful sound. It had been ages since I last heard such a chorus of fish splashing together. Watching the fish wriggle energetically in the bucket, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but break into a broad smile. For fishermen like them, the sound of splashing fish was perhaps the most cherished melody, akin to the sound of counting money. Enough of this silly laughter. Let us get the fish onto the dock. Noticing Yang Hongtao's incessant chuckling, Yang Fan playfully scolded him. Hee, it's not my first time catching so many fish. I'm just thrilled. Yang Hongtao replied with a goofy grin, then called for Yang Shaohai to lend a hand. Together, they hoisted the bucket brimming with fish onto the dock. Yes, as soon as they stepped onto the dock, a few fishmongers quickly approached them. These fishmongers were always ready to seize business at the dock, and upon seeing fishermen bringing in their catch, they rushed over to see if they could procure some quality goods. Wow! What a rarity! So many large groupers! The first middle-aged fishmonger to arrive exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the bucket filled mostly with large groupers. Young man, are these wild groupers or farmed ones? How much per pound? If the price is right, I'll take them all. The middle-aged fishmonger immediately inquired about the price, expressing his intention to buy. Of course. They're wild groupers, my friends, and I just caught them using drop lines. Yang Hongtao replied proudly. Wild ones? That's even better. How much are you asking? The middle-aged fishmonger became even more excited upon hearing they were wild groupers, knowing that acquiring them would surely yield a significant profit. As he spoke, other fishmongers, having heard about the wild groupers, hurried over as well. Wow, what a fantastic haul. So many wild groupers, such a rare find. Young man, what is the price for these wild groupers? Give me a quote. Old Zhang, will buy them all. Young man, sell them to me. I'll offer a fairer price. The fishmongers, having seen the wild groupers in the bucket, were all eager to make their offers. However, at that moment, Yang Hongtao spread his hands and chuckled, saying, "Sorry, gentlemen, these fish have already been reserved. Someone has claimed them all." Upon hearing this, the fishmongers' faces instantly fell. Great! They've been reserved again. Let us disperse, guys. Sigh. To have such good fish yet be unable to buy them. Business is tough. The fishmongers shook their heads in disappointment and left. Yet they were accustomed to such situations and took it in stride. Generally, seasoned fishermen have regular clients, and it is entirely normal for them to prioritize selling good catches to familiar customers. Fanzi, didn't you say you had contacted that beautiful lady, Xin Yufei? When is she coming? After the fishmongers departed, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and inquired. Earlier, while at sea, Yang Fan had contacted Xin Yufei and briefly mentioned this to Yang Hongtao, so he was aware that she was coming to purchase the groupers. Let me check if she has arrived yet, Yang Fan replied, pulling out his phone to send a message to Xin Yufei. Soon, Xin Yufei responded, stating she had been stuck in traffic for a long time and would arrive at the dock in a few minutes. She has caught in traffic, but she'll be here soon. Let us wait a bit longer. Yang Fan put away his phone and relayed the message to Yang Hongtao. All right, sounds good. Yang Hongtao nodded in agreement. The three of them then waited at the dock for a while. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Xin Yufei finally arrived. This time, she was not alone. She had brought along 2 employees from a restaurant and was driving a seafood transport vehicle. Yang Fan, we meet again. As Xin Yufei approached, she greeted Yang Fan with a radiant smile, her charm evident. Indeed, Boss Shun, it's good to see you again. Yang Fan replied, smiling back. It's amusing to note that ever since their first encounter when he sold her exquisite lobsters, he had come to the dock to meet her for 4 consecutive days. They say familiarity breeds fondness. Over these 4 days, Yang Fan and Xin Yufei's rapport had indeed blossomed, while the two exchanged warm greetings. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Why does Fanzi seem so familiar with this beautiful lady? Could it be that after selling the exquisite lobsters, Fanzi has been flirting with her on WeChat? Yang Hongtao was unaware of Yang Fan's recent transaction involving large yellow croakers with Xin Yufei. Therefore, upon witnessing their familiarity, he immediately speculated that Yang Fan might have been secretly chatting with the beautiful lady on WeChat. Otherwise, how could they be so close? Fanzi, this rascal, truly has a knack for charming the ladies, managing to cultivate a relationship with such a stunning beauty. As Yang Hongtao entertained these thoughts, Xin Yufei, having exchanged a few pleasantries with Yang Fan, turned her gaze towards the large bucket on the ground. Upon seeing the bucket filled to the brim with fish, she was taken aback. So many fish. There must be over 100, and more than half of them are various precious large groupers. Yang Fan, did you really catch all these groupers using drop lines? Xin Yufei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Fan in astonishment. It should be noted that Yang Fan had not specified to Xin Yufei how many fish he had caught. He merely mentioned he had caught some groupers in his message. Consequently, Xin Yufei had no idea that his sum referred to such a large quantity. Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Yang Fan nodded in affirmation. My heavens, all of them caught with drop lines? Your skills in using drop lines are truly remarkable. Xin Yufei exclaimed in surprise, her lovely eyes blinking in disbelief. A restaurant owner who frequently dealt with seafood. Xin Yufei was well aware of the drop line fishing method. It was precisely because she understood this method that she knew it was typically inefficient, making it nearly impossible to catch such a large quantity of fish at once, let alone with a significant portion being precious large groupers. At this juncture, Xin Yufei's gaze towards Yang Fan became increasingly intriguing. This moment, the curiosity that this beautiful boss held for Yang Fan had undoubtedly reached an entirely new height. The subsequent events unfolded with clarity. After inspecting the wild grouper, Xin Yufei expressed her satisfaction. She then instructed the 2 staff members she had brought along to weigh the fish one by one. Once the staff had finished weighing all the fish, Xun Yufei directly offered Yang Fan a price that was at least 30% higher than a market rate, fully purchasing all the grouper. Naturally, it wasn't just the grouper. She also acquired the other fish, such as the sea wolf and sea carp caught by Yang Hongtao. Ultimately, the total sale amounted to over 80,000. While this figure did not particularly concern Yang Fan at present, both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were overjoyed, earning over 80,000 from a single catch. In the past, such a notion would have been beyond their wildest dreams. Yang Hongtao, who had been fishing for many years, had only earned a maximum of a little over 3,000 in a single day, and that was only due to an extraordinary stroke of luck when he caught a large shark weighing over 100 pounds. Thus, one can imagine the profound impact that this sum of over 80,000 had on Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. After the transaction was completed, the two staff members accompanying Xun Yufei immediately transported the fish to the Shun family seafood restaurant using a seafood transport vehicle. As for Xun Yufei, she continued to ride in the luxurious Bentley business car that Yang Fan was quite familiar with. When Yang Fan saw that Xun Yufei was about to leave, he politely went to see her off. He could see that moment. Xun Yufei, already seated in the car, suddenly smiled charmingly at Yang Fan through the window. Yang Fan, since we are already quite familiar, why don't you call me Yufei Jia, or just Yufei from now on? Instead of Boss Shin, what do you think? That works. Yufei Jia then, Yang Fan replied, glancing at Xun Yufei and then smiling nonchalantly. After all, he felt there was no loss in addressing such a stunning and wealthy woman as sister. Then can I call you Fandi in return? Upon seeing Yang Fan genuinely change his address, Xun Yufei blinked and asked playfully, "As you wish." Then it's settled, Fandi. Xun Yufei laughed in delight, clearly pleased to have accepted Yang Fan as her younger brother. Yang Fan merely responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Xun Yufei, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly sensed that this mature and alluring woman, Xun Yufei, had exhibited a somewhat ambiguous attitude towards him just now. Was she intentionally trying to draw closer to him? However, after a moment's contemplation, Yang Fan quickly came to terms with it. Within 4 days, he had consecutively caught various premium seafood, all of which were traded with Xun Yufei. This undoubtedly led her to suspect that he possessed a unique fishing ability. And as the owner of a prominent seafood restaurant, it was only natural for Xun Yufei to wish to cultivate a relationship with someone capable of frequently procuring such exceptional goods. Thus, it was a perfectly reasonable scenario. Chapter 30. De Huang finally returns home after selling the fish. It was already 11:30 in the morning. The three had risen before 5 to go out to sea. And after tirelessly working for 6 or 7 hours, they were quite famished. Therefore, Yang Fan proposed that they not return to the village just yet, but rather find a restaurant in the city for lunch before heading back. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai readily agreed. Soon after, the trio located a restaurant near the dock. After ordering their dishes, Yang Fan took out his phone and directly transferred 55,000 yuan to Yang Hongtao via WeChat. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Yang Hongtao immediately looked up, staring at Yang Fan, and exclaimed, "Fanzi, why are you transferring me so much money?" "It's the split from selling the fish. Over 80,000 divided into 3 shares. So each of you gets over 20,000. This 55,000 is your and Xiaohai's share," Yang Fan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Hongtao promptly shook his head in refusal. "Fanzi, that's not right. You did most of the work in catching those large groupers. I can't possibly take so much. In my opinion, you and Xiaohai should only take 1 or 2,000 each. No more that I really can't accept this." Seeing that he was unwilling to accept, Yang Fan shot him a glare. "We all went out to sea together, using your boat, so the money from the fish should be split equally. What are you talking about in terms of credit? Just hurry up and take the money." "I can't, Fanzi. I really feel awkward about this." Before Yang Hongtao could finish, Yang Fan cursed. "Don't talk such nonsense. I just want to ask you if you still consider me a brother. Do you think I'm the kind of person who can comfortably pocket this money alone? But, no buts. If you argue any further, there won't be a brotherhood anymore." "All right, Fanzi, if that's the case." Initially, Yang Hongtao intended to refuse, but upon hearing Yang Fan's words, he reconsidered and chose not to protest any further. Having grown up together since childhood, he understood Yang Fan's character quite well. "I'll accept this money. Fanzi, I won't say much more about the other brothers. Thank you. After tearfully accepting the money, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan with deep gratitude. Stop. This money was earned together. Why thank me? Also, stop looking at me with those eyes. It's giving me the creeps. Noticing the somewhat overly sentimental gaze Yang Hongtao was directing at him, Yang Fan waved his hand and chuckled in mock admonishment. After exchanging a few words with Yang Hongtao, Yang Fan turned his attention to Yang Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, you're still young. When Taozi hands you your share later, don't spend it recklessly. It's best to give the money to your grandfather for safekeeping. Save it for when you buy a house or get married in the future. Understand? MHM. Got it, brother Fan. Yang Xiaohai nodded obediently in response, seeing that Yang Xiaohai seemed to have taken his words to heart. Yang Fan smiled. After spending a day with this quiet and reserved youth, Yang Fan could distinctly sense that this 16 or 17-year-old boy was remarkably resilient and stubborn, far more mature and understanding than his peers. The unexpected sorrow he had experienced may have once shattered his innocent heart, but it had also fostered significant growth. Simultaneously, Yang Fan noticed that when they first set out to sea to drop the hooks, Yang Xiaohai appeared quite uncomfortable with his presence, remaining silent and withdrawn. However, as the day progressed, Yang Xiaohai gradually seemed to relax around him, becoming more natural. This brought Yang Fan a sense of comfort. He empathized with this boy, who had endured similar pain as he had. He even contemplated taking on an elder brother role to assist the youth in growing better, of course. Yang Fan understood that this needed to be approached gradually. After enjoying a delightful meal, the three returned to the dock and sailed back to the village. Once there, they each headed home. As Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure darting out from the yard, pouncing directly onto his pant leg. Damn, De Huang. So you finally remember how to come home. Upon seeing De Huang return, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and couldn't help but give the dog a kick. This old rascal had gallivanted for 3 consecutive days. Who knows how many little female dogs he had been frolicking with during that time. Woof, woof, woof. Although Yang Fan's kick was light, De Huang still looked quite aggrieved. It gazed up at Yang Fan with innocent eyes, as if to say, Master, I'm wronged. If you hadn't fed me so many golden drops that unleashed the primal power within me, would I have had to go out and battle for 3 whole days and nights? While that was indeed quite enjoyable, 3 days and nights straight nearly left me exhausted to the point of collapse. Certainly, De Huang is incapable of speech. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly lament to Yang Fan. After spending some time playing with his old companion De Huang, whom he hadn't seen for several days, Yang Fan ascended the stairs to take a nap. Having spent the entire day running about, he was indeed quite fatigued. During this nap, Yang Fan fell into a particularly deep slumber. Unfortunately, he was awakened midway by a phone call. Otherwise, he might have slept until nightfall. The call was from his internet celebrity classmate, Qin Yushue. Over the phone, Qin Yushue informed Yang Fan that she had booked a flight arriving in Beihai City at around noon the following day. Upon learning that his old classmate was coming, Yang Fan promptly assured her that he would pick her up from the airport. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Yushue graciously accepted and expressed her excitement about seeing Yang Fan the next day. After hanging up with Qin Yushue, Yang Fan pondered that since he had no plans for the afternoon, he might as well visit the town to purchase some flowers and plants to spruce up the bare courtyard in front of his home. That vast expanse of empty space appeared quite desolate, and it would surely be more aesthetically pleasing to cultivate some greenery. Resolute in his decision, Yang Fan borrowed a motorcycle from Yang Hongtao and rode into the town. Upon arrival, he quickly located a shop specializing in floral arrangements and potted plants on the town's sole commercial street. The establishment bore a rather artistic name, Floral Life. After parking his motorcycle, Yang Fan stepped inside Floral Life. As he entered, a melodious voice rang out. Welcome. May I assist you? Wait, is that you, Yang Fan? Chapter 31. The town girl, upon hearing his name, called as he stepped through the door. Yang Fan was genuinely surprised. He looked up in confusion and discovered that the voice belonged to a young woman sitting behind the cash register. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a gentle charm, with a high ponytail and a rosy, oval face that radiated sweetness. In Yang Fan's eyes, she was undoubtedly a beautiful girl, although she might not possess the striking allure of a classic beauty. Her features were pleasing, embodying unique, rustic charm typical of small-town girls. This young woman clearly recognized Yang Fan and gazed at him with her large, dark eyes, a glimmer of surprise and joy evident in her expression. However, after scrutinizing her closely, Yang Fan could not recall ever having met her. "Miss, do you know me?" Yang Fan inquired, bewildered by her familiarity. "Goodness, Yang, you truly are forgetful. It has only been a few years since graduation. And you no longer remember your classmate from junior high, with whom you shared 3 years of classes?" The girl teased, covering her mouth with a laugh upon seeing Yang Fan's confusion. "We were classmates in junior high." "I apologize, but I genuinely cannot recall." "What is your name?" Yang Fan scratched his head, struggling to remember. "Su Xiao Xiao." "Does that ring a bell?" Upon hearing her name, Yang Fan muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly recalling. "Oh, right. I remember now. You were the English class representative back in junior high. I often came to you for help with my English, since I wasn't very good at it. Finally, you remember me." It seems my presence was so insignificant that I left no impression on the illustrious Yang Fan. Su Xiao Xiao feigned disappointment, shaking her head with a sigh. "Not at all. As they say, a girl blossoms beautifully after 18. It is only natural that after not seeing you for several years, I might not recognize how stunning you become." Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. "Do you really think I'm beautiful now? Hearing such praise from you truly makes me happy." Su Xiao Xiao replied with a gleeful smile. "Well, let's drop the handsome guy title. It feels a bit strange. Just call me Yang Fan," he suggested. Giggling, Su Xiao Xiao remarked, "But you were already considered the most handsome guy among all the girls in our class back then. And it seems you've only grown more handsome since." With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "So, old classmate, what brings you to the town? Shouldn't you be in the metropolis?" Yang Fan's acceptance into a prestigious university had become common knowledge among their junior high classmates. So Su Xiao Xiao was naturally aware of this fact. Things haven't been going well in the city, so a few days ago, I decided to return to my hometown and become a fisherman. Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. "A fisherman? You must be joking." Su Xiao Xiao blinked her bright, dark eyes in astonishment. "I assure you, I'm not jesting that I just returned from setting out to sea this morning." He replied, "Wait, you seriously returned home to fish?" Su Xiao Xiao was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how a graduate of a prestigious university could end up fishing at home. "I'm not joking. I truly am a bona fide fisherman now. Of course, my return home involves other reasons as well, but I'll refrain from elaborating on that for now." Yang Fan chuckled, then shifted the conversation. "But enough about me. Is this shop owned by your family?" "Yes, indeed. Are you here to buy some flowers or plants?" Su Xiao Xiao nodded, noticing Yang Fan's reluctance to discuss his reasons for returning home. She was the type to pry into matters that others prefer to keep private. "Yes, upon returning home, I noticed that my courtyard was quite bare, so I wanted to plant some greenery to beautify it." "What plants do you think would be suitable?" Yang Fan inquired, knowing that Su Xiao Xiao, with her family's floral business, would have valuable insights. "Well, that depends on how large your courtyard is," Su Xiao Xiao replied, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "If your courtyard is not very spacious, I would recommend planting ornamental flowers and plants. However, if you have ample space, you might consider cultivating a vegetable garden, planting fruits and vegetables like grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, and greens. This way, you can not only beautify your courtyard but also enjoy the fruits of your labor if you tend to it well." Planting fruits and vegetables? Yang Fan pondered Su Xiao Xiao's suggestion and realized it was indeed a splendid idea. As she mentioned, growing fruits and vegetables would not only enhance the aesthetics of his empty courtyard, but also provide him with fresh produce. If he successfully cultivated a garden, he could achieve self-sufficiency, eliminating the need to visit the market for groceries. When he craved seafood, he could venture out to sea. When he desired vegetables, he could simply harvest from his garden. The prospect seemed quite delightful. As he contemplated the idea of planting fruits and vegetables, an epiphany struck Yang Fan. Drawing from his experiences with De Huang, he had learned that the golden drip had effects on animals. He wondered if it could also benefit plants. What if he diluted the golden drip in water and used it to irrigate his crops? Would it yield produce that differed from ordinary fruits and vegetables? Would they be more delicious and nutritious? The thought piqued his interest, and he felt an eagerness to return home and conduct an experiment. Chapter 32. Cultivating the vegetable garden and testing the effects of golden drip on plants. All right then. Old classmate, I'll go ahead and plant some fruits and vegetables in my courtyard. What seeds do you have available at your shop? Yang Fan resolved and turned to Su Xiaoxiao that we have seeds for cherry tomatoes, chili peppers, green peppers, carrots, white radishes, strawberries, and leafy greens. Essentially the usual household fruits and vegetables, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Then I'll take a packet of each seed, and I'll try planting them all. Yang Fan decided, opting to purchase every type without much thought. All the seeds. Are you planning to become a vegetable farmer? Su Xiaoxiao teased. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Being a vegetable farmer isn't all that bad. Watering the plants and weeding every day is quite leisurely, and one can be self-sufficient. Yang Fan also smiled. All right then, I shall pack a little of every seed for you. With that, Su Xiaoxiao busied herself and soon had prepared small packets of all the fruit and vegetable seeds in the shop for Yang Fan. After finishing, she handed the seeds to Yang Fan and briefly taught him how to cultivate them. Old classmate, how much do these cost in total? Yang Fan inquired as he accepted the seeds. Since we are old classmates, what is there to discuss about money for such a small amount of seeds? They're a gift for you, Su Xiaoxiao replied with a shake of her head and a smile. Is that really appropriate? Yang Fan hesitated, but Su Xiaoxiao feigned anger and interrupted him. Yang Fan, if you insist on paying, then I shall not sell them to you. Well then, thank you, old classmate. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's insistence, Yang Fan expressed his gratitude and let the matter of money drop. After all, these few seeds were unlikely to hold much value. Further discussion would be pointless. It was enough to cherish the friendship between old classmates. The two then engaged in light conversation, reminiscing until Yang Fan bid farewell and rode his motorcycle back to the village. Upon returning home with a large bag of vegetable seeds, Yang Fan gazed at his spacious yard and suddenly smiled. He envisioned the yard filled with grapevines, strawberry patches, and an array of fruits and vegetables. Just imagining that scene was utterly delightful. A 3-story seaside villa with a large yard brimming with various fruits and vegetables. A vine of grapes climbing high and laden with fruit, and beneath that vine, a lounge chair where he could recline, plucking grapes to quench his thirst. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Enough daydreaming. Time to get to work. Yang Fan, feeling quite pleased with his fantasies, chuckled and headed to the storage room to fetch a hoe and a shovel. Without further ado, he diligently began to toil, swinging the hoe and shovel as he cleared a large patch of wasteland in the corner of the yard. Though he possessed no experience in tilling the land and his technique was rather clumsy, his body, enhanced by the golden droplets, afforded him strength and stamina far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Thus, despite his somewhat chaotic approach, he quickly managed to cultivate that patch of wasteland. Once the land was prepared, Yang Fan opened the packet of seeds that Su Xiaoxiao had given him and took out a small bag of cherry tomato seeds. Cherry tomatoes, known as sacred girl fruit, are sweet, juicy, refreshing, and rich in vitamin C, making them incredibly convenient to eat. Simply wash them and pop them into your mouth without needing to spit out the skin or seeds. Yang Fan had always enjoyed eating cherry tomatoes, so he decided to make them his first planting target. As time passed, Yang Fan began the sowing process. He carefully scattered the cherry tomato seeds in neat rows across the freshly tilled garden. Compared to tilling, sowing required a more delicate touch. Yang Fan could not afford to be reckless. He bent down, patiently planting the seeds one by one. By the time he had evenly sowed all the cherry tomato seeds, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the evening sky. Wow, sowing is far more exhausting than tilling. Finally finished, Yang Fan stood up and stretched, feeling a bit sore in his back. Nonetheless, despite the fatigue, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment as he admired the small garden he had cultivated with his own hands. This experience truly resonated with the old saying, "The laboring people are the most glorious." Through hard work, one can attain self-sufficiency. After a brief rest, Yang Fan went to the kitchen and filled a water bucket with a little over half a bucket of water. The reason for fetching water was, of course, to irrigate the garden, which was also the next crucial step. His eagerness to see if the golden droplets, refined from the Dragon Pearl, would yield any effects on the plants motivated him to quickly cultivate the patch of land. Then, Yang Fan activated the Dragon Pearl within his dantian, soon releasing several drops of golden liquid from the tip of his right index finger. which he then dripped into the bucket of water. As soon as the golden droplets entered the water, they dissolved, becoming indistinguishable. Yang Fan carefully poured the diluted golden liquid onto the freshly cultivated garden, drop by drop. Mission accomplished. Now it was time to see how effective the golden droplets would be. Once everything was finally in order, Yang Fan smiled and stretched, relieving his somewhat fatigued body. Looking at the garden he had cultivated, planted, and watered, Yang Fan felt an immense sense of satisfaction, filled with anticipation. Would these cherry tomato seeds sprout and grow successfully? What miraculous effects would the diluted golden water have on them? Only time would tell. Chapter 33. Once again to the sea in search of dinner, having successfully cultivated the garden. Yang Fan had spent approximately 2 to 3 hours on the task. Though he had worked diligently, he didn't feel overly tired. However, he was drenched in sticky sweat, prompting him to decide to take a swim in the sea. Just a few days prior, on the day he returned home, he had also worked hard all afternoon, resulting in a sweat-soaked body, and then he had gone swimming to Tio his fortune. He had caught 2 splendid lobsters. Recalling that incident, Yang Fan chuckled to himself. I still haven't figured out what to have for dinner tonight. I wonder if I will be as lucky as last time when I go into the sea. If I can catch lobsters or crabs again, I'll 1T sell them, no matter how expensive they are. I'll keep them for myself. It must be said that those who possess substantial wealth, like Yang Fan with his millions, are indeed different. Previously, he would have prioritized selling any good catches for cash, but now he was more inclined to satisfy his own appetite first. After all, he considered himself somewhat of a wealthy man now. With a smile, Yang Fan went upstairs to fetch a clean outfit before heading out toward the seaside. De Huang had run off again, and Yang Fan could only speculate whether it was off to chase after the village's little female dogs. Otherwise, he would have liked to bring along. Alone, he arrived at the rocky area from his last visit. Yang Fan first surveyed the surroundings, noting that he was the only one there before he unreservedly stripped off his clothes and dove into the sea. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan immediately felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment. It was not just any refreshment. It was as if every cell in his body was rejoicing in a euphoric celebration. This was the miraculous effect brought about by the Dragon Pearl. As his body continued to undergo transformation, Yang Fan felt increasingly attuned to the ocean. Whenever he entered the seawater, he would instantly feel a complete sense of relaxation. At this point, it could be said that his affinity for the sea had surpassed that of the land. He could practically live in the ocean. Nevertheless, he was still a human, not a fish, and thus spent most of his time on land. Nonetheless, Yang Fan had made up his mind to spend more time in the sea whenever possible, but of course, he couldn't linger in the same area for too long, as that would become tedious, especially near the shore, where the waters were barren, devoid of magnificent schools of fish or the breathtaking coral reefs, rendering it rather uninteresting. Yang Fan thought that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would visit every ocean around the world to admire the unique underwater wonders. That would undoubtedly be an exciting adventure. However, those thoughts were for another time and not something he needed to consider now. What he needed to focus on was quickly finding lobsters or crabs for dinner. After working hard all afternoon, his stomach was already protesting. Reclaiming his scattered thoughts, Yang Fan commenced his descent into the depths of the ocean. As he swam, his eyes incessantly scanned the waters in search of marine treasures. The persistent issue of depleted nearshore fishery resources once again vividly presented itself before him. The expanse of water lay barren, devoid of any substantial schools of fish, with only a few small specimens meandering nearby, rendering the scene desolate and impoverished. After searching for a while in this vicinity, Yang Fan found nothing of value, compelling him to widen his search. Utilizing his remarkable swimming speed and exceptional underwater vision, he meticulously scoured a broader area of the sea. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. He searched the waters for an extended period, combing through a considerable expanse, yet still found nothing. Throughout his search, the most valuable marine life he encountered were merely a few sizable black sea bream, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. This type of fish typically fetches 60 to 70 yuan per pound, with the 2 to 3 pound specimens selling for 1 to 200 yuan, of course. The flesh of black sea bream is quite delectable, and had Yang Fan been able to catch them, he would have gladly taken these few sizable specimens. Alas, fish are exceedingly agile in the water. Even though Yang Fan possessed extraordinary swimming prowess, he was still no match for the nimbleness of the fish. Unlike lobsters and crabs, which tend to be sluggish and hide in crevices of rocks, making them relatively easy to catch, fish are remarkably sharp and dart away at the slightest approach. Their speed renders it impossible for Yang Fan to catch them with his bare hands. This was precisely why he contemplated catching crabs and lobsters for dinner rather than fish. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side today. After a long search, he could not find any sizable crabs or lobsters to seize. However, despite the nearshore resources being sparse, there remained a few small shrimp and crabs. After searching for a while, Yang Fan came across some rock crabs, flower crabs, and red flower crabs, but they were all too small to meet his established crab survival line, so he refrained from capturing them. Indeed, Yang Fan had set a survival line for crabs. Regardless of the species, he would not catch any crabs weighing less than 1 pound. Conscientious old fishermen often adhere to a principle of releasing undersized or egg-bearing fish and crabs. Generally, crabs exceeding 2 tails are considered quite large, so for these seasoned fishermen, the survival line for crabs typically hovers around that weight. Yet for Yang Fan, his crab survival line was set at 1 pound. This was undeniably stringent. In these times, encountering crabs exceeding 1 pound in nearshore waters is exceedingly rare. With so many trawlers around, crabs are often caught before they have the chance to grow. Thus, under this exceedingly strict crab survival line, finding qualifying large crabs proved to be quite challenging for Yang Fan. Nevertheless, this was a principle he had established for himself, one he would not alter. While he could not concern himself with the actions of other fishermen, given that he was favored by the Dragon Ball, he felt compelled to treat the ocean's creatures with greater kindness. He even contemplated that, should he acquire a large fishing vessel in the future, he would utilize nets with larger mesh sizes to avoid capturing small fish and crabs. The decline of nearshore fishery resources year after year is attributed to the greed of many, who use small meshed deadly nets to indiscriminately capture even the smallest marine life. Without the small fish and shrimp, how can there be large fish and shrimp? Yang Fan could not control others, but since he had been graced by the Dragon Ball, he must uphold principles and treat the ocean with moderation. After searching for a while longer, Yang Fan still could not find any large crabs that met his criteria. Sighing, he decided to head back, realizing that he might have to settle for a bowl of instant noodles for dinner. He shook his head in disappointment and prepared to resurface. However, at that moment, it seemed that Lady Luck was smiling upon him once more. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a remarkable creature on a large underwater reef 300 meters ahead. A sight that made his heart leap. Chapter 34. Discovering a wild abalone nest. This creature had a deceptively ordinary appearance, resembling a mere stone attached to the reef at first glance. If an untrained eye were to see it, they would undoubtedly overlook it. Yet, as a child who grew up by the sea, how could Yang Fan possibly fail to recognize it? This was no ordinary stone. It was in fact a colossal wild abalone. This wild abalone was firmly attached to the large reef, slowly moving as it grazed on the algae growing on the rock. Its exterior was so stone-like that had it not been for its slow movements while feeding, Yang Fan might not have discerned its true identity at first glance. Abalone, despite its name, is not a fish. It is a primitive marine mollusk, a single-shelled, soft-bodied creature. Due to its ear-like shape, it is also referred to as sea ear. Abalone typically thrives in colder underwater rocky areas, and it is quite delicate, requiring specific environmental conditions to grow, making it rather rare. However, when abalone are found in a location, it is seldom that there is only one. Usually there exists a nest. Could it be that wild abalone were thriving here? This discovery hinted at a potential windfall. Excited by the prospect of a nest of abalones hidden in the nearby reef, Yang Fan's eyebrows raised in anticipation. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, swiftly swimming toward the reef. Upon reaching his destination, his eyes sparkled with delight. Just as he had suspected, there lay an abalone nest. In this rocky area, nearly every rock was adorned with wild abalones of varying sizes, and upon estimation, there were at least 100 of them. The sizes of these wild abalones varied. Some of the largest easily exceeded a pound, while the smallest weighed just over a tael. With most abalones falling within the range of 3 to 4 taels to half a pound, it is well known that wild abalone commands a high market price, with larger specimens fetching even more exorbitant sums. As the saying goes, money cannot buy a double-headed abalone. According to current market prices, a wild double-headed abalone costs at least several thousand yuan, often with a price tag but no availability if double-headed abalones are so expensive. One can only imagine how much the larger single-headed abalones in this nest would be worth. Those few single-headed abalones, if sold now, could easily fetch tens of thousands of yuan each. This means that the total value of the abalone nest Yangfan discovered could easily reach several 100,000 yuan. What a fruitful expedition this turned out to be. Seeing the dense population of wild abalones thriving in this rocky area brought a smile to Yangfan's face that, of course, despite the immense value of this abalone nest. Yangfan had no intention of capturing them all at once. He had ventured into the sea seeking dinner, not a fortune, so he planned to take just a few for himself. Moreover, since abalones cling tightly to the rocks, they cannot be caught with a fishing net. The only method of harvesting abalones is through diving. Yet this area was hardly a diving hotspot, and who would bother to bring professional diving gear for leisure? Therefore, Yangfan had no concerns about others discovering this nest of abalones anytime soon. The following steps were straightforward. Realizing he would not consume more than a few, he decided to take only 4 double-headed abalones, each weighing around half a pound. With 2 large abalones in each hand, Yangfan began his ascent, contentedly returning to the spot where he had left his clothes. Chapter 35. Overnight, the vegetable garden is a lush green. Upon Yangfan's return to shore, he realized that darkness had already enveloped the sky. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered in the sea for over an hour, and the clock was nearing 8 o'clock. After changing into clean attire, he leisurely strolled home, taking advantage of the last vestiges of the setting sun. The first order of business upon reaching home was to hastily take a shower. The salt water from the ocean necessitated a rinse with fresh water to avoid discomfort. Once refreshed, Yangfan proceeded to prepare dinner. After a long day of exertion, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten, his stomach was already voicing its complaints. However, due to a lack of ingredients, he could only prepare a simple dish of noodles with abalone for dinner. He quickly extracted the meat from 4 large abalones, washing them thoroughly before placing them into a pot to cook alongside the noodles. Typically, the more exquisite the ingredient, the simpler the cooking method. While boiling the abalone, Yangfan refrained from adding any seasonings, save for a pinch of salt and a drizzle of oil, to maximize the abalone's natural flavor. Should he have included other assorted ingredients, the delicate taste of the abalone would undoubtedly have been overshadowed. With the addition of 4 valuable wild double-headed abalones, the worth of this pot of noodles skyrocketed in an instant. If Yangfan were to capture a video of this abalone noodle dish and share it online, he would undoubtedly be met with ridicule from netizens. Seriously? Is the life of the affluent so unpretentious, using wild double-headed abalones worth thousands each to make noodles, and using 4 at once? This is simply outrageous. Truth be told, the former Yangfan would have never dared to indulge in such luxurious ingredients for a mere bowl of noodles. He would have balked at the thought of consuming something so extravagant. Yet, times had changed. He was now a man of considerable means, worth millions. What was a wild double-headed abalone to him now? He relished 2 bowls of abalone noodles, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he patted his slightly distended stomach before heading upstairs to rest. After a long day, he felt a bit fatigued, and after playing a couple of rounds of a mobile game on his bed, he quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the roosters at the village's edge crowed promptly around 4 or 5 o'clock. However, this time, Yangfan remained undisturbed, enjoying a deep sleep until the sun had risen high in the sky, finally awakening at 8:30, refreshed and alert. After a brief wash and changing into a more stylish outfit, he prepared to venture out. Today, he was to pick up his old classmate, Qin Yushua, from the airport. Her flight was set to arrive at noon, leaving him only 3 hours to make his way there. Once ready, Yangfan stepped outside and was about to lock the door when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief as he gazed at the small vegetable patch he had cultivated just the previous afternoon. To his astonishment, the patch, which had only recently been sown, was now a vibrant green. The seeds of the cherry tomatoes had sprouted overnight, growing into seedlings that measured over 10 centimeters in height. This was utterly remarkable. Typically, even if seeds germinate, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for them to grow to such a height, wouldn't it? Was this the miraculous effect of the golden drip on plants? It seemed almost too powerful. Staring intently at the lush cherry tomato seedlings, Yang Fan was completely astounded. He had speculated that watering the seeds with the diluted golden drip might accelerate their growth. But he had never anticipated such an extraordinary transformation. It was astonishing and almost magical. Filled with wonder, Yang Fan swiftly approached the vegetable patch. Kneeling down, he examined the cherry tomato seedlings closely and noticed that their roots were exceptionally robust, far thicker than those of ordinary seedlings, and their color was a vibrant green, as if they were glistening with moisture. Evidently, the golden drip had not only hastened the growth of these seedlings, but had also rendered them healthier than typical plants. Yang Fan could only exclaim, "The golden drip is truly remarkable." At that moment, he began pondering another question, that if the seeds could sprout overnight under the influence of the golden drip, what differences might exist in the cherry tomatoes produced by these plants when they eventually flower and bear fruit. Yang Fan was genuinely eager to find out. Of course, he understood that such things could not be rushed, and that patience was key. After taking a moment to admire the flourishing cherry tomato seedlings, he composed himself and set off for the airport. After switching between several modes of transportation over the course of a lengthy 2-hour journey, Yang Fan finally arrived at Beihai International Airport. The convoluted travel only served to highlight the isolation of his fishing village, where access to transportation was woefully inadequate, making a trip to the airport a 2-hour endeavor. Upon reaching the airport exit, Yang Fan found a shaded spot to wait patiently. It was only 11:50, and Qin Yushua's flight would not be arriving for another 10 minutes. After fiddling with his phone for a while, time passed swiftly. Estimating that Qin Yushua must have disembarked, Yang Fan decided to give her a call. The call connected almost immediately, and he heard her bright, youthful voice on the line. "Hello, Yang Fan. I've just landed. I'm heading out of the airport now." "Where are you?" "I'm at the airport exit. When you come out, just look to the right, and you should see me that I'm wearing a white t-shirt, black camouflage shorts, and white sneakers." Yang Fan, you're already here. You're quite punctual. Honestly, I'm a bit excited at the thought of seeing you again. Yang Fan chuckled in response. "I feel the same." After hanging up, he waited a few more minutes. Soon, in the bustling crowd at the airport exit, he spotted the person he had been waiting for. As expected of the former campus belle, her poise and long legs effortlessly outshone everyone around her. Fixating on the girl in the denim jeans and sunglasses, Yang Fan couldn't help but squint in delight. Though her face was partially obscured by her large sunglasses, he recognized her immediately, his old classmate. Qin Yushua. It wasn't merely Yang Fan's keen eyesight. Rather, Qin Yushua's legs, reminiscent of a supermodel, were truly unforgettable. Chapter 36. The fairy Yushua recognized by Fan Qin Yushua. "Over here." Upon seeing her emerge, Yang Fan waved enthusiastically and began to walk toward her. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Yushua, having just exited the airport, was following Yang Fan's earlier directions to look to her right. Spotting someone waving, she immediately focused her attention on him. Upon recognizing Yang Fan, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she removed her sunglasses and walked toward him. However, she seemed to have underestimated her own fame. Almost instantly after she took off her sunglasses, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Wow! Fairy Yushua, is that really you?" Following the shout, a young man in his 20s, his face dotted with acne, eagerly dashed toward Qin Yushua, his expression brimming with excitement. "Fairy Yushua, it's really you. I can't believe I'm so lucky to run into you at the airport. Idol, I've been following you on Bilibili for over 2 years. You're my favorite up. I watch your videos every day. Could I please take a photo with you?" It turned out that this young man was a fan of Qin Yushua. He had spotted her in the crowd as soon as he exited the airport, but her oversized sunglasses had concealed half of her face, leaving him uncertain. However, the moment she removed her sunglasses, all doubt vanished. She was indeed his beloved up, Fairy Yushua. This moniker was well known across various video platforms, boasting a fan base exceeding 10 million. Yang Fan, who had almost reached Qin Yushue, found himself momentarily halted as her enthusiastic young fan blocked his path. Smiling as he paused, as for Qin Yushue, she had grown accustomed to being recognized by fans during her 2 years of rising popularity, so she was unfazed by the situation. All right, let us take a picture together. And thank you for your support. Qin Yushue, exuding an air of effortless charm, offered a gentle smile to the bespectacled young fan with a spotty face. Subsequently, she instructed her personal photographer to capture a few snapshots of her with this enthusiastic admirer. Indeed, Qin Yushue was not alone. As a dedicated content creator, she was accompanied by her personal photographer, who happened to be her cousin, a petite young lady with a pleasing appearance and glasses. The spotty-faced fan was quite rational. He was not one of those fervent fans lost in the frenzy of idol worship, but he simply appreciated Qin Yushue for who she was, and after posing for a photo, he quickly took his leave. With this brief interlude concluded, Yang Fan leisurely made his way back to Qin Yushue. As he approached, he seized the opportunity to scrutinize this long-unseen beauty from their shared past. It must be said. Qin Yushue was indeed a striking figure, worthy of being regarded as the belle of her department at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, where beauty was abundant. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with large, expressive eyes adorned with long lashes and gracefully arched eyebrows that seemed almost capable of speech. Her small, rosy lips exuded an alluring sheen. Her delicate, well-defined nose evoked an impulse to gently caress it. Not only were her features impeccable, but her physique and demeanor were equally remarkable. Her legs, rivaling those of international supermodels, were snugly encased in a pair of azure high-waisted jeans, accentuating her exaggerated curves and providing a delightful visual feast. Her long, straight black hair danced lightly in the breeze, adding an enchanting touch to her appearance. Coupled with her fresh, youthful ensemble, Yang Fan was instantly captivated. The straight jeans paired with a simple, fitted cream-colored cartoon tee showcased her splendid figure and vivacious spirit to perfection. Truth be told, if a street photographer were to clandestinely capture a few high-definition images of Qin Yushue and post them online, many a homebound young man would undoubtedly cherish them as wallpaper for daily admiration. In summary, Qin Yushue was undeniably a girl of exquisite beauty, charm, and grace. In his heart, Yang Fan rated his long-lost classmate with a simple appraisal, a sight to behold, as he took in Qin Yushue's beauty. Yang Fan found himself standing before her. He smiled and playfully teased. Well, old classmate, after just 2 years apart, you've become a big star. It seems you can't walk down the street without being approached by fans for a photo. Upon hearing Yang Fan's teasing, Qin Yushue tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled. Yang Fan, are you mocking me? What kind of big star am I? At most, I'm just a small internet celebrity. If a real star were to appear, do you think this airport wouldn't be swarmed with fans? With a playful wink of her sparkling eyes, she began to appraise Yang Fan in return. He stood tall, with a handsome face and a neat, polished appearance, radiating a calm and assured aura that retained the sun-kissed charm of the boy she remembered. Over the past 2 years, he seemed to have changed little, save for perhaps a slight tan from his time spent fishing in his village. Chapter 37. This girl is truly a breath of fresh air unbeknownst to Yang Fan. Qin Yushue had already begun to internally critique his tan complexion. He seized upon her words with a grin, replying, Haha, while you may not yet be considered a big star, that could change in the future, that I truly believe that if you were to enter the entertainment industry, you would surely shine. Honestly, Yang Fan thought that with Qin Yushue's looks and charisma, she would undoubtedly outshine many of the so-called beauties in the domestic entertainment scene. If she were to venture into showbiz, perhaps she could indeed achieve great success. However, that is not a possibility for me. I have no desire to become a big star, Qin Yushue responded with a light-hearted shake of her head. In reality, as her fan base had grown, she had already attracted the attention of numerous talent scouts from various entertainment companies, all eager to sign her and guide her into the industry. Yet, Qin Yushue resolutely declined their offers. She simply wished to remain a free content creator, capturing videos that resonated with her spirit and sharing snippets of her life. To become an entertainer would mean straying far from her original intentions, especially given the murky depths of the entertainment industry that everyone was aware of. The thought of entering showbiz and confronting the myriad unsavory rules that pervade it sent shivers down her spine, leading her to firmly reject any notion of pursuing a career in entertainment. In an era where many beautiful girls would go to great lengths to chase their dreams in the acting world, Qin Yushue's refusal to seize the opportunity to become a star marked her as a refreshing anomaly. Yang Fan, of course, remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling in Qin Yushue's mind, but had he known, he would undoubtedly have wholeheartedly supported her decision. Naturally, a reunion between old classmates led to a pleasant exchange. They stood reminiscing for several minutes before Yang Fan finally remembered to inquire whether Qin Yushue had eaten lunch. "Hey, old classmate, did you eat on the plane?" "Not at all. I absolutely detest airplane food, and I've been looking forward to you treating me to a feast of your hometown specialty dishes after we land." Qin Yushue replied with a mischievous grin. "Haha, no problem. Feel free to indulge, but my hometown is by the sea, so the specialties are primarily seafood. You could probably find similar dishes elsewhere as well." Yang Fan said with a smile. "That is not quite the same. The seafood in your coastal city must be far fresher and more delicious than what we have inland, right?" "That is true. So, I'll take you out for a grand seafood feast." "Yay, I'm so looking forward to it." Qin Yushue beamed with delight. Having settled on their plans for a seafood feast, Yang Fan guided Qin Yushue and her photographer cousin into a taxi and left the airport. He knew of a seafood restaurant near the city pier, which, while not extravagant, had a reputation for its delectable offerings, and he intended to treat Qin Yushue to a delightful meal there. Conveniently, the restaurant was located at the pier, allowing them to board the ferry back to the village right after their meal. After approximately half an hour's drive, Yang Fan brought Qin Yushue and her cousin to their destination. The seafood restaurant was named Fisherman's Wharf. Although the establishment was modest in size, its decor was remarkably distinctive, embodying the authentic charm of fishing village, indicative of a genuine local eatery. "How about this place? Are you satisfied?" Yang Fan turned with a smile, inquiring as they reached the entrance. "Yes, I'm very satisfied. I really like the decor here." Qin Yushue nodded in agreement, smiling at Yang Fan. "Then let us head inside." Yang Fan replied with a grin. Once inside, the staff warmly welcomed them and led them to a quiet table by the window. At this point, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and the lunch rush had mostly subsided, yet the restaurant was still quite bustling with patrons. After they were seated, Yang Fan handed the menu to Qin Yushue, encouraging her to order whatever she liked. With a smile, Qin Yushue did not hesitate, and together with her cousin Chen Xian, they began to peruse the menu. Before long, they each selected a dish. Qin Yushue opted for a steamed wild sea bass, while Chen Xian chose a plate of spicy sour shredded potatoes. Observing that they had only ordered these 2 dishes after much deliberation, Yang Fan jokingly remarked, "What's this, old classmate? Are you worried I won't have enough money to pay?" "Why only these 2 dishes?" Of course not. It's just that we've just landed, and our appetites are a bit lacking, so we decided to keep it light." Qin Yushue laughed, then continued, "Moreover, Yang Fan, you should know that our country is actively combating food waste. So, when Xiao Qian films us, we can't have too many dishes in the frame, or the final video might not pass the review." "I see. Well, that's fair enough." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, this matter had even made headlines, and he had garnered some understanding of it. Speaking of which, Yang Fan himself occasionally indulged in watching culinary vloggers on Bilibili. He noticed that since the government had advocated for the eradication of food waste, those food vloggers now prepared only modest portions, leading their fans to humorously speculate whether they were running low on funds. Yang Fan was not one to indulge in extravagance. Since Qin Yushue and her companions preferred not to order too many dishes, he deemed it unnecessary to overindulge and casually ordered a dish of braised eel before summoning the waiter. However, as his old classmates had made the effort to visit his hometown, Yang Fan was determined to ensure they were well hosted. He resolved to make do with a simple lunch, but later, upon returning to the fishing village, he planned to procure some exquisite wild abalone from a spot he had discovered the day before, allowing Qin Yushue to savor the taste of premium wild abalone. Before long, the dishes were served, and the 3 of them began to eat, laughter and conversation flowing freely. Qin Yushue was a professional content creator. Her cousin, who served as her photographer, occasionally picked up the camera to capture interesting moments for later editing into a video. Inevitably, Yang Fan found himself in front of the camera as well, but he felt indifferent about it. Let them film, he thought, for a handsome man like himself had nothing to fear from the lens. However, little did Yang Fan anticipate that his appearances in Qin Yushua's videos over the past few days would lead to an unexpected surge in popularity, resulting in a wave of admirers. During their meal, Yang Fan and Qin Yushua engaged in delightful conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their university days and sharing experiences post-graduation. Naturally, Qin Yushua was intrigued by Yang Fan's sudden decision to resign from his job in the bustling metropolis and return to his hometown fishing village. She directly inquired about this, but Yang Fan offered little explanation, simply stating that he had grown weary of city life and thus returned to the village. Although Qin Yushua sensed his evasiveness, she chose not to press further on the matter. The pleasant lunch concluded amidst laughter and camaraderie. Afterward, Yang Fan led Qin Yushua and her cousin, Chun Qian, to the ferry, while Qin Yushua had previously traveled on luxurious cruise ships. This was her first experience aboard a modest passenger ferry, which she found quite novel. She eagerly requested her cousin to capture a video of the experience. Upon disembarking and arriving in the town, Yang Fan hailed a tricycle and navigated several bumpy kilometers of mountain roads before finally bringing the two young women to the fishing village. Wow, the natural scenery here is simply breathtaking. Upon reaching Dejing village, Qin Yushua and Chun Qian exclaimed in awe. Although this quaint fishing village appeared quite isolated and underdeveloped, it was surrounded by mountains on three sides and faced the sea, creating a picturesque landscape. Its seclusion had remarkably preserved the most genuine and primitive essence of a rural fishing community. After spending time in the towering skyscrapers of the city, the immediate embrace of this idyllic fishing village left Qin Yushua feeling remarkably refreshed, as if she could breathe freely for the first time. Yang Fan, I now somewhat understand your desire to return to your hometown, Qin Yushua remarked with a smile. Honestly, if given the opportunity, I would undoubtedly relish the chance to live in such a beautiful fishing village for a while. After admiring the village's scenic beauty, she turned to Yang Fan with a reflective smile. Well, if you enjoyed here, my dear old classmate, you are welcome to stay with me for an extended period. Yang Fan replied with a grin. Haha, we'll see about that. Qin Yushua chuckled lightly upon hearing Yang Fan's invitation. Yang Fan then guided Qin Yushua and her cousin toward his home. Interestingly, they encountered several local women along the way, who, upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by two city girls, playfully teased him, asking if he was bringing his girlfriends home. Yang Fan quickly clarified with a laugh that they were merely classmates. Thankfully, the women spoke in a local dialect that Qin Yushua could not understand. Otherwise, she might have blushed at their playful banter. Soon, Yang Fan ushered Qin Yushua and Chun Qian into his home. Wow, Yang Fan, your three-story house is truly impressive, and it even has such a spacious yard. Qin Yushua exclaimed upon seeing his residence that in the city, I bet your seaside villa estate would fetch at least several million. Huh, it's just average, Yang Fan modestly replied. Unlocking the large iron gate, he gestured gallantly for Qin Yushua to enter. Welcome to my humble abode, dear classmate. Thank you. She smiled brightly as she stepped inside. Upon entering, Qin Yushua's attention was immediately drawn to a lush vegetable patch in the corner of the yard. Wow, no way. Yang Fan, you actually have a vegetable garden here. This yard is quite large, and a bare expanse wouldn't be visually appealing. So I tilled a small plot for vegetables yesterday, Yang Fan explained with a smile. What are you growing? It looks so vibrant. Can I take a look? Qin Yushua inquired with curiosity. Of course. Yang Fan nodded. Leading her over to the garden, he pointed to the thriving cherry tomato plants and introduced them to her. These are cherry tomato seedlings, and they seem to be doing quite well that if you come back a bit later, you might even get a taste of fruits of my labor. Really? They're growing beautifully. The leaves are so lush and green. I don't think I've ever seen such vibrant plants, Qin Yushua remarked, admiring the flourishing seedlings. They are indeed quite green, Yang Fan chuckled, noting that they had been nurtured with a special irrigation method. How could they not thrive? Yang Fan, I can't help but feel you have a knack for gardening. Perhaps you should consider cultivating a larger space for greenhouse farming. After admiring the verdant cherry tomato plants, Qin Yushua playfully teased him. Surprisingly, Yang Fan found himself intrigued by her casual suggestion. After some contemplation, he realized that if his method could yield such remarkable results, he might indeed establish a greenhouse to cultivate various fruits and vegetables. While he didn't need the venture for income, the endeavor could prove to be quite enjoyable. Additionally, it would provide him with an opportunity to experiment with how different crops respond to his unique irrigation technique. With that thought, Yang Fan promptly included greenhouse farming in his future plans. Considering the idea of greenhouse farming, Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yushue. I must admit, your suggestion is quite astute. I shall take it under advisement, and when I find the time, I will set up a greenhouse to cultivate some vegetables. Wait, are you serious? Qin Yushue blinked in surprise, thinking to herself that she was merely joking. Absolutely, Yang Fan affirmed with a grin, offering no further explanation. Well then, it seems you're quite exceptional, balancing fishing and farming with such finesse. Qin Yushue chuckled, covering her mouth. Although Yang Fan spoke earnestly, she still perceived it as a jest and paid it little heed. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks, Yang Fan led Qin Yushue into the house. Qin Yushue and her photographer cousin had not brought much with them, only a small suitcase containing some clothing and equipment for filming and editing videos. As they entered the living room on the first floor, Yang Fan held Qin Yushue's suitcase and inquired, "Dear classmate, my second and third floors are all bedrooms. Which one would you and your cousin prefer stay in?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue did not respond immediately. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Which floor do you reside on, Yang Fan?" "I live on the third floor." "Then we shall also stay on the third floor." Qin Yushue declared with a smile that works too. Let's head upstairs, Yang Fan agreed. Yang Fan nodded slightly. As he spoke, he led Qin Yushue and her companions to the third floor, dragging his suitcase behind him. The third floor consisted of only 3 rooms. One was occupied by Yang Fan himself. Another had been converted into a study, leaving only the last vacant room, conveniently situated next to Yang Fan's own. Initially, he had intended for Qin Yushue to stay in a room on the second floor, but since she didn't mind sharing the same level with him, he naturally made no objections. Upon reflection, there was really no issue. After all, sharing a floor did not equate to sharing a room. After guiding Qin Yushue and her cousin to their designated room, Yang Fan opened the door and said to the 2 young women, "This is the room. The decor is rather modest, but the space is quite ample. Are you satisfied?" "Yes, we are quite pleased." Qin Yushue and her cousin Chen Qian responded with smiles and nods after surveying the room. The room's decor was, in fact, rather charming. While it might not rival the luxurious apartments in the city, it exuded a sense of warmth and refinement. Moreover, given that rural self-built houses typically boast substantial square footage, the room offered excellent spatial and visual appeal. Furthermore, it was a sea view room, with the ocean visible just beyond the window, ensuring that anyone who wasn't overly particular would surely appreciate staying here. "Very well. You shall reside here for the next couple of days. I will bring over the bed linens and duvet later. They are freshly purchased and washed just before I came home, so you can rest assured using them," Yang Fan assured them. "Okay, thank you for your thoughtful hospitality, old classmate," Qin Yushue replied with a sweet smile. "Not at all. It is truly my honor to host the esteemed Qin the star." Yang Fan joked at, "Oh, come on, stop teasing me." Qin Yushue shot him an exasperated look. "Huh." Yang Fan chuckled before inquiring, "By the way, old classmate, do you and your cousin need to rest for a bit? After such a long journey, you must be tired." Tea is words. Qin Yushue shook her head with a smile. "Not at all. We don't need to rest, Yang Fan, but let's tidy up a bit, and then we can go beachcombing. I can hardly wait to experience fishing with you." "Really, no need for a break?" "Absolutely not." "All right then, get yourselves organized. Once you're ready, I'll take you out to fish." "Wow, really? We're going fishing? I'm very interested in fishing." Qin Yushue's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of going out to sea, a novel experience for someone who had grown up in an inland city. "Indeed, I will ensure you have a memorable experience." Yang Fan smiled at her enthusiasm, thinking to himself that despite being a well-known influencer, it was amusing to see her so captivated by something so simple. After reaching an agreement to go fishing, Qin Yushue and her cousin quickly set down their luggage to tidy up, gathering their filming equipment. Once they were prepared, Yang Fan led them out towards Yang Hongtao's house. The purpose of this visit was to borrow a boat and fishing rods. Reflecting on how he had to constantly borrow others' boats and equipment for fishing, Yang Fan resolved to purchase a speedboat and some fishing gear in the coming days. Though his finances were still limited, making it impractical to invest in a large fishing vessel. A speedboat was certainly within reach. With a speedboat, future outings would be much more convenient, and the speed advantage would significantly reduce travel time on the water. After a brief walk, they soon arrived at Yang Hongtao's home. Yang Fan had already contacted him in advance, so Yang Hongtao was waiting at the entrance with everything prepared. Upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by two beautiful city girls, particularly one with long legs who resembled a celebrity, Yang Hongtao's eyes lit up with intrigue, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. And no wonder this guy said he wouldn't be fishing today. He was off to the city to pick up lovely young ladies. The previous night, Yang Hongtao had asked Yang Fan if he wanted to go fishing again, but Yang Fan had claimed he had matters to attend to in the city. Now, Yang Hongtao was intrigued to learn that he had returned with two stunning companions. Wow. Yang Fan is quite impressive. How did he manage to attract such beautiful, long-legged girls? As Yang Fan approached with Qin Yushua, laughing and chatting, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but wear a grin reminiscent of a gossipy ant. Chapter 40. Fishing at Sea. Qin Yushua starts a live stream upon reaching Yang Hongtao's courtyard. Yang Fan instructed Qin Yushua and her companions to wait outside while he entered the house. As soon as he stepped inside, Yang Hongtao ambled over with a cheeky grin plastered on his face. He gestured towards Qin Yushua and her cousin outside and asked Yang Fan with a teasing tone, "Hey, Yang Fan, you're quite the charmer. Just a few days back in the fishing village and you've already got two beautiful girls at your side. Come on, spill the beans. What's your relationship with these lovely ladies?" Rolling his eyes at Yang Hongtao's prying, Yang Fan replied, "What relationship could there be? We are merely classmates. Point one is my university classmate, and the other is her cousin. They came to the fishing village to experience beach fishing." Specifically to experience beach fishing? Wow, city folks really know how to have fun. By the way, which one is your classmate? Is it the stunning long-legged girl? Yes, that is the one. I see you have quite an eye for detail. But I hope you weren't staring too intently at her legs, Yang Fan admonished playfully. Hey, how could I not look? Your classmate has such long legs, it's hard not to admire. Yang Hongtao chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Enough of this nonsense. They are waiting outside. Have you prepared everything? Yang Fan urged, eager to cut the chit-chat short. Of course. I've got everything ready, including a bucket of bait that should come in handy. Make sure to catch a few fish to impress your beautiful classmates. Impress them? Just hurry up and hand me the gear, Yang Fan retorted with an eye roll. All right, just a moment. Yang Hongtao laughed as he headed to the living room to fetch the two fishing rods, a bucket of bait, and a box of sea centipede lures. Thanks. I'll make sure to bring you a few fish as a token of my appreciation, Yang Fan said with a smile as he accepted the items. No need for thanks among friends. Go on. Don't keep the ladies waiting. Yang Hongtao waved him off with a grin. Right, I'll be off then. After leaving Yang Hongtao's house, Yang Fan led Qin Yushua and her cousin to the village's small dock. Familiar with the route, he quickly located the old boat that Yang Hongtao had parked at the pier and invited the two young women aboard. Just as he was about to start the engine, Qin Yushua turned to him with a playful smile and said, Yang Fan, I suddenly feel like live streaming. You don't mind, do you? Live stream? Go ahead, feel free. Yang Fan replied with a smile, completely unperturbed, although he rarely watched live streams. He was open-minded about it as a young person, so he had no objections to Qin Yushua broadcasting his presence. Hee, great. Make sure you help me catch plenty of fish so I can show off in front of my fans. Qin Yushua beamed at him. Haha, no problem. Yang Fan chuckled softly. Subsequently, he promptly set the fishing boat in motion, departing from the dock. As he navigated the vessel, he was keenly scanning the waters with his eyes, eager to discern where the fish were most abundant. Meanwhile, Qin Yushua instructed her cousin Qian to retrieve her phone and activate the live stream. This time, Qin Yushua opted to broadcast on the Douyin platform, where she boasted the highest follower count, exceeding 8 million. Although Qin Yushua typically focused on creating videos with little inclination towards live streaming, her live streams attracted significant traffic, with hundreds of viewers flooding in as soon as she began. Most of these fans were ardent supporters of Qin Yushua, who, captivated by the allure of her presence, eagerly tuned in at the mere announcement of her broadcast. Wow, the fairy Yushua is actually live streaming. So exciting, let us celebrate. Indeed, it's quite rare for our little fairy to go live, so I'll be recording the entire session to rewatch it later. Hey up there, don't just drink. Eat something too. Your little fairy. I see you're daydreaming. What are you talking about? She is clearly mine. What a bunch of fools. Always claiming my girlfriend is yours. Have you no shame? Seriously, you lot are something else. Who is the one to blame here? As the broadcast commenced, an avalanche of comments flooded the screen, predominantly from male fans enthusiastically engaging in banter. Observing these humorous and playful comments, Qin Yushua chuckled, unfazed by the spectacle, and addressed the camera with a smile. Good afternoon, friends. Let me show you the sea. Listen, it is stunning blue. As soon as she finished speaking, her cousin Chun Qian, acting in perfect synchrony, zoomed out the camera to reveal the vast, azure expanse of the ocean. Upon witnessing the breathtaking sight of the sea, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, what a beautiful blue ocean. I was just watching the fairy and didn't even realize she was out at sea. Indeed, this ocean is remarkably blue and pristine, far more beautiful than the sea I saw during my trip to Fisherman. Absolutely. I feel the same way. Fairy, where is this sea? It's so blue. Could it be Hawaii or Australia? I bet the fairy is in Maldives. I guess it's Sanya. Noticing the viewers speculating about the location of the sea, Qin Yushua smiled and clarified. Dear friends, this beautiful ocean is neither abroad nor in Sanya. I am currently in a picturesque fishing village in Beihai City, China. As for why the sea here is so blue, let me invite a local friend to explain. Upon finishing her statement, her cousin Qin Qian promptly redirected the camera towards Yang Fan, who was at the bow operating the boat. Chapter 41. Do you expect me to be a livestream prop? Yang Fan was busy steering the boat when he noticed the sudden focus of the camera on him, causing him to blink in surprise. What was going on? Was he being broadcasted live? Yang Fan, the viewers of my live stream are curious about why the sea in your hometown is so blue and beautiful. Why don't you enlighten them? Seeing Yang Fan appear somewhat bewildered, Qin Yushua mischievously smiled at him. In response, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. All right, it seems my old classmate intends to use me as a live stream prop. In fact, Yang Fan had anticipated this moment the instant Qin Yushua began her broadcast. Though he seldom watched live streams, he understood that hosts often sought out props to liven up the atmosphere. Now, apart from the photographer cousin Qin Qian, he was the only one left on the boat. If Qin Yushua was going to enlist him as her prop, who else would she choose? With that thought, Yang Fan shrugged, accepting his role as a prop. He then confidently addressed the camera. As for why the sea in my hometown is so blue, I don't think there is anything particularly special about it. Perhaps it's simply because my hometown is relatively remote and hasn't been excessively developed or polluted, resulting in cleaner waters compared to those in popular coastal cities that have undergone overdevelopment. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, many viewers immediately agreed in the comments. Indeed, this handsome guy makes a valid point. Many popular coastal cities in the country are terribly polluted, lacking any beauty. Exactly, numerous cities discharge vast amounts of domestic or industrial wastewater into the sea, leading to increasingly murky waters along the coast. The situation is indeed dire. The ocean has suffered severe pollution. However, let us be honest. Every snowflake in an avalanche is not innocent. We all bear some responsibility for the degradation of the natural environment. So we should enhance our environmental awareness and protect our oceans and our planet. 10086. You perfectly articulated what I wanted to say. However, amidst the discussions on marine pollution and environmental protection, comments on other topics began to emerge. A foodie from the anime world. I completely agree with your sentiments on environmental protection. But may I timidly ask, is everyone solely focused on whether the sea is blue? Am I the only one who noticed this suddenly appearing handsome guy? He is truly charming. Sister, you're not alone. I noticed him too. This guy's looks are simply top-notch. Absolutely. This young man is undeniably a beauty of the era. I'm in love. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I'd like to get to know him. Cute little Jing. Sister Yushua, who is this handsome guy? He is so charming. Please introduce him. As the discussion in the comments veered off course, the initially male-dominated chat began to shift with the appearance of Yang Fan, as female viewers began to express their admiration. Honestly, Yang Fan's looks were truly exceptional. He had always been a standout in class, and following his transformation in Dragon Ball, his physique and aura had significantly improved, making him appear even more handsome and vibrant than before. One could say that with his current looks and physique, Yang Fan could easily outshine countless young stars in the entertainment industry, not only for his handsome face, but also for his charismatic and vigorous presence, radiating a strong masculine energy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Yang Fan were to remove his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his chiseled six-pack abs and well-defined pectoral muscles, many starry-eyed female viewers would likely be left in awe, seeing the comments flood and asking who Yang Fan was in requests for introductions. Qin Yushua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She had anticipated this reaction. Yes, a seasoned content creator, Qin Yushua was well-versed in the comment culture of today's youth, and she was acutely aware that with Yang Fan's striking looks and charm, his mere presence on camera would inevitably incite a frenzy among female fans. Observing the infatuated comments from the female viewers, Qin Yushua playfully teased, "Dear sisters in the live stream, this handsome young man is my university classmate Yang Fan, and he is currently single. For those interested in an introduction, please send me a private message. And don't forget to include a full-body photo so I can see if I can play matchmaker." As she spoke, Qin Yushua shifted to sit beside Yang Fan for the convenience of the live stream, allowing both of them to appear together on camera. With their simultaneous appearance, the comments section erupted into even more excitement. Chapter 42, Talents in the Livestream Room. Wow. Have you all noticed? The host and this handsome guy named Yang Fan sitting together look so well-matched. Indeed, one is sunny and handsome, the other is beautiful and elegant. They truly complement each other. Absolutely. Seeing them together, I immediately thought of the phrase, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Exactly. I wholeheartedly agree. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Let us flood the screen with perfect match. Perfect match. Perfect match 10086. In a live stream room, the female fans gazed at Yang Fan and Qin Yushua sitting side by side, instantly feeling that they were a perfect match. Both possessed striking looks, enviable figures, and remarkable charisma, and their simultaneous appearance evoked an undeniable sense of chemistry. However, the male fans in the live stream held a different opinion. Even if they secretly believed that Yang Fan and Qin Yushua were indeed well-suited for each other, they would never admit it aloud. Thus, upon seeing a barrage of comments declaring them a match made in heaven, the male fans felt a pang of heartbreak and immediately retorted, Hey, what nonsense are you all spouting about them being a perfect pair? I oppose this union. The little fairy is mine. Indeed, I also oppose this union. I raise both hands and feet in opposition. Opposition 99999. Witnessing the male fans rallying against this perceived romance, the female fans promptly began a mock. Oh, you oppose? What nonsense. With their talent and beauty, who are you grotesques to object? Huh, that was a sharp comeback. Oops, apologies, I couldn't help but burst into laughter at that comment, and I accidentally sprayed a mouthful of soda all over my deskmate's face. Now she's wielding a pencil sharpener to get back at me. How should I explain this? Overwhelmed by the rebuttals, the male fans in front of the screen collectively felt a sense of defeat. Subsequently, the two factions in the live stream engaged in a fervent exchange of comments, resulting in a flurry of messages cascading like snowflakes. The comments began to spiral into chaos, with numerous declarations of either support or dissent. Qin Yushua broke into a sweat. Her viewers displayed an astonishing level of talent. Seeing the comments veering further off course, Qin Yushua had no choice but to redirect the conversation. All right, let's move on. This topic has run its course. Now, I have a question for you all. Can you guess what I'm planning to do on this sea trip? There's a prize for the correct answer. As expected, with Qin Yushua shifting the topic, the comments swiftly returned to a more orderly state. Where to? Little fairy, are you perhaps planning to take a boat to a deserted island for a survival adventure? What survival adventure? Our little fairy would probably prefer a vacation. Miss Streamer, I bet you're going diving, right? If you ask me, with our Yushua's adventurous spirit, she must be going surfing. Come on, what nonsense are you all spouting? The more you talk, the more absurd it gets. Didn't you notice the fishing rods and bait on the boat? I think our fairy is going out to fish. Upon reading this comment, Qin Yushua immediately smiled. Bingo, this observant friend is quite sharp. Yes, I'm going out to fish with my friend. Wow. The streamer can fish too? I can't fish, but my friend, the charming fisherman beside me, can. He'll teach me how to fish later. Upon hearing Chin Yushua's words, the comments erupted with questions. Huh. Didn't you say this handsome guy is your college classmate? Why do you now refer to him as a fisherman? Right? How could the handsome young fan possibly be a fisherman? Exactly. Could a fisherman have skin as flawless as young fans? Noticing the comments shifting to this topic, Chin Yushua directed her gaze toward Yang Fan, intending for him to interact with the audience regarding the matter. However, upon observing him seemingly engrossed in steering the boat, she chose not to disturb him. Instead, she explained to the live stream, You might not know this, but my classmate is quite carefree. He just resigned from his job at a bank in the bustling metropolis and returned to his hometown fishing village. Yes, soon as Chin Yushua's words left her lips, the comments were filled with astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? This young man actually quit a good job at a bank to return to his hometown fishing village to become a fisherman. Why would he do that? It's completely unreasonable. Could it be he suffered some major setback? That must be it. Based on my conjecture, I bet this young man encountered a bad woman in the metropolis and, despondent, decided to leave that painful place. Is it true, young man? Did you encounter a bad woman? Don't worry. If she doesn't want you, it's her loss. Come in my arms. I'll take good care of you. Chapter 43. The Lovelorn One with Nothing. While Chin Yushua engaged in conversation with a livestream audience, Yang Fan was continuously surveying the sea, seeking a spot abundant with fish. After about half an hour of sailing, he finally discovered a location teeming with fish that was an oyster farming area roughly a kilometer ahead, concealing a variety of fish, including sea bass, snapper, small white sharks, and black and yellow sea breams. Most importantly, several sizable schools of fish were present, making it an ideal fishing spot. Yang Fan promptly turned the boat around and navigated toward the oyster zone. The so-called oyster area is essentially a location where oysters are cultivated at sea, often attracting fish. Thus, many choose to fish or set nets in such places. Indeed, before Yang Fan's arrival, 2 boats were already anchored nearby, fishing, though the fishermen did not belong to Dying Village, and Yang Fan did not recognize them. Arriving at the site, Yang Fan found the spot with the most fish and brought the boat to a stop. Noticing the sudden halt, Chin Yushua cheerfully inquired, Yang Fan, why did you stop? Have we arrived at the fishing spot? Yang Fan nodded. Yes, there should be plenty of fish in the oyster area. Let us fish here today, as he spoke. He took out the bait and began to toss handfuls into the water. The moment the bait hit the water, fish of various sizes swarmed in to compete for the food, creating a spectacular scene, albeit one only visible to Yang Fan, as it occurred in waters 20 to 30 meters deep. Seeing the bait attract the fish, Yang Fan quickly retrieved 2 fishing rods and rigged them with sea centipede lures before casting them into the water with precision. He was not casting haphazardly. In fact, he targeted the area where the fish congregated the most. After successfully positioning both hooks among the fish, Yang Fan handed one of the rods to Chin Yushua. Here, take one of the rods. Keep an eye on the float. If it sinks, that means you've caught a fish. Excited, Chin Yushua accepted the fishing rod from Yang Fan's hand and asked, Yang Fan, this is my first time fishing. How long do you think it will take for a fish to bite? It should be quite soon, Yang Fan replied with a smile, confident that with so many fish present, it wouldn't be long before one got hooked. Just as he finished speaking, less than a minute passed when, as expected, there was a tug. The line in Yang Fan's hand suddenly twitched. At the same time, the float on the surface of the water began to dive. A fish was on. Yang Fan smiled, expertly raised a rod, and quickly reeled in a line, soon bringing a sea bass weighing over 3 pounds to the surface. Watching as Yang Fan netted the lively sea bass, Chin Yushua blinked her large eyes in astonishment. No way, Yang Fan. Are you really that skilled at fishing? We just cast a line less than a minute ago, and you caught such a big fish? Haha, it's just average, Yang Fan humbly replied, tossing the lively sea bass into the live well on the boat. After securing the fish, he reattached the sea centipede lure and cast the line once more. Yang Fan, my float is moving too. A short while later, Chin Yushua noticed her float suddenly jerking and exclaimed, Yang Fan, my hook has a fish too. What should I do? What is there to discuss? Just lift the rod and reel it in, Yang Fan replied, slightly exasperated by her panic. But I don't know how. As the float began to bob vigorously, Qin Yushue appeared flustered and frantic. Yang Fan. Hurry, come teach me. Don't let the fish get away. Fine. Yang Fan forced a smile, then reached out to grasp Qin Yushue's fishing rod, guiding her meticulously on how to lift the rod, reel in a line, and maneuver the fish. It was evident that Qin Yushue was a novice angler. Her technique was rather clumsy. However, under Yang Fan's patient instruction, she ultimately succeeded in reeling in the fish that had taken the bait. As a sizable yellow croaker, weighing over a pound, was pulled from the water, Yang Fan swiftly retrieved it with a landing net. Qin Yushue erupted in joyful exclamations. Wow! Did you see that, Yang Fan? I caught a big fish too. Ha! I'm so amazing. Yang Fan merely smiled in silence. It was Qin Yushue's first fishing experience, and to catch a fish exceeding a pound filled her with exhilaration. She promptly set down the rod, bent over to grasp the large yellow croaker from the landing net, and proudly held it aloft before the camera, exclaiming, "Hee! Look at this! I caught a big fish right off the bat. Don't you think my fishing skills are impressive?" Upon hearing her boast, the comments flooded in. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This little fairy's proud expression is utterly adorable. Indeed, it was charming. However, one must admit that. Little fairy, your fishing skills are not only lacking but rather poor. When you were reeling in the fish earlier, it nearly slipped off the hook several times. Honestly, if it weren't for that young man beside you who intervened just in time, that fish would have surely escaped. Tisish, it's her first time fishing. Catching one is already quite an achievement. Exactly. Our little fairy is the most beautiful and the most skilled. The comments continue to flow. Confirmed, 2 simps upstairs. They are indeed simping excessively. Even with such poor fishing skills, you're still simping? Total die-hard fans. TCH, what's wrong with being a fan? We have everything fans could wish for. But fans have nothing at all. Chapter 44. A big fish caught. Given the abundance of fish at this spot, Yang Fan and Qin Yushue spent the subsequent time reeling in fish after fish in less than half an hour. They had caught over 10 fish, most of which weighed more than a pound. This delighted Qin Yushue immensely. For someone fishing for the first time, the thrill of continuously catching large fish was indescribably delightful. However, for Yang Fan, fishing had begun to feel somewhat monotonous. The greatest joy of fishing lies in the unknown and the anticipation. One never knows when a fish might bite. Yet, Yang Fan had already discerned the state of the sea. Leaving him devoid of any real sense of expectation, there's a saying that goes, if you wish to quickly rid yourself of an addictive game, you can use hacks, for once you do, the thrill of competition swiftly dissipates. Yang Fan found himself in a similar predicament. Knowing where the fish were diminished the excitement, rendering it somewhat lackluster. Therefore, after catching a few more fish, Yang Fan opted for a blind fishing approach, and he no longer cast his line at the previously baited spot, but instead flung it far into the unknown waters. This time, he refrained from peering into the depths, thus uncertain of whether there were any fish nearby. By doing so, he eliminated the element of cheating, and the joy of fishing was rekindled, albeit slightly. Noticing Yang Fan's sudden change in fishing location, Qin Yushue curiously inquired, "Yang Fan, wasn't there a lot of fish where we were just fishing? Why did you suddenly switch to a different spot?" Yang Fan smiled and casually replied, "While there are indeed many fish over there, I doubt there are any big ones that felt a bit dull, so I thought I'd see if I could catch something over 10 pounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue rolled her eyes. "All right, you're impressive that you're not satisfied with having fish to catch. You want to reel in 10-pounders. Yang Fan merely shrugged and refrained from further comment. Thus, as Yang Fan cast his line into the unfamiliar sea, he waited leisurely for over 10 minutes without a single bite. Although the prolonged silence was somewhat tedious, he remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the next opportunity. Meanwhile, Qin Yushue continued to catch fish one after another, soon reeling in another 5 or 6, which made her gloat. Yang Fan, during this time, I caught 5 or 6 fish. Why haven't you had any action yet?" Observing her gloating demeanor, Yang Fan resisted the urge to retort. After a few more minutes with still no bites, he contemplated pulling up his line to check if the bait had been taken. Just then, the bobber twitched. Suddenly, Yang Fan felt a strong tug on the line. Was it a big fish? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, instinctively gazing into the water, only to spot a massive shadow gliding through the depths. What in the world? What kind of fish is that? It's enormous. Chapter 45. The over 100-pound grouper. Yang Fan stared in shock, his eyes widened. With exceptional visibility beneath the water, he could clearly see a colossal fish swimming several dozen meters away. This fish was astonishingly large, undoubtedly exceeding 100 pounds. This revelation left Yang Fan momentarily speechless. Logically, they were in shallow waters, where such large fish were not expected to roam. The sea bass he had caught earlier, weighing only a few pounds, was considered a heavyweight in this area. Yet when compared to this enormous fish, the sea bass was merely a small fry. After carefully observing this colossal fish, Yang Fan quickly identified it. It was a grouper, known scientifically as the giant grouper, also referred to as the pig grouper. The term giant said it all. Adult groupers typically exceed 60 centimeters in length and weigh over 60 to 70 pounds. Their bodies are elongated and flattened, with large mouths and covered in dark greenish spots. The grouper before him appeared to be over a meter long, certainly weighing above 100 pounds, a medium-sized specimen. Considering that these fish can grow to over 300 pounds, seeing this magnificent grouper in the water, Yang Fan was instantly exhilarated. Just moments ago, he lamented the lack of excitement in fishing. And now, the thrill had returned. Hey, Yang Fan, why are you suddenly so excited? Did you hook a big one? Qin Yushua, noticing his sudden enthusiasm, inquired curiously. Yes, I hooked a massive one, Yang Fan replied with a grin, then stood up to battle the fish. A fish of this magnitude, exceeding 100 pounds, possessed immense strength. One careless moment could result in a snapped line. Yang Fan prepared himself for an intense tug-of-war. After all, was T. Santiago from the old man in the sea engaged in a fierce battle with a massive marlin for days? Of course, that marlin was even larger, weighing around 700 or 800 pounds. When Yang Fan claimed he had hooked an enormous fish, Qin Yushue's eyebrows shot up in surprise. How big is it, Yang Fan? While reeling in the fish, Yang Fan replied without turning back. I estimate it's at least over 100 pounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue's eyes widened, her mouth forming an adorable O shape. What? Over 100 pounds? My goodness, how enormous must that fish be? Haha, it's very large. You'll see once I reel it in. Yang Fan chuckled as he continued to reel in the fish. As a lad raised in a fishing village, he had certainly caught his fair share of fish. Yet he had never encountered one of such colossal size. The largest fish he had previously caught weighed merely a dozen pounds. Excitement coursed through him, mingled with a hint of nervousness. After all, successfully landing this behemoth, exceeding 100 pounds, would pose a significant challenge to his angling skills. In the ensuing moments, Yang Fan employed the technique known as long line control, engaging in a battle of wits and endurance with the enormous grouper lurking beneath the waves. The long line control method is a common strategy employed when reeling in large fish. One cannot simply retrieve the line without restraint, lest even the sturdiest line snap under pressure. IT requires a delicate balance of pulling and releasing. Maintaining the line at approximately 25 to 30 meters to successfully land the fish, one must master the art of tension, tightening when the fish relaxes and loosening when it strains. This meticulous control is essential. Too tight risks breaking the line, while too loose allows the fish to conserve its strength. The goal is to keep the fish in a state of exertion, thereby swiftly depleting its energy. After about half an hour of relentless reeling, Yang Fan finally wore down the magnificent grouper. As it began to tire, he swiftly reeled in the line, gradually pulling the fish towards the boat. Moments later, when a massive grouper was merely 5 or 6 meters from the vessel, it finally began to surface. Chapter 46. Are you trying to convince us to quit our jobs and become fishermen? Goodness, this fish is absolutely enormous. As the giant grouper broke the surface, Qin Yushu's eyes widened in astonishment, and she gasped in surprise, while Yang Fan had been engaged in the struggle with the fish. She had refrained from fishing herself, instead focusing intently on the epic battle unfolding before her. However, without the ability to see beneath the water surface like Yang Fan, she had no idea just how gigantic the fish truly was. Now that it was being reeled in, she could finally appreciate the sheer majesty of the grouper, which weighed over 100 pounds. It was simply astounding. Aside from the sharks she had seen in an aquarium, she had never encountered a fish of such magnitude up close. Most importantly, this gargantuan creature had been caught by Yang Fan. One could only imagine the level of shock coursing through Qin Yuxue at that moment. Simultaneously, as the grouper surfaced, the nearby photographer, Chun Xian, gasped and immediately aimed her camera at the scene. The moment the massive grouper appeared on the live stream, the chat exploded with excitement. My goodness, what kind of fish is that? A deep-sea monster. It's outrageously large. Is that not at least over 100 pounds? Heavens, to think such a massive fish could be caught. I am utterly impressed. This fellow named Yang Fan is incredible. Truly remarkable. All right, I must concede, this young lad and the enchanting maiden are a perfect match. Your skills have captivated me. Thus you have my blessing. I declare that the enchanting maiden belongs to you from this day forth. What are you talking about? You have no say in this matter. The enchanting maiden is mine. Yes, I also object. The enchanting maiden is still mine, but I must admit, this fellow is extraordinarily impressive. To catch such a large fish is simply astounding. I am completely speechless. Hey, let's not get carried away with the flattery. After all this talk, does anyone know what kind of fish this is? Exactly. Where's the science expert? Is there a science expert in the live stream? Please come and enlighten us. Indeed, I too wish to know the background of this magnificent fish. Calling for the science expert. Do not fret, the science expert is currently researching. Please hold on a moment. Ahem, good afternoon everyone. I am a postdoctoral researcher from Tsinghua University's Marine Institute. Allow me to provide some insights, based on my observations, and I assure you, I did not just look it up. The fish caught by the host appears to be a dragon grouper, which is the largest species of grouper, scientifically known as Epinephelus lanceolatus, also colloquially referred to as the giant grouper, a prized culinary fish. Thank you, science expert. You may take your leave. Thank you, science expert. However, I must timidly inquire. Does Tsinghua University even have a marine institute? Also, are you really watching a live stream while on a postdoctoral research assignment? Shouldn't you be in the lab conducting research? Hey, the person above, can't you keep your thoughts to yourself? Exactly. It's enough that the science expert provided valuable information. Indeed, you're being quite inconsiderate. Now that we know this colossal fish is called a dragon grouper, can anyone else enlighten us as to how much it might be worth? Yes, I too am curious about the price of this fish. Calling for the next science expert. The science expert has arrived. After my previous research, wild dragon groupers typically sell for over 300 yuan per pound, and the larger they are, the more valuable they become. A wild dragon grouper weighing over 60 pounds can fetch around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, while one exceeding 100 pounds is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Holy moly! Are you saying that the fish caught by this fellow is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan? Goodness gracious, to catch a fish worth that much? That's equivalent to several years' worth of my salary. Are you trying to convince me to quit my job and become a fisherman? Stop talking. I've already purchased my plane ticket and I'm on my way to find Yang Fan to go fishing. I want to say another word. I was secretly watching a live stream and got caught by my boss. He said he would dock a day's pay, and while I initially planned to endure it, after seeing this fisherman catch a fish worth tens of thousands, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to slap my resignation on my boss's desk and become a carefree fisherman. You up there, stop boasting. If you dare to do that, I'll respect you as a true man. Meanwhile, as the live stream chat exploded with excitement, Yang Fan had successfully worn down the massive dragon grouper, and he continued to slowly reel it in towards the boat. Given the size of the fish, a net was clearly insufficient. Yang Fan began to ponder how he could bring this enormous creature aboard. Chapter 47. Are you playing tricks? After careful consideration, Yang Fan realized that he had only one option to get the giant grouper onto the boat. He would have to jump into the water and lift it with his own strength. What other method could he possibly employ? With this determination in mind, he wasted no time and leapt off the boat. Fortunately, after nearly an hour of struggling, the dragon grouper was utterly exhausted. Once in the water, Yang Fan effortlessly embraced it. Although the grouper instinctively exerted its last ounce of strength to escape, Yang Fan's enhanced physique, thanks to his transformation, was immensely powerful. He firmly held the grouper and, with a swift motion, effortlessly tossed the colossal fish onto the boat. Wow, Yang Fan, your strength is incredible. Seeing Yang Fan leap into the water and effortlessly hoist the 100-plus-pound grouper onto the boat left Qin Yuxiu astounded. She could hardly believe her eyes. The viewers in the live stream were equally flabbergasted. Goodness, this fisherman is a beast. Those arms are phenomenal. Indeed they are. He tossed that grouper aboard as if it were nothing. Could he have been a weightlifter in his youth? Oh my. Not only is he handsome, but he is also incredibly strong. I am smitten. Exactly. If only I could be his girlfriend, I would feel so secure nestled in his strong embrace. Enchanting sister, please introduce me. I want to have his children. You all stop ogling my husband. After tossing the large grouper on a boat, Yang Fan effortlessly leaped aboard. Using his hands for support, the grouper, which he had thrown onto the deck, flailed violently for a few moments before gradually ceasing its struggles. Having been in the water, Yang Fan's clothes were now thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Thus, he decided to remove his shirt, intending to wring it out before putting it back on. Yang Fan, how brazen! Upon witnessing Yang Fan's sudden disrobing, Qin Yuxiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, causing her to instinctively cover her eyes with her hands. However, the sight of Yang Fan's alluring six-pack abs and impressive biceps compelled her to sneak a few glances through her fingers. Wow, Yang Fan's physique is astonishing, she thought to herself, realizing that he appeared far more attractive than the fitness enthusiast she had observed at the gym. Peeking at Yang Fan's nearly perfect form, Qin Yuxiu's face turned crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. She had never anticipated that this old classmate of hers not only possessed striking looks, but also such a captivating physique. He was nothing short of a male deity. As the image of Yang Fan, bare-chested, was broadcasted live, the female viewers erupted with excitement. Oh my heavens! What a divine physique this young man has. I'm absolutely in love. Exclaimed one. Goodness, just one glance at that body makes my legs weak. Another chimed in. Stop it. After seeing this young man's physique, I've already retrieved the cucumber I had stored in the fridge. Hey, what do you need a cucumber for? Came a cheeky response. What do you think? Yet another viewer remarked. But seriously, this young man is not only handsome, but also boasts such an incredible body. If he were to become a trainee, what would happen to the likes of Quaint and Fan? Exactly. Compared to Yang Fan, those other guys are nothing but duds. Another declared that I hereby announce that starting today, Yang Fan is my idol. Do you have Douyin or Weibo idol? I want to follow you. TSK. With a body like that, I don't need to say anything more. I've already taken a screenshot. When the nights get lonely and cold, I can pull out this picture to soothe my heart. Screenshot? I've already started licking my screen. Not only the female fans, but even some male viewers in the live chat confessed that Yang Fan's physique was making them question their orientations. Dude, are you? I'm a straight man, and you've bent me. Wow. The person above has some incredible driving skills. I only understood after a minute. Yang Fan, oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream, was completely unaware of the playful teasing about him. Even if he had known, he would likely have merely chuckled and brushed it off. In truth, Yang Fan was quite pleased with his physique. Ever since he acquired the Dragon Pearl, he had noticed a remarkable transformation in his body, gradually evolving into its current state with six-pack abs, a toned waist, defined lines, and well-developed pectoral muscles. While others had to toil away in the gym to achieve such a physique, he merely needed a few extra hours of sleep to attain it, which was undoubtedly a bit infuriating. After wringing out his shirt, Yang Fan quickly put it back on. Noticing Qin Yuxiu's flushed face as she covered her eyes and chided him for his behavior, he sheepishly smiled and said, I wasn't being lewd. My clothes were just too wet and uncomfortable, so I had to take them off to wring them out. Humph. You could have at least warned me beforehand. Upon seeing Yang Fan dressed again, Qin Yuxiu lowered her hands and huffed softly. I thought you wouldn't mind. It's quite common for men to go shirtless in our fishing village. Yang Fan shrugged. Humph. That just means your village is filled with rascals. Yang Fan was rendered speechless. Chapter 48. Astir at the dock with his clothes thoroughly soaked and feeling uncomfortable, Yang Fan decided it was time to cease fishing. Furthermore, having already caught such a large grouper, The live well on the boat was insufficient, necessitating a prompt return ashore to sell it. With this in mind, he turned to Qin Yushue and asked, "Old classmate, shall we call it a day and head back?" Qin Yushue, glancing at Yang Fan's wet attire, nodded understandingly. "Yes, let us hurry back. You need to change before you catch a cold." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the large grouper that had ceased its struggles on the deck, and she curiously inquired, "Yang Fan, some viewers in my livestream mentioned that this fish could be worth 2 to 300,000. Is that true?" "That sounds about right. While grouper can indeed be quite expensive, especially one of this size, which is rare that if sold to a high-end seafood restaurant, it could fetch that price," Yang Fan confirmed with a nod. "Wow. So you mean to say by catching just this one fish, you could earn tens of thousands?" Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Qin Yushua blinked in astonishment. "So that's why being a fisherman is so lucrative. Now I understand why you chose to quit your job and return home." "Not really. It's just good luck. Generally, such large grouper are unlikely to appear near the shore, so today is definitely an instance of extraordinary fortune." Yang Fan chuckled, shaking his head. While he had indeed been fortunate to catch the exquisite lobsters and wild yellow croakers previously, today's catch of the large grouper was purely serendipitous. Luck is also a part of skill, Qin Yushue remarked with a smile. Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, she tilted her head with a playful grin and said, "By the way, Yang Fan, as the saying goes, those who see have a share. Since we fish together, shouldn't you share some of the earnings from selling this big fish with me?" "Haha, no problem. Once we sell it, I'll give you half," Yang Fan replied, grinning widely. "Really? You're so generous." Qin Yushue's eyes sparkled. "Of course," Yang Fan nodded seriously. Then maybe it's best to forego it. Just knowing you have that intention is enough. But since you caught the fish, I feel a bit embarrassed to take a share," she said, sticking her tongue out adorably. "Haha, I genuinely want to share half with you, but if you don't want it, then so be it. After all, you're a little rich girl, so you're not short on money." Yang Fan laughed, fully aware that Qin Yushua was merely teasing him. It was worth noting that this charming girl was indeed quite wealthy. Firstly, she was a renowned internet celebrity, likely earning millions annually from video shoots and advertisements. Secondly, her family background was exceptionally privileged. Her father owned a publicly traded company in Shanghai, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, while her mother held a high-ranking position in a state-owned enterprise, earning a six-figure salary. Thus, it could be said that Qin Yushua had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Coupled with her current ability to earn substantial money, she was undoubtedly a bona fide young heiress. In truth, considering her perspective, even if the grouper were worth hundreds of thousands, she likely wouldn't be overly concerned. Moreover, given Qin Yushua's character, even if she weren't a wealthy girl, she probably wouldn't feel comfortable splitting the earnings with Yang Fan. Her remark was merely a playful jest to lighten the mood. After exchanging a few light-hearted quips, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. Along the way, he naturally shared the news of his catch with Shen Yufei, inquiring if she wished to purchase it. Upon receiving the message, Shen Yufei promptly replied that she was indeed interested. Upon learning that Yang Fan had caught another grouper valued in the tens of thousands, Shen Yufei was both astonished and elated. She was now fully convinced that Yang Fan's ability to consistently catch premium seafood was no mere stroke of luck. He must possess a unique talent for fishing to be able to frequently procure such exquisite marine delicacies. In Shen Yufei's eyes, Yang Fan had undoubtedly become her most important client. With him as a reliable supplier, it was likely that her seafood restaurant would be well stocked with premium seafood for a long time to come. Certainly, although Shen Yufei suspected that Yang Fan possessed a remarkable fishing talent, what she did not anticipate was that his capture of the substantial dragon grouper was indeed a stroke of pure luck. After coordinating with Shen Yufei, Yang Fan set sail directly back to the village. The reason he chose not to head to the seafood trading dock in the city was that he had just informed Shen Yufei that if she wished to acquire the dragon grouper, she should send someone to the dock in Dying Village to collect it. For Yang Fan, time was of the essence. It was impractical for him to consistently procure premium seafood while also making frequent trips to the city to sell his catch. Spending excessive time at sea could hinder his efficiency. Therefore, he had already made it clear to Shen Yufei that in the future, if she wanted to conduct business with him, she should send someone to Dying Village for transactions. as he generally would not be making the journey to the city himself. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Shen Yufei had no objections whatsoever. In fact, she was now utterly inclined to comply with Yang Fan, her god of wealth. Any request he made, as long as it did not contravene her principles, she would undoubtedly acquiesce to immediately. By the time Yang Fan returned to the village dock, the sun was setting in the west. The evening sun cast a shimmering golden glow upon the sea, presenting a breathtaking vista that resembled a picturesque painting, captivating all who beheld it. Witnessing the stunning sunset over the ocean, Qin Yushue was naturally overwhelmed with delight. Pulling out her phone to capture the moment, while her livestream audience clamored to take screenshots of the mesmerizing scene as their screensaver. After securing the boat, Yang Fan and his companions chose to remain on board, leisurely enjoying the view as they awaited Shen Yufei's people to arrive for the dragon grouper. During this interval, some of the village's older fishermen began returning to the dock in their somewhat weathered fishing boats. It was no surprise that upon noticing the large dragon grouper aboard Yang Fan's vessel, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Hey, Yang Fan, how did you manage to catch such a massive fish?" one exclaimed. "Indeed, this fish must weigh over 100 pounds. How did you do it?" Another queried that, "My goodness, Yang Fan, this fish is extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, that's a dragon grouper, right? It's incredibly valuable. How much do you think it would sell for?" In an instant, the sight of Yang Fan's dragon grouper caused quite a stir at the village dock. A S-word spread. Many villagers hurried over to witness the spectacle. A dragon grouper exceeding 100 pounds was indeed a rarity for the residents of Dying Village. And who wouldn't want to come and take a look? Chapter 49. Who teases whom? Oh my, what a marvel! Such a colossal fish. Indeed, this one must weigh over 100 pounds. I wonder how Yang Fan caught it. I heard this fish is a dragon grouper. Yes, it's worth a fortune. They say this one could fetch 2 to 300,000. 2 to 300,000? Good heavens, Yang Fan must have struck it rich. Indeed, it's surprising that Yang Fan excels not only in academics, but also in fishing. I heard he and Tao went out yesterday and caught dozens of big groupers, selling them for several thousand. Is that true? Yang Fan is remarkable. His father was the best fisherman in our village. It seems he has inherited his father's fishing prowess. Absolutely, Yang Fan graduated from a prestigious university and apparently even worked in a bank. Yet now he has returned to the fishing village. He must have great confidence in his fishing abilities. Indeed, Yang Fan is truly exceptional. He can excel in academics and fishing alike. The villagers gathered at the dock, discussing Yang Fan with growing admiration. News of his successful catch yesterday, alongside Yang Hongtao, had already circulated in the village, and now with the dragon grouper, the villagers were genuinely astonished by his fishing skills. Yang Fan's father had been the foremost fisherman in Dying Village, which explained why their family could afford a large fishing vessel and construct the village's finest mansion. The neighbors speculated that Yang Fan must have inherited his father's fishing techniques, as it was unlikely he would have returned to fishing after graduating from a prestigious university without such skills. Hearing the villagers' discussions about him, Yang Fan felt no need to refute their claims. Rather, he experienced a sense of secret delight. With his abilities, he was bound to frequently catch prime goods, destined to become renowned in the surrounding areas. The villagers attributing his success to his father's fishing techniques was, for him, the most favorable outcome. This way, he would no longer need to explain why he consistently caught such remarkable fish. Approximately 10 minutes later, a speedboat swiftly approached from the distance, soon arriving at the dock of Dying Village. The boat carried none other than Shen Yufei, who, upon receiving Yang Fan's message, hurriedly brought 2 employees along to expedite the transaction. Upon spotting Yang Fan, she waved cheerfully and instructed the driver to bring the speedboat alongside Yang Fan's vessel. As the 2 boats drew near, Shen Yufei, with a charming smile, greeted him. "Brother Yang Fan, we meet again." "Hello, Boss Shen," Yang Fan replied with a smile and a nod. Still calling me Boss Shen? Didn't you promise to call me Sister Yufei from now on?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's address, Shen Yufei feigned a frown, pretending to be upset. All right then, Sister Yufei," Yang Fan said, scratching his nose, still somewhat unaccustomed to calling her that. "That's more like it, Brother Yang Fan," Shen Yufei exclaimed, her smile radiant as she turned her gaze toward the large dragon grouper aboard the boat. Seeing such a sizable wild dragon grouper, Shun Yufei felt a surge of excitement, momentarily at a loss for words. This newly acknowledged brother of hers was indeed impressive. He had managed to catch a dragon grouper exceeding 100 pounds solely through his fishing skills. This strikingly handsome young man, seemingly harmless, was anything but ordinary. After a brief appraisal of the dragon grouper, Shun Yufei wasted no time and offered Yang Fan an exceptionally high price. Brother Yang Fan, I'll offer 366,000 for this dragon grouper. What do you think of this price? If it's not enough, I can increase it. Yang Fan quickly waved his hand with a smile. That's sufficient, that's sufficient. This price is already generous. It seems I've taken advantage of you. Sister Yufei. Really? No need to increase the price? Shun Yufei, her enchanting eyes fixed on Yang Fan, then added with a playful tone, Brother Yang Fan, you know I wouldn't mind letting you take advantage of me. Yang Fan felt a bit overwhelmed. Was this alluringly seductive woman teasing him? To be honest, he was rather bashful and had never seriously dated, so he found it challenging to withstand Shun Yufei's playful banter. Seeing Yang Fan's face turn nearly crimson at her words, Shun Yufei quickly covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I won't tease you anymore, since you don't want to take advantage of me. Let us proceed with the price I just mentioned. I'll transfer the money to you right away. With that, Shun Yufei pulled out her phone and promptly transferred 366,000 to Yang Fan. All right. Thank you, Sister Yufei, he replied. Thus, the transaction was completed smoothly. After the exchange was finalized, Shun Yufei did not linger but bid Yang Fan farewell with a smile and swiftly departed the dock, the onlookers in the village, astonished to learn that Yang Fan sold the massive fish for over 300,000, expressed their admiration and congratulated him. Giving him thumbs up for his impressive feat, Yang Fan merely smiled humbly in response. Once everything was settled, he and Qin Yushue disembarked and headed home. Along the way, Qin Yushue, with a curious expression, scrutinized Yang Fan and asked, Yang Fan, you seem quite familiar with that beautiful boss just now. Tell me, what is your relationship with her? You're not being taken care of by this wealthy woman, are you? Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes and then began to retaliate, casting a playful smile at Qin Yushue. To be honest, old classmate, if I ever wanted to be supported by a wealthy woman, I would certainly seek you out as my little benefactor. By the way, if I really did approach you, would you be willing to support me? Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yushue's charming face flushed. She had intended to tease Yang Fan, but unexpectedly found herself being flirted with instead. Chapter 50. Is Yang Fan a steel straight man? After returning home, it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. Feeling that both Qin Yushue and her cousin must be hungry since it was so late and they hadn't eaten, Yang Fan thought that as the host, he ought to prepare a sumptuous dinner to entertain them. However, as the saying goes, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. His home was devoid of rice. So how could he concoct a lavish dinner? With no other choice, Yang Fan could only prepare noodles to treat Qin Yushue and her cousin, and of course, these would not be ordinary noodles, but exquisite wild abalone noodles. With that thought in mind, Yang Fan said to Qin Yushue, Old classmate, you and your cousin can rest for a bit at home, but I need to step out for a moment. Naturally, Qin Yushue found it strange that he was heading out so late. Yang Fan, what are you going out for at this hour? Is something the matter? You'll find out soon enough, Yang Fan replied with a smile, before heading out dressed in clean clothes. What a mysterious fellow. Qin Yushue pouted as she watched his departing figure. Under the cover of night, Yang Fan made his way to the seaside. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water and expertly swam towards the rocky area where he had discovered the wild abalone the previous day. Soon, he arrived at the abalone spot and began harvesting them, managing to catch over a dozen large abalones, each weighing at least 4 taels, before he stopped, this time to entertain Qin Yushue and her cousin. He not only caught several double-headed abalones, but also 2 exceptionally large single-headed abalones. With these exquisite wild abalones in hand, he was confident that even serving them as noodles would not seem shabby. Once he finished collecting the abalones, Yang Fan cradled them in his arms as he swam away from the rocky area. After reaching the shore and changing into clean clothes, he wrapped the wild abalones in the short-sleeved shirt he had just taken off and then headed home. By the time it was 8:30 in the evening, Qin Yushue had already turned off her live stream. She and her cousin had just gone upstairs for a shower. and now they sat on the living room sofa in cute cartoon pajamas, cross-legged, watching a popular variety show on the large television that Yang Fan had purchased just a few days prior, boasting a 75-inch screen and 8K resolution, costing him several tens of thousands of yuan. Qian, are you hungry? At that moment, feeling slightly dizzy from hunger, Qin Yushua touched her flat stomach and looked at her cousin Qin Xian, who was sitting beside her. Of course I'm hungry. My dear cousin, what's up with your classmate? Here we are visiting his home, and yet he hasn't even offered us a meal. Chun Qian replied, also patting her own flat belly with a pitiful expression. I don't know what is going on either. Yang Fan is usually quite reliable. I wonder why he suddenly went out so late and hasn't returned yet. Qin Yushua was genuinely perplexed. Completely unaware of Yang Fan's intentions. A stunning beauty. She had come to visit him, yet he had vanished, leaving her to starve. Was this how one treated a guest? This guy was utterly unreasonable, a true steel straight man. How could he be so heartless? After a while, Chun Qian could no longer bear the hunger. She turned to Qin Yushua and asked, Yushua, should we head to the kitchen and make something ourselves? I'm really about to starve. Qin Yushua immediately rolled her eyes. No need to think about it. When you were upstairs showering, I peeked into the kitchen and found that the fridge is completely empty. There's not even a leaf of vegetable. Chen Xian was at a loss for words, offering a wry smile. So what do? We can't just starve like this, right? How about we order takeout? Upon hearing this, Qin Yushua promptly tapped Chun Xian's forehead with her hand. Exasperated, takeout? Chan Xian, are you out of your mind? Do you really think we can get takeout in this little fishing village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1? Fine. Chun Xian sighed, realizing she must be too hungry to think straight. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, then how about we go to the neighbor's place and see if we can get something to eat? The locals here should be quite hospitable, right? We could ask for some food. Ask for food? Are you out of your mind? Are you a nun or something? Forget it. If we're hungry, we can just endure it for a bit. I refuse to believe that Yang Fan will really leave us without a meal tonight. Ugh, Yushua, but I'm really starving. I'm hungry too. Just hang in there. If I endure any longer, I might actually faint from hunger. Speaking of which, Yushua, your classmate is quite handsome and skilled at fishing, but why is he such a straight man? How can he leave 2 delicate girls starving in his home? Don't even get me started. When Yang Fan returns, I'll make sure he knows my displeasure. Qin Yushua huffed, gritting her teeth. Just as she finished her sentence, the courtyard outside creaked open. Moments later, Yang Fan walked in, seeing Yang Fan finally returning. Qin Yushua sprang up from the sofa, indignant, and with hands on her hips, began to accuse him. Yang Fan, you actually remember how to come home. Tell me, where have you been? My cousin and I are about to starve to death. Do you have any idea? You've truly gone too far, leaving 2 beautiful women to suffer hunger at home. You absolute scoundrel. You steel straight man. You're really going to drive me crazy. Chapter 51. Casually cooking abalone noodles. Upon entering the door and encountering Qin Yushua, who stood with her hands on her hips like a fierce tiger, berating him, Yang Fan could only scratch his nose and let out a wry smile. However, he was aware that he was in the wrong. After all, he had indeed failed to fulfill the duties of a host by not preparing dinner for his guests. Accepting the scolding, Yang Fan quietly endured Qin Yushua's tirade. Fortunately, she was not truly furious. After a few moments of venting, her anger began to subside. Seeing this, Yang Fan quickly offered a sheepish explanation. Old classmate, it's just that I didn't have any rice or vegetables at home. So I went out to find something to eat for you. But the journey took a bit longer than expected. The rocky area where the wild abalones were located was quite a distance away, and the round trip took a considerable amount of time, which was why he had returned so late. As soon as Qin Yushua settled back onto the sofa and heard Yang Fan's explanation about looking for food, her eyes widened with curiosity. Yang Fan, you just went out to find us something to eat. Where did you go? What did you find? Of course, I went to the sea to find it. Look, here are these. As he spoke, Yang Fan unfolded the shirt he had wrapped around the abalones and laid it out on the table. Instantly, the dozen or so wild abalones were displayed before Qin Yushua. These are wild abalones, such large wild abalones. Upon seeing Yang Fan reveal the wild abalones, especially the 2 exquisite single-headed ones, Qin Yushue's eyes widened in astonishment. She was utterly dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Yang Fan could catch so many premium wild abalones in such a short time. As a little wealthy woman, she had abalone at her family's New Year's feast every year, and they were usually either double-headed or single-headed, so she knew very well how valuable such large abalones could be. Not to mention, these were wild ones. Qin Yushua glanced at the wild abalones on the table and then back at Yang Fan, utterly taken aback. What kind of divine fisherman was her old classmate? This afternoon, I just managed to catch a magnificent large grouper worth over 300,000, and now I've stumbled upon these equally valuable, exquisite wild abalones. Is it truly the case that fishermen possess such extraordinary luck, effortlessly reeling in seafood worth tens of thousands? Moreover, how on earth did he find so many wild abalones in such a short span of time? At this moment, Qin Yushua's dissatisfaction with Yang Fan had completely dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming curiosity. It was as if her old acquaintance was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Yang Fan, my goodness, how on earth did you manage to find so many wild abalones? Recovering from her astonishment, Qin Yushua immediately fixed her gaze on Yang Fan, her eyes wide with wonder. Well, I was fortunate enough to discover a wild abalone nest yesterday, where there are plenty of wild abalones. And currently, I believe I'm the only one aware of it, so it's essentially my little secret treasure trove. Since I had no special dish to treat you all tonight, I thought I might as well bring over a dozen or so abalones from there. Yang Fan explained with a smile upon seeing Qin Yushua's astonished expression that a wild abalone nest, a secret treasure trove? Yang Fan, you truly are something else, managing to find a wild abalone nest. Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Qin Yushua blinked in disbelief, exclaiming in admiration. She was certainly aware of how rare wild abalones were, typically residing in rocky seabeds, making them exceedingly difficult to encounter. For Yang Fan to locate a wild abalone nest was indeed a remarkable feat. Hee, it's merely luck, Yang Fan modestly smiled. All right, your luck is indeed unparalleled. By the way, Yang Fan, do you have any idea how much such large wild abalones are worth? I have a rough idea. Double-headed abalones are worth around a few thousand, while single-headed ones should fetch several tens of thousands. Since you're aware of their high value, why not keep them and sell them for profit? Eating them seems rather unwise. It's just a small sum. I'm too lazy to sell them. Besides, since you, my old classmate, are visiting my home, I don't have much to treat you with. So I thought I'd simply whip up some abalone noodles for you. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yushua rolled her eyes. Using wild abalones worth over 100,000 to make noodle soup certainly seemed rather casual. All right, I'll go prepare the noodles. Don't think you're the only one who is hungry. I'm famished too. With a smile directed at Qin Yushua, Yang Fan took the dozen or so abalones to the kitchen to begin his preparations. Seeing Yang Fan genuinely head to the kitchen with those wild abalones, Qin Yushua and her sister Chen Xian exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Cooking wild abalones for noodles seemed excessively extravagant. Indeed, Chapter 52, noodles worth several tens of thousands. After diligently working in the kitchen for a little over 10 minutes, a pot of steaming abalone noodles was ready. Yang Fan served 3 large bowls of abalone noodles at the dining table. Calling Qin Yushua and Chen Xian over to enjoy the meal, as the host, Yang Fan naturally allocated the 2 enormous wild, single-headed abalones to Qin Yushua and Chen Xian's bowls, while he himself settled for either double-headed or triple-headed abalones. Of course, he could have easily fetched another single-headed abalone for himself, as there were still a few left at the abalone nest. However, to be honest, Yang Fan was inherently frugal, and indulging in single-headed abalones worth several tens of thousands felt somewhat extravagant. Thus, he opted to give the 2 to Qin Yushua and her sister instead. After all, they were the guests, and he wanted to be generous. As Qin Yushua and Chen Xian sat at the dining table, gazing at their bowls filled with noodles and the large abalones, particularly the biggest single-headed abalone, they found themselves at a loss for how to begin. Could this bowl of noodles truly be worth several tens of thousands? It was undeniably extravagant. Truthfully, although both Qin Yushua and Chen Xian had grown up with silver spoons in their mouths as daughters of wealthy families, They had never encountered noodles that could sell for tens of thousands. Under normal circumstances, who would use exquisite wild abalone's worth such a fortune to make noodles? Only someone as peculiar as Yang Fan could conceive of such an idea. Noticing the two girls hesitating to start eating, Yang Fan curiously inquired, "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Is the noodle I made unappetizing?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's question, Qin Yushua quickly shook her head. No, it smells delightful. I'm about to dig in." With that, she finally prepared to pick up her chopsticks. However, at that moment, Qin Yushua suddenly remembered something and raised her head, blinking her big eyes to ask Yang Fan, "By the way, Yang Fan, do you mind if I take a photo of this bowl of abalone noodles to share in our university group? Take a photo to share in the group?" Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Are you trying to incite envy in the group?" Yes. I want everyone to see what our great fisherman Yang is using to treat me." Qin Yushua playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled at Yang Fan. "All right then, go ahead, I don't mind." Yang Fan shrugged. Then I'll do it." With Yang Fan's approval, Qin Yushua beamed, snapped a photo of the abalone noodles in front of her, and promptly shared it in the university group chat, accompanied by the caption, "Visiting Yang Fan's hometown fishing village today. Our great fisherman Yang treated me to a bowl of noodles. Don't you think he's rather stingy?" With a smirking emoji. Under normal circumstances, it would be rare for anyone to chat in a university group after graduation, as everyone tends to be busy with work and lacks the leisure to engage in daily banter. The same was true for Yang Fan and Qin Yushua's university group chat, where there was currently no ongoing conversation. But who is Qin Yushua? She was undoubtedly the goddess of the class. As soon as she sent that message, many lurking members were immediately drawn out of hiding. Unsurprisingly, the faster they responded, the more likely they were to exhibit behavior akin to infatuation, as they hadn't even fully comprehended the image Qin Yushua had posted before they began to chime in. "Zhao Tao, oh, Goddess Qin, you actually went to Yang Fan's hometown fishing village. I sent Yang Fan over the moon to have the chance to spend time with you, the great goddess?" Zhang Jipeng. "Indeed, I'm incredibly envious of Yang Fan for having the opportunity to be with Goddess Qin. But Yang Fan, seriously, how could you treat her to just a bowl of noodles?" With a disdainful emoji, Chun Ming. "Absolutely. Goddess Qin visits you, and you serve her noodles? Yang Fan, you've truly outdone yourself in stinginess." With a middle finger emoji, Wang Hui. "Goddess Qin, since Yang Fan is so stingy, I'd gladly treat you. If you come to my hometown, I'll immediately stew a hen that's been laying eggs for 3 years for you." However, not everyone was acting like infatuated fools. Many remained quite rational. They eagerly clicked on the photo Qin Yushua had shared and quickly realized something was amiss with the bowl of noodles. Lu Wei Qi. "Hey, everyone, take a look at the bowl of noodles in the photo. Doesn't it seem like there are a few abalones in there? And they're quite sizable too. Qian Jia, right? Those black, oval shapes in the noodles really do look like abalones, and the largest one looks like it might weigh around a pound. Doesn't it? Zhang Xian. No way. Abalone's exceeding a pound. ISNT that the legendary single-headed abalone, Lu Wei Qi. I can't quite make it out from the image. Let us just ask the goddess herself." Qin Yushua, are those black oval objects in your bowl indeed abalones? On this end, Qin Yushua saw the university group chat lighting up with excitement, with everyone beginning to speculate whether there were abalones in the noodles. She couldn't help but chuckle with joy. This was precisely the effect she had hoped for. With a sly smile, Qin Yushua responded in the group. Qin Yushua. Yes, you're not mistaken. Our great fisherman Yang Fan specifically went out to catch over a dozen wild abalones to treat me and my cousin today, with a happy emoji, as soon as she sent that message. The group erupted in chaos. Chapter 53. This little girl is up to something. Lu Wei Qi. No way, it's really abalones? And they're wild? Judging by the sizes in the picture, those abalones in the bowl are at least double-headed, and the largest one is undoubtedly a single-headed abalone. Sun Muhua. Wild double-headed and single-headed abalones. Good heavens, based on the current market price of wild abalones, that bowl of noodles must be worth several tens of thousands. Zhang Xian. My goodness, using exquisite wild abalones worth several tens of thousands to make noodles? Yang Fan, you are simply astounding and extravagant. I am in awe of you. Zhao Tao expresses deep admiration. Zhao Tao. I am utterly amazed, a bowl of noodles costing tens of thousands. Not only have I never eaten it, but I've never even seen it. I bow to the esteemed Yang fan. Zhang Jiping. What? Is this for real? Does that bowl of noodles contain wild abalone? Yang fan, you've really gone all out. Haven to you. Are you trying to woo our goddess Qin? Lu Yinyin. Hee, I think so too. Only our goddess Qin deserves such treatment. If it were anyone else visiting Yang fan's home, I bet he wouldn't part with such precious wild abalone to entertain them. Smirking emoji. Qianjia. 1. If it were me, Yang fan would definitely be reluctant. Humph. Wu Lingling. That's right, with our looks, we'd probably only be able to eat noodles, let alone wild, single-headed abalone. Upon seeing Qin Yushue confirm that there was indeed abalone in the bowl, and that it was wild, the university classmates in the group were utterly astonished. Tens of thousands worth of wild abalone used to cook noodles? This is simply too extravagant. Everyone expressed their admiration for the wealthy Yang fan. Simultaneously, seeing Yang fan willing to use such valuable wild abalone to host Qin Yushue, the classmate began to speculate whether he was trying to pursue her. Otherwise, why would he spend so lavishly? Some girls even expressed their jealousy, saying that if they were to visit Yang fan, they certainly wouldn't receive the same treatment as Qin Yushue. As the group chat grew more lively, Qin Yushue smiled with delight. She had come to stir up some envy, and she certainly wasn't one to shy away from chaos. Suddenly, she thought of something and prepared to stoke the flames further. Hee, if I reveal that Yang fan caught a giant grouper this afternoon, wouldn't everyone be even more astonished? With this thought, Qin Yushue promptly sent a message in the group. Qin Yushue. Hee. Let me tell you another thing. This afternoon, Yang fan took me fishing, and we were lucky enough to catch a super large and super expensive fish. Can you guess what kind of fish it was? Smirking emoji. Upon seeing this tantalizing message, classmates in the group began to express their curiosity. Lu Weiqi. Goddess Qin, what kind of fish did you catch? Is it 10 pounds? Zhang Jiping. A super large and super expensive fish. Could it be a shark? Zhao Tao. Nonsense. Shark meat, isn't tasty. So it's not expensive. The goddess Qin definitely isn't talking about a shark. And besides, how could one even catch such a fierce creature? I guess it must be a large grouper. Goddess Qin, am I correct? Upon seeing Zhao Tao's message, Qin Yushue immediately smiled and engaged with him. Qin Yushue, bingo. Zhao Tao got it right. It was indeed a super large dragon grouper. Can you guess how big it was? Zhao Tao. Dragon grouper? That should be quite large, right? An adult dragon grouper generally weighs 50 to 60 pounds. Goddess Qin, you didn't catch a dragon grouper weighing several dozen pounds. Did you? Qin Yushue. It's much more than several dozen pounds. Zhao Tao, what? More than several dozen pounds. Is it not over 100 pounds then? Shocked emoji. Qin Yushue. Yes, at least over 100 pounds. However, we didn't weigh it specifically. We just sold it directly to a seafood store owner. Zhao Tao. No way. You really caught a dragon grouper over 100 pounds? Goddess Qin, you better not be pulling my leg. My family is in the seafood business. A dragon grouper that size could sell for 2 to 300,000, right? Qin Yushue. Exactly. We sold that fish for 366,000. Here, let me show you a photo of this giant dragon grouper. With that, Qin Yushue shared several photos she took of Yang fan with the dragon grouper he caught that afternoon in the group, looking at the enormous dragon grouper in the photos. The classmates were undoubtedly astonished once again. Zhao Tao, Lu Weiqi, Qianjia. Everyone was left speechless, a string of ellipses conveying their current emotions. The group fell silent for a while before someone finally spoke up. Zhang Jiping. What the heck? Yang fan, you're incredible. No wonder you decided to quit your job and return home to be a fisherman. It turns out fishing is so lucrative. Not only can you use tens of thousands worth of wild abalone to cook noodles, but you can also catch a fish that sells for hundreds of thousands. Wang Hui. I want to say anything more. Yang fan, we're brothers from the same dorm, right? Our friendship over these 4 years is undeniable. Right? Now, I'm begging you for one thing. Take me with you to be a fisherman, okay? I want to become your apprentice. Lu Weiqi. Boss Wang, take me along. I want to be Yang fan as apprentice too. Honestly, for me, whether being a fisherman is profitable or not doesn't matter. Whether I can eat wild abalone doesn't matter either. The main thing is that I want to experience the joy of going out to sea and fishing with my brothers. Lu Yinyin. Exactly, I also want to experience the joy of fishing at sea. Yang Fan, would you accept female apprentices? Ha, this is hilarious, seeing everyone in the group wanting to become Yang Fan's apprentices. Qin Yuxue in front of the screen was laughing uncontrollably. She chuckled as she looked at Yang Fan and said, "Ha, Yang Fan, look at how I found you so many apprentices, including female ones. Will you accept them?" To which Yang Fan could only respond with a roll of his eyes. This girl was clearly stirring up trouble. Now the entire university group was buzzing about him, and he suspected that many old classmates would private message him soon, making it impossible for him to keep a low profile. Nevertheless, Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to engage with it all. He shot a mocking glance at the gleeful Qin Yuxue and quietly returned to his abalone noodles. Chapter 54. Taking Qin Yuxue to set the hooks after the trio finished their abalone noodles. They began to chat casually in the living room. During their conversation about the plans for the following day, Yang Fan asked Qin Yuxue if she wanted to join him in setting the hooks. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue showed great interest and immediately agreed with delight. Although Yang Fan mentioned they would have to wake up at 5 in the morning, Qin Yuxue expressed that she was entirely unconcerned about the early rise. Her purpose for coming here was to experience the thrill of fishing, so waking up a bit early was of no consequence. Yang Fan appreciated her enthusiasm and then sent a message to Yang Hongtao, informing him of the plan to set the hooks together the next day. After finalizing the plans, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue continued to chat in the living room for a considerable time, enjoying their conversation until about 10:30 in the evening, at which point they bid each other good night and headed upstairs to bed. Of course, they would be sleeping in separate rooms. It is also worth noting that, as Yang Fan had guessed, that night he received private messages from about 20 to 30 classmates, even more than the previous time. Naturally, the private messages were just playful teasing and jokes, and no one genuinely intended to become his apprentice and go fishing. Additionally, a few classmates with whom Yang Fan had a closer relationship during university expressed interest in visiting his fishing village to experience fishing. Just as Qin Yuxue had, Yang Fan readily agreed, assuring them that he would warmly welcome any old classmates who came. The night passed without incident. Before long, morning arrived at 5 o'clock. A few roosters of the village began to crow energetically. Yang Fan, having grown accustomed to the village life, naturally woke up upon hearing the roosters. After getting up, Yang Fan intended to check on whether Qin Yuxue and Chun Xian were awake in the adjacent room. If they weren't, he would wake them up, but before he could even put on his clothes and step outside, a loud alarm clock rang from the next room, followed by the sound of rustling as they began to dress. Clearly, Qin Yuxue and the others had set an alarm and didn't need Yang Fan to wake them. The third floor had only one shared bathroom, and after getting up, the three of them exited their rooms to freshen up. "Good morning, Qin Yuxue and Chun Xian." The two young ladies evidently hadn't had enough sleep. Both were rubbing their eyes, looking quite drowsy. Seeing the two girls who appear to be lacking energy, Yang Fan chuckled. "You two probably aren't used to waking up this early." "Are you?" Qin Yuxue yawned and pouted. "Of course. Usually my cousin and I go to bed around midnight and don't get up until after 10 in the morning. How can we possibly wake up this early?" "Indeed, for you freelancers who do not have to clock in, it must be quite effortless to become night owls." Yang Fan chuckled. "And no worries. I am determined to experience the joy of fishing at sea." Qin Yuxue clenched her small fist to encourage herself. "Haha, very well then, you all can freshen up here while I head downstairs." Yang Fan smiled, taking his towel and toothbrush as he made his way to the restroom below. In just a few minutes, he completed his morning routine and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a pot of noodles for breakfast. Naturally, it was abalone noodles once again. The previous day's catch of several large abalones remained uneaten, so today was the perfect opportunity to utilize them. The girls certainly took longer to freshen up, and by the time Yang Fan had the noodles ready, Qin Yuxue and her companions slowly descended the stairs. Upon seeing the pot of abalone noodles Yang Fan had prepared, Qin Yuxue blinked her large eyes in surprise. "Yang Fan, you are treating us too well. Honestly, I feel a bit embarrassed. Should I contribute some money for food?" Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Are you trying to slap me in the face? What talk of food expenses among old classmates? Now, come and enjoy the noodles. after exchanging a few light-hearted remarks. The three of them began to savor the abalone noodles. Soon, they finished their meal, tidied up, and Yang Fan led Qin Yushue and the others to the village's dock. "Fanzi, over here!" At that moment, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were already on the boat, arranging hooks and fishing nets. Seeing Yang Fan approach with his tall, beautiful classmate, Yang Hongtao eagerly waved his hand. "Let's board the boat." Yang Fan smiled and ushered Qin Yushue and Qin Xian onto Yang Hongtao as vessel. Once aboard, it was inevitable to introduce Qin Yushue and Chen Xian to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Fortunately, they were all young people, easily finding common ground and quickly becoming familiar with one another. Subsequently, the five of them set sail towards the open sea. Since they were about to cast hooks, they followed the familiar protocol. Yang Hongtao guided the boat to an unfamiliar area of the sea, where he set a floating net to catch some fish for bait. Witnessing the live fishing process for the first time, Qin Yushue and Qin Xian were naturally captivated, their expressions filled with curiosity throughout. Today's luck was rather good. The floating net caught dozens of bait fish, such as blue-scaled fish and knife fish. As they pulled the fish up from the sea, Qin Yushue could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly helped Yang Fan with the net. Meanwhile, the aspiring photographer Qin Xian picked up her camera to capture video footage, planning to create a seaside adventure video for Qin Yushue. After securing the bait fish, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and cheerfully inquired, "Fanzi, where should we set the hooks this time?" Yang Fan glanced at him, chuckling. "What's this? The fishing expert is asking for my opinion." Yang Hongtao rubbed his hands together, grinning. "In front of you, Fanzi, I'm a mere novice. Who in the village doesn't know of your prowess? Not only are you academically exceptional, but your fishing skills are equally impressive." The tale of Yang Fan catching a massive stone grouper weighing over 100 pounds and selling it for 366,000 had already spread throughout the village. Yang Hongtao had certainly heard of it. Coupled with the last time Yang Fan caught several large groupers, Yang Hongtao was thoroughly convinced of Yang Fan's fishing abilities, thus deciding to follow his lead for this trip. "All right then, you take the helm first, and I'll indicate where to drop the hooks." Yang Fan smiled. "Great," Yang Hongtao beamed, eagerly anticipating whether Yang Fan could work his magic once more and lead them to a bountiful catch. Chapter 55, Discovering a School of Black Sea Bream. Following this, Yang Hongtao steered the boat further into the open sea, while Yang Fan continuously scanned the waters for schools of fish, initially while still near the coast. There were hardly any substantial fish, just scattered small fish and crabs, appearing quite meager. However, as they ventured farther from the continental shelf, the number of fish gradually increased. Yet for a long while, Yang Fan still did not find a suitable location to drop the hooks, as the fish were either too few or too small, rendering it unnecessary to cast. The only relatively decent school he encountered was a group of wolf fish, which, while sizable, were unfortunately too cheap to bother catching. As the boat continued onward, the continental shelf gradually faded from view, leaving them surrounded by endless sea. This signified that they had officially entered the open waters. "Fanzi, have you chosen a spot to drop the hooks?" Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and asked. "Not yet. Keep going," Yang Fan replied without looking back, his gaze still searching for fish. "Still moving forward? We're already in open water. Why not just find any spot to drop?" Yang Hongtao grumbled as he noticed Yang Fan's determination to continue. "Drop what? Just follow my lead." Yang Fan shot him a glare. "Fine, I'll defer to you, boss." Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes and continued to navigate the boat. After approximately another 10 minutes, Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Taozi, stop the boat. Let us drop the hooks right here." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately nodded, putting the boat in neutral and stopping it. "Fanzi, are you sure there are fish here?" I have a feeling there should be plenty of fish." Yang Fan smiled, giving everyone a heads up while attributing the success to his instinct. In reality, he had already spotted a massive school of fish lurking beneath the surface, specifically a valuable school of Black Sea Bream. Black Sea Bream are among the more economically valued fish, typically priced around 70 to 80 yuan per pound. While this price is not as exorbitant as that of grouper, it is still quite high among sea fish, The school of Black Sea bream Yang Fan discovered was remarkably large, with an estimated total exceeding 700 or 800 fish, each exceeding a pound. And the largest possibly weighing 4 to 5 pounds. It is noteworthy that for Black Sea bream, to reach 4 to 5 pounds is quite rare, making them a true giant among their kind. After halting the boat, Yang Hongtao asked Yang Xiaohai to take the helm while he prepared to drop the hooks. Since he was the most skilled and fastest at this task, having him do it would greatly enhance efficiency, especially since they had 450 hooks to set. Fanzi, which direction should I drop them? Yang Hongtao inquired as he readied himself. Yang Fan observed the direction of the current and calculated the movement of the Black Sea bream below. He pointed toward the 7 o'clock direction after a moment's contemplation. Taozi, drop the hooks at 7 o'clock. Got it. Yang Hongtao immediately began to act, skillfully tossing the hooks into the water. After nearly half an hour, they finally finished setting all 450 hooks. Once done, Yang Hongtao shook his somewhat fatigued arms and smiled at Yang Fan. Fanzi, this time I followed your lead completely, out if we don't catch any fish. The blame's on you. Huh. Yang Fan merely chuckled at Yang Hongtao's attempt to shift responsibility to in truth, he was not worried about catching no fish. Rather, he was a bit concerned about potentially catching too many and running out of space on the boat. After all 450 hooks were dropped right into the school of Black Sea bream. And when the fresh bait was dropped in front of them, the Black Sea bream would undoubtedly swarm the hooks. Would they perhaps reel in hundreds of hefty Black Sea bream? If that is indeed the case, then it seems that the small boat will likely be quite overwhelmed. Of course, the ultimate catch rate remains to be seen as time unfolds its answer. Yang Fan was not inclined to spend his time gazing intently into the sea for signs of fish. In fact, once he observed that the series of hooks had been precisely deployed amidst the fish school, he promptly diverted his gaze. Staring into the water for too long would undoubtedly strain his eyes. After the hooks were set, a period of waiting ensued. During this time, Yang Hongtao, much like last time, pulled out a deck of cards. However, with the addition of Qin Yuxue and Chun Qian aboard, they could no longer play Do Di Zhu. Instead, the 5 of them gathered together and joyfully engaged in a different card game. For Qin Yuxue and Chun Qian, this was their inaugural experience of fishing at sea while chatting and playing cards with friends on the boat, which was undeniably a delightful and novel adventure. Consequently, they laughed heartily throughout the journey. Additionally, Chun Qian did not neglect her role as the photographer. She diligently filmed the entire experience, striving to capture this unique fishing expedition of the internet celebrity Qin Yuxue. Thus, the 5 of them exchanged laughter and conversation while playing cards on the boat. Time flew by swiftly during this enjoyable interlude, and before they knew it, the waiting period had elapsed. Noticing that the time was ripe, Yang Hongtao set down his cards and steered the boat back to the location where the first set of hooks had been deployed. After locating the buoy connected to the hooks, he retrieved it with his grappling hook and turned to Yang Fan, inquiring, Fan, will you retrieve them this time, or shall I? Yang Fan first glanced at the conditions of the sea before replying. You go ahead. When you tire, I'll take over. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao scoffed. How could retrieving 3 sets of hooks be tiring? Just admit it. You're too lazy to do it. Not tiring. You'll know soon enough when you take your turn. Yang Fan chuckled, offering Yang Hongtao a knowing smile. Chapter 56. 1 set of hooks caught over 100 large Black Sea bream. Humph. You think pulling 3 sets of hooks is exhausting? Fan, I truly do not believe it. I am not boasting. With these mighty arms of mine, I could easily manage 10 or 8 sets. Yang Hongtao, unimpressed by Yang Fan's words, even rolled up his sleeves to flex his biceps, in response. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and humorously retorted, All right, just get on with it. If you're not pulling them, No, I'll do it. Let us hope for a bountiful catch. Yang Hongtao laughed and ceased his banter, beginning the serious task of retrieving the hooks. Just a short while into the effort, Yang Hongtao sensed something was amiss. The line grew heavier, as if it were snagged with a substantial weight, making the task increasingly strenuous. Such a situation typically indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either the hooks had ensnared a multitude of large fish, or they were caught on the rocky seabed. Could it be snagged on a rock? Yang Hongtao muttered, instinctively thinking the hooks had indeed caught on the seabed. a common occurrence, so he dismissed the concern. Continuing his task, he gradually reeled in the line until he reached the first hook, only to feel an abrupt and significant tug. The first hook had indeed caught a fish, and it felt quite large. Yang Hongtao grinned widely. Immediately invigorated, as the hooks emerged from the water, a massive black sea bream surfaced. What a splendid start! The first hook yielded such an impressive catch. It must weigh at least 3 pounds. Gazing at the lively black sea bream, Yang Hongtao beamed. Such a sizable fish was a true prize, potentially fetching over 300. The moment of catching fish is perhaps the most cherished for a fisherman, a feeling of unparalleled achievement and joy. Fan, you're incredible. Every time you set the hooks, the first one never misses, Yang Hongtao exclaimed, giving Yang Fan a thumbs up. Well, it's not too shabby, Yang Fan replied with a smile, picking up the landing net to assist Yang Hongtao in bringing the large black sea bream aboard. Once the fish was netted, Qin Yushua eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Wow, Yang Fan, this fish is enormous. What kind of fish is it? Is it expensive?" Yang Fan, using a knife to cut the line and placing the fish into the live well, casually explained, "This is a black sea bream. It's quite pricey that a fish of this size could sell for 100 per pound." Qin Yushua gasped in astonishment. 100 per pound? That is indeed very expensive. This one could fetch several hundred, right? Approximately 300, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Wow, over 300. Being a fisherman is really lucrative. Well, catching fish certainly brings in profit. If you don't catch any, you incur losses. It's precisely because fish are scarce that seafood is so costly, Yang Fan remarked as he chatted with Qin Yushua, while Yang Hongtao proceeded to retrieve the second hook. As he pulled, he felt the line suddenly plunge again. Another large fish? Yang Hongtao raised an eyebrow. Soon, a black sea bream estimated to weigh over 2 pounds was pulled from the water. Remarkably, another large black sea bream. Seeing yet another substantial catch, Yang Hongtao's eyes lit up. This was money in the bank. Adding another 2 to 300 to his haul, he then proceeded to the third hook, only to discover yet another black sea bream. At least 2 pounds. At this point, Yang Hongtao was genuinely astonished. The saying once and twice is coincidence, but thrice is a pattern held true. The likelihood of landing 3 consecutive large fish was exceedingly slim. Moreover, the fact that all 3 were of similar size suggested the presence of a black sea bream school in the area. Otherwise, it would be improbable to catch 3 large fish in succession. Of course, what astonished Yang Hongtao even more was yet to come. As he continued to pull up the hooks, his eyes widened further. After retrieving 10 hooks in succession, he had caught 9 fish. All were sizable black sea bream, each exceeding a pound. Yang Hongtao was momentarily dumbfounded. Turning to Yang Fan, "Fan, you must have found another black sea bream spot, just like the last time with a grouper, right?" "It seems likely," Yang Fan shrugged. "All right then." Yang Hongtao nodded, somewhat dazed, at a loss for words as he marveled at Yang Fan's extraordinary luck. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Yang Hongtao continued to reel in the hooks. The subsequent discoveries further confirmed that this area indeed harbored a black sea bream school, as he completed the retrieval of the first set of hooks, out of a total of 150 hooks. An astonishing 110 to 120 had caught fish, with the vast majority being black sea bream. This meant that over 100 large black sea bream had been caught in just one set of hooks. The catch rate soared to an astounding 80%. Moreover, these black sea bream were all hefty specimens, many even weighing 3 to 4 pounds, indicating that the total weight of the over 100 black sea bream was at least 2 to 300 pounds. Even a fool could deduce that this area undoubtedly concealed a vast school of black sea bream beneath the surface. Once the first set of hooks was fully retrieved, the live well on the boat was brimming with large black sea bream. Nearly overflowing, staring at the lively fish, Yang Hongtao was awestruck, as were Yang Xiaohai, Qin Yushua, and Qin Xian. "Fan, you are truly a genius. I am utterly in awe from now on. You shall be my elder brother, and I will willingly become your little brother. Tell me to go east, and I shall not venture west. Command me to chase dogs, and I shall not pursue chickens." Chapter 57. Just a moment ago, you were quite impressive, Fan. You are truly a genius. I am utterly in awe from now on. You shall be my elder brother, and I will willingly become your little brother. Tell me to go east, and I shall not venture west. Command me to chase dogs, and I shall not pursue chickens. Yang Hongtao was now genuinely in awe of Yang Fan's fishing prowess. This was simply extraordinary. If the previous catch of so many groupers was luck, was this also luck? Was the capture of a splendid lobster mere fortune? Was reeling in over 100 pounds of stone grouper simply serendipity? If it truly is luck, then surely that luck is inexhaustible, right? Even the luckiest of individuals would not be so fortunate. If it is not mere luck, then the only explanation must lie in one's prowess. Although Yang Hongtao was unaware of how Yang Fan managed to locate the schools of fish, he firmly believed that Yang Fan possessed exceptionally impressive fishing skills. At that moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly recalled a statement Yang Fan had made previously. Yang Fan had mentioned that his initial plan upon returning to the fishing village was to first catch fish in the coastal waters to earn some money, and once he had sufficient funds, he would purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel to venture into the open sea, eventually establishing a fish farm when he had amassed even more wealth. I could see the time. Yang Hongtao thought Yang Fan was merely boasting, indulging in fanciful dreams. However, he no longer held that belief. Given Yang Fan's remarkable fishing abilities now on display, such aspirations seemed entirely plausible. No wonder his brother, despite graduating from a prestigious university, resolutely chose to return to the fishing village as a fisherman. Fishing was evidently such a lucrative endeavor. With such extraordinary fishing skills, it seemed likely that he could easily earn a fortune from his outings at sea. Realizing this, a thought immediately arose in Yang Hongtao's mind. He must swiftly align himself with Yang Fan. He stepped forward without hesitation and wrapped his arm around Yang Fan's shoulders, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation as he exclaimed, "Fanzi, I had no idea you were such a phenomenal fisherman. This is incredible. From now on, I want to be by your side. You must take me along for the ride." Seeing Yang Hongtao suddenly clinging to him in such an overly affectionate manner, Yang Fan felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Could it be that this guy harbored some peculiar feelings toward him? With that thought, Yang Fan kicked Yang Hongtao away, exclaiming, "Get lost! Just speak properly. There is no need for all this nonsense." Realizing the disdain on Yang Fan's face, Yang Hongtao acknowledged that he had indeed been a bit overzealous. He scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "Hee, I guess I got a little too excited, but seriously, Fanzi, you absolutely have to take me along. Once you buy a large fishing vessel, I'll work for you as a crew member, and we can go out to sea together to make our fortunes. When we achieve prosperity, let us not forget one another. My hope of marrying a beautiful wife and attaining wealth in this lifetime relies entirely on you." Fanzi. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, so now you believe I can afford a large fishing vessel? You no longer think I'm just boasting? Of course, with your incredible fishing skills, every outing will surely yield a bountiful catch. Acquiring a large fishing vessel is merely a matter of time." Perhaps, Yang Fan chuckled, realizing that his abilities no longer permitted him to remain overly modest. After a brief exchange, Yang Fan waved his hand and said to Yang Hongtao, "Enough chit-chat. There are still 2 baskets of hooks to collect. Are you going to gather them, or shall I?" Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem, you take care of it. Fanzi, I need a moment to rest. My hands are numb." As he spoke, he rubbed his sore arms, lamenting the loss of the strength he had once boasted about as his Chilean arm. He now understood why Yang Fan had said collecting hooks could be exhausting. How could it not be? They had over 100 large black sea bream, weighing several hundred pounds altogether. Moreover, the fish struggled fiercely in the water, making it a Herculean task to haul them in. Just moments ago, he had been so full of bravado, yet here he was quickly conceding defeat. Noticing Yang Hongtao's retreat, Yang Fan couldn't resist teasing him, and in response, Yang Hongtao could only stand there, accepting the jibe with an awkward smile. Too embarrassed to retort, as time passed, it was now Yang Fan's turn to gather the hooks. The remaining 2 baskets, unsurprisingly, began to yield a frenzy of fish, with a catch rate similar to the first basket, around 80%. This meant that by the time they had collected all 450 hooks from the 3 baskets, They had caught approximately 350 fish. This figure was nothing short of astonishing, particularly since these fish were quite sizable, totaling perhaps 700 or 800 pounds. Given the current market price of black sea bream, they could easily fetch around 60 to 70,000 as they gazed at the boat brimming with fish. Yang Hongtao was overjoyed, while Yang Shaohai wore a perpetual grin. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxiue and Chun Qian were left utterly astonished. Was fishing truly this easy? Was earning money this simple? Was being a fisherman truly so lucrative? Once all the hooks had been collected, they set sail for home. Since they had caught black sea bream, which was not considered a rare or precious fish, there was no need to seek out Shen Yufei. They could simply sell them to the fishmongers at the city dock. Before long, they arrived at the city as the fishmongers at the seafood trading dock caught sight of the boat overflowing with black sea bream. They immediately flocked over, eager to purchase their catch. Black sea bream is renowned for its exquisite flavor, making it highly sought after in the market. Naturally, the fishmongers wasted no time in snatching up the fresh catch. Within a short while, hundreds of pounds of black sea bream had been sold. Ultimately, their haul from setting the hooks amounted to a staggering 66,000. Chapter 58, all single from birth by the time the fish were sold. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. With no meal consumed yet, the group was ravenous and promptly set out to find a nearby restaurant to indulge in a hearty feast. During their meal, Yang Fan divided the earnings into 3 portions, giving Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai each over 20,000. Initially, the two were hesitant to accept, as all the credit went to Yang Fan. But after Yang Fan's insistence, they reluctantly acquiesced. While dividing the money, Qin Yuxiue playfully remarked on why she wasn't receiving a share, but when Yang Fan genuinely offered to transfer some funds to her, she laughed and declined. This little wealthy girl was merely having fun. Several thousand meant little to her. Besides, she was there to observe, so it would be inappropriate for her to take a cut, of course. Yang Fan had no intention of sharing with her anyway. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, they originally intended to head straight back to the fishing village. However, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that they had no vegetables at home. If they returned empty-handed, dinner would surely be in jeopardy. Thus, after lunch, he took Qin Yuxiue and the others to the supermarket. This time, Yang Fan stocked up on essentials such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. He also bought a variety of vegetables, fruits, and meats like beef and lamb. Essentially, he ensured that all the necessary ingredients and tools for cooking were procured, allowing him to prepare a splendid dinner for Qin Yuxiue and Chun Qian that evening. Once everything was settled, the 5 of them set sail back to the fishing village. Having left at 5 in the morning and spent the entire day at sea, they were undeniably exhausted. Yang Fan, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Shaohai were accustomed to the life of the fishing village, but Qin Yuxiue and Chun Qian, who had been pampered since childhood, found the experience quite different. While the thrill of fishing and selling fish in the city was exhilarating, once the excitement wore off, their bodies could hardly keep up. To be honest, given their petite frames, they struggled to endure the boat's rocking. Had Yang Fan not prepared motion sickness medication for them in advance, they likely would have succumbed to nausea on the boat. Upon returning to the fishing village, Qin Yuxiue and Chun Qian felt as if their bodies were falling apart, their legs trembling as they made their way home. Consequently, as soon as they arrived, they hurried upstairs to their rooms to rest. Yang Fan took a brief rest himself, and with the afternoon relatively free, he decided to take his old dog, De Huang, for a leisurely stroll around the fishing village. Once they had meandered enough, he returned home to begin cooking in the fishing village. Mealtime generally begins quite early by 5 o'clock. Smoke from cooking fires begins to rise. Qin Yuxiue and Chun Qian enjoyed a deep slumber, only waking when Yang Fan was nearing the completion of dinner, yawning as they made their way downstairs. Wow, it smells amazing! Upon catching a whiff of the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Yuxiue's eyes lit up, her stomach growling in anticipation. She quickly descended the stairs, following her nose into the kitchen. There, she found Yang Fan skillfully stir-frying beef with scallions. This left Qin Yuxiue utterly astonished. Wow, I had no idea you were such a fantastic cook. Yang Fan, with one hand flipping the pan and the other sprinkling salt, Yang Fan, without turning around, replied with a grin. It's all right, I used to watch Wang Kuan Yu videos on Bilibili to learn how to cook. And gradually, I got the hang of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushua burst into laughter. Wang Kuan Yu. Haha, I have watched his videos as well, but Yang Fan, you must not emulate him by indulging in oil, as he is on a diet and cannot consume too much fat. Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, saying, that won't be the case. I also dislike greasy foods and seldom use oil when cooking. The two exchanged a few playful banters. The stir-fried scallion beef in the pan was already ready, and Yang Fan skillfully plated it, bringing the dish to the dining table. This was the final dish. Prior to this, he had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, culminating in a splendid dinner with the scallion beef. The spread included scallion beef, mapo tofu, spicy stir-fried meat, and stir-fried asparagus, accompanied by a tomato and egg soup. While one may not claim it was a feast for the senses, at the very least, the presentation was quite appealing. Gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, Qin Yushua's fingers twitched in anticipation, and she playfully gave Yang Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Yang Fan, you truly are a quality gentleman. Not only are you skilled at fishing, but you also excel in the kitchen. Whoever becomes your girlfriend in the future is bound to be very happy. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan immediately chuckled and self-deprecatingly remarked, haha, if I sound so wonderful, why have I remained single since birth? Qin Yushua was momentarily taken aback, responding, what? Yang Fan, you have never been in a relationship. That can't be true. You are so handsome and talented. How could you possibly be single? Yang Fan shrugged. What's so impossible about that? Perhaps it's just that destiny hasn't arrived yet. Qin Yushua tilted her head, observing Yang Fan for a moment before breaking into a smile. Hee, then we are kindred spirits. You might not believe it, but I too have never been in a relationship. This revelation genuinely surprised Yang Fan. He stared at Qin Yushua in disbelief. No way. The goddess Qin, you have never been in a relationship either? Yang Fan was truly astonished. Given Qin Yushua's exceptional qualities, the number of suitors she must have had throughout her life could easily form a strong battalion. Yet she had never dated anyone. This was indeed hard to fathom. Noting Yang Fan's astonishment, Qin Yushua tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and sighed. You have no idea. My family is quite strict. During my high school years, my parents forbade me from dating. Whenever a boy got too close to me, the teacher would immediately report to my parents. Later, when I went to university, my parents were less controlling. And I had quite a few admirers, but I always felt that those individuals were either too extravagant or too superficial. None of them ever stir my heart. Sigh, to others, I may not seem like a girl lacking love, but only I know that sweet romance has always eluded me. Hearing Qin Yushua's heartfelt words, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, so it seems that being too outstanding can also be a flaw. Right? Indeed, sometimes being exceptionally talented makes it harder to find a partner. Just like Qin Yushua, her attributes are simply too remarkable. Not only is she beautiful and well-off, but she is also a major influencer. Generally, men in her presence may feel intimidated, and unless they are truly affluent and handsome, they probably wouldn't dare to pursue her. Moreover, wealthy and handsome men tend to be flamboyant and unfaithful. So it's only natural that Qin Yushua wouldn't feel a spark with them. That it appears that regardless of whether one is male or female, those who are most sought after in the dating market are often in the middle tier. Being too outstanding or too mediocre can make it challenging to find a partner. As they conversed, Qin Yushua's cousin Chun Qian suddenly gazed at them with a peculiar expression before covering her mouth and laughing. Hee, since both of you handsome individuals are still single, why not tie the knot and resolve this issue together? Upon hearing Chun Qian's words, Yang Fan and Qin Yushua instinctively exchanged glances. Yang Fan remained composed, while Qin Yushua seemed to recall something, her delicate face flushing slightly. She quickly turned her head to glare at Chun Qian. Ah, Qin Qian, you little rascal. Are you itching for trouble to joke about your sister? As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, preparing to unleash her tickling technique on Qin Qian. Ah, cousin, spare me. I'll never dare again. So you know to beg for mercy now? It's too late. Ah, no, I'm going. You think you can pull rank just because you're older? Huh. I'm gonna fight back? Ah, you little brat dare to retaliate. I'll tickle you to death. With Chun Qian's unwilling retaliation, a tickling battle soon erupted. The two beautiful girls, devoid of any grace, engaged in a chaotic and somewhat risky scuffle. Yang Fan, on the other hand, stood by calmly, not intervening but rather watching with keen interest. The following morning, a radiant sun slowly rose from the sea, casting a golden shimmer across the waves. Once again, it was a splendid day, and the fishermen of the village had already set out to sea at dawn, embarking on their quest for treasures of the ocean. Initially, Qin Yushue wished to continue her fishing adventure with Yang Fan. However, she received a phone call the previous night regarding a major event hosted by Bilibili, which sought to invite several prominent content creators with over 1 million followers. And she had received an invitation. Thus, she needed to return to the bustling metropolis today, 8:30 a.m., at Beihai International Airport. Yang Fan, thank you so much for making the trip to the airport to see me off. After alighting from the taxi, Qin Yushue took her suitcase from Yang Fan's hands and flashed him a sweet smile of gratitude. It's no trouble at all. Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Then smiled, old classmate, if you feel you haven't had enough fun this time, you're always welcome to visit again. Hee, I definitely will. I want to go deep-sea fishing with you next time. Qin Yushue replied with an excited grin. Haha, you're always welcome, Yang Fan chuckled. Well then, we're off. Yang Fan, see you next time. All right, safe travels. The two waved goodbye, and then Qin Yushue and Chun Qian entered the airport. After bidding farewell to Qin Yushue, Yang Fan hopped into a taxi. Once inside, the driver asked, "Where to, young man?" Yang Fan already had a plan and inquired, "Driver, do you know where I could buy fishing boats or yachts in Beihai?" Indeed, having come to the city to see Qin Yushue off, Yang Fan thought it would be a good opportunity to purchase a boat to take back with him. Without a boat, life was quite inconvenient, and Yang Hongtao's boat was not suitable for his needs. He required a better vessel. Upon hearing his question, the driver replied promptly, "Young man, you're looking to buy a boat? You could head over to Qingfeng Port. There seems to be an international yacht exhibition happening right now. I dropped off a passenger there yesterday, and I heard they have a lot of luxurious yachts on display. Many people are flocking there to check it out." An international yacht exhibition? Yang Fan immediately became intrigued. This was serendipity. Originally, he thought buying a boat from a shipyard would require a reservation, since they couldn't produce too many at once. However, an exhibition would certainly have stock on hand. And with a variety of styles available, one could take a boat home on the spot, as long as they had the funds. This was akin to buying a car, if you go to a dealership. The model you want might not be available, necessitating a long wait, but at a car show, you could drive away with the vehicle you desire right then and there. Although Yang Fan initially intended to purchase a fishing boat or a speedboat, a yacht would suffice as well since they are all boats. "All right, driver, take me to the yacht exhibition." "Got it." The driver nodded and pressed the accelerator, sending the taxi speeding away, with the skilled driving of the experienced taxi driver. Yang Fan soon arrived at the yacht exhibition at Qingfeng Port. Upon reaching the port, Yang Fan observed the bustling atmosphere. The yacht exhibition was held at an outdoor dock, with numerous citizens and tourists gathered to peruse the displays. The area crowded with people. Few attendees were genuinely there to purchase yachts. Most were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, as yachts typically cost over $1 million, with some reaching tens of millions. Affordability was a distant dream for the average person. This was akin to a car show, where many attendees are more interested in admiring luxury cars and beautiful models than in making a purchase. The yacht exhibition also features models, yet unlike the automotive models clad in leather attire. The models here adorn a variety of exquisite bikinis, each more stunning than the last, striking poses atop opulent yachts, creating a mesmerizing tableau. On shore, a group of older gentlemen ceaselessly snap photographs with their phones, likely fantasizing about the thrill of owning a lavish yacht and hosting a party at sea with a bevy of beautiful young women. After disembarking and making the necessary payments, Yang Fan entered the exhibition venue. This international yacht exhibition, held annually in Beihai City, is a grand event divided into 6 distinct exhibition zones, categorized by the yacht's functionalities. These zones include the fishing boat zone, the luxury business yacht zone, the houseboat zone, the sport luxury yacht zone, the luxury vacation yacht zone, and the trolley yacht zone. The luxury vacation yacht zone, centrally located and the largest in size, showcases merely 3 yachts, each exuding unparalleled luxury. Among them, the most extravagant yacht exceeds 100 meters in length, spanning 3 levels with thousands of square meters of space, featuring facilities such as a kitchen, cinema, KTV, bar, gym, and even a large swimming pool. At this moment, 5 or 6 bikini-clad beauties frolic in the expansive pool of this super-luxurious yacht, drawing the eye irresistibly. Yachts and beautiful models. One cannot help but marvel at the unfathomable joys of the wealthy. Even Yang Fan found himself envious. Indeed, this luxury yacht looks exhilarating. The thought of purchasing one and inviting a few lovely ladies for a day at sea is utterly delightful. It's no wonder that today's affluent individuals indulge in lavish oceanic festivities. However, despite his envy, Yang Fan remains self-aware. While he may possess a few million in his pocket, qualifying as a minor tycoon, it pales in comparison to the grandeur of this super-luxury yacht, which is priced at an astounding $18.88 million. Of course, Yang Fan has no immediate desire to purchase a luxury yacht. After all, he is just embarking on his journey and must focus on fishing for income. Far from the time for leisure. Perhaps in the future, when his wealth reaches into the billions, he might acquire a super-luxurious yacht and host a grand oceanic gala. Men, after all, often harbor such fantasies. Having admired the luxury yachts, Yang Fan leisurely continued his exploration. Soon, he arrived at the fishing boat zone, where approximately 7 to 8 fishing boats were displayed. The size of these fishing boats pales in comparison to the previously seen super-luxury yacht, measuring only around 20 to 30 meters in length and lacking in opulence. However, upon inspection, Yang Fan found one fishing boat that particularly pleased him. Both its appearance and size were visually appealing. Satisfactory aesthetics were sufficient for him, as he was not well versed in yacht specifications. Naturally, he did not rush to purchase this fishing boat, as many more exhibition zones awaited exploration. Perhaps a more appealing vessel lay ahead. Continuing his leisurely stroll, he soon completed a significant portion of the exhibition. During this time, he encountered several yachts that aligned with his taste, yet none inspired a sense of urgency to buy. As he wandered, he ultimately stumbled upon a yacht that truly captivated his attention. This yacht was a luxurious trawler showcased in the trawler yacht zone. A trawler yacht, designed from a trawler fishing vessel, possesses both the leisure and entertainment features of a luxury yacht while also being equipped with professional fishing apparatus for trawling. In essence, it is a yacht that seamlessly combines recreation and fishing, an ideal fit for Yang Fan. Although he is a fisherman, he does not aspire to toil like others. His ultimate dream is to capture fish and earn money while reclining in comfort. Thus, upon seeing this luxury trawler yacht that harmoniously blended leisure and professional fishing capabilities, he was instantly enamored. Before the trawler yacht zone stood a service desk, where several uniformly dressed female sales representatives awaited, tasked with introducing yachts to prospective clients. Having resolved to inquire about the trawler yacht, Yang Fan approached the service desk, where a sales representative promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The saleswoman, adorned in a tailored suit and white blouse, accentuated her curves with a fitted skirt and black stockings, exuding an alluring presence. Upon seeing her, Yang Fan's eyes sparkled. She appeared to be at least 168 centimeters tall, her professional attire lending her an elegant stature, appearing both pristine and poised. Not only was her figure striking, but her delicate features were equally captivating. Her youthful visage adorned with a soft, refined makeup, her skin radiant and supple with a hint of rosy glow. Yang Fan assessed her as a woman whose combined attractiveness and figure would easily score above 90. Certainly a campus belle in any university setting. While she may not possess the youthful vibrance and exceptional height of Qin Yushua, she certainly had her own charms, particularly in certain attributes that appeared more pronounced. Indeed, at this luxury yacht exhibition, not only were the models aboard the yachts stunningly youthful, but the quality of the sales representatives was equally impressive. I would like to learn more about this trawler yacht. Could you provide me with some information? After a brief yet appreciative glance at the attractive sales representative, Yang Fan directly pointed to the luxurious trawler yacht that had captured his interest. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." The saleswoman, Zhu Xiaoi, flashed a sweet smile at Yang Fan and led him to the side of the luxurious trawler yacht, patiently commencing her introduction. "Sir, the yacht presented in our exhibition is the latest luxury trawler yacht launched by the Faraday Group. I wonder if you are familiar with the Faraday Group. It is the largest luxury yacht design and manufacturing company in Europe, renowned globally for its commitment to safety, luxury, and meticulous craftsmanship. This yacht is named Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. It has not yet entered mass production. With only a few dozen units produced worldwide, its entire shell is constructed from aviation-grade materials, making it highly resistant to corrosion and impacts while remaining exceptionally lightweight, resulting in a cruising speed significantly faster than standard yachts. The yacht measures 28 meters in length, comprising two sections, the front part designed as a yacht and the rear section designated as the operational area for trawling. Its design ingeniously merges two distinct functionalities, allowing it to serve both as a luxury yacht and a vessel for professional fishing activities. Zhu Xiaoyi provided Yongfan with an overview of the luxury trawler yacht's background and specifications. While Yongfan was not particularly knowledgeable about yachts, he was thoroughly impressed by her description and asked, "May I board to take a look?" "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Zhu Xiaoyi immediately smiled and nodded at Yongfan, then led him aboard the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. In fact, such extravagant yacht exhibitions typically do not permit general visitors to board the yachts. Only staff members have the privilege to bring individuals on board. Moreover, staff members are selective about whom they invite, usually discerning whether a person genuinely intends to purchase a yacht or is merely a casual observer. When encountering those who clearly lack sincere interest, the female sales representatives often find ways to politely decline. However, Yongfan did not exhibit any of those characteristics, prompting Zhu Xiaoyi to effortlessly escort him onto the yacht without hesitation. Her. Yongfan's aura of determination and confidence unmistakably indicated his substantial means, categorizing him as a discerning potential buyer. The poise of the affluent cannot be feigned, as an exemplary and professional luxury goods consultant. The most fundamental skill is the ability to discern a customer's financial capacity at a glance. Upon stepping aboard the Faraday Mercury Trawler, Yongfan was instantly enveloped by an air of opulence. It was only through close inspection that one could truly appreciate the lavish details of this luxurious trawler. Yacht. One could say that, from Yongfan's perspective, the interior decor rivaled that of any five-star hotel suite in terms of extravagance. Crucially, it was not only adorned luxuriously, but also equipped with all the necessary amenities: kitchen, bathroom, swimming pool, cinema, gym, and a small in summary. This yacht possessed every feature one would expect from a luxury vessel, although it was not as grand or impressive as the super yacht he had previously seen, which exceeded 100 meters in length. It was still sufficiently sumptuous. Yongfan immediately began to fantasize. If he were to sail this luxurious trawler yacht in the future, accompanied by several beautiful women, engaging in both fishing and leisurely entertainment upon the sea, the scene would undoubtedly be magnificent. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. While Yongfan reveled in his daydreams, Zhu Xiaoyi meticulously introduced him to the features of the trawler yacht. "Sir, as you can see, this trawler yacht comprises 3 levels, with a total of 6 guest rooms and 3 bathrooms. Additionally, it is equipped with recreational spaces such as a kitchen, swimming pool, bar, and cinema. Aside from its lavish interior, its power system is of world-class caliber, boasting top-tier overall performance and speed within its price range. Its engine is, furthermore, as a trawler yacht designed for fishing operations, its working area is exceptionally impressive. The complete set of trawling equipment is imported from the United States, capable of achieving 100 automation. Whenever you wish to fish, you need only press a button to commence operations." Under Zhu Xiaoyi's guidance, Yongfan explored the entire trawler yacht, traversing its 3 levels inside and out. Standing on the deck of the yacht's 3rd level, he gazed out at the azure sea, feeling the gentle caress of the ocean breeze. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. To possess such a luxurious trawler yacht would undoubtedly be a magnificent experience. He had made up his mind. Yongfan turned to the sales representative, Zhu Xiaoyi, and inquired, "I am quite satisfied with this trawler yacht. How much does it cost?" Zhu Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly responded, "Sir, the official guide price for this trawler yacht is $4.66 million. However, if you genuinely wish to purchase it, I can apply for a discount with my supervisor. $4.66 million. Upon hearing this price, Yongfan was not particularly surprised. It was entirely normal for luxury yachts to be priced in the millions. This amount fell well within his acceptable range. Having recently earned over 4 million from selling large yellow croakers and additional sums from selling exquisite lobsters and stone base, his total assets were approximately 4 million. Just enough to acquire this luxurious trawler yacht. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan cut to the chase and said to Zhu Xiaoyi, "If I pay in full, what kind of discount can I receive? I prefer not to haggle. Just give me your best price, and if it's reasonable, I will buy it." "Sir, if you are indeed planning to pay in full, I can apply for a maximum discount of 5 off the price. This is truly the best offer we can provide. Additionally, we will include some complimentary decorative accessories for the yacht. How does that sound?" Zhu Xiaoyi responded cautiously. Yang Fan, uninterested in further negotiations, waved his hand decisively. "All right, let's proceed with that. I'll buy it." "Very well. Please wait a moment while I fetch the contract." Seeing that Yang Fan was genuinely purchasing the yacht, Zhu Xiaoyi's face lit up with surprise and excitement as she hurried off to retrieve the contract. Half an hour later, Yang Fan spent over 4 million and signed the contract, officially purchasing the luxurious trawler yacht. This extravagant act immediately sparked a commotion at the exhibition, drawing crowds eager to speculate about which wealthy individual could afford such a lavish purchase. When onlookers discovered that the buyer was a young man in his early 20s, they were taken aback. Goodness, here I am in my 30s still riding a small donkey, while someone in their 20s is already sailing a luxury yacht. How unfair can life be? Indeed, this young man must be a second-generation rich kid. Otherwise, how could he afford such a luxury yacht at such a young age? Enough. No point in envying. Some people are simply born lucky. Exactly. Some things are simply unattainable for those from ordinary families that a luxury yacht worth millions is something that the average person can only dream of. Indeed, in this day and age, it's incredibly difficult to achieve wealth on one's own. Yang Fan, oblivious to the murmurs of the spectators, reclined comfortably on the leather sofa in the yacht's third-floor lounge. After completing the payment and signing the contract, the luxurious trawler yacht officially belonged to him. This realization filled him with a sense of exhilaration. As a child raised in a coastal fishing village, one of Yang Fan's greatest dreams was to become a formidable captain, owning a large fishing vessel of his own. Now, not only had that childhood dream been realized, but it had also been upgraded. He was not only a captain, but also the owner of a vessel capable of fishing, and it was a luxurious trawler yacht designed for leisure and entertainment. The feeling was indescribable. One word encapsulated it. Exhilarating. Chapter 62. The launch of the Yang Fan. The yacht was purchased, but could not be set sail immediately. There were still some formalities and documentation to be completed, all of which the manufacturer would handle on Yang Fan's behalf. He simply needed to wait patiently for 2 to 3 hours. During this waiting period, Yang Fan remained industrious. The manufacturer provided excellent service, even arranging for an experienced captain to teach him how to operate the yacht step by step. Yang Fan dedicated considerable time to familiarizing himself with the yacht's equipment and operational methods. Fortunately, operating yacht was not particularly complicated, especially since Yang Fan had prior sailing experience. Thus, he quickly became adept at it. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the yacht manufacturer also offered painting services. So Yang Fan decided to name the trawler yacht on the spot and requested that the manufacturer paint the name on the luxurious vessel. The name he chose was simple yet meaningful: Yang Fan. Indeed, it was a homophone of his name, Yang Fan, symbolizing set sail. The name was undoubtedly fitting. Before long, 3 hours had passed at IT was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this point, the yacht manufacturer had finally completed all the necessary paperwork for Yang Fan. The beautiful sales representative, Zhu Xiaoyi, approached him with a document in hand, bending slightly at the waist with a radiant smile as she handed it to him. "Mr. Yang, all the relevant procedures and documents are here. We have taken care of everything for you, and you can set sail on your yacht at any time." Yang Fan casually accepted the document. "Thank you." Zhu Xiaoyi then took out her phone, beaming as she said to Yang Fan, "By the way, Mr. Yang, I forgot to add you on WeChat that I will follow up with you later, and if you have any after-sales questions, please feel free to reach out to me." "Okay." Yang Fan cast a glance at her, then took out his phone and added the exquisite saleswoman on WeChat. Once everything was settled, Yang Fan could finally set sail on his sailing ship. The vast ocean stretched before him, its azure waves undulating endlessly, bringing a sense of serenity to his soul. At this moment, Amidst the boundless cerulean sea, a luxurious trawler yacht was speeding across the waters, leaving a frothy wake in its path. In the helm of the yacht, Yang Fan grasped the steering wheel, his face alight with excitement. The exhilaration of racing across the sea on a lavish yacht was simply unparalleled. This opulent trawler yacht could reach a top speed of 18 knots. A remarkable velocity that made navigating the ocean feel akin to conquering the very waves beneath him. Ha ha ha! With the wind in his sails, he felt as if he were flying. Yang Fan maneuvered the yacht through the waves, laughing joyously. It was his first time cruising the ocean on a luxurious yacht, a sensation that was truly delightful. Although he had piloted many fishing boats before, the experience of steering a grand yacht compared to a small, worn fishing vessel was like contrasting riding an electric bike with driving a Ferrari. It was an entirely different realm as the yacht drifted further from the shoreline. The horizon expanded, revealing a clearer view. The refreshing sea breeze caressed his face, while waves danced rhythmically, occasionally accompanied by the flight of seagulls, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. Yang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Just 2 words encapsulated his feelings: blissful comfort. Initially, he was somewhat unfamiliar with operating the yacht, but after a while, he grew increasingly adept at it. Let's assume he has a license for the narrative's sake. After more than 2 hours of sailing, Yang Fan finally returned to the dock at the Jing village. It was now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and many fishermen were gradually returning from the sea. Resulting in a bustling scene at the dock, as Yang Fan steered his brand-new luxurious trawler yacht toward the pier. The villagers of the Jing were immediately captivated and gasped in curiosity. Wow, the yacht looks fantastic. It must be quite expensive. Indeed, such a lavish and grand yacht must cost at least several million, right? Absolutely. No one would dare dream of such a magnificent vessel without a few million. But what could such a luxurious yacht be doing in our village? Is someone wealthy related to us? However, I haven't heard of anyone in the village having a luxurious yacht. In an instant, the dock at Dajing village was abuzz with excitement. Many villagers rushed over to see the grand yacht that had just arrived. As the luxurious trawler yacht drew closer to the dock, a sharp-eyed young boy spotted Yang Fan in the helm. He immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it's Fan Ge. This luxurious yacht is being piloted by Fan Ge." The nearby villagers widened their eyes in disbelief. What? It's really Fan Ge at the helm? My goodness, it truly is. The one steering the yacht is indeed Fan Ge. Can you believe it? Did he buy this magnificent yacht himself? I bet he did. After all, where else could he borrow such a new luxury yacht? Incredible, truly incredible. Fan Ge is indeed a prestigious university student. He has only been out for a few years, and he can afford a luxury yacht already. Who could argue with that? Talented individuals always excel in whatever they pursue. I recall just a few days ago when Fan Ge returned to the fishing village, and some said he couldn't make it in the city. But look at him now, proving them wrong. Yes, Fan Ge has always been bright and resourceful, and he managed to get into a prestigious university. How could he possibly struggle in the city? Wow, our Dajing village has produced a remarkable talent. As the villagers at the dock realized that the luxurious yacht was indeed piloted by Yang Fan, they erupted into animated discussions. Chapter 63. Fan Zi, have you been spoiled by a rich lady? After securing the trawler yacht in position, Yang Fan emerged from the helm and stepped onto the deck. Among the crowd at the dock, a middle-aged man called out to him. Fan Zi, did you buy this luxurious yacht? Yang Fan smiled and, striving to maintain a low profile, replied, "Yes, Uncle DeLong, I just bought it." Although there had been suspicions, hearing Yang Fan confirm that the luxurious trawler yacht was indeed his left the villagers in astonishment. Their eyes wide with disbelief. It truly is Fan Zi's yacht. Unbelievable. Fan Zi has really made a name for himself. To afford a luxury yacht worth several million is remarkable. It goes to show that education leads to success. Just look at how Fan Zi has thrived after attending a prestigious university. We, the humble fishermen, cannot compare. Indeed, it's education that allows one to rise above. Who can argue with that? But how many of the village's youngsters can even pursue education? Just look at my son. All he does is play mobile games like Honor of Kings, and when I refuse to let him play, he throws a tantrum that it's driving me to my wit's end. Sigh, my son is just like that. Unfortunately, not everyone is as naturally gifted as Fan Z. The crowd grew more raucous. Many of the village elders gave young Fan a thumbs up, praising him endlessly, while the younger children gazed with bright eyes at the luxurious trawler yacht. Eager to explore, activities for those of young Fan generation. They felt both envy and shame. After all, they had grown up with him. Yet now, with young Fan owning a grand yacht, they felt utterly embarrassed in comparison. The news of Yang Fan's purchase of a luxurious yacht spread like wildfire through the village, and soon, Yang Hongtao learned of the news as well. Having just returned from fishing at sea, he was in his yard organizing fishing nets when he heard the news, leaving him utterly stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped the nets and rushed to the dock. Although the commotion had settled somewhat, it was still quite lively. When Yang Hongtao arrived at the dock and saw the luxurious trawler yacht moored there, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? Fan Z really bought a luxurious yacht. Yang Hongtao was genuinely shocked. He and Yang Fan were the closest of friends, and he was the person who knew Yang Fan the best in the entire fishing village. That it was precisely because of this that he knew Yang Fan should not be able to afford such a luxury. He was well aware that Yang Fan previously worked at a bank with a high salary and excellent benefits. However, no matter how high the salary or generous the benefits, Yang Fan had only graduated 2 or 3 years ago. How could he possibly afford a few million for a luxury yacht? To maintain a low profile, Yang Fan parked the yacht and quickly returned home to rest. Otherwise, he would surely be swarmed by excited villagers with questions. However, before he could rest for long, Yang Hongtao, having finished admiring the yacht, came knocking at his door. Good heavens, Fan Z, you actually bought a luxurious yacht without a word. Yang Hongtao, being impulsive, burst into the house and hugged Yang Fan's shoulders, exclaiming, "My goodness. How much did that cost?" Yang Fan chuckled and playfully shrugged off his arm, casually responding, "Oh, the yacht didn't cost much, just over 4 million." That upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's eyes nearly popped out his head. What? Just over 4 million? Fan Z, don't be so extravagant. Where on earth did you get that kind of money? Did you win the lottery? Hearing this unfiltered remark, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Win the lottery? Don't talk nonsense, that's a ticket to prison. Then did you win a jackpot or something? Winning a few million in the lottery is practically an insider job. How could you possibly win? Fan Z, where did you get all this money from? You didn't earn it in Shanghai doing something shady, did you? Yang Fan promptly kicked him aside. You get out of here. You're the shady one. No, you're the king of shady. They both laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Fan Z, are you blushing because I've hit the nail on the head? In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, Yang Hongtao swiftly dodged aside, pondering whether he had indeed been taken under the wing of a wealthy benefactor. Yang Fan had grown increasingly disinterested in this foolishness. Ha ha, enough with the jesting. Fan Z, although I am unaware of how you amassed your fortune. As your brother, I sincerely rejoice for you. This is a magnificent yacht, indeed. As Yang Hongtao spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and with a raised brow, he exhibited a rather mischievous expression. Fan Z, let me make this clear. I am your most loyal brother. If in the future you find yourself hosting a party on this yacht with a bevy of models, you must not forget about me. Just imagine that scene. It's exhilarating just to think about. Observing his friend's lewd expression and silly grin, Yang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. All right, enough already. If something good comes along, I certainly won't forget you. Okay, Yang Fan quipped before elaborating, Taozi, my acquisition of this yacht is not merely for leisure or to throw extravagant parties. It is a trawler yacht, intended for fishing. What? Such a splendid yacht can also be used for fishing. Yang Hongtao was taken aback. Of course. The fishing equipment on board is exceptionally professional, far more advanced than typical trawlers. Otherwise, do you think I would have spent so much on it? Wow, this yacht is indeed impressive. So, you mean to say it can be used for both hosting parties with models and fishing? Ha! Are you truly that enamored with models? Yang Hongtao chuckled. I must admit, I once watched a film that left a lasting impression on me. Featuring a group of beautiful women aboard a yacht with a certain Kato T. This point, Yang Fan found himself utterly speechless. Suddenly, Yang Hongtao shifted the conversation, grinning slyly. Hey Fan Z, since your trawler yacht can catch fish, you must need some assistance, right? Yang Fan shot him a glance and smiled. Oh, Are you suggesting you want to join me on my boat? Yang Hongtao pounded his chest with a sense of righteousness. Absolutely. Fanzi, what kind of relationship do we share? We have been inseparable since childhood. If you need help as your brother, I shall be the first to volunteer. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's audacity. Wow, you really know how to play it up? You clearly just want to hitch a ride on my luxurious trawler yacht, yet you frame it as brotherly loyalty, unfazed by the revelation of his ulterior motives. Yang Hongtao scratched his head with a goofy smile. Who can blame me? Given your impressive fishing skills, I certainly want to ride your coattails. You promised to take me along, and you can't leave me behind. My hopes of wealth and marrying a beautiful wife all hinge on you. With matters settled, Yang Fan decided that they would set sail the following day to fish in the open sea. The trawler yacht was equipped with various types of nets. There was no need for extensive preparations. They could simply head out and cast the nets. The weather over the next few days looked promising for fishing in deeper waters, and Yang Fan was brimming with excitement and anticipation. This would be his first time operating a mechanized trawler, a vastly different experience from taking a small fishing boat out. While fishing with hooks has its limitations. With a trawler, locating a school of fish could yield thousands of pounds in one haul. Yang Hongtao, too, was exhilarated at the thought of accompanying Yang Fan on this brand-new luxury trawler to fish. The thrill was almost overwhelming. After Yang Hongtao departed, Yang Fan tended to the garden, watering it with a solution of Gene D. After several days of growth, the young cherry tomato plants had flourished, standing tall and vibrant, showing great promise for a bountiful yield. Yang Fan estimated they would soon blossom and bear fruit. This was rather unusual, as typically, cherry tomato plants take at least a month to yield. Yet these seemed poised to bear fruit in just over a week. It was undeniable that Gene D was extraordinarily potent. Yang Fan was curious about how the taste of these new cherry tomatoes would compare to ordinary ones. Results would soon reveal the truth. Just as Yang Fan was engrossed in his gardening, his phone rang unexpectedly, and upon checking the caller ID, he was quite surprised. Oh, why is she calling me? Chapter 64. The Girl. Yimani, seeing the name pop up, Yang Fan felt a wave of surprise. The caller was Su Xiao, an old classmate he had encountered while purchasing vegetable seeds in town. After exchanging contact information, they hadn't been in touch, so the sudden call piqued his curiosity about her intentions. Hello, old classmate. How are you? Yang Fan greeted her with a smile as he answered. Soon, Su Xiao's sweet and melodious voice came through. Yang Fan, were you surprised that I called? To be honest, a little, he replied. Can you guess why I'm calling? I can't really guess. You aren't inviting me out for a meal, are you? As if, although you may be quite handsome. I am not that infatuated. She laughed. So, what brings you to call me? It's good news. I assure you it's something exciting. What good news? Yang Fan inquired, intrigued. I want to keep you in suspense. Tomorrow is the weekend, and a good friend of mine from the city is coming back. We plan to meet up, and during our conversation, I casually mentioned that you're back from Shanghai. Guess what happened next? What? Yang Fan prompted, eager to hear more. She instantly wanted me to invite you to join us. By the way, she used to have a crush on you. Oh, really? Who is she? Yang Fan asked, bemused. It's Manny. Manny, do you remember her? Hearing the name, Yang Fan paused to recall. Initially, he couldn't quite place her, but then it clicked. Manny, his classmate from middle school. Back then, Yang Fan was the epitome of charm and charisma, excelling academically and socially, making him the heartthrob of the class. It was no exaggeration. He received countless love letters each semester from infatuated classmates. In those days, with phones still a rarity and QQ just emerging, expressing affection was typically through handwritten notes slipped into desks. Though many girls admired him, Manny stood out, as every Christmas she would gift him a musical greeting card adorned with heartfelt messages and doodles, subtly conveying her fondness without being overt. While he had forgotten many names from his past, Manny was an exception, her name forever etched in his memory. Indeed, during our middle school years, Manny was the most developed girl in the entire class. While other girls her age were still in the early stages of puberty, she already possessed a remarkable allure that made her a topic of private discussions among the boys. Everyone was curious about what she had consumed to grow so splendidly. Furthermore, despite her tender age, Manny not only exhibited exceptional physical development, but also possessed a strikingly radiant appearance. Although the young girls in town at that time lacked the sophistication in dressing that today as post-2000s girls possess, Manny's features were undeniably delicate and charming. Her enviable figure and captivating looks made her exceedingly popular among the boys that I in that era, while early romantic relationships were not particularly in vogue in our small-town middle school. Many precocious boys harbored unspoken intentions towards Manny. However, Manny remained indifferent to the affections of those who sought her attention, for there was only one boy who truly captured her heart, Yang Fan. Regrettably, Yang Fan was somewhat late to mature. During middle school, his heart was entirely devoted to studying and fishing, showing little interest in girls. It was only during the summer before the crucial high school entrance examination that he gradually began to understand the nuances of relationships. As fate would have it, when Yang Fan finally entered puberty, Manny was the first girl to appear in his dreams. That time, Yang Fan held no particular feelings for Manny. He was initially perplexed as to why she occupied his subconscious. However, as he matured, he began to comprehend the underlying reasons behind his dreams. Truth be told, after graduating from middle school, Yang Fan felt a twinge of regret. He lamented not having matured sooner. Had he done so, he could have embarked on a sweet yet innocent romance with Manny during their middle school years. "Hey, Yang Fan, are you still there? Why are you so silent?" Su Xiaoxiao's sudden voice jolted Yang Fan back from his somewhat regretful reverie. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I'm here. What's up?" Su Xiaoxiao continued, "Yang Fan, do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to join me and Manny for a gathering?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Well, old classmate, as much as I would love to join you, I've already made plans with friends to go fishing at sea. Perhaps we can arrange another time?" "That's a bit unfortunate," Su Xiaoxiao sighed. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she eagerly asked over the phone, "Yang Fan, I'm really interested in fishing. How about Manny and I come find you? You could take us out to sea, but if that would disrupt your fishing, we can always plan for another time." "Sure, that could work. T1T be an issue for me. If you both want to come, just drop by tomorrow," Yang Fan replied. "Yay, that sounds wonderful." Yang Fan, you have no idea how I've grown up in a fishing village yet never had the chance to go out to sea on a fishing boat. You must show me a great experience. As for Manny, I haven't mentioned this to her yet, but I believe she would be equally interested. All right then, see you tomorrow. Yang Fan smiled, by the way, I must give you a heads up. Yang Fan, Manny has become quite the goddess-level beauty. Her figure is fantastic, and she is currently a graduate student, a beautiful university student. You must try not to drool when you see her tomorrow. Ha! Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, really? I'm looking forward to it. Hey, Yang Fan, don't doubt my words. You'll be utterly amazed. Manny is incredibly stunning and alluring now. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Well, I suppose I should pay extra attention to my appearance, lest I come off as a clueless fool in front of the beauty. Yang Fan shrugged, making a light-hearted joke. All right then, see you tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao's melodious laughter echoed through the phone. After some casual banter, they bid farewell and ended the call. Yang Fan set down his phone. He squinted into the distance, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Reuniting with old friends is always delightful, especially with Manny, the first girl to leave a lasting impression on his youthful dreams. He genuinely looked forward to seeing this classmate who had made such a profound impact on his adolescence. Chapter 65. An astonishing girl on a bright day. The morning unfolded peacefully. The sea lay tranquil under a cloudless sky, heralding yet another beautiful day filled with gentle breezes and the fragrance of blooming flowers. At 8 in the morning, Yang Fan lazily stretched and rose from his bed, feeling rejuvenated after a restful sleep. Ideally, he should have awakened earlier to set out on his newly acquired luxury fishing yacht. But considering the girl's convenience, he had arranged to meet Su Xiaoxiao and Manny at the village entrance at 9 o'clock. For Fisherman, 9 o'clock is rather late. Many would have already returned after setting their nets by 5 or 6 in the morning. However, Yang Fan had no need to rise early. Unlike other fishermen who sought the early morning catch, he knew he could effortlessly reel and fish at any hour. This was the privilege of his unique circumstances. With his dragon ball ensuring a bountiful catch, he could approach fishing with a carefree attitude. After a quick wash and preparing a simple noodle breakfast, He took a moment to groom his hairstyle in front of the mirror. I must admit, I'm becoming increasingly handsome. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall for myself. He chuckled at his reflection, admiring his striking features and physique that rivaled professional models. The ongoing transformation brought about by the Dragon Ball not only enhanced his physical attributes, but also his overall charisma and allure. Every morning, Yang Fan felt as though he had grown slightly more attractive than the day before, which amused him. Why am I so concerned about my looks? I'm not even in a profession that relies on my appearance. What will I do if girls start flocking to me on the streets? Realizing the time was approaching 8:45, he decided not to linger any longer and leisurely made his way to the village entrance. Meanwhile, a motorcycle taxi approached, carrying 3 vibrant young women, soon to arrive at the Jing village. Among them was Su Xiao, the sweet girl with a high ponytail whom Yang Fan had encountered while purchasing vegetable seeds. Beside her stood the exquisite Yimani, the first girl to grace Yang Fan's youthful dreams. The third girl, dressed more flamboyantly with bold makeup, was Zhang Lingling, a visiting university friend from Yimani's hometown. Noticing the time, Su Xiao glanced at her watch and asked the driver, "How much longer until we reach the Jing village?" "Just a few minutes more," the driver replied. "Great, thank you. How much is the fare?" "Let me settle it now," Su Xiao said, reaching for her wallet. 10 yuan. The driver said, "All right, here you go." Su Xiao handed over the cash and turned to Yimani, teasingly saying, "Hey Manny, we're almost there. How do you feel about seeing your dreamboat?" "Yang Fan again? Aren't you excited?" Yimani's cheeks flushed as she shot Su Xiao a playful glare. "What are you talking about?" "Yes, on my dreamboat. Hee, denying it 1T work, Manny, as your former desk mate. I can clearly see you had a crush on Yang Fan back then. When I was in middle school, you were always indifferent towards all the boys in the class. Whenever someone wrote you a love letter, you would tear it up without even glancing at it. However, your demeanor towards Yang Fan was markedly different. Notably, every Christmas, you would present him with a meticulously prepared musical greeting card. Even I, with my limited insight, could discern that you had feelings for him, Manny." Upon hearing Su Xiao's astute analysis, Yini rolled her eyes and shrugged, laughing helplessly. "All right, I admit it. During my middle school years, I did have a crush on Yang Fan. Happy now, but that was ages ago. A trivial matter from the past. Xiao, can we not bring it up?" Indeed, she had harbored a secret affection for the handsome young man back then. But with the passage of years, that youthful flutter had long since faded into a bittersweet memory. Now, Yimani regarded Yang Fan merely as a somewhat special old classmate, devoid of any lingering romantic notions. Thus, she brushed off Su Xiao's teasing remarks with nonchalance. Seeing Yimani so candidly acknowledge her past feelings, Su Xiao found it less amusing and decided to drop the subject. "Fine, we won't dwell on the past. However, Manny, the last time I saw Yang Fan, he was even more handsome than before. Really, how handsome. Incredibly handsome. He looks more attractive than those popular young idols in the entertainment industry. You'll see for yourself soon." Manny chuckled softly, covering her mouth. The 2 old classmates were enjoying a pleasant conversation when suddenly a discordant voice interrupted from the side. "Humph, what is so funny? What can a fisherman from a rural village possibly possess?" This scornful remark came from Zhang Lingling, Yimani's roommate, who was busy retouching her makeup in a small mirror. Applying powder to her face, although she had a modicum of beauty, her heavy makeup made her resemble a ghost. She couldn't help but scoff when she heard Su Xiao claim that Yang Fan was more handsome than the popular young idols. To her, he was just a rustic, dark, and clumsy villager. Su Xiao frowned slightly, but refrained from saying anything, recognizing that Zhang Lingling was Yimani's friend and not wanting to provoke a dispute. Yimani also raised an eyebrow, aware of her roommate's somewhat superficial and dramatic nature, yet hesitant to criticize her since they had been roommates for 3 years. "Lingling, just focus on your makeup. Don't look down on others. My classmate is genuinely quite handsome." Yimani attempted to mediate her surprise. Zhang Lingling's sense of superiority was quite pronounced. "So what if he is handsome? He is still just a fisherman. In this day and age, what good is a man without money?" Yimani found herself at a loss for words regarding her roommate's attitude. She cast a fleeting glance at Su Xiao, hoping she wouldn't take offense. Su Xiao understood her unspoken plea, smiling to indicate she wasn't upset. After this awkward interlude, Su Xiaoxiao opted to refrain from further conversation with Yi Mani to avoid the bothersome Zhang Lingling. Fortunately, it wasn't long before their motorcycle arrived at Dying Village. After disembarking, Yang Fan noticed that Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Mani had not yet arrived, so he took out his phone to pass the time. Just under 10 minutes later, a motorcycle roared into view, its engine's sound resonating loudly. Yang Fan looked up and discerned 3 young women sitting on the motorcycle. Surmising, they were Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Mani, although he was unsure who the third one might be. However, he assumed she was likely another friend of theirs and paid it no mind. Soon, the motorcycle pulled up to the village entrance, and Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Yini quickly alighted. Yang Fan, it's great to see you again. As soon as she stepped off, Su Xiaoxiao spotted Yang Fan standing at the village entrance and waved cheerfully. Yang Fan returned her wave with a smile, but his gaze was immediately drawn to Yi Mani, who was standing beside Su Xiaoxiao. His eyes lit up. He was utterly taken aback. The girl who had harbored a secret crush on him all those years ago had blossomed into such a stunning woman. He couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Mani. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, she had lustrous chestnut hair with gentle waves, a simple white cartoon t-shirt paired with denim shorts that perfectly accentuated her vibrant S-shaped figure. It was evident that the girl who had matured beautifully remained a head-turner, her fitted t-shirt clinging to her curves. Not only was her figure impeccable, but this long-lost girl also possessed a delicate, radiant face with striking features, clear, bright eyes, fair skin, a graceful nose, and small, rosy lips, complemented by a subtle beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, each detail adding to her allure. As the sea breeze tousled her hair and the morning sunlight bathed her fair skin, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a comic book, a stunning heroine. Yang Fan was genuinely captivated. He had never anticipated that among his middle school classmates, one would emerge as such a beautiful girl. And this beautiful girl had once had feelings for him. Chapter 66. The envy-inducing Yang Fan. As Yang Fan observed Yi Mani, she too was scrutinizing him. With each glance, her heart raced like a startled deer. Pounding wildly, Yang Fan, you're incredibly handsome, she thought. Handsome, radiant, and statuesque. The moment she laid eyes on him, it felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of electricity, an overwhelming sensation, for a brief moment. She felt disoriented. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on this long-lost first love, as if she had transformed back into that innocent girl from years ago, still secretly infatuated with this charming young man. She couldn't help but giggle softly. Yi Mani, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Su Xiaoxiao noticed Yi Mani staring at Yang Fan, lost in thought that Yang Fan even more handsome than before. You look like you might have rekindled old feelings. Yi Mani snapped back to reality, blushing furiously as she exclaimed, Xiaoxiao, don't joke like that. How embarrassing it would be if Yang Fan heard. Su Xiaoxiao made a playful face. Haha. Fine, I know you're shy. So I won't tease you anymore. Let's go greet Yang Fan. With that, Su Xiaoxiao linked arms with Yi Mani and headed toward Yang Fan as soon as Yang Fan saw Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Mani approaching. He stepped forward to meet them. Upon getting closer, Su Xiaoxiao playfully teased Yang Fan. Look, Yang Fan, I brought a stunning beauty to introduce to you. Saying this, she halted and gently nudged Yi Mani forward. Thus, Yang Fan and Yi Mani stood face to face. They exchanged glances. Yang Fan's expression remained calm and composed, gazing at Yi Mani with an appreciative smile. However, Yi Mani's eyes suddenly reflected a hint of something unusual. Yi Mani, it's been a while. Yang Fan initiated the conversation, smiling as he extended his hand. Welcome back, old classmate. Yes, Yang Fan, it has been ages. Yi Mani responded with a smile, extending her hand to shake his. The warmth of his grasp was quite pleasant, making Yang Fan wish to hold it longer. Yet, to avoid being perceived as overly forward, he gently released her hand after a brief touch and could tea that moment. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't resist teasing them. Oh ho, why are you two shaking hands? When I met you last time, Yang Fan, you didn't shake my hand. Yang Fan felt a rush of embarrassment. Should I make up for it now? Su Xiaoxiao feigned disinterest. I'm not that easy to impress. As old friends reunited, the three engaged in cheerful conversation for a while. Once they had caught up, Yi Mani introduced Zhang Lingling to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, this is my roommate, Zhang Lingling. She happened to be free during the holidays and came along to hang out. We hope we're not imposing. Ah, of course not. When three beautiful women come a visit, I wholeheartedly welcome them. As he spoke, Yang Fan, adhering to the social etiquette he had developed in the workplace, extended his hand to Zhang Lingling. Hello, beautiful. I am Yang Fan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Given Zhang Lingling's character, she would usually be reluctant to shake hands with a fisherman, considering them to be smelly and dirty from their daily toil at sea. However, upon encountering a fisherman as handsome and radiant as Yang Fan, her attitude shifted dramatically. Hello, I am Zhang Lingling. When Yang Fan took the initiative to reach out, Zhang Lingling enthusiastically grasped his hand and even flashed a somewhat sweet smile. It must be said that sometimes being handsome truly does grant one certain privileges in Zhang Lingling's eyes. Fishermen were typically seen as shabby and unsophisticated. She held a deep disdain for farmers, fishermen, and laborers. Yet under the spell of Yang Fan's striking good looks and perfect physique, she overlooked his identity as a fisherman. The very moment she laid eyes on Yang Fan, her heart began to race uncontrollably, her legs almost buckling beneath her. So handsome, so manly, compared to Yang Fan. Her previous boyfriends, including several of her wealthy benefactors, seemed utterly insignificant. If given the chance, she would even be willing to pursue him. Zhang Lingling covertly stole several glances at Yang Fan, her gaze imbued with an unusual intensity. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, observing her friend's infatuation, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl who once dismissed my words is now being proven wrong. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Yang Fan inquired of Yi Manny and Su Xiao. By the way, have you had breakfast? The two shook their heads. Not yet. Yang Fan smiled. You mustn't set sail on an empty stomach. Come to my house first. I'll prepare something for you. Upon hearing this, while Yi Manny nodded without finding anything amiss, the slightly mischievous Su Xiao couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Ahem, is he suggesting we eat downstairs? That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? It turned out that although Su Xiao presented a sweet and innocent exterior, she was secretly an avid fan of romantic novels. Oh dear! Su Xiao, you little vixen, why are you so prone to wild imaginings? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized her thoughts were rather inappropriate. Yi Manny noticed her friend's sudden change in complexion and asked, Oh, Xiao, why is your face so red all of a sudden? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? Su Xiao hurriedly shook her head in denial. No, I just feel that it's a bit hot today. Soon after, the four of them made their way into the village. It wasn't long before Yang Fan brought Yi Manny and the others to his home. Upon seeing the three-story Western-style house, Su Xiao exclaimed, Wow, so the big classmate comes from such a well-built home. You must be wealthy. Yang Fan chuckled. It's just a rural house. Not worth much. As he opened the gate to the courtyard, Yang Fan was about to graciously usher Yi Manny and the others inside, when suddenly, De Huang, the dog who had been out all night, burst forth from the house and leaped onto Yang Fan. De Huang, you still remember to come home. Yang Fan lifted the dog, patting its head. That old rascal, always out at night. Now all the female dogs in the village flocked around him, making him feel like a true emperor, basking in the glory of his happiness. Wow, what a magnificent dog! Upon seeing De Huang in Yang Fan's arms, Yi Manny and Su Xiao couldn't help but exclaim that De Huang now looked quite impressive, majestic and robust, with a coat that gleamed a golden hue, exuding an aura of regality. Yang Fan, is this your dog? Can I pet him? Yi Manny, an animal lover with a fondness for pets from her childhood, felt compelled to interact with the splendid De Huang. Of course. Yang Fan smiled, readily agreeing. He directed De Huang, Go, play with this lovely lady. De Huang, already quite intelligent, became even more so after receiving a treat. At Yang Fan's command, he eagerly wagged his tail and rushed to Yi Manny's feet. Witnessing De Huang's remarkable understanding of Yang Fan's words, Yi Manny's eyes sparkled, and her affection for the dog deepened. Wow, his fur is so soft. It feels even better than my hair. As she stroked De Huang, she found herself increasingly charmed by the dog, playfully cuddling him and engaging him in games. De Huang, seemingly aware of the beauty in his presence, quickly bonded with Yi Manny. Eventually, he began to nuzzle against her affectionately, This scene filled Yang Fan with jealousy. Damn it, what a pampered dog. This treatment is outrageous. Chapter 67. Wow, we're going to spend the night at sea. Both Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed the small patch of Yang Fan's yard, where the flourishing, vibrant tomato seedlings were growing. Their eyes widened in amazement. Yang Fan, please tell me those tomato seedlings are from the seeds I sold you in my shop. Though it seemed implausible, Yang Fan offered no denial that my goodness, is it really true? But how is that possible? It's only been a few days. How could they have grown so much? Hearing Yang Fan's affirmation, Su Xiaoxiao was incredulous. Being the owner of a flower shop, she was well aware of the growth timeline for tomato seeds. In just a few days, how could they have grown this large? This defies all scientific reasoning. Perhaps my land is exceptionally fertile and suitable for plant growth, Yang Fan shrugged, casually providing what seemed like a plausible explanation. Well, I suppose that must be it. Su Xiaoxiao, unable to think of any other explanation, accepted this reasoning. All right, enough standing around outside. Let's head inside. Yang Fan guided Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao into the house. He then instructed them to wait in the living room while he went to the kitchen. This time, without any wild abalone, he could only offer them ordinary noodles. Soon, a pot of steaming noodles was ready. Before long, Yang Fan served 3 bowls and placed them on the dining table for Yi Mani and the others. Wow, Yang Fan, your culinary skills look impressive, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, giving him a thumbs up as she admired the appetizing noodles. Yang Fan simply smiled. While Yi Mani and the others enjoyed their meal, Yang Fan went upstairs to fetch several new sets of sheets and pillowcases. These linens had been recently purchased and washed, meant for use on the yacht. The luxury trawler he had bought was equipped with basic amenities, but lacked bedding. Yang Fan thought it prudent to bring a few sets along, anticipating that they might need them for overnight fishing trips at sea. Additionally, he needed to bring along essentials such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and tea, as the yacht's kitchen was devoid of these items. As Yang Fan gathered the sheets and cooking supplies, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao grew increasingly curious. Yang Fan, what are you doing with all these things? Yang Fan casually explained, these are for the boat. Now, even more intrigued, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao inquired, for the boat? Are we going to? That depends on the circumstances. I might venture out to more distant waters for fishing, so we may end up spending the night at sea, Yang Fan clarified. Wow, we really will spend the night at sea. That sounds so exciting. Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with anticipation. Although both lived in a seaside town, they had never experienced fishing at sea, let alone spending the night on a boat. The thought of such an adventure filled them with excitement and wonder. As they began to imagine what a night at sea would be like, it surely would be an unforgettable experience. However, there was one individual who found nothing amusing about the situation. This person, of course, was Zhang Lingling. Upon overhearing the conversation between Yang Fan and Yi Mani, an image instantly materialized in Zhang Lingling's mind. On a tumultuous sea, a dilapidated fishing boat rocked precariously, and there she sat alone in a corner, clutching a foul-smelling blanket and trembling. The very thought of this scenario was unbearable to her. She immediately exclaimed, "What? We might have to spend the night at sea?" "Absolutely not. I refuse to spend a night on a decrepit fishing boat." Yi Mani, hearing her outburst, felt a headache coming on. "Lingling, don't you want to experience the thrill of fishing at sea?" Zhang Lingling retorted, "I never wanted to experience that in the first place. You insisted I come, and I complied without protest, but now you expect me to spend the night at sea? No way am I staying on a rickety fishing boat." Upon hearing her mention the shabby fishing boat, Yang Ji couldn't help but chuckle. However, he refrained from elaborating. There was no need to reveal at this moment that he owned a luxurious trawler yacht. Yang Fan had already discerned that Yi Mani's heavily made up, vixen-like roommate was undoubtedly a green tea girl with a penchant for materialism. After spending so many years in the opulent, intoxicated metropolis of Kudu, Yang Fan had encountered more than his fair share of such vain and pretentious women. He certainly wouldn't entertain such individuals on his luxurious yacht. Su Xiaoxiao also wished to distance herself from Zhang Lingling and suggested to Yi Mani, since her classmate doesn't want to go out to sea, perhaps we should let her head back. Yi Mani, feeling resigned, agreed. "All right, Lingling, will you head back to school then?" Zhang Lingling nodded. "Yes, I'll return to school by myself." Manny, you enjoy yourself. And so, Zhang Lingling departed alone. Yang Fan had a relative, whom he should refer to as his second uncle, who operated a passenger transport service in the village. He handed him 200 yuan and asked him to take Zhang Lingling to the county. After sending off the bothersome Zhang Lingling, Yang Fan made a phone call to summon Yang Xiaohai and Yang Hongtao to gather. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai had been waiting for news from Yang Fan and rushed over upon receiving his call. As they entered, seeing two new, beautiful girls in Yang Fan's home, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Yang Fan, you're truly impressive. You just sent off two lovely girls yesterday, and today you've found two more. Your charm is remarkable. Yang Hongtao cast a look of envy and admiration at Yang Fan. Yang Fan, noticing the gleam in Hongtao's eyes, understood his thoughts and opted not to explain, instead introducing Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai briefly. Once everything was settled, the five of them took bed sheets, blankets, and provisions and headed towards the dock. Chapter 68. My goodness, is this luxurious yacht really yours, Yang Fan? Yang Fan's home was not far from the dock. After a short walk, they arrived. It was now 10 in the morning, and most of the fishing boats moored at the dock had already gone out to sea, leaving only a few lonely ones behind. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the brand-new trawler yacht that Yang Fan had purchased the day before. Amidst the shabby little fishing boats, this luxurious trawler yacht stood out prominently, making it impossible to overlook. As soon as Yini and Su Xiaoxiao arrived at the dock, they naturally fixed their gaze upon this astonishingly high-end trawler yacht. Wow, Yang Fan, whose family in your village is so wealthy that they own such a grand yacht. Are the people in this fishing village so affluent now that they can afford luxurious yachts? Yi Manny exclaimed in astonishment. It was indeed hard to believe that in such a backward and remote fishing village, one could encounter such a lavish yacht. Before Yang Fan could respond to Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao's surprise, Yang Hongtao interjected with curiosity. Ladies, are you unaware of whose luxurious yacht this is? Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged puzzled glances. Of course we don't know. How would we know whose yacht this is? Yang Hongtao was taken aback. He had initially thought Yang Fan bought the yacht to show off and impress girls. So he invited these two beautiful ladies to enjoy it, but it seemed that was not the case. Yang Hongtao chuckled. Actually, the owner of this luxurious yacht is far away, yet right in front of you. Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Hongtao in astonishment. Far away, yet right in front of us. Are you saying this yacht is yours? Wow, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Yang Hongtao laughed awkwardly. Ahem. Ladies, you've misunderstood. It's not mine. I'm not capable of buying such an extravagant yacht. It costs millions. If it's not yours, then does that mean? Before he could finish, Yi Manny and the others turned their attention to Yang Fan. Wow. No way, Yang Fan, this luxurious yacht is yours. Yang Fan simply smiled modestly. Indeed, I just bought it yesterday, and it's quite the coincidence that you all came to visit today. Upon hearing Yang Fan's confirmation, Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness. Incredible, truly incredible. They never anticipated that Yang Fan was so affluent. To be honest, Su Xiaoxiao had been speculating that after returning to his hometown, Yang Fan might have been feeling a bit disheartened, leading him to retreat back to the fishing village. After all, why would a bright young university student choose to return to a fishing village? However, she never expected that he would purchase a luxurious yacht. Could this be considered a setback? Perhaps he had struck it rich in the metropolis and returned home to enjoy a leisurely vacation. Yi Manny felt equally astonished. When she heard Su Xiaoxiao mention that Yang Fan had returned to the fishing village to become a fisherman, she had been somewhat concerned for him. She, like Su Xiaoxiao, thought Yang Fan might have suffered substantial setbacks in his career or emotional life, prompting his return to the village. In her heart, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Yang Fan, as he had been the boy she secretly admired during her formative years. He had once been so outstanding with a bright future, yet for reasons unknown, he seemed to have given up on it all. Thus, when she heard Su Xiaoxiao suggest a visit to Yang Fan, she readily agreed, wanting to see if he truly had faced significant blows that left him disheartened. However, she never expected that not only had Yang Fan not been defeated, but but he was also thriving. Having even purchased a luxurious yacht, it seemed her worries were for naught. Snapping back to reality, Su Xiaoxiao shot Yang Fan a playful glare. Humph, Yang Fan, it seems you are quite the deceiver. You told me you returned home to become a fisherman. Yet here you are, buying a luxurious yacht to enjoy life. Yang Fan chuckled. I didn't deceive you. My current profession is indeed that of a fisherman. As for this yacht, it's a trolley yacht designed for fishing. I bought it primarily for fishing. Enjoyment is merely a bonus. Su Xiaoxiao was astonished. No way, Yang Fan. You plan to use such a lavish yacht for fishing? What a waste to get it dirty. Yang Fan laughed. What does it matter if it gets a little dirty? Fishing is how I earn my keep. I spent all my savings on this trawler yacht, and I'm counting on it to help me strike it rich. What? You specifically bought a luxurious yacht for fishing. That is quite a luxurious way to be reckless. Su Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Yimani blinked her sparkling eyes, looking utterly bewildered. All right, let us board the yacht. After chatting for a bit, Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile, leading everyone aboard his luxurious trawler yacht. Aside from Yang Fan himself, it was the first time for Yimani, Su Xiaoxiao, and Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to step on such an extravagant yacht. The four of them felt as if they had stepped into a grand wonderland. Marveling at the opulence of the yacht, they gawked here and there, occasionally gasping in astonishment. After taking a tour, they were left utterly speechless. My goodness, this luxurious yacht is simply magnificent. Not only does it boast a master bedroom comparable to a five-star hotel, but it also features a kitchen, a small bar, a home theater, KTV, a gym, and even a large swimming pool. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? It feels almost heavenly. As Yang Fan observed the four individuals who were in a state of astonishment, he couldn't help but find it amusing. However, this reaction was quite understandable. After all, they were merely ordinary children raised in a fishing village, unaccustomed to such opulence as a grand yacht. Manny, Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Hai, why don't you three sit here for a while? Taozi, come with me to the bar and fetch us some drinks, he suggested. On the deck of the yacht, several loungers were arranged for sunbathing. Yang Fan invited Yimani and her companions to take a seat, and then, accompanied by Yang Hongtao, he proceeded to the yacht's small bar. This bar boasted a cabinet stocked with a selection of fine liquors, including several bottles of expensive foreign wines and some imported premium juices. These were all part of the yacht when Yang Fan purchased it, illustrating that the luxury yacht indeed warranted its exorbitant price tag. That moment, Yang Hongtao's attention was captured by a bottle of fine liquor on a shelf. Prompting an exclamation of disbelief, "No way. Is that not Remy Martin Louis XIII? That bottle must cost at least 20 to 30,000. Yang Fan chuckled at his friend's reaction and teased, "Oh, so you recognize Remy Martin, Louis XIII? Do you?" Yang Hongtao shot back. "What is that supposed to mean, Fancy? Just because I haven't had the chance to taste it doesn't mean I can't recognize it. Last time, a buddy of mine brought a bottle of Louis XIII to celebrate his birthday at a club in the county, and it was promptly exposed as counterfeit by a girl who frequented bars." "Ah, so he was caught bluffing." Yang Fan laughed. Yang Hongtao continued, "You bet, my friend turned as green as a cucumber," as they exchanged banter. Yang Hongtao curiously lifted the bottle of Louis XIII from the cabinet, admiring it closely. Besides playing cards, he had a profound passion for drinking, often indulging in a few sips after returning from fishing trips. The sight of the Louis XIII made his mouth water. "Hosey, this must be the real deal, right? Why not open it and let me have a taste? I want to experience what 20 to 30,000 yuan bottle of liquor tastes like." Seeing his friend so eager to drink in the morning, Yang Fan playfully scolded, "You fool. I called you up here to help me fish, not to drink." Yang Hongtao laughed sheepishly. "You're right. Fishing and making money is more important." Yang Fan rolled his eyes and added, "It's still too early for drinks. Let's have some juice first. We can open the wine during dinner later, and you can have a taste then." Yang Hongtao's face lit up with excitement. "Really? You're the best, Yang Fan." As he spoke, he was about to leap forward for an enthusiastic hug, but Yang Fan felt a wave of discomfort and swiftly kicked him away. "Hey, you can talk, but keep your hands to yourself. If someone didn't know better, they'd think we had something going on. Come on, I'm just excited. A bottle of Louis XIII worth 20 to 30,000. I need to post this on social media later to show off." Yang Fan smirked. A single bottle of Louis XIII isn't that impressive. Look at your aspirations. Stick with me, and you'll learn to fish properly. Chapter 69. The voyage of the Yang Fan begins. Wow, this life is simply too comfortable. Yisu and I reclined on the deck's lounge chair, savoring the drink Yang Fan had just poured for her, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Indeed, we must thank Yang Fan for allowing us to experience the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy. Su Xiao chimed in, taking a sip of her drink with uncontainable joy, basking in the warm sunshine with a gentle sea breeze caressing her, lying on the deck of a luxurious yacht. Gazing at the boundless azure ocean and sipping sweet juice, this scene was so idyllic that even just imagining it could evoke an overwhelming sense of bliss. Xiao, you should post about this on social media. What do you think? Manny, I believe you're absolutely right. With that, Manny and Su Xiao exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, pulling out their phones. Say cheese, the sound of camera shutters filled the air as the two snapped countless photos, then proceeded to edit them before preparing to post on social media. Suddenly, Su Xiao had a thought. Hey, Manny, if you post about being on a luxury yacht, what do you think your roommate Zhang Lingling's reaction would be? Su Xiao's mischievous smirk suggested she could already envision Zhang Lingling's flustered expression. Why Manny, being kind-hearted, felt that Su Xiao made a fair point to spare her roommate from feeling embarrassed. She replied, then I suppose I should block her from seeing it. Su Xiao protested, no, don't block her. If you do, it'll seem like you don't consider her a friend. You little rascal. Manny rolled her eyes. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately decided not to block Zhang Lingling. There is really no need for such secrecy, especially since Manny felt her roommate had a rather superficial perspective, often looking down on others with a sense of superiority. This could serve as a timely reminder for her. The two girls continued to luxuriate in the sun, enjoying their beverages and posting on social media, while Yang Fan led Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to the yacht's cockpit. Taozi, I hereby declare you the first mate of this trawler yacht. In a moment, I'll familiarize you with its operations, and from now on, the responsibility of navigating the boat will be yours. Upon entering, Yang Fan smiled at Yang Hongtao, naturally assigning him the position of first mate and the task of steering the boat. The first mate is the individual on the ship who ranks just below the captain and serves as the captain's primary assistant. Of course, for Yang Fan, there were no unnecessary formalities. He simply needed someone to help him navigate. After all, he couldn't be expected to steer the boat himself all the time. Prolonged navigation would soon become tedious, especially since he was keen on locating schools of fish. Thus, the formidable task fell to Yang Hongtao. As for Yang Hongtao, he was more than eager to take on the challenge. The opportunity to operate such a luxurious yacht was exhilarating, a dream come true for any boy raised in a fishing village. Who wouldn't fantasize about becoming a formidable captain, braving the seas on a grand vessel? With the chance to operate a luxury yacht right before him, Yang Hongtao could hardly refuse. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Fanzi, this yacht is in good hands. Yang Fan, feeling relieved, clapped Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, thinking, great, someone is taking over. I won't have to navigate myself anymore. Xiaohai, you should also learn a bit on the side. Once you know how to steer, you can alternate with Taozi. Yang Fan then instructed Yang Xiaohai. Understood, brother Fan. Yang Xiaohai nodded enthusiastically. All right, let's get down to business. Yang Fan's tone shifted to a serious one. Taozi, Xiaohai, as they say, brothers should be clear about accounts. Since you two are now aboard my boat and will be fishing alongside me, I need to clarify the terms of your compensation. That I thought about this last night and have decided to offer both of you a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000, in addition to a bonus based on the net profit from our fishing trips. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head. Fanzi, 10,000 is too much. We can't possibly accept that much money from you. Yang Xiaohai echoed. Brother Fan, I don't need a salary. Just being able to go fishing with you is enough. Seeing their reluctance, Yang Fan waved his hand and spoke gently. All right, let's not dwell on unnecessary pleasantries. As I mentioned, brothers should be clear about accounts. You both should have a good understanding of my fishing methods by now, right? I can earn several tens of thousands with just one fishing trip. Now that we have this trawler yacht, the profits will undoubtedly increase. Offering you a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 is just a token gesture. The real rewards will come from the bonuses. With a few outings in a month, we can earn a substantial amount that I can't promise anything else, but as long as the weather permits, we can certainly head out to sea. When that time comes, your bonuses will far exceed this paltry, guaranteed salary. All right, it's settled then. Let us not indulge in false modesty. Since you both are willing to help me, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. However, Yang Hongtao still had something to say. Yet, Yang Fan shot him a glare and retorted, "There are no buts. Taozi, if you utter another word, I'll throw you off the boat." All right, fancied it, as your brother, I shall remain silent. Replied Yang Hongtao, "From now on, I'll just cling to your leg." With such words spoken, Yang Hongtao naturally could not say anything more. Meanwhile, the reticent young man, Yang Xiaohai, unexpectedly nodded earnestly at Yang Fan and declared, "Brother Fan, I promise to serve you faithfully from now on." Yang Fan chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Ha, kid, I don't need you to serve me. Just put in some effort." After finalizing the terms of their arrangement, Yang Fan took Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to familiarize them with the yacht's cockpit, explaining the various equipment and their specific operational methods. As an experienced fisherman, Yang Hongtao's skills and intuition in navigation surpassed even Yang Fan's. With just a brief explanation, he quickly grasped the yacht's operational techniques. Once the explanation was complete, Yang Fan instructed Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, start the yacht and prepare for departure," with excitement lighting up his face. Yang Hongtao grasped the yacht's exquisite helm and exclaimed, "Hee, I never imagined I would one day be at the helm of a luxury yacht." Saying this, Yang Hongtao, with slightly trembling hands, started the yacht. Virum, the Yang Fan officially set sail, embarking on its inaugural fishing expedition. Fish of the deep sea, tremble in fear. Chapter 70. Entering the deep sea. An encounter with giants. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them. The azure sky was pure and unblemished. Upon the majestic waves of the boundless blue sea, the Yang Fan roared to life, stirring up frothy, white waves. This was the yacht's first venture into the fishing grounds, marking Yang Fan's initial step towards conquering the sea. With this modern trawler at his disposal, he could truly venture into the deep sea and showcase his prowess. As a large trawler measuring over 20 meters in length and boasting a tonnage exceeding 300 tons, the Yang Fan was equipped for sustained operations in the deep sea. Previously, without a mechanized trawler, he could only engage in minor fishing activities. Now, with this large trawler, Yang Fan could fully unleash his ambitions. Of course, a vessel over 300 tons is not excessively large. While it could operate in offshore waters, it lacked the capability for deep-sea fishing, which requires super trawlers exceeding 1,000 tons. However, for Yang Fan at this moment, this trawler was adequate as a stepping stone. Once he accumulated sufficient capital, he could consider acquiring a super deep-sea fishing vessel. Wow! The yacht has started. On the deck, Yi Manny and Su Xiao, who had just posted on WeChat, noticed the yacht's departure and immediately felt a surge of excitement. They quickly rose from their lounge chairs and walked to the bow of the boat, opening their arms like characters in a movie, savoring the gentle caress of the ocean breeze. Oh my goodness, this feeling is absolutely magnificent. The two simultaneously displayed expressions of utter bliss and enjoyment. Manny, I think I should post another update on WeChat. What do you think? Asked Xiao that I think you're absolutely right. Manny replied, bursting into laughter. They exchanged knowing glances and laughed again, then took out their phones to record a short video to share on WeChat, just minutes after their previous post. Indeed, women seemed to relish showcasing their experiences on social media. After posting, just as Manny was about to put her phone away, it suddenly rang with an incoming video call. She glanced at the caller ID and found it was her roommate, Zhang Lingling. Manny blinked and exclaimed, Xiao, my roommate is calling me on video. Su Xiao immediately grinned mischievously. Huh, could it be she saw your latest WeChat post? Manny thought so too. I guess that is likely Oh, you think I should answer? Of course, you must answer, Xiao insisted. I'm genuinely curious about what expression she'll have when she sees us on this luxury yacht. Seeing Su Xiao's gleeful expression, Manny rolled her eyes, but eventually decided to answer the video call. After all, her roommate was calling, and she had no reason to refuse. Yes, soon as the call connected. Zhang Lingling's heavily made-up face appeared on the screen, her expression one of disbelief. Oh my. Manny, I just saw your WeChat post. Are you really on a luxury yacht right now? Yes, Manny nodded. Really on a luxury yacht? Turn the camera around so I can see. Zhang Lingling insisted, clearly in disbelief and wanting confirmation. Initially, Manny hesitated to overly shock Zhang Lingling, but since she requested it, she felt there was no need to hide anything. She then panned the camera to showcase the entire luxurious yacht. Upon seeing the yacht, Zhang Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my God, how is this possible? Manny, weren't you supposed to be on that shabby fishing boat your fisherman classmate owns? Zhang Lingling exclaimed, her face reflecting shock, causing her thick makeup to start a run. Hearing this, Manny felt displeased. Lingling, why do you speak so disparagingly? Who said my classmate's boat is just a shabby fishing vessel? No way. Don't tell me this luxury yacht belongs to your fisherman classmate. Zhang Lingling was even more shocked. Yes, it belongs to him. You always look down on others for no reason. Manny shot back. Surprised, right? My classmate may be a fisherman, but he operates a luxury yacht for fishing. At this revelation, Zhang Lingling was completely dumbfounded. Fishing on a luxury yacht? Are all fishermen this impressive? She thought, regretting her previous judgments. Manny, do you think I can still make it back in time? I want to go out to sea on a luxury yacht too. Manny shook her head. There's definitely no time now. We've already set sail. And besides, Lingling, you should be at school by now, right? Zhang Lingling's expression fell at that, realizing she had missed out on such a splendid opportunity to experience a luxury yacht outing. She felt utterly disheartened. Once Manny ended the video call with Zhang Lingling, Su Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. What a pity for her. Seeing Zhang Lingling's expression just now, it's like she was about to cry. Manny was left at a loss for words, realizing her roommate was indeed too materialistic and dramatic. If it weren't for necessity, she wouldn't want to interact much with someone of that nature. Just then, Yang Fan returned to the deck from the cockpit. Noticing Su Xiaoxiao laughing joyfully, he felt a twinge of curiosity. What is so funny that you're laughing so heartily? Su Xiaoxiao eagerly replied. Ha, Yang Fan. You should have seen Zhang Lingling's face during the video call with Manny. It was utterly hilarious. She looked like she had just swallowed a fly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan could surmise what had transpired. It was merely the antics of an overly privileged girl. He didn't take it to heart. With a chuckle, he dismissed the matter. The Yang Fan continued to slice through the waves, heading steadily toward the open sea. After a relentless journey of 2 to 3 hours, the yacht finally drifted far from the coastal continental shelf and entered the vast, uncharted depths of the ocean. During this period, Yang Fan did not engage much in exploring the fish conditions in the sea. Instead, he remained on the deck, enjoying the sunbathing along with Manny and Su Xiao, while indulging in pleasant conversations. That it was not merely the presence of beautiful women that caused Yang Fan to neglect fishing. Rather, the scarcity of resources in the nearby waters rendered such efforts futile. After years of overfishing, the coastal waters of our country have essentially become incapable of sustaining large schools of fish, leading Yang Fan to believe that it was unnecessary to waste any energy here. Of course, if it were merely a matter of operating a small fishing boat for some casual angling, he could have reluctantly tolerated the poor catch in coastal waters, perhaps utilizing his extraordinary abilities to seek out precious species like grouper or yellow croaker for profit. However, since he had already invested in a large trawler yacht, there was no need to meander in the shallow waters and squander time. Therefore, prior to setting sail, Yang Fan had advised Yang Hongtao in the cockpit to head straight into the deep sea, where there would be a chance to encounter those massive schools of fish. As long as he could locate a sizable fish school, this trip would likely yield a bountiful harvest. Once the yacht finally reached the deep sea, Yang Hu began scanning the depths for fish. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that although they had arrived in deep waters, the fish conditions were not particularly promising. While he did come across several small schools of fish, he did not see any sign of large schools. Nevertheless, when Yang Fan noticed that large fishing vessels were frequently passing by, he quickly understood the situation. There were simply too many fishing boats in this area. Even if there were large fish schools, they had likely been harvested by others long ago. Over the years, the number of fishing boats in our waters has increased significantly, leading to a situation where there are more vessels than fish. And even abundant fish stocks are insufficient for capture. The poor conditions in our coastal waters have driven many fishermen to take risks, venturing out to the high seas in boats not equipped for deep-sea fishing, resulting in frequent news reports of our fishing vessels capsizing in storms. This has made the resilience and determination of our fishermen renowned worldwide. It is said that the true might of our maritime power is not represented by aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines, but by our formidable fleet of fishermen. It is even joked that the most fearsome force at sea is not the Navy, but our tenacious fishermen. Clearly, making money these days is no easy feat. Achieving wealth requires a willingness to risk one's life. Fishermen must strive to earn their keep, and if they do not, they may find themselves facing dire consequences that it seems that in the future. One must be cautious to avoid areas heavily trafficked by fishing boats when venturing out to sea. This experience has imparted Yang Fan with a valuable lesson, with the understanding that there are indeed fish to be found in these waters. He instructed Yang Hongtao to continue navigating the boat into even deeper waters. He had already prepared himself for a night at sea, so he was not concerned about the yacht straying too far and being unable to return by nightfall. In his mind, this was the Yang Fan yacht's inaugural fishing expedition, and it was imperative that he returned with a full load. Otherwise, he would lose face as the yacht journeyed deeper into the ocean for several hours. The time had already crept into the late afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock, that a golden sun slowly descended towards the horizon, casting a magnificent golden hue across the sea. It was at this moment that Yang Fan finally spotted a scene in the deep sea that piqued his interest immensely. To his astonishment, he encountered these colossal creatures feeding. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle ahead, he immediately sprang to his feet from his reclining chair. "What's wrong, Yang Fan?" asked Manny and Su Xiao, glancing curiously at him. Not directly answering, Yang Fan merely gestured towards the sea with a grin. "Take a look over there. What do you see?" "What is it?" Manny and Su Xiao followed his pointing finger but saw nothing but the endless expanse of water. "Yang Fan, are you playing tricks on us? There's nothing there." Seeing their bewildered expressions, Yang Fan suddenly slapped his forehead. "I forgot not everyone has eyesight as sharp as mine. They are swimming towards us quickly." He chuckled. "Just wait a moment. You should be able to see them soon." "What are they?" Manny and Su Xiao were puzzled at a group of magnificent creatures. "You'll know once you see them," Yang Fan teased. Although Manny and Su Xiao could not see the spectacle occurring in the distant waters, Yang Fan had a clear view. A school of fish was swimming toward them, and their trajectory was directly towards the yacht, meaning they would soon be within everyone's sight. This school of fish was not particularly large, comprising only a dozen or so individuals, yet they were the epitome of marine giants. These few magnificent beings were none other than the orcas, also known as killer whales, the undisputed rulers of the ocean. Indeed, what Yang Fan had discovered was a pod of orcas, renowned as the fierce tigers of the sea. Orcas, with their bold, cunning, and fierce nature, are the relentless predators of the ocean, posing a threat to nearly all marine life. To understand how formidable orcas are, one only needs to compare them to the great white shark, which ranks among the most ferocious marine creatures and is often considered the apex predator of the ocean. However, in the presence of orcas, the mighty great white shark is reduced to a mere underdog. When encountering orcas, great white sharks are known to flee in terror, lest they be devoured on the spot. While the great white shark possesses formidable combat abilities, it harbors a critical weakness. When flipped onto its back, it becomes incapacitated. Orcas are fully aware of this vulnerability. They can easily overturn a great white shark with a powerful blow. Thus, whenever great white sharks encounter orcas, they often find themselves flipped over and facing doom. This has earned orcas the moniker of shark killers and established them as the sole nemesis of the ferocious great white shark. Studies have shown that in waters frequented by orcas, great white sharks are virtually non-existent. Moreover, not only do even the most formidable predators like the great white shark struggle against orcas, but the largest and most powerful creature on the planet, the blue whale, also falls short when confronted by orcas. Although blue whales are vastly larger and stronger than orcas, their combat abilities are not even in the same league. Orcas, with their highly social and cooperative hunting strategies, often attack prey in groups, rendering a solitary blue whale vulnerable if it encounters a pod of orcas. If it makes a wrong move, the orcas could swiftly coordinate to overpower and dismember it. It is precisely because of the orcas' unparalleled prowess in the ocean that they are hailed as the lords of the sea. Yang Fan was genuinely thrilled to encounter a pod of orcas. Aside from seeing trained orcas in an aquarium, he had never witnessed wild orcas in the wild. Such is the allure of the deep sea, offering a glimpse into the vibrant tapestry of marine life. Having encountered orcas this time, who knows what wonders he might witness next, perhaps even a blue whale. The orcas glided through the water with remarkable speed, quickly approaching, with only a few hundred meters separating them from the Yang Fan yacht. However, this pod of orcas was not heading towards the yacht. They were merely passing by. Additionally, as mammals, orcas must periodically surface to breathe, releasing impressive jets of water into the air. With a resounding splash, water columns erupted from the sea surface, creating a spectacular sight as the orcas exhaled. Wow! Yang Fan, look over there! What is that? At this moment, Yi Mani and Su Xiao finally noticed the unusual phenomenon on the water surface, pointing at the towering jets of water with awe. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Yang Fan chuckled. "Ha, that's what I was telling you about." Yi Mani, being a university graduate with a broad knowledge base, quickly remarked, "Is it a whale? Only whales can spout such massive jets of water, right?" Yang Fan nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, it is a whale, and the most dominant among them. The orca." Yi Mani's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow, an orca! They're the rulers of the ocean. I can't believe we've encountered one so fortuitously." As they conversed, two lively orcas surfaced to breathe, performing a spectacular leap out of the water. This was a breathtaking spectacle. Yi Mani and Su Xiao instantly became exhilarated, shouting, "Oh wow! The orca is breaching. It looks enormous and majestic." After their exclamations, they eagerly took out their phones to capture videos of the orca as it leapt from the water. Just then, a playful juvenile orca, measuring only 2 to 3 meters in length, popped its head out of the water. Its appearance was utterly adorable, with a round head bobbing clumsily as it swam forward. This little orca was likely only a few months old, lacking the ferocity of an adult, instead exuding a certain charming innocence. Although orcas are known for their violent nature, they possess an endearing black and white appearance reminiscent of giant pandas, making them appealing and popular attractions in aquariums for children and adults alike. Upon seeing this adorable little orca, Yi Mani and Su Xiao felt their hearts melting. "Wow, what a cute little orca!" Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you really call it cute, baby? Do you believe it could swallow both of you whole in one bite?" Yi Mani and Su Xiao giggled in response. Hee. Although it is large, it still belongs to the adorable category among orcas. While chatting, they continued to film. Only when the group of orcas finally disappeared from view did they reluctantly pull their gaze away. Xiao, I think it's time to post on WeChat moments, don't you think? "Oh, Manny, I wholeheartedly agree." They both laughed as they exchanged glances, busy editing the videos of the orcas they had just filmed. Observing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. Within just a few hours on the boat, he noticed that Yi Mani and Su Xiao had already posted 7 or 8 updates on their social media. It was truly amusing. Women can be such relentless creatures. During the following hours, Yang Fan remained vigilant. Standing at the bow of the boat, he meticulously scanned the sea for schools of fish. It was already late evening, yet he had yet to find an opportunity to cast the net, which was quite frustrating. Surely, he needed to catch something before it was completely dark. With this determination, Yang Fan became increasingly focused. He surveyed the ocean like a sophisticated radar, scanning the waters for fish. Indeed, the abundance of fish in the deep sea far surpassed that of the coastal areas. In this deep sea region, Yang Fan discovered an impressive variety of fish, many of which he had never seen in coastal waters. Fish such as mackerel, red snapper, lanternfish, and turbot, along with countless others whose names he could not even recall. The fish here were notably more diverse. It was common to see schools of various sizes swimming together joyfully, their vibrant colors creating a stunning spectacle in the ocean. However, not all schools of fish warranted a netting. a man with ambition. Yang Fan held high standards for the fish he sought. After all, he would not even consider casting the net otherwise. In addition to a substantial quantity and size, the fish must also possess significant value, given that they were using a trawler to venture into the deep sea. The requirements for the target fish would undoubtedly be even more stringent. After all, the limited space in the trawler's cold storage would fill up quickly with cheaper fish. To maximize the harvest on this outing, Yang Fan remained patient, awaiting a more opportune moment to cast the net. As time passed, and with unwavering diligence, he finally spotted that coveted opportunity. After navigating deeper into the sea for about half an hour, he discovered a massive and exceptionally valuable school of fish ahead, approximately at the 9 o'clock position. Sail 5 kilometers ahead and stop the boat immediately. Chapter 72. Captured over 5,000 pounds of precious rice fish in one net. Ahead at the 9 o'clock position, sail 5 kilometers and stop the boat immediately. Upon spotting this large school of fish, Yang Fan swiftly made his way to the deck and shouted inside to Yang Hongtao, who immediately brightened up. "Fan, can we finally cast the net?" Yang Fan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we can cast the net now. Have you been holding it in?" Yang Hongtao burst into laughter. "Huh? Well, you've been the one preventing us from casting the net. I've almost fallen asleep steering the boat for the past 7 or 8 hours without even a chance to fish." After spending so long out at sea, Yang Hongtao was eager to finally cast the net. He promptly followed Yang Fan's instructions, maneuvering the yacht to the designated location. Once the yacht was temporarily halted, Yang Fan led Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai to the storage compartment on the lower deck. In the corner of the storage area lay several fish nets of varying sizes, along with dozens of large crab traps, all prepared by the yacht's manufacturer in advance. Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and approached the stack of nets, casually inspecting them before quickly selecting one. He then picked up the thick rope attached to the net, saying, "Shaohai, Hongtao, let's carry this net out together. We'll use it for fishing shortly." Yang Hongtao glanced at the net Yang Fan had chosen and immediately expressed his doubts. "Fan, this net has such large openings. Only fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds could possibly be caught with this. Why don't we switch to a net with smaller openings? That way, we could catch a lot more." Yang Fan shook his head firmly. "No need. This net will suffice." Yang Hongtao was puzzled. "Why is that, Fan?" "I'm telling you, the openings are far too large to catch many fish," he continued. "The nets we've used before have openings of less than 1 centimeter, while the one you picked seems to have openings exceeding 5 centimeters. Such large openings would hardly catch any fish." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan shot him a glare. "We are different. Those death nets with tiny openings capture even the smallest fish and shrimp. We are not like others, and we cannot engage in such despicable practices." When it came to the topic of death nets, Yang Fan grew increasingly agitated. The dire state of the fishing resources in our coastal waters has largely resulted from some unscrupulous fishermen using those tiny mesh nets. These death nets, also known as extinction nets, represent a catastrophic method of fishing, wreaking havoc on the marine ecosystem. The openings in these nets are so small that they can capture even fish and shrimp the size of a fingernail. Consequently, fishing grounds that have been trawled with death nets often remain barren for extended periods, devoid of any marine life. Fishermen along the coast universally detest those who resort to using death nets. Everyone relies on the sea for their livelihood. And yet, by using extinction nets, they are depleting the young fish, leaving nothing for the future. Seeing Yang Fan's intense glare, Yang Hongtao quickly smiled sheepishly. "Try to reason, Fan. I'm not suggesting you use death nets. That would indeed be unethical. But surely we should at least use a net with smaller openings? Otherwise, we might catch hardly any fish." Yang Fan, unwilling to listen to any more arguments, waved his hand dismissively. "Why do you insist on arguing? Just follow my lead." Noticing the agitation in Yang Fan's demeanor, Yang Hongtao shrugged with an awkward smile. "Ahem, fine, Fan. You're the captain, so I'll defer to your judgment." Although he ceased to voice his objections, his expression suggested he remained unconvinced, believing that using such a large netted fishing method would yield disappointing results. Yang Fan naturally perceived the intentions of this fellow, yet he deemed it unnecessary to elucidate. For soon enough, the act of casting the net would swiftly deliver a resounding rebuttal to him. In the ensuing moments, the 3 individuals procured the largest net available. subsequently affixing it to the trawling machinery in the operational zone. "Qingzi, you take the helm. Xiao Hai and I will lower the net here," Yang Fan instructed. Understood. As Yang Hongtao proceeded to the control cabin to start the yacht, Yang Fan and Yang Xiaohai said about deploying the large fishing net in their possession. This net was a deep-sea variety, laden with substantial lead weights, enabling it to descend to depths exceeding 100 meters. Yang Fan had observed that the sizable school of fish was actively roaming approximately 70 to 80 meters beneath the surface of this maritime expanse. Thus, it became evident that as long as they maneuvered the boat to drag the net in a suitable direction, they could ensnare the entire school of fish in one fell swoop. The mechanical power at their disposal was formidable. As the trawling winch roared to life, the large fishing net gradually unfurled, resembling an enormous pouch cascading behind the yacht, with the yacht's relentless forward momentum. The underwater net's coverage area expanded significantly. This left the fish and crabs within this aquatic realm with no avenue of escape, as they were slowly ensnared within the net, while Yang Fan meticulously tracked the movement of the sizable school of fish with his gaze. He promptly directed Yang Hongtao regarding the vessel's course. Soon, mere minutes elapsed. At that moment, Yang Fan signaled to Yang Hongtao in the control cabin. "Taozi, halt the vessel. It is time to retrieve the net." Yang Hongtao, momentarily bewildered, exclaimed, "We're retrieving the net already? Fanzi, are you jesting with me? We've only been dragging for a few minutes." Typically, it was expected that once the trawling commenced, it would require at least 1 to 2 hours of continuous dragging to ensure a bountiful catch. Yet now, after merely a few minutes, Yang Fan had instructed to stop and collect the net. It was no wonder Yang Hongtao was flabbergasted. "Quit your incessant chatter. When I say stop, you stop." Once halted, "Come out and assist." Having had enough of his complaints, Yang Fan chastised him sharply. With a resigned sigh, Yang Hongtao complied and brought the vessel to a halt. In the following moments, Yang Fan began to operate the trawling apparatus, gradually retracting the fishing net. It is crucial to highlight the advanced features of this luxurious trawling yacht. Its operational equipment was remarkably sophisticated, capable of complete automation, with just a few simple button presses. The winch could effortlessly pull the net on board. As the winch thundered into action, the vast fishing net was slowly drawn up from the depths of the sea. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the net emerged from the depths, revealing the catch within. To everyone's astonishment, when the entire net surfaced, it took on a colossal droplet shape, brimming with large fish. An estimate revealed that there were at least several hundred sizable fish, each boasting substantial dimensions. Each fish weighed no less than 3 pounds, with some exceeding 10 pounds. The sight of hundreds of lively fish piled within the net, being hoisted out of the water, was nothing short of breathtaking. The winch was equipped with an electronic weighing device, which now displayed a staggering total weight of over 5,000 pounds for this haul of fish. At this revelation, apart from Yang Fan, who remained unfazed, the others were utterly astounded. On the deck, Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao gaped in shock, exclaiming, "Goodness! He caught so many big fish! This is simply unbelievable." Yang Xiaohai stood dumbfounded, utterly taken aback by the sheer volume of fish. As for Yang Hongtao, after a brief moment of astonishment, he erupted into ecstatic shouts. "My goodness! I can't believe it! It's all big rice fish. We've caught such a bountiful haul of big rice fish." His exuberance was palpable. "We're going to strike it rich. With this many big rice fish, we could sell them for hundreds of thousands." Yang Hongtao danced around, nearly bursting with joy. It was no surprise he was so animated. In a mere span of minutes, they had netted over 5,000 pounds of prized rice fish, an experience more thrilling than robbing a bank. The rice fish is among the top 10 renowned fish in our country. Not only does it possess immense nutritional value, but it also boasts significant medicinal properties. Its swim bladder can be transformed into high-quality fish glue, and its otoliths contain abundant calcium carbonate salts, known to alleviate heat and promote diuresis. Due to the exceptional nutritional and medicinal benefits of wild rice fish, it has always been regarded as a highly sought-after seafood delicacy. The market price for a pound typically starts at over 80 yuan, and that is just for the smaller varieties. Larger rice fish, endowed with precious swim bladders, command even higher prices. Fish weighing over 5 pounds typically fetch over 100 yuan per pound, while those exceeding 10 pounds are even more valuable. Therefore, this net of several hundred rice fish could easily be valued at over 500,000 yuan, as Yang Fan observed the astonished and exhilarated expressions of his companions. He smiled serenely, maintaining his composure. He methodically controlled the winch, steadily unloading the net brimming with rice fish onto the vessel. As the net unfurled, the vibrant rice fish that had just emerged from the water began to thrash energetically on the deck. Witnessing the lively spectacle, Yang Hongtao approached Yang Fan, offering him a hearty thumbs up. "Fanzi, your fishing skills are truly exceptional. No words needed. I am genuinely impressed this time. From now on, whatever instructions you give me, I will follow without question." Yang Fan chuckled in response. "Oh, just a moment ago, you were doubting my ability to catch fish, weren't you? How's that for a turnabout?" Yang Hongtao scratched his head sheepishly, a grin breaking across his face. "Touch, you've utterly outdone me. Fanzi, you are undoubtedly the fishing prodigy. I, the mere novice. All right, enough of this banter. Let us get to work. We need to quickly store these rice fish in the freezer." "Indeed, we must act swiftly. These rice fish are deep-sea species. They won't last long once out of the water. We need to expedite the process." In the ensuing moments, Yang Fan and his companions began to work diligently. Since rice fish are deep-sea creatures and cannot survive long outside water, they needed to quickly place them in the freezer to preserve their freshness. This task was undeniably monumental. Moving several hundred fish was no small feat. Of course, Yimani and Su Xiao had initially expressed a desire to assist in the effort, but Yang Fan flatly declined, unwilling to have the young ladies toil. After over an hour of hard work, they finally managed to transfer all the rice fish from the deck into the freezing compartment. By this time, it was already 7:30 in the evening that a faint sunset still reflected on the sea's surface. But darkness had enveloped the surroundings. "Fanzi, should we lower the net again? There might still be more rice fish to catch." After finishing the transfer, Yang Hongtao eagerly proposed, believing that since they had netted such a large quantity of rice fish previously, there must be a sizable school still below that if they cast the net again, they could secure another profitable haul, especially while the fish were still nearby. However, Yang Fan shook his head. "Let us not. It is already dark. We should prepare dinner." Yang Hongtao felt a tinge of regret. "Fanzi, are you really not going to cast again? This is all potential income." Yang Fan shot him a look of exasperation. "Can we catch every fish? Can we earn every last bit of money? One should not be too greedy in fishing. We need a rest and allow the fish some time to recuperate." Yang Hongtao sighed, acknowledging, "All right, you're not only a superior fisherman, but also possess a much higher level of awareness. I shall heed your advice." Upon the vast sea, the bright moon arises, and at this moment, we share the same sky. A full, luminous sun slowly ascends from the ocean's surface. Once the sun has completely set, the round moon hangs high, and stars scatter across the sky. This is a breathtaking scene, one that is often obscured by the fog of a bustling metropolis on the yacht, illuminated by myriad lights. Yang Hai, Manny, and others sit gathered around the dining table, engaged in lively conversation, laughter, and the indulgence of a freshly prepared seafood feast. The recent catch was not merely a bounty of bighead carp. It also included a plethora of exquisite seafood, such as massive red crabs weighing 2 to 3 pounds, over a pound of succulent Japanese sweet shrimp, and enormous, delectable coconut crabs. These treasures of the sea are rare delights, particularly when enjoyed fresh from the ocean. Their flavors exceptionally vibrant, in addition to the gourmet seafood banquet. Yang Ji fulfilled his promise from earlier that day by opening a bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII, worth several tens of thousands for Yang Hongtao. In one breath, he consumed nearly half the bottle, causing Yang Hongtao to erupt with excitement. Remarkably, despite drinking such a generous amount of brandy, he appeared entirely unfazed. If it were Yang Fan who had indulged in such quantities, he would likely have succumbed to inebriation long ago, given that he typically abstains from alcohol, rarely even partaking in beer. Yang Fan recalled his first year in college when he dined out with his roommates. After merely 2 or 3 beers, he had collapsed onto the table in slumber. Dining on seafood aboard a luxurious yacht undoubtedly represented a significant indulgence. The group continued to feast and converse until 10 o'clock at night. Thoroughly satisfied. Then came the time to select rooms for the night. They asked the captain. Yang Fan naturally claimed the lavish master suite on the top deck, while Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai each chose a room on the second floor. After some discussion, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao decided to stay on the third floor, right next to Yang Fan's room. This left Yang Fan somewhat puzzled. With so many vacant rooms available, why did the girls choose to stay beside him? Just a few days prior, Qin Yuxiue had done the same. Did they harbor some intentions toward him? Of course, Yang Fan merely pondered this internally and would never dare to inquire directly. Such a question would surely reveal him as a clueless oaf. After selecting their rooms, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai settled into their quarters on the second floor, while Yang Fan, Yi Mani, and Su Xiaoxiao ascended to the third floor at tea that moment. Yang Fan suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao, "By the way, you two didn't bring any clothes, did you? How will you manage later?" Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat exasperated. They hadn't anticipated spending the night at sea while fishing, so they had not prepared suitable clothing, leaving them in a bit of a predicament. However, this inconvenience was easily remedied. "What can we do? I guess we'll just have to go without changing clothes tonight." "Who knew that you, Yang Fan, wouldn't inform us in advance that we might be spending the night at sea?" They laughed. Yang Fan chuckled in response. The trio shared a few light-hearted remarks before bidding each other goodnight and retreating to their respective rooms. After an hour and a half of hauling fish, Yang Fan had worked up a bit of sweat, so he promptly headed to the bathroom for a quick shower upon entering his room. He turned on the tap, and the cool, clean water cascaded down, refreshing him as he hummed a cheerful tune. However, just a couple of minutes into his shower, he was startled by a clear dialogue emanating from the adjacent room. "Wow, Manny, this luxurious yacht is truly something else. The bathroom even has a large bathtub. Really? Let me see. How wonderful. Look, Manny, there's even a bottle of rose petals by the bathtub. ISNT that considerate. It's like they want us to indulge in a rose petal bath. I've never had a bath in a bathtub before. Neither have I. So, who goes first? Of course, we should both enjoy it together. The bathtub is spacious enough." At this point, Yang Fan blinked in surprise, realizing the yacht's soundproofing was not as effective as he had assumed. How could he hear every word of Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao's conversation so clearly? Yet, it dawned on him that it wasn't merely poor soundproofing. His hearing had become remarkably acute. He concentrated and realized he could even hear the faint sounds of Yang Hongtao downstairs arranging bed linens. My goodness. Is this yet another change brought about by the Dragon Balls? Yang Fan pondered that IT must be the continuous enhancements from the Dragon Balls and the Golden Drops that had significantly improved his hearing. This realization filled him with excitement. The Dragon Balls were extraordinary. Perhaps he could continuously evolve. Of course, he merely wished for physical enhancement and hoped to avoid being transformed into a Super Saiyan, as he certainly did not want to be captured for experimentation. As Yang Fan reveled in his newfound auditory prowess, the voices from the adjacent room resumed, "Oh my gosh, Manny, this is too exaggerated. How did you grow so well endowed? You must be sneaking papayas every night, right? What are you talking about? It's just the right amount. How enviable. If only I could be as well endowed as you, Manny. It's not all it's cracked up to be, you know. There are many challenges that come with it. Is it that heavy a burden? That's just one of the minor challenges. The most significant issue is that nowadays there's so many wolves around, always staring at you. I can only wear loose clothing when I go out. Haha, that's a happy trouble. Speaking of which, Manny, what do you think of Yang Fan?" In the bathroom, upon hearing Manny and the others discussing him, Yang Fan instinctively perked up his ears, although he knew he shouldn't eavesdrop on others' private conversations. The thrill of overhearing was undeniably exhilarating. "What do you mean by Yang Fan?" "I mean it literally. After so many years seeing your first love again, don't you have any thoughts?" "Come on, what are you talking about? Yang Fan is not my first love." "Really? Didn't you tell me in middle school that he was the first boy you liked?" "Yes, I did have a crush on Yang Fan back then. But it was just a simple infatuation. We never even dated. So how can he be my first love?" "All right, fine. Let us say he is not your first love. But tell me, now that you see Yang Fan is so handsome and capable, Do you have any feelings for him? Well, how should I put it? To be honest, maybe just a tiny bit. Ah, I knew it, but that's perfectly normal. Yang Ji is so handsome, so wealthy and skilled at fishing. He has practically the perfect man. It's only natural that you would like him. What? I didn't say I liked him. I just have a good impression. Hee, having a good impression is enough. Manny, I support you in pursuing Yang Fan. Although he is exceptional, you're no less so. With your figure and looks, especially that figure, I bet all men adore it. I believe that if you make a little effort to flirt with him, he will be completely captivated. Come on, Xiao, what are you talking about? Why would I need to actively pursue Yang Fan? Not actively. If you don't, do you believe Yang Fan won't be snatched away by another girl soon? Let him be taken away then. He has not mine to begin with. Manny, how can you be so oblivious? Yang Fan was your first crush, and you haven't dated anyone in years, right? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Meeting your first crush after so many years and potentially ending up together. How romantic would that be? Xiao, you talk too much. Just tell me if there is any truth to what you're saying. I don't know if you would like me. Let's not talk about this. Let us just enjoy our bath. Manny, Yang Fan will surely come like you. Trust me, just be a little more proactive. All right, let us laugh it off. We can discuss this later. For now, it's time for a bath. Fine. Oh, by the way, Manny, could you let me grab a handful? Grab what? What do you think, Ah, you seductive temptress. Let go of me. Wow, this sensation is simply exquisite. Hearing this, vivid images instantly flooded Yang Fan's mind. He nearly lost his composure, yet managed to contain himself. I can't take this anymore. I must stop listening, or I might not withstand it. Hastily, Yang Fan completed his bath, dressed swiftly, and emerged from the bathroom. However, the sounds of Manny and Su Xiao frolicking in the bathtub next door were still crystal clear, although it was slightly stimulating. It was also quite torturous. As a passionate young man yet to lose his innocence, Yang Fan found himself at his wit's end. Forget it. I can't stay in this room any longer. I shall venture into the sea for a while. I want to explore the differences between the deep sea and the coastal waters. With that thought, Yang Fan quietly slipped out, taking light steps to the first floor deck, where he gently leapt into the sea. Instantly, he felt as though every cell in his body had come alive. He was invigorated, and the Dragon Pearl within him began to circulate vigorously, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy surrounding him. Yang Fan grinned widely. He then commenced his descent, swimming towards the depths of the ocean. The water in this area was not particularly exaggerated in depth, approximately 200 to 300 meters, of course. 200 to 300 meters is already quite profound for humanity. An average person might only be able to dive to a mere few dozen meters before succumbing to the overwhelming water pressure. And even professional divers with the most advanced equipment typically manage only 100 to 200 meters. Beyond that, the risks become perilous. However, Yang Fan was different. With the continuous transformation from the Dragon Pearl, he felt as if he were a fish in water. Even after plunging over 200 meters deep, he sensed no discomfort in his body, indicating that the formidable pressure of the deep sea had no impact on him whatsoever. Upon reaching over 200 meters beneath the sea, Yang Fan beheld the richness of the marine ecosystem. The vibrant coral reefs, adorned in myriad hues, hosted schools of colorful fish swimming joyfully. Nearby, he also spotted enormous jellyfish. Octopuses with tentacles as thick as an infant's arm and devil rays larger than open umbrellas. Additionally, there were countless species of fish, many of which Yang Fan could not even name. This underwater vista was undeniably beautiful and mysterious. He took great pleasure in observing the scenery for a while, during which many fish swam past him, unafraid of his presence. As he continued his exploration, he discovered numerous crabs, including red flower crabs and swimming crabs, and even spotted a few Chinese ornamental lobsters, albeit small, weighing only a couple of pounds and not particularly valuable. So he refrained from capturing them as he swam. Yang Fan's attention was suddenly drawn to a large rock ahead, where he was astonished to find an enormous coconut snail clinging to it. The coconut snail, also known as the papaya snail, has a shell that is yellowish-brown and resembles a papaya, its smooth surface adorned with dark brown spots. It is a common edible mollusk in our country, renowned for its delicious flavor and often sought after in seafood markets, commanding prices around 120 to 150 yuan per pound. Yang Fan was taken aback by the size of this coconut snail. It appeared to be significantly larger than a basketball, possibly weighing at least 10 pounds. He had seen and eaten many coconut snails before, but he had never encountered one of such extraordinary size. What intrigued Yang Fan even more was that coconut snails typically prefer shallower waters. How could one be found at such a deep depth? Had this coconut snail mutated? Otherwise, how could it have grown so large and survived in the deep sea? Never mind, such an enormous coconut snail is a rare treasure. He grinned and swiftly swam over to collect the giant coconut snail. Yang Fan, perplexed but delighted, had initially intended just to explore the seabed. But unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon such a remarkable find. A delightful surprise indeed. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, even greater surprises awaited him ahead. Chapter 75. A Fortuitous Discovery. The snail conceals a rare pearl. Soon, Yang Fan successfully boarded the yacht. As soon as he did, he placed the enormous coconut snail he had discovered into the yacht's live well for safekeeping, planning to use it for breakfast the next day. Coincidentally, Yang Fan had always enjoyed coconut snails, whether stir-fried or in soup, relishing their delightful texture. Although such a large coconut snail was exceedingly rare and could fetch a handsome price, he was not particularly concerned about the money. Having something he cherished and enjoyed was far more important to him. After securing his treasure, Yang Fan quietly returned to his room. It was nearly 1 in the morning, and the adjacent room was quiet, suggesting that Manny and Su Xiao had already fallen asleep. Relieved, Yang Fan exhaled softly. Had they still been awake, he could only imagine the whispers and giggles that would have kept him from sleeping soundly. Feeling a small sense of gratitude, Yang Fan smiled and headed to the bathroom for a shower, as he certainly needed to rinse off after his oceanic adventure. After washing up, he idly played with his phone for a while before quickly drifting off to sleep, perhaps due to the absence of the village rooster's timely crowing. Yang Fan slept exceptionally well, not waking until mid-morning when he lazily stretched and climbed out of bed. Pulling back the curtains, he gazed at the azure sea and sky outside the yacht, instantly feeling a surge of joy. After a quick wash in the bathroom, he made his way downstairs. Upon descending, he discovered that Manny, Su Xiao, and Yang Hongtao, along with Yang Xiaohai, were already awake. "Hey, you're awake!" Yang Hongtao exclaimed with a smile as soon as he saw Yang Fan descending the stairs. By the way, your 2 lovely classmates have been busy in the kitchen since early morning. They were quite eager to prepare breakfast. Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him. "And what are you doing sitting there? Shouldn't you be helping them? After all, they are guests." Yang Hongtao looked a bit aggrieved. "Come on, can you really blame me? I told them they didn't have to cook, but they insisted on showcasing their culinary skills. What could I do?" Yang Fan chuckled. "All right, I see now. I've wronged you. I'll make it up to you later with a crab leg." After chatting with Yang Hongtao for a while, Yang Fan made his way to the kitchen, where he was immediately greeted by a rich, enticing aroma. Manny and Su Xiao were preparing a steamed red flour crab, and a pressure cooker was simmering crab and millet porridge. Clearly, having grown up in a coastal town, these girls possessed impressive seafood cooking skills. "Yang Fan, you're awake. Good morning." Manny greeted him with a radiant smile as he entered the kitchen, while Su Xiao chimed in, "Huh, Yang Fan, your timing is perfect. We're just finishing up breakfast." Yang Fan smiled back. "Well, as the host, I should be the one treating you all. Yet here you are cooking instead. I feel a bit guilty." Manny and Su Xiao waved their hands dismissively. "There is no need to feel guilty. Experiencing cooking on a luxurious yacht is actually quite fun." After sharing a few laughs, Yang Fan suddenly remembered the large coconut snail he had found yesterday, and mentioned, "By the way, let me show you something good. It could be used to create another delightful dish." Manny and Su Xiao looked on with curiosity. "What is this good thing?" Yang Fan momentarily teased them. "Let us not discuss it now. You will find out soon enough." After saying this, he swiftly made his way to the water tank and retrieved an extraordinarily large coconut snail. When Manny and Su Xiao beheld the impressive size of the coconut snail, their eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness! Yang Fan, how on earth did you manage to catch such a colossal specimen?" exclaimed Manny. "Indeed, I have never seen a coconut snail this large before. Is it even possible for a coconut snail to grow to such dimensions? Noticing their incredulous expressions, Yang Fan chuckled and casually concocted an excuse. Haha. I caught this coconut snail while fishing that I couldn't sleep last night, so I thought I'd try my luck at fishing that I didn't catch any fish, but I did manage to snag this coconut snail. Yi Manny and Su Xiao blinked in surprise. Really? Snails can be caught too? Yang Fan laughed. Of course. Snails are carnivorous and will bite on bait, and I've caught several before, but this is the first time I've caught one of this size. At this, Yi Manny and Su Xiao expressed their admiration. Well, Yang Fan, your luck is truly unparalleled. Yang Fan smiled and then shifted the topic. Let us stir-fry this coconut snail. I quite enjoy the meat. Hearing this, Yi Manny immediately responded with a grin. What a coincidence. I also love coconut snail. Every time I go home, my dad makes me a dish of stir-fried coconut snail, and I devour it all. Yang Fan laughed. Oh, that's perfect. Make sure you eat plenty later. However, Yi Manny interjected, but Yang Fan, this coconut snail is so large. It must be worth 1,000 or 2. Would it be better to sell it? Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. What is a small sum like that? Good things should be kept for oneself. Yi Manny playfully stuck out her tongue and said, All right, I forgot that you're quite the affluent one. Yang Fan, this little money is indeed nothing to you. I'll just take advantage of our old friendship and taste this giant coconut snail. Yang Fan shrugged and laughed. We've known each other for so long. It's just a snail. No need to make a fuss. After a brief chat, the three of them began to get busy. Yi Manny and Su Xiao were responsible for chopping the vegetables for the stir-fried coconut snail, while Yang Fan focused on extracting the meat from the snail. The flesh was tightly nestled within the shell, making it quite a challenge to retrieve. Yang Fan carefully used a fruit knife to extract the meat, investing considerable effort before finally managing to dig it out. Once the meat was out, he began slicing it. The flesh was incredibly tender, requiring delicate cuts. Yang Fan pressed down one hand on the snail meat while using the other to slice it into thin pieces. As he was cutting, Yang Fan suddenly sensed something unusual. He realized that his hand was resting on something quite hard within the snail meat. This texture was evidently not what one would expect from coconut snail flesh. There must be something else hidden within. Typically, if something is found within the meat, it is a pearl. At this realization, Yang Fan felt a rush of excitement. Wait a minute, it seems there's a pearl inside this coconut snail. Yi Manny and Su Xiao immediately crowded around, intrigued. Is that true? There's a pearl in there? Yang Fan nodded. Yes, feel it for yourselves and see if there is something inside. Yi Manny eagerly reached out and touched the coconut snail meat. Wow, there really is something hard in there, she exclaimed. Su Xiao followed suit, and she too was filled with exhilaration. In a way, it really feels like a pearl. Yang Fan, you're about to strike it rich. Yang Fan chuckled. How valuable can a single pearl be? At most, it might fetch 1,000 or so. This isn't a fortune, just a bit of fun and a good omen. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao quickly disagreed. Not necessarily, Yang Fan. I remember reading a report about a seafood shop owner who unexpectedly found a beautiful pearl in a coconut snail. Do you have any idea how valuable that pearl was? Yang Fan, having little knowledge about pearls, asked, How much? A few thousand. Su Xiao shook her head vigorously. A few thousand? Don't even think about it. I believe it sold for over 100,000. Yang Fan was astonished. A pearl selling for over 100,000? That can't be true. Su Xiao promptly clarified. It depends on the type of pearl. The one I'm talking about is a rare gem among pearls. If you don't believe me, just look it up. Curiosity piqued, Yang Fan took out his phone and searched for information on this type of pearl. The information revealed that the Milazu, also known as the Dragon Pearl or Flame Pearl, is a type of natural sea pearl that occurs randomly within sea snails and cannot currently be cultivated artificially. Milazu shares similar components with most mollusks, exhibiting colors such as orange-yellow, orange-red, yellow, and white. With a ceramic-like luster, its patterns resemble flames, making it exceptionally beautiful. Milazu is exceedingly rare, with the probability of finding one in a sea snail being less than 1 in 10,000. Particularly, those of a larger size and superior quality are extremely scarce. In the collectibles market, Milazu is regarded as a royal treasure, attracting the attention of collectors from both the East and the West. Its value is substantial. At an auction in 2003, a 100.4-carat Milazu with an excellent appearance was sold for a staggering $2.7 million, setting a world record for the price of a single pearl. Similarly, at a 2007 auction in Hong Kong, a 91.29-carat Milazu fetched a final price of $125,000. Upon reading this information, Yang Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. A Milazu sold for $2.7 million. Such an ordinary pearl could be so expensive. This was utterly astounding. Yang Fan had never anticipated that Milazu could be so valuable. Moreover, such a precious pearl could only be found within a coconut snail. This meant that the pearl inside his coconut snail was undoubtedly a Milazu. With this thought, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This coconut snail, having grown to such a massive size, must have lived for many years. If it had produced a Milazu, then logically, this pearl should be of considerable size. If the pearl turned out to be both large and of high quality, he might just strike it rich. Chapter 76. This is a pearl of unparalleled perfection. Although Su Xiaoxiao had informed Yang Fan about the high value of Milazu, she herself had only a vague understanding of its worth. Now, upon seeing the information Yang Fan found, indicating that Milazu had once been auctioned for $2.7 million, she was utterly astonished. My goodness! Is Milazu truly worth that much? A single one can sell for over $1 million? This is simply outrageous! Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her at a loss for words. Manny, equally taken aback, stared at Yang Fan and exclaimed, "Wow! Yang Fan, are you about to become rich?" As for Yang Fan, being the man who possessed a pearl of such rarity, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of surprise and joy, noticing the astonished expressions on the faces of the two girls. He chuckled and rationally remarked, "It's a bit premature to talk about getting rich. The reason that pearl sold for over $1 million is undoubtedly due to its size and quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't command such a price. If this Milazu is merely average, it might only be worth a few thousand or even less. Thus, until they manage to extract the pearl, they wouldn't know its true condition. If it turned out to be too small or of poor appearance, it might not be worth much at all." Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Calming down a bit, upon reflection, they realized that not all Milazu are valuable. The key factors are indeed size and quality. Just as the information indicated, two Milazu sold at the same auction had vastly different prices. One fetched $2.7 million while the other only sold for $125,000, highlighting the significant disparity in value. The condition and size of a beautiful pearl have a profound impact on its value. Speaking of this, Yi Manny and her companions excitedly urged Yang Fan, "Come on, Yang Fan, hurry up and excavate this beautiful pearl. We are truly eager to see what it looks like." Yang Fan nodded with a smile. "All right, let us begin the excavation. I'm quite looking forward to it as well." With that, he set to work. In the ensuing moments, Yang Fan pressed one hand firmly against the hard surface of the pearl while using the other hand to delicately slice away the surrounding meat of the shell with a fruit knife, taking great care not to damage the pearl within. Throughout the process, Yang Fan remained tense and focused, unable to afford even a moment's relaxation. A slight slip of his hand could ruin the pearl, and that would be disastrous. With his immense patience and meticulous approach, the hidden pearl was soon unveiled before everyone. Before them lay a perfectly round, impressively large pearl of a splendid golden hue. Devoid of any impurities, its surface exhibited clear, flame-like patterns, radiating beauty and elegance. Undoubtedly, this was a pearl of remarkable size and exquisite quality, with the pearl which was slightly smaller than an egg yet remarkably flawless. In his hand, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. "Wow! It seems I am truly on the verge of a windfall. This pearl is not only enormous and beautiful, but could potentially fetch several million, or even tens of millions." The thrill was palpable, surpassing even the excitement of catching a wild bull or a large fish. Yang Fan's grin widened. He had not anticipated that by feasting on a coconut snail, he would uncover such a valuable treasure. His fortune was truly extraordinary. Upon seeing the magnificent pearl Yang Fan had unearthed, Yi Manny and Su Xiao were equally exhilarated. Wow, this pearl is simply too large and beautiful. It must be worth a fortune. Congratulations, Yang Fan. You are truly about to strike it rich. Yang Fan joked, ha ha ha. If I really strike it rich, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Yi Manny and the others laughed. Hee hee, we'll hold you to that. You better treat us well, you big spendthrift. With a grand gesture, Yang Fan replied, feel free to indulge, as long as you can eat. As the trio continued their jovial banter, Yang Hongtao happened to arrive from outside. He had been lounging on a deck chair under the sun, waiting for breakfast. After a considerable wait with no sign of breakfast, he decided to check the kitchen. Fancy, is breakfast ready? I'm starving. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the enormous, exquisite pearl in Yang Fan's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the, Fancy, what is that in your hand? Isn't that a beautiful pearl? Yang Fan chuckled. Oh ho, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? You recognize pearls too? Yang Hongtao, with a hint of pride, replied, of course. As a professional fisherman dealing with seafood daily, how could I not know about this? Isn't it a special pearl found in coconut snails? Yang Fan smiled. Do you have any idea how much this pearl might be worth? Yang Hongtao shook his head. I'm not sure the exact value, but I've heard they can be quite expensive, possibly fetching several tens of thousands. Yang Fan scoffed. Haha, several tens of thousands? I reckon this one is worth at least 2 zeros more. Yang Hongtao looked skeptical. What, 2 zeros more? That would make it several million. Is that even possible? You must be exaggerating. Unperturbed, Yang Fan merely smiled and showed him the information he had just found on his phone. Yang Hongtao glanced at it and was immediately stunned. What? This thing can be auctioned for $2.7 million. That's outrageous. Are you saying yours could fetch that much? Yang Fan shrugged and smiled. I'm not sure yet, but given its size and quality, I estimate it will be quite valuable. Yang Hongtao exclaimed, my goodness, if it's truly worth several million, you'd be soaring high. Yang Fan chuckled, huh? Let's hope so. Now let's not dwell on that. Breakfast is yet to be had. In the following moments, Yang Fan carefully stored the pearl in his room and returned to the kitchen to prepare the large coconut snail. Even though he had uncovered a pearl worth potentially millions, one must still eat. Naturally, since it was already gutted, releasing it back to the sea was not an option. The meat of the coconut snail was exceptionally delicious, and with Yang Fan's culinary skills, the stir-fried snail meat quickly became a hit, devoured by everyone. After finishing the delicious dish, the shell was gifted to Yi Manny. It turned out that she not only adored eating snails, but also collected their shells, boasting a collection of over 100 various shells at home, making her a true connoisseur of shell collecting. Having enjoyed a delightful breakfast, the yacht set sail once more. Despite the bountiful catch of over 5,000 pounds of prized fish and the recent acquisition of a valuable pearl, Yang Fan felt compelled to continue fishing. After all, the yacht's freezer and live well were not yet full. It would be premature to head back now. Thus, he instructed Yang Hongtao to steer the yacht further into the deep sea, while he kept a vigilant eye for any promising fish schools. However, it seemed that his luck had been exhausted with the discovery of that exquisite pearl. The yacht continued its journey into the deep sea for 2 to 3 hours, yet Yang Fan found no worthy schools of fish to cast his nets upon. Reluctant to spend the night at sea, and knowing that Yi Manny and Su Xiao needed to return home that day, Yang Fan decided, after a lengthy search, to turn back. Otherwise, they might not make it home in time. Of course, during the return journey, there remained a possibility of encountering fish schools. Thus, Yang Fan intermittently scanned the waters, hoping for a stroke of luck to snag another catch. That moment, the benefits of operating a luxurious trawler were evident. Even though he hadn't come across any enticing fish schools for quite some time, Yang Fan felt no frustration. After all, lounging on the deck, sipping beverages, and chatting, especially with a stunning beauty like Yi Manny by his side, made for a delightful experience. Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how enviable his fishing endeavors were. Sailing on a yacht with beautiful company and without the worry of not catching anything truly felt like a leisurely way to reel in both fish and wealth. As time leisurely passed, the yacht gradually returned from the deep sea to shallower waters, with the continental shelf becoming faintly visible. Yang Fan shrugged, feeling that his inaugural fishing journey had a slight sense of regret. He had only caught a few hundred large fish, and the yacht's freezer was still not full. As a man with a precious pearl, Yang Fan had initially been confident that he would return laden with bounty every time he set out to sea. Yet he had not anticipated that his first deep-sea fishing expedition would yield such modest results. Of course, this was also due to his high standards for the fish he intended to catch. Otherwise, casting a few more nets would have easily filled the freezer. Nevertheless, overall, Yang Fan felt quite satisfied with this deep-sea fishing adventure. One must not be too greedy. Having acquired an exquisite pearl, what more could he desire? With the yacht nearing the coastal waters, Yang Fan grew disinterested in further searching for fish, knowing well that finding decent schools at this point would be improbable. Therefore, he prepared to withdraw his gaze from the sea, no longer acting as a human radar. However, little did he expect that at that very moment, just ahead, he would stumble upon an astonishing sight amidst a vibrant coral reef. Chapter 77. The Plight of the Orca Calf. Yang Fan's Compassion. Yang Fan was genuinely astonished. He had unexpectedly spotted a small orca in the coral-laden seabed ahead. To his dismay, this orca was likely the very one they had encountered earlier in the deep sea. Alarmingly, this once lively and playful creature was now ensnared within a massive fishing net, being dragged along helplessly. The orca's previous exuberance had vanished, replaced by a desperate struggle against the net that bound it, leaving its body marred with wounds. Following the direction of the net, he could see a large trawler actively at work. This unfortunate orca had somehow become separated from its pod and had fallen prey to the net of the trawler. Witnessing the orca's tragic plight stirred a flicker of compassion within Yang Fan. It is well known that orcas are highly intelligent beings, capable of understanding human emotions, which is why they are often trained for performances in aquariums. Moreover, orcas seem to harbor an inexplicable friendliness towards humans. There have never been documented instances of orcas attacking people, and they have even rescued humans on several occasions. One notable incident occurred in 1966 when a fishing vessel from South Vietnam sank in the Pacific Ocean, resulting in the death of 9 out of 18 crew members. The remaining 9 struggled in the water for nearly 4 hours, their hopes of survival dwindling, when a pod of orcas suddenly appeared. Initially, the men feared the orcas were there to consume them, but to their astonishment, the orcas began to help them, pushing them to the surface whenever they were on the verge of drowning. Thanks to the orcas, the crew ultimately survived. Interestingly, the survivors later recounted that after ensuring their safety, the orcas playfully spouted water at them, as if celebrating their rescue. Such miraculous events involving orcas rescuing humans have occurred multiple times across the globe. Some scientists speculate that orcas' amicable nature towards humans may stem from ancient times when human ancestors domesticated orcas, much like dogs. However, these theories remain unverified. Nevertheless, the orca's inclination to assist humans is not difficult to comprehend. As orcas belong to the dolphin family and are among the most intelligent creatures in the ocean, with some studies suggesting their intelligence can rival that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Yang Fan had previously encountered accounts of orcas saving humans in a marine knowledge book at the library, which had instilled in him a unique fondness for these creatures. After all, he had lost his parents in a maritime disaster. And while reading that book, he often fantasized about how fortunate it would be if his parents had encountered a pod of orcas during their own shipwreck. This special connection fueled Yang Fan's resolve to rescue the ensnared orca. With determination, he rushed to the cockpit and shouted at Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, turn the boat around and head towards that trawler." Yang Hongtao, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why, Fanzi, do you intend to steal someone else's catch?" Yang Fan shot him an exasperated glare. "Stop questioning and just do as I say." Feeling slightly aggrieved, Yang Hongtao muttered, all right, I'll follow your lead," and complied, maneuvering the yacht towards the trawler. Meanwhile, aboard the trawler, several middle-aged fishermen were preparing to haul in the net they had been dragging for quite some time. As they began to reel in the net, the electronic display indicated a significant catch. Upon seeing the weight of the haul, which was nearly double their usual catch, the crew erupted in excitement. "Wow, this net is heavy. We're going to strike it rich," they exclaimed. "It's been ages since we've had such a bountiful haul. I wonder if we've caught anything valuable." Anticipation filled the air as the net was finally pulled onto the deck. However, when they beheld the contents of the net, their expressions turned to shock. "What on earth? Is that a fish? No, it's a whale. An orca. An orca! Damn it, What bad luck! We thought we struck gold. Only to catch an orca? They lamented. This thing is illegal to catch. It won't fetch a good price, just a waste of effort. Realizing they had captured an orca, disappointment washed over the crew. The fisheries department had classified orcas as protected animals, rendering their capture pointless. One middle-aged crew member inquired, "What should we do with it?" "Release it." Another chimed in, "Let us just listen to the captain. If he says to release it, we do that. If he says to keep it, we keep it." The captain, a robust man with a sun-baked complexion, overheard the crew's discussion and interjected, "Why release it? Even if it's not worth much. We can still butcher it for meat. We could each get a decent amount of meat from it, enough to make some fish balls." Hearing their captain ask words, the crew had no objections. After all, he would bear the responsibility if anything went awry. Thus, the crew began to haul the net onto the deck, busily sorting through the catch, while the small orca was carelessly cast aside, left to fend for itself, as it would soon perish without water. That moment, Yang Fan's yacht finally approached. Chapter 78. The Rescue of the Orca Calf. Yang Fan was almost overwhelmed with affection. Despite the orca's sleek and graceful appearance, often dubbed the panda of the sea, they were formidable creatures that instilled fear in all marine life. Their volatile temperament meant that once ensnared in a fishing net, they would struggle desperately to escape. Yet such struggles proved futile against the sturdy nets crafted by humans, only hastening their demise. That moment, the small orca, ensnared in the net, fought valiantly to break free. However, instead of liberation, it only sustained further injuries and rapidly lost its vitality. Now, out of the water, its chances of survival were slimmed. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the orca were returned to the ocean at that moment, its chances of survival were grim. As the yacht drew close to the trawler, Yang Fan's gaze immediately fell upon the orca lying on the deck. Upon witnessing its weakened state, devoid of vitality, he felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, he dashed to the cockpit and activated the yacht's loudspeaker. The crew of the trawler. "Can the captain please step forward? I have something important to discuss." The middle-aged captain of the trawler, intrigued by the arrival of a luxurious yacht and the voice emanating from its loudspeaker, made his way to the bridge. "Young man, I'm the captain. What can I do for you?" Yang Fan promptly responded, "Hello, Captain. I see that you've caught a small orca. According to current laws, orcas are protected animals. Would you consider releasing it?" Upon hearing the situation, the captain chuckled softly. "Young lad, when this orca was netted, it was already on the brink of death. Even if I were to release it now, it wouldn't survive." Noticing the captain's reluctance to set the creature free, Yang Fan grew anxious. "Captain, regardless of whether it can survive or not, you must release it. According to the law, accidentally caught whales cannot be taken or sold. Keeping it is of no use to you." The captain, dismissive, smirked. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my business? What difference does it make whether it's useful to you or not? You're meddling far too much. Whether I release it or not is my own affair. You're not an enforcement officer from the fisheries department. So why are you prattling on?" Yang Chi, angered by this response, retorted, "Although I'm not an enforcement officer, I can report illegal activities. If you don't release the orca, do you believe I want to record a video to report you?" The captain, now agitated, exclaimed, "Young man, are you determined to be a busybody? I've already told you, this orca is beyond saving. Since it's destined to die, why not keep it for us to make fish balls?" Yang Fan insisted, "It won't die. Please, Captain, release it quickly. If you don't, I will record a video." Seeing Yang Fan take out his phone, the captain finally relented. "Damn it. You're really stubborn. Fine, I'll release it." In this era, with the government enforcing stricter regulations on marine fishing, any illegal activities discovered lead to severe penalties. Moreover, with the internet so widespread, the captain knew that if he were filmed and it went online, he would soon find himself summoned by the fisheries department for a chat. Thus, under Yang Fan's insistence, the captain reluctantly agreed to release the orca. He returned to the deck and instructed several crew members to push the nearly lifeless orca back into the sea. With a splash, the creature plunged into the ocean, regaining its freedom. However, it was evident that its vitality was waning. Although returning to the sea revived it slightly, given its current condition, it would likely perish soon. The exceedingly weak orca floundered a few times in the water before becoming still, lacking the strength to dive, floating like a lifeless fish on the surface. Realizing that time was of the essence, Yang Fan knew he could not delay any longer. Every passing minute could mean the orca's life. Even if he fed it countless golden droplets afterward, it would likely be too late. With this thought, Yang Fan dove straight into the ocean without hesitation. He swam with astonishing speed to the side of the orca. Sensing the approach of another creature, the orca instinctively attempted to flee, but its strength had nearly been depleted. And after a few feeble attempts, it remained motionless. Witnessing the once vibrant orca now in such a dire state, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable twinge of sorrow. He quickly gathered his resolve, activated his Dragon Pearl, and refined several drops of golden droplets. Then, using his right index finger, he forcefully placed the golden droplets into the orca's mouth. As he fed the droplets, Yang Fan was filled with anxiety, fearing that the orca's condition was too grave for even the golden droplets to save it. Fortunately, the droplets did not disappoint. The orca, which had been on the verge of death, began to regain its strength mere minutes after consuming the droplets. Its eyes sparkled with life again, and its previously drooping tail started to sway with vigor. Remarkably, the ghastly wounds it sustained while struggling in the net were visibly healing. The golden droplets truly possessed extraordinary power, pulling the orca back from the brink of death. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile, a wave of joy surging from within him. Although it was merely a small orca, witnessing its revival filled him with genuine happiness. After consuming the golden droplets, the orca seemed even more intelligent. Recognizing Yang Fan as its savior, it joyfully circled around him, occasionally nudging its large head affectionately against his body. Witnessing the orca's endearing antics, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out to pat the smooth head of the orca and remarked with a smile, "You little rascal, you're quite adorable when you're being playful," which is hardly fitting for a creature of the ocean. It appeared that the orca was further delighted by Yang Fan's kindness. Swimming around him joyfully, even spouting water, resembling a playful child vying for attention from its father. At that moment, Yang Fan felt himself melting, a fatherly smile spreading across his face. Goodness, I can't take it. How did I, at such a young age, end up feeling like I have a child? Indeed, at that moment, Yang Fan felt an odd sensation, as if this orca, endlessly playfully engaging with him, was akin to his own child. Chapter 79. Falling in love with an orca, but my home lacks the ocean. While Yang Fan and the orca frolicked in the sea, the crew aboard the luxurious yacht stood frozen in disbelief. Yi Mani, Su Xiao Xiao, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai gaped with incredulity on the fishing vessel. The middle-aged captain and his crew exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? A nearly deceased orca has miraculously come back to life. Fine, even if it was playing dead and regained vitality upon returning to the ocean, who can explain why an orca is affectionately interacting with a human? This is completely nonsensical. Yang Fan continued to play with the orca for over 10 minutes. Repeatedly tempted to leave, yet each time he saw the orca's adorable antics, he found himself lingering longer. However, knowing he could not stay in the ocean indefinitely, he eventually smiled and waved goodbye to the little creature. "Little one, go find your mama. I must return home now." Having said this, Yang Fan, fearing he might feel reluctant, swam back to the yacht without looking back. Upon boarding the yacht, for some inexplicable reason, he instinctively glanced back. To his surprise, the little orca had followed him. Looking as if it was reluctant to see him go, it swam back and forth beside the yacht, moving Yang Fan deeply. He had never anticipated that after consuming his golden droplets, the orca would develop such an unusual attachment to him, a sense of dependence, and as Yang Fan finally boarded the vessel, Yi Mani, Yang Hongtao, and the others rushed over. Yang Hongtao, with his booming voice, exclaimed, "Holy cow! Fanzi, you're incredible! You've tamed an orca! How on earth did you manage that?" Yang Fan chuckled, "What do you mean, tamed? I didn't tame it." Yang Hongtao immediately pointed at the little orca, which was swimming around him affectionately. "Come on. Isn't this the definition of taming? It doesn't want you to leave, and it was just showering you with affection." Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. "Perhaps it knows I saved its life, which is why it's so friendly." Yang Hongtao nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the only explanation that I've heard. Orcas are highly intelligent, but I didn't realize they were this intelligent, knowing you're its savior. Yang Fan simply smiled and remained silent, not revealing that the orca's newfound intelligence was due to the golden droplets he could see that moment. Yi Mani, Su Xiao Xiao, and the others expressed their awe. Yes, that little orca looks incredibly smart and well-behaved. It would be amazing if we could keep it as a pet. Yang Qi burst into laughter. You all want to keep an orca as a pet? You need a whole ocean at home for that. As he spoke, Yang Qi suddenly recalled a humorous tune. He adapted the melody of a popular song, singing, falling in love with an orca, but my home lacks the ocean, making me feel hopeless. Everyone was amused by his singing, and laughter filled the air. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance once more at the water beneath the yacht, where he discovered that the little orca was still lingering, unwilling to depart. This caused Yang Fan a slight headache. Could it be that the little orca had become attached to him due to Yudi's influence? If possible, he would genuinely consider keeping this little orca as a pet, for after all, it was a majestic ruler of the ocean. How impressive and commanding it would be to have one. Alas, as he had just sung, falling in love with an orca, but my home lacks the sea. Before long, the yacht set sail once again. Due to the time spent rescuing the little orca, Yang Fan and his companions needed to expedite their return, otherwise they might find themselves stranded for quite some time. As the yacht powered up, the little orca initially followed closely behind, but eventually disappeared from sight. Yang Fan speculated that it was likely searching for its pod, so he paid it little mind. Even though the encounter with the little orca was fleeting, reason told Yang Fan that it was merely a beautiful coincidence. Farewell to you, dear little orca. Let us part ways in the vastness of the sea. The journey back was smooth, and after more than 2 hours of sailing, the Yang Fan yacht arrived at the dock of Longwang Town. They had come to the town's dock first to disembark Yi Yini and Su Xiao Xiao. The two young women had initially sought to experience the life of fishing at sea, only to find themselves aboard a luxurious yacht instead. Undoubtedly, this unexpected journey aboard a lavish yacht was a source of immense joy and surprise for them. Yang Fan, goodbye. By the way, remember your promise. If you strike it rich, don't forget to treat us to a grand meal. After disembarking at the town's dock, Yi Yini and Su Xiao Xiao waved their goodbyes to Yang Fan, reminding him of the promise to treat them. Yang Fan smiled in response. No problem. You can call me any time for that feast. He then took Yi Yini and Su Xiao Xiao to the town. Following this, Yang Fan headed straight to the seafood trading dock in the city, with a clear purpose in mind, to sell the over 5,000 pounds of rice fish stored in the frozen compartment. Although they had only cast one net during this outing, capturing these rice fish was indeed a significant haul, as their current market value could easily amount to several 100,000. Upon seeing a luxurious yacht docked, the fishmongers were momentarily taken aback, assuming it belonged to some affluent heir out for a leisurely day. However, when Yang Hongqing called out from the bow, "Who wants to buy rice fish?" the fishmongers sprang into action. "Do you have rice fish for sale?" a middle-aged fishmonger inquired, approaching the yacht where Yang Hongqing stood. Yang Hongqing nodded. "Yes, approximately over 5,000 pounds of rice fish. Bring a few more people to see if you can handle it." The middle-aged fishmonger was instantly astonished. Over 5,000 pounds of rice fish. Are you serious? He quickly moved closer. As the other fishmongers overheard their conversation, Yang Hongqing invited them aboard to inspect the goods. When they reached the frozen compartment and saw the rows of rice fish covered in ice, their excitement was palpable. Wow, so many rice fish, and each one larger than the last. These are prime catches. "Boss, I'll offer you 100 per pound. I want them all," cried one. "You're out of your mind. 100 per pound for such premium rice fish. I'll give you 120. Another chimed in. 120 isn't enough. I'll offer 130. For anything over 10 pounds, I'll pay 200. The fishmongers clamored to outbid one another, nearly coming to blows. Naturally, Yang Fan relished the situation. Once the bidding had reached a satisfactory point, he sold all 5,163 pounds of rice fish to the highest bidders. After settling accounts, the total weight of the rice fish caught in this net was 163 pounds, bringing in a staggering total of 786,000 yuan. Thus, despite having only cast one net, this voyage netted him a remarkable profit of 786,000. Without a doubt, This was an astonishing rate of profit. However, for Yang Fan, it didn't seem overly significant, as he had previously caught valuable fish worth millions that to him. 786,000 was merely a small sum. Moreover, the greatest reward from this outing was not the 786,000, but rather the unexpected acquisition of the exquisite Malay pearl. At this point, he was still unaware of the pearl's exact value, but he assumed it would not be inexpensive. After selling the fish, they set course to return to the fishing village. During the journey, Yang Fan distributed the earnings from this outing. 5,000 yuan, each to Yang Hongqing and Yang Xiaohai. Some might wonder why, after earning 786,000 yuan, Yang Fan would only give his two companions 5,000 each. However, upon reflection, it was clear that this amount was not only fair, but quite generous. Yang Fan owned the trawler, and he located the fish. In essence, the earnings had little to do with Yang Hongqing and Yang Xiaohai. They were merely crew members on Yang Fan's vessel, and earning 5,000 yuan for a single outing was quite a fortunate deal. Of course, Yang Fan would have been willing to give them more, but after careful consideration, he felt it unnecessary. Business is business, and one must not allow personal feelings to cloud judgment. The 5,000 yuan bonus was just right. As for Yang Hongqing and Yang Xiaohai, they were clearly not greedy individuals. Upon receiving their 5,000 yuan, they felt rather undeserving. After spending 2 leisurely days aboard a luxurious yacht, earning 5,000 yuan was hardly something to complain about. They understood that if it weren't for Yang Fan treating them like brothers, such good fortune would not have come their way as the sun set, casting a golden glow across the shimmering sea. The Yang Fan yacht finally returned to the dock of Dying Village after more than an hour at sea. The weather seemed to turn suddenly ominous, with rising winds and waves crashing against the shore, sending sprays of foam into the air. Once the vessel docked, the crew began to pack up and prepare to head home. At that moment, Yang Hongqing approached with a hint of complaint. Damn it. Yang Fan, I just checked the weather forecast, and a typhoon is expected to make landfall tomorrow. It seems we won't be able to venture out to sea for the next few days. Well, that's perfect. We've been out to sea quite frequently lately. A little time at home during the typhoon sounds just right, Yang Fan replied with a smile. What rest? We could earn hundreds of thousands in a single outing. Yang Fan, don't you want to get rich? Yang Hongqing retorted. Yang Fan shrugged. Of course, I want to get rich, but one must also find a balance between work and rest. Yang Hongqing sighed. All right, Yang Fan, you truly have a laid-back attitude. As they finished packing up, Yang Fan prepared to disembark. However, just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something dark and upright in the water not far behind the yacht. Yang Fan's eyes widened. That couldn't be the dorsal fin of an orca, could it? The orca was aptly named reverse drum whale for its tall dorsal fin that resembled ancient weaponry, standing upright on the sea surface. Seeing that fin, Yang Fan was taken aback. It turned out that the little orca had not swum away, but had been following the yacht all along. Sure enough, moments later, a little head popped up from the water. Looking adorably Navi, Chapter 80. The picky little orca. Master, I don't want to eat pork. Seeing that it was indeed the little orca he had rescued, Yang Fan blinked in surprise. This little creature had followed his yacht for several hours. To be honest, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Should he be moved or speechless? Well, both. This little orca seemed genuinely intent on sticking with him. Beside him, Yang Hongtao noticed Yang Fan suddenly fixating on a particular spot and instinctively followed his gaze. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Isn't that a little orca?" Yang Hongtao was utterly taken aback. This little orca seems to have developed quite the affinity for humans, doesn't it? He mused, before jokingly adding, Fan, it seems this little orca has taken a liking to you. Perhaps it's a female orca, wanting to repay you for saving its life with a gesture of devotion. Come on, you're just talking nonsense, Yang Fan retorted, rolling his eyes. Besides, it's a male. Yang Hongtao, intrigued, asked, Oh, you can distinguish between male and female orcas? Just look at its dorsal fin, Yang Fan explained. Male orcas have tall, straight, triangular dorsal fins, while females have shorter, curved ones. Yang Fan smiled, adding, This little orca's fin is so erect. It's clearly male. Yang Hongtao laughed. All right, I've learned something new, but now that this little orca has latched onto you, what will you do? Why not keep it as a pet? Yang Fan sighed. I would love to, but it's a bit complicated. Orcas are social animals and need to be with their pods. Moreover, if this little orca continues to roam the coastal waters, it won't be long before it gets caught by fishing boats. Yang Hongtao nodded thoughtfully. True, there are plenty of fishing boats around here like grains of rice that, if this little orca keeps wandering about, it will surely be in danger. Yang Fan shrugged. We'll just take it one step at a time. By the way, Tao, could you and Xiao Hai go to town and buy 30 to 50 pounds of meat? Pork, lamb, or beef, whatever is fresh. Yang Hongtao immediately questioned, Fan, why do you need so much meat? Yang Fan rolled his eyes again. What else? To feed this little orca. It's been following us for quite some time and must be starving, especially since there is hardly any fish for it to eat in these coastal waters. Yang Hongtao was taken aback. Wow. That means keeping an orca isn't something just anyone can do. You'd go bankrupt feeding it in no time. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan suddenly remarked, keeping this little orca might not be entirely out of the question. Of course, it hinges on whether its intelligence is sufficient to evade fishing boats and nets. If it truly is that clever, perhaps we could manage to keep it here. After pondering this, Yang Fan felt a flicker of hope. Given that the little orca had shown signs of intelligence, it had been following him for quite a while. If he continued to feed it well and its intelligence evolved further, perhaps it could indeed be feasible. The issue of orcas being social animals could be resolved if the little orca became smart enough to venture into the deep sea and seek out its pod when feeling lonely. Yang Hongtao blinked in disbelief. Wait, Fan, are you serious? You actually want to keep this little orca? Yang Fan grinned. Hee, I'm somewhat tempted, but it all depends on the circumstances. The two continued their light-hearted banter. Soon after, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai set off on a motorcycle to town to purchase the meat, with Yang Fan reminding them to buy plenty. Although the little orca was young, it was still a substantial creature. Measuring 2 to 3 meters in length and weighing several hundred kilograms, a hearty meal for it would likely require at least dozens of pounds of meat. While Yang Hongtao was away, Yang Fan approached the stern of the boat and whistled toward the little orca that was peeking out from the water nearby. To his surprise, the whistle proved remarkably effective. The little orca seemed to recognize Yang Fan's voice and swiftly swam beneath the yacht. Joyfully leaping out of the water, it even playfully sprayed a jet of water toward Yang Fan. Although its skills in spraying water were still lacking, it certainly brought a smile to Yang Fan's face. You little rascal, you really know how to charm. He laughed, watching the little orca frolic in the sea. After some time, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai returned, each carrying a heavy snakeskin bag filled with beef, lamb, and pork, which appeared to weigh at least 100 pounds. Fan, Xiaohai and I brought back all the meat from the market, a total of over 120 pounds. We spent more than 4,000 yuan. They exclaimed, astonished at their own haul. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. I just thought about how much the little orca would need to eat. Over 120 pounds should only last it a day or two. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It saves us a trip tomorrow. Unpacking the snakeskin bag revealed an impressive array of fresh meat, with large chunks of beef, lamb, and pork piled together. Yang Fan grabbed the most expensive piece of beef and tossed it to the orca. The little orca, starved from not eating for a long time, leaped from the water at the sight of the large chunk of meat. Akati opened its massive mouth and deftly caught the beef midair. Although it had never tasted beef before, it clearly relished the flavor and immediately began tearing into it. In no time, it devoured the 5 or 6 pounds of beef with remarkable speed. Observing the little orca gobbling up the meat, Yang Fan surmised that it must have been quite hungry, so he threw a large piece of lamb next. The little orca, following suit, leaped high and snatched the lamb, devouring it in a matter of moments. Seeing how voraciously the creature was eating, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but feel a pinch in his wallet. Goodness, this orca is a true glutton. In just this short while, it has gobbled up several hundred yuan worth of meat. Yang Fan chuckled. No worries, as long as we can train it well. It might help us find fish when we go out to sea. We'll probably recover the cost of feeding it easily. Excited by the prospect, Yang Hongtao exclaimed, Wow, that sounds plausible. We need to take good care of it now. Yang Fan smiled and tossed another hefty piece of pork into the water. However, He was taken aback when he noticed that the little orca seemed somewhat picky. It appeared to be less fond of the pork, as it took its time nibbling away, displaying a hint of disdain. Yang Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Seriously? This little rascal dares to turn its nose up a pork. It's 30 yuan a pound. Chapter 81. After the typhoon, the haul doubles. The little orca proved to be a true glutton, and a famished one at that. He took 4 hefty pieces of meat to finally fill its empty belly. With its hunger satisfied, the little orca became increasingly lively, performing various acrobatic swimming maneuvers, and even emitting sounds that resembled playful chatter, as if trying to communicate with Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan couldn't understand whale language, he could sense the creature's joyful demeanor from its playful antics. For Yang Fan, having such an adorable little orca depend on him brought a sense of joy and accomplishment. After all, this was the apex predator of the ocean, now transformed into his pet. What could possibly be cooler than keeping an orca as a companion? After feeding the little orca, Yang Fan did not immediately take his leave. Instead, he lingered by the dock, engaging in playful antics with the creature for an extended period. During this time, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoxiao had already returned home, yet Yang Fan found himself unable to depart. Each time he attempted to leave, the little orca would emit a series of heart-wrenching wails that tugged at his heartstrings. The sound was truly mournful, echoing with a sense of longing, and upon hearing it, Yang Fan's resolve softened. He felt compelled to stay and play with this little companion a while longer. Orcas, much like humans, are social animals that thrive in groups. Once separated from their pod, they can experience profound loneliness and despair. This explains why the little orca was so reliant on Yang Fan at that moment. It was evident that the orca had come to regard Yang Fan as its closest friend, even akin to a maternal figure. Yang Fan understood this sentiment, which is why he remained at the dock for so long, sharing in the joy of play. However, he knew he could not stay forever. Life must go on. Little one, I have to go now, but I promise to visit you again tomorrow, he said, waving goodbye to the orca. This time he was resolute, indifferent to the orca's playful antics and pleas. Upon realizing Yang Fan was truly leaving, the little orca became visibly upset, splashing about in the water, expressing its reluctance in a dramatic display. All right, enough of the theatrics. I really must go now. But before I leave, let me give you a few drops of golden nectar as a consolation. Yang Fan chuckled softly, then squeezed a drop of the precious liquid from his fingers and tossed it to the orca. The moment the orca spotted the golden nectar, its eyes lit up, and it leaped gracefully from the water, swallowing the drop eagerly. After feeding it 7 or 8 drops, the little orca's mood gradually began to stabilize. At that moment, Yang Fan had a sudden inspiration, looking at the orca with a smile. Little one, having dined on my meat and golden nectar, you are now officially my pet. As your owner, it's only fitting that I give you a name. Let me think. Considering how adorable you are, I shall call you Ming. Although the little orca could not comprehend Yang Fan's words, it was overjoyed to see him smiling and immediately began frolicking in the water in sheer delight. Yang Fan laughed. It seems you quite like the name I've chosen for you. So it's settled. From now on, you shall be known as Ming. Then came the arrival of the formidable typhoon. It was a super typhoon, and its presence was not to be underestimated, of course. While a level 10 typhoon sounds quite alarming, as long as one's house is sturdy and one refrains from venturing out to sea during such weather, there was little cause for concern. In fact, for those who reside near the coast, typhoons are akin to a woman's monthly cycle, arriving at regular intervals. If there were an extended absence, one might even worry that something was amiss. However, as a child raised by the sea, Yang Fan was well acquainted with typhoons. Although he had lived in the bustling metropolis of Mo for 6 years, this was his first typhoon season since returning home. The routine during typhoon season could be simplified into 8 words. Stay at home and be prudent. For several days, Yang Fan remained comfortably ensconced at home, enjoying leisurely days. Nevertheless, he was not idle. On the first day of the typhoon, feeling restless, he decided to roll up his sleeves and cultivate a small vegetable patch in his yard. This time, he planted chive seeds, since he was a teenager. Having overheard some elders in the village discussing the health benefits of chives for vitality and kidney health, Yang Fan had developed a fondness for them. It must be said that he had a remarkable foresight, even as a child, knowing that in order to secure future happiness, he should start consuming more chives. Regrettably, he had yet to reap the benefits of the strong kidneys he had nurtured over the years through his steadfast consumption. Regardless, Yang Fan had always enjoyed eating chives, and considering their remarkable ability to regrow after being cut, it was only logical that he decided to plant them in his newly cultivated garden. After sowing the chive seeds, he dutifully watered them with a diluted mixture of golden nectar. The effect of the golden nectar was as potent as ever, causing the chive seeds to sprout overnight into tender green shoots. Over the next 2 days, as Yang Fan continued to water them with the diluted nectar, the chives flourished splendidly. Soon, the garden was a lush green expanse. Meanwhile, in another section of the garden, the tomato seedlings were also thriving. Blooming with beautiful flowers, the site transformed Yang Fan's yard into a picturesque rural landscape, with vibrant green chives on one side and bright red flowers on the other, uplifting his spirits immensely. Additionally, during these days of the typhoon, Yang Fan did not neglect his newly adopted pet, Demeng. He made it a point to visit the dock twice daily to feed Demeng and spend some time playing with it. On one occasion, he even brought along his dog, De Huang, to introduce the two big characters in his life. To his surprise, De Huang and Demeng hit it off immediately, playing together joyfully. When De Huang saw Demeng, he even jumped into the water, frolicking alongside the little orca. The scene left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. Initially, he had expected the two to compete for his affection, but instead, they seemed to share an instant bond, as if they were long-lost friends. This led Yang Fan to speculate. Perhaps it was because both De Huang and Demeng had been nourished with golden nectar, granting them a shared essence that fostered their immediate camaraderie. He found this hypothesis quite plausible. Otherwise, how could one explain the unlikely friendship between a dog and an orca? The mighty typhoon raged for 5 consecutive days before finally waning in strength. Although the sea remained somewhat tumultuous, it was now safe enough for fishermen to venture out to sea. Typically, this post-typhoon period marked the busiest and most exhilarating time for fishermen, as the catch often exceeded normal yields. The chaos wrought by the typhoon not only caused destruction, but also brought an abundance of marine resources closer to shore, making fishing during this time akin to a windfall. While fishermen might typically catch only a few dozen pounds of fish in a day, after a typhoon, one might reel in several times that amount. Thus, the dock at Jing village was bustling with activity even before dawn. Fishermen from every household rose early, equipped with nets and hooks, eager to seize the opportunity to gather their catch. This hour, the sea was teeming with fish, and so were the fishermen. Those who arrived late would surely find their bounty snatched away by others. However, Yang Fan was indifferent to the competitive rush for fish. He knew that he could earn a substantial catch at any time, merely a matter of how long he chose to spend at sea. Yet, there were those who were quite concerned about the timing. Before 5 in the morning, just as Yang Fan was immersed in a delightful dream, a series of vigorous knocks on the door jolted him awake. "Fanzi, you lazy pig, why are you still asleep? We need to head out to sea and grab our catch before it's all gone." Chapter 82. The potential buyer for Malu, before the dawn had even broken. Yang Fan was rudely awakened from his sweet dreams. The culprit was none other than Yang Hongtao, who, possessing the key to Yang Fan's home, could boldly come in to rouse him. It must be noted that such an early disturbance to one's slumber is rather inconsiderate. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not one to hold a grudge upon waking. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to retaliate against this intrusion. After rubbing his eyes open, he found Yang Hongtao standing at the door with an anxious expression, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. "What the hell? It's not even light out yet. Why are you barging into my house at this hour?" Yang Hongtao, undeterred, quickly explained, "Of course, we need to go catch fish. The typhoon has passed, and we can finally head out to sea. Fanzi, let us hurry up before all the fish are snatched away." Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "Come on. I never said I was going out to sea today. To seize the catch, you and Xiao Hai should go. I have some matters to attend to in the city today." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao was perplexed. What matters could possibly be more important than grabbing the catch after the typhoon has passed? "Fanzi?" Yang Fan, without hesitation, replied candidly, "It's about that beautiful Melaleuca pearl. I contacted a potential buyer yesterday. and today I must meet her in the city. Yang Hongtao inquired, is someone actually interested in purchasing your 167 Melaleuca pearls? What did you connect with them? Be careful not to get scammed. Yang Fan chuckled, me scammed? Come on, hurry up and grab your catch. Stop rambling with me. Yang Hongtao nodded. All right then, but Fancy, should I take your trawler out to sea, or on my own boat? Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled. Take the trawler. The catch will surely be abundant after the typhoon. Even in my absence, you are likely to stumble upon a bounty of fish. Yang Hongtao smirked. Hey, what do you mean by stumbling upon? I am also renowned in the village for my fishing skills. Huh. Well then, let us see what this fishing expert can do today. As he spoke, Yang Fan recalled something and added, by the way, Taozi, do not venture into the deep sea today. Just meander along the outer waters and return. The winds and waves are still quite fierce after the typhoon, so don't take unnecessary risks by staying out overnight. Yang Hongtao understood Yang Fan's concerns and nodded. Of course, Fanzi. Even without you saying so, I wouldn't go into the deep sea. Regardless of the catch, I'll ensure to return by the afternoon. Yang Fan smiled. All right, then off you go. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Hongtao departed, eager to set off with Shanghai to seize the catch. On the first day after the typhoon, the enthusiasm for fishing among everyone was exceedingly high. Although it was just before 5 in the morning, countless fishing boats had already set out to sea, eager to net the bounty. Vessels of various sizes, from large iron fishing boats to smaller crafts, departed from every dock, all engaged in a frenzy of casting nets to capture the ocean's treasures. The scene was so grand it could aptly be described as a tumultuous clash for riches. The more boats there were, the more one could earn by being swift in their actions. After Yang Hongtao left, Yang Fan did not return to sleep. Just as he had mentioned to Yang Hongtao, he had arranged to meet a potential client today, ready to discuss the Melaleuca pearls. This potential client had come to be through an introduction by the beautiful businesswoman, Shen Yufei. Among the acquaintances Yang Fan knew, Shen Yufei was undoubtedly the wealthiest and most well-connected. As the owner of a seafood luxury hotel, her circle of friends was extensive. Yang Fan thought to inquire if anyone in her network might be familiar with the value of Melaleuca pearls. Thus, he sent a photo of the pearl to Shen Yufei. Almost immediately after sending the message, Shen Yufei replied, stating that she had a close friend who was particularly fond of natural pearls, especially those rare and exquisite sea pearls, and she could ask her friend if she was knowledgeable about Melaleuca pearls. Soon after, Shen Yufei messaged again, saying her friend was thrilled to see the photo of the Melaleuca pearl and wished to meet Yang Fan for a potential purchase. After some consideration, Yang Fan agreed. Confident in the purchasing power of Shen Yufei's affluent friend, at 8:30 in the afternoon, Yang Fan set off from home, arriving at a high-end private tea house called Ting Yushuan in the city after about an hour and a half's drive. He was scheduled to meet Shen Yufei there at 10 in the morning, and it was now 9:50, perfectly timed. After paying and exiting the car, Yang Fan walked into Ting Yushuan. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an air of sophistication. The tea house's decor was exceptionally elegant and tasteful, with 3 wooden floors adorned with antique lattice windows and various landscape paintings, showcasing its refined character. Good day, sir. This is a private tea house. Do you have a membership? As soon as Yang Fan stepped inside, a lovely hostess in a qipao approached him. But I'm here to see Shen Yufei. Yang Fan replied casually. You must be Mr. Yang. Please follow me. Miss Shen is already waiting for you in the private room upstairs. The hostess, upon realizing Yang Fan was there to meet Shen Yufei, warmly guided him upstairs. Soon, they arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor, where the hostess gently knocked on the door and then opened it, bowing slightly as she smiled. Mr. Yang, Miss Shen is inside. Please go in. Yang Fan nodded and entered the room. Upon entering, he saw Shen Yufei, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, elegantly sipping tea, exuding an air of grace befitting a lady of stature. She wore a chic white Chanel ensemble, her skirt hugging her figure while her delicate, well-shaped legs were crossed, creating a striking visual impact. Yang Fan, you've arrived, Shen Yufei exclaimed, setting down her teacup with a bright smile. Come, have a seat. Yang Fan smiled back and nodded at Shen Yufei, proceeding to sit across from her. Shen Yufei gazed at Yang Fan for a moment before playfully covering her mouth and saying, Yang Fan, it seems that in just a few days, you've become even more handsome. Yang Fan awkwardly scratched his nose. Really? Noticing Yang Fan's bashfulness, Shen Yufei mischievously blinked and teased, of course. Honestly, with your looks, you're making me a little weak in the knees if I were a few years younger. I might just pursue you myself. Yang Fan thought to himself that being teased by such an exquisite beauty was quite overwhelming. The 83rd chapter features a beautiful, wealthy woman offering a price of 12.66 million. With no choice, Yang Fan decided to change the subject to him. By the way, Yufei, where's your friend? Is she not here yet? Understanding the shift in conversation, Shen Yufei smiled and replied, she just messaged me, saying she is stuck in heavy traffic due to an accident, so she'll be a while longer. Yang Fan nodded. All right, no rush at tea that moment. Shen Yufei feigned a slight pout and said, Yang Fan, I must complain a bit. It's been so many days, and you haven't contacted me at all. Do you think I offered too low a price, and you've sold all your catch to someone else? Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Yufei, come on, it's not like that. The typhoon has been raging. Where could I possibly go fishing? Shen Yufei chuckled. All right, I was just teasing you. But remember, Yang Fan, whenever you catch any exquisite seafood, you must contact me first. Yang Fan shrugged. No problem. I'll reach out as soon as I have something good. They continued to chat leisurely. It must be said that Shen Yufei was exceptionally emotionally intelligent. Her conversational skills were superb, effortlessly expanding topics with just a few words, ensuring there was never a dull moment in their conversation. After about half an hour of sipping tea and chatting, Shen Yufei's friend finally arrived, just as Yang Fan had anticipated. Indeed, Shen Yufei's friend was also a wealthy woman, as evidenced by her outfit adorned with international luxury brands and her elegant demeanor. Notably, she was a stunning beauty, her looks, figure, and aura rivaling even Shen Yufei's. Mu Qing, you finally made it. You've kept me and Yang Fan waiting for half an hour, Shen Yufei exclaimed, casting a mock reproachful glance. Upon seeing her friend Gu Kaiqing finally arrive, Shen Yufei quickly directed her gaze to Yang Fa and Gu Muqing shook her head in mock dismay. I'm sorry. There was an accident on the road, and traffic was completely jammed. She then turned her attention to Yang Fan, sitting across from Shen Yufei. Gu Muqing studied Yang Fan with interest and smiled. So, you must be the handsome younger brother Yufei mentioned, right? Haha, you're quite charming. No wonder Yufei decided to take you under her wing. With that, she confidently extended her slender, delicate hand toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and shook her hand. Hello, Ms. Gu, I'm Yang Fan. Oh, come on, Yang Fan. Why are you calling me Ms. Gu? I'm just a laid-back person. Gu Muqing laughed upon hearing the formal address, not like Yufei, who is a big boss. If Yang Ji, dear brother, you don't mind, just call me Sister Muqing. Yang Fan felt a bit awkward. Sister Muqing. Shen Yufei immediately chuckled and said, What's this? Muqing, are you here to snatch my brother away? Gu Muqing set down her bag and sat beside Shen Yufei. Then, with a tone of nonchalance, laughed. Ha ha, Yufei, I assent to your brother also my brother. Shen Yufei laughed and replied, Humph, I see you just want to have Yang Fan call you sister because he is so handsome. You've seen right through me. All right, I admit it. Yang Fan is indeed quite dashing. Gu Muqing unabashedly laughed. Being called sister by him is truly delightful. Yang Fan thought, indeed, like attracts like. It's no wonder these two elegant and wealthy women have become close friends. They both enjoy teasing others. Initially, Shen Yufei's playful banter had already left him feeling a bit flustered. But now, with both stunning ladies joining in, he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Fortunately, after exchanging a few playful remarks, they shifted to the main topic of the day. After Gu Muqing took a sip of tea, her expression gradually turned serious. Then, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Fan, she asked, Yang Fan, yesterday Yufei mentioned that the Mailuzu in the photo she sent me was something you dug out from a coconut snail a few days ago. Yang Fan nodded. Yes, that's correct. Gu Muqing laughed. Well, Yang Fan, you truly are fortunate. Yufei said you previously caught wild large yellow fish and exquisite lobsters, and now you've even harvested a Mailuzu. You're the legendary lucky one. Yang Fan chuckled. Haha, I suppose my luck has been quite good lately. Hee, I can vouch for that. When it comes to luck, no one beats Yang Fan. Shen Yufei covered her mouth with a smile. Of course, his abilities surpass even his luck. Gu Muqing also chuckled, then asked, So, Yang Fan, did you bring that Mailuzu today? Yes, it's in this box. Yang Fan pulled out a modest jewelry box from his pocket. and placed it on the coffee table. Yang Fan, may I take a look at the Miluzu? Gu Muqing eagerly asked. Yang Fan smiled. Of course, feel free to. Ji Muqing nodded, her excitement palpable as she picked up the box. With a soft pop, she opened it. As the box revealed its contents, a flawless, bright yellow Mu, resembling flames in its intricate patterns and about the size of an egg, came into her view. Although Gu Muqing had already seen countless photos of this Miluzu yesterday, nothing could compare to witnessing it up close at that moment. As she beheld this perfect gem, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Carefully, Gu Muqing lifted the Miluzu from the box, unable to resist cradling it and admiring it closely. After a thorough examination, she instantly concluded, this was indeed a flawless Miluzu. In terms of size, color, luster, and texture, it was truly exceptional. As an internationally renowned jewelry designer, Gu Muqing had encountered countless pearls, yet none could match the perfection of this Miluzu. The instant she laid eyes on this exquisite gem, Gu Muqing resolved to acquire it at any cost. If she could design a set of jewelry with this magnificent Miluzu, she would stand a chance to win the upcoming International Jewelry Design Competition in Milan next month. Recently, Gu Muqing had been troubled about what to present as her competition piece, but now she finally had her answer. After savoring the Miluzu for a while, she reluctantly placed it back into the box and looked up at Yang Fan, smiling sweetly. Yang Fan, you must see how much I adore this Miluzu. I wonder if you would consider selling it to me. Yang Fan replied with a grin, of course. I can sell it to you. As long as the price is right. Ji Muqing immediately narrowed her eyes with a playful smile. Then, Yang Fan, what price do you consider right? Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. That depends on what price Sister Muqing is willing to offer. Seeing him toss the ball back to her, Gu Muqing couldn't help but think to herself how clever this charming young man was. Naturally, Gu Muqing was not the type to take advantage of someone or haggle excessively. As a jewelry designer, when she saw such a rare and precious Miluzu, she would gladly offer her highest price without hesitation. Moreover, since Yang Fan was introduced by her best friend, she had even less reason to bargain. After a moment of careful contemplation, Gu Muqing slowly spoke. Yang Fan, I believe you must have researched a lot about Miluzu online, so you have a rough idea of its value. I, Gu Muqing, am not one to take advantage of others, and considering you are also Ye Fei's godbrother, I will not take advantage of you either. Therefore, after thorough consideration, I can offer you 12.66 million. I believe this price is quite in line with its current market value, and will only increase. With that, Gu Muqing's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yang Fan, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. Chapter 84. The chives nurtured by golden dew grow particularly strong. When Yang Fan heard the price of 12.66 million proposed by Gu Muqing, he was genuinely astonished. This the legendary wealthy woman, to casually mention over 10 million. How does it feel like saying over 10 million is akin to saying over 10? After pondering for a moment, Yang Fan couldn't help but ask Gu Muqing, Sister Muqing, are you really willing to pay 12.66 million for this Miluzu? Gu Muqing immediately laughed. What is wrong, Yang Fan? Do you think my offer is too low? Yang Fan quickly waved his hands and replied, No, it's not that I think it's low, but rather, is the price you offered perhaps a bit too high? Upon hearing this, Gu Muqing looked at him for a while before breaking into a smile. Ha, Yang Fan, to be honest, I've encountered many sellers who complain about low offers, but I've never met anyone who questioned if the price was too high. Yang Fan shook his head and chuckled. Haha, it's not that I think the price is high. I'm not foolish enough to think that. I'm just genuinely curious if this Miluzu really holds such value. Gu Muqing smiled alluringly. Of course it does. If I say it's worth that much, then it is. Even if it truly isn't worth that, considering my fondness for you, Yang Fan, I would still offer that price at that moment. Gu Muqing's fondness for Yang Fan skyrocketed. Just as she said, she had encountered many greedy sellers, but never had she seen someone like Yang Fan who directly questioned whether the buyer's offer was too high. When she first made the offer and noticed the fleeting surprise on Yang Fan's face, she immediately understood that he was quite pleased with her price, even a bit taken aback. Yet, what Gu Muqing had not anticipated was Yang Fan's candid expression of his surprise at the price. As a seller, when a buyer makes an offer, T1 typically respond by raising the price. Why would someone directly ask if their price was too high? This honesty was truly refreshing. Thus, Gumuching found Yang Fan intriguing. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a lovely personality. Yang Fan was not dismissing the high price. He was genuinely curious if this Mailuzu could be worth over 10 million. Before coming here, he thought it might sell for a few $100,000, but he never expected to receive a staggering offer of 12.66 million from a wealthy woman like Gumuching. Although historically, Mailuzu has been auctioned for as high as $2.7 million. Everyone knows that auction prices are often inflated due to the extensive promotional efforts to drive up bids, allowing auction houses to take a substantial commission. The prices resulting from the auction are, in fact, not to be taken at face value. In Yang Fan's perspective, Gumuching's willingness to offer 12.66 million for the exquisite Malay pearl is indeed a testament to her utmost sincerity. At this moment, Yadu, who was beside them, could not help but interject with a laugh. Brother Yang, you may not be aware, but Muching is one of the most renowned jewelry designers in the international high-end jewelry circle. Her understanding of the luxury jewelry market is undoubtedly far more profound and comprehensive than that of us mere outsiders. Since Muching has priced this Malay pearl at 12.66 million, it must surely reflect its true market value. Hearing Shun Yafei's remarks, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Gu Muching and asked, "Muching, you're a jewelry designer?" Gu Muching nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, that is precisely why I'm so eager to acquire this Malay pearl from you. Brother Yang, if I possess this Malay pearl, I can surely design a perfect piece of jewelry. No, a masterpiece of jewelry art." At this point, Yang Fan felt no need to say more. He waved his hand decisively and declared, "All right, no more words that I shall sell this Malay pearl to you, Sister Muching." The subsequent proceedings were quite straightforward. Yang Fan gladly accepted Gu Muching's offer, selling the exquisite Malay pearl for 12.66 million, and Gu Muching promptly transferred the funds to Yang Fan. The financial prowess of a wealthy woman was on full display. Consequently, Yang Fan officially joined the ranks of millionaires. Not long ago, his wallet had been emptied after purchasing the trawler yacht. Yet now, after just one outing at sea, he had not only recouped his investment, but also earned a considerable profit. One cannot help but marvel at the efficiency of such earnings. Furthermore, Gu Muching was equally elated to have successfully acquired this exceptional Malay pearl. She firmly believed that with this remarkable pearl, she would be able to create a stunning jewelry masterpiece that would astonish the world at the upcoming Milan International Jewelry Design Exhibition. As for Shun Yafei, serving as the intermediary in this transaction, she was delighted to witness the successful completion of the deal, with both parties thoroughly satisfied, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Overall, this transaction could be deemed a resounding success. After the agreement was finalized, the trio continued to enjoy their tea and engage in conversation for a while. Once their discussion reached a natural conclusion, Yang Fan, Shun Yafei, and Gu Muching departed from the tea house. "Brother Yang, until next time," they called as they waved goodbye. Upon reaching the street below, Yang Fan and the others hailed a taxi. Although Shun Yafei had intended to drive Yang Fan back to the fishing village, he politely declined. Yang Fan had never been one to impose on others, especially not on Shun Yafei, a busy and successful restaurant owner. He felt it unnecessary to have her traverse the winding mountain roads for an hour just to escort him home, as it would leave him feeling indebted to her. "Yafei, your adopted brother is quite remarkable. He possesses a fascinating personality," Gu Muching remarked with a smile after Yang Fan had left. Shun Yafei chuckled in agreement. "Absolutely. Muching, let me tell you, Brother Yang is truly extraordinary." Gu Muching, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, in what way is he extraordinary?" Shun Yafei laughed. It's hard to explain in just a few words. All I can say is that if you spend more time with him, you will surely come to appreciate his uniqueness." Gu Muching responded with a smile. "That sounds promising. By the way, Yafei, didn't you mention that Brother Yang is a fisherman and quite an exceptional one at that? How about we find a day to visit him and witness his fishing skills firsthand?" Shun Yafei's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Oh yes. How could I have overlooked that? I've always been curious about how Yang Fan consistently manages to catch such exquisite seafood, but I never had the opportunity to delve into the matter. However, now that you mention it, it dawns on me that I could observe him at work when he goes out to sea." Gu Muching chimed in with enthusiasm. "Not only will we uncover the secrets behind Brother Yang's fishing prowess, but but we can also experience the joy of fishing ourselves. Shen Yufei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Let us treat it as a little getaway to relax. Gu Muqing laughed. Then it's settled. Shen Yufei confirmed with a grin, agreed. When we both have some free time, we shall seek out Brother Yang. Meanwhile, in the taxi, Yang Fan suddenly sneezed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of two beautiful and affluent women, an amusing prospect indeed that, of course, even if he were aware, he would likely find it intriguing. After all, Shen Yufei and Gu Muqing were undeniably two enchanting goddesses of wealth. Although they were a few years his senior, he had a particular fondness for mature, alluring women. Thus, if Yang Fan were to learn that Shen Yufei and Gu Muqing intended to join him for a fishing trip, he would undoubtedly welcome the idea with open arms. After more than an hour's journey, Yang Fan returned to the fishing village, elated with the newfound wealth of over 10 million in high spirits. He walked along the road, relishing the feeling of having money in his pockets. It was indeed a comforting sensation. After purchasing the trawler yacht, his bank account had been entirely drained, had it not been for the subsequent sale of fish for 780,000. He would have struggled to even cover the expenses of feeding his beloved orca, Demeng. This was no exaggeration, for Demeng could consume dozens of pounds of beef in a single meal. Every time Yang Fan sent Yang Hongtao to the town to buy meat, it was always in quantities of 100 to 200 pounds, costing several thousand yuan at a time, just enough to feed Demeng for a couple of days. Moreover, as he continued to nourish Demeng, the orca was growing rapidly, developing an even larger appetite. Soon, it could easily consume over 100 pounds of meat in one sitting. By that time, Demeng would be capable of finding its own food in the open sea. Of course, when that time came, it would mean that the little orca had matured, for otherwise, feeding it 100 pounds of beef would leave Yang Fan, regardless of his wealth, feeling quite pained. Whistling a cheerful tune, Yang Fan returned home, where he set up a deck chair in the yard and comfortably reclined to bask in the sun. After days of relentless wind and rain, he had longed for the warmth of sunlight. Gazing at the vibrant flowers blooming from the cherry tomato seedlings in his small vegetable patch, Yang Fan eagerly anticipated how these gold drip-irrigated tomatoes would taste compared to ordinary ones. Would they be so delicious that they would leave him in awe? Similarly, he was filled with excitement about the patch of lush green leeks growing nearby that he pondered. The effects of leeks are well known for enhancing vitality and nourishing the kidneys. If these leeks are irrigated with gold drip, will their potency be particularly remarkable? Will consuming them invigorate my blood and energy, akin to the feeling of gorging on several slices of exquisite delicacies? If that were the case, it would indeed be exhilarating. Why does it feel so thrilling? Lost in these whimsical thoughts, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his mind wandering through a series of vivid scenarios. Just then, a flurry of WeChat notifications broke his reverie. Checking his phone, he discovered that the messages were from Qin Yushua. Yang Fan abruptly halted his daydreaming and opened the chat window. Upon reading the content of Qin Yushua's message, he blinked in surprise. Chapter 85. Unexpectedly Trending. Searching for the handsomest fisherman, Qin Yushua. Yang Fan, you're trending. You've made it to the hot search list. Hundreds of thousands of female netizens are looking for you. What? I'm trending. Hundreds of thousands of female netizens are searching for me. Yang Fan blinked, momentarily bewildered by Qin Yushua's message. But the surprises didn't end there. Qin Yushua followed up with several screenshots. The first screenshot was from the Douyin platform, displaying Hot Search Rank 3, searching for the handsomest fisherman. The second screenshot was from the Pumpkin Video platform, indicating Hot Search Rank 3, searching for the handsomest fisherman. The third screenshot was from Weibo, revealing Hot Search Rank 2, searching for the handsomest fisherman. The fourth screenshot originates from Bilibili, displaying trending rank number 1. The knife of word Zhang Zaitoa. One can roughly guess what has stirred the waters. Yang Fan is, even if a fool, the trending topic across various platforms. Searching for the most handsome fisherman refers to him. He astonishingly topped the trending list across all platforms simultaneously. Yang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he immediately sent a message to Qin Yushua. What the heck? Old classmate, what's going on? Why am I inexplicably trending all over the internet? Qin Yushua promptly replied, Of course, it's because I uploaded the video of you in the fishing village to the internet. through Qin Yushue's subsequent detailed explanation. Yang Fan gradually grasped how this situation unfolded. It turned out that a few days prior, Qin Yushue and her cousin had been engaged in a significant event organized by the official 14th party, leaving them with little time to edit the videos captured during their fishing experience. Upon returning home after the event yesterday, they immediately set to work editing the video. After an all-nighter, Qin Yushue and her cousin finally completed the video, splitting it into 2 parts and uploading it across various platforms. They then slept soundly until noon. Upon groggily awakening, Qin Yushue habitually checked her phone. Instantly, she was astounded. The video she had uploaded just the night before had gone viral overnight. Within just a few hours, the total views across all platforms had surpassed 20 million. On Bilibili alone, the view count had already exceeded 8 million. Anyone familiar with Bilibili would understand that this is indeed a staggering figure. Although Qin Yushue is already a well-known upmaster, her videos usually garner only 1 to 2 million views on Bilibili. Such a leap to 8 million views overnight had never occurred before. Moreover, the video not only amassed high views, but also an extraordinary number of likes, with Bilibili's likes surpassing 1 million. It is worth noting that while reaching 1 million views can be relatively simple, since one individual can contribute dozens or even hundreds of views, achieving over 1 million likes is a true testament to quality. This indicates that at least over 1 million people watched the video attentively and appreciated its content. This data is indeed remarkably exaggerated. Having been an upmaster for years, Qin Yushue had never experienced such explosive success with a video. Before releasing the video, she had pondered that it might gain traction due to its numerous highlights. For instance, Yang Fan's striking looks and his physique that rivals that of the world's top athletes, or the fact that he caught an enormous dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds, or that he skillfully landed hundreds of large fish using a baited hook, or that he utilized exquisite wild abalone worth tens of thousands to cook. With such highlights, the video's success seemed almost guaranteed. However, Qin Yushue never anticipated it would reach such heights. Overnight, it made it to the top 3 on trending lists across all platforms. Qin Yushue was taken by surprise. But Yang Fan was even more astonished. What the hell? Has he suddenly become an internet sensation? Yang Fan's feelings were quite complex and nuanced, to be honest. Upon witnessing his sudden surge in popularity across the internet, one might expect excitement and exhilaration. Yet he felt none of that. He has never been one to seek the limelight and prefers a more low-key existence. Nonetheless, to claim he felt no excitement would be unrealistic. After all, this was an overnight internet sensation, trending across all platforms, sparking discussions among millions of netizens. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Ding, ding, ding. Just as Yang Fan was still processing this bewildering turn of events, Qin Yushue sent another message. This time, it was not a screenshot, but a link. Qin Yushue, Yang Fan, this is the video I uploaded on Bilibili. You should check it out. We made you look incredibly cool. Well, that sounds intriguing to this. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckled to be honest. He was quite curious to see how he appeared in the video. With that thought, he casually clicked on the link. Upon opening the link, the page indicated a redirect to the Bilibili app, which he agreed to. Subsequently, Bilibili opened, revealing the video Qin Yushue had posted. The first scene showed Yang Fan picking up Qin Yushue from the airport. The second scene depicted him taking her to the fishing area, where they caught fish nonstop. The third scene captured Yang Fan changing fishing spots and catching that 100-plus pound dragon grouper, followed by him jumping off the boat to haul the massive fish aboard. The fourth scene illustrated Yang Fan selling the dragon grouper at the dock for 36,600 yuan, attracting the villagers' attention. The fifth scene showcased him cooking noodles with the exquisite wild abalone, and the sixth scene displayed him reeling in hundreds of large black sea bream, using a baited hook. As a prominent upmaster, Qin Yushue's filming and editing techniques were undoubtedly top-notch. The entire video was exceptionally smooth and captivating, with clear and impactful highlights, and the accompanying voiceovers and music were perfectly attuned to the aesthetics and trends of contemporary youth. In summary, the video was sophisticated in both filming and editing techniques. However, even the most advanced filming techniques serve only to enhance the content. The key reason this video was so engaging and high energy was due to the multitude of highlight elements it contained. As Yang Fan quietly watched this video, starring himself, An indescribable feeling surged within him. It was difficult to articulate this sensation. It was simply extraordinarily marvelous to be featured on television, igniting discussions among millions of netizens and trending across major platforms. Could one not feel exhilarated? Another noteworthy detail is that while watching the video, Yang Fan kept the comments section open. Several times, he nearly laughed out loud. Honestly, when he saw the barrage of quirky and humorous comments, he realized that the Bilibili community is filled with incredibly talented individuals, each providing unique perspectives, witty critiques, and sharp jabs that could easily induce fits of laughter. Before long, the video concluded. Yang Fan felt a mix of satisfaction and lingering curiosity, glancing at the comment section below the video. Wow. This fisherman is amazing. He caught a dragon grouper worth over 30,000 yuan, and he even tossed it onto the boat with his bare hands? Indeed. Incredible. I shall dub him the most impressive fisherman. Damn. The most infuriating part is that this fisherman is not only handsome, but also possesses an enviable physique. I am consumed by envy. Besides his fishing skills, this fisherman's baiting technique is exceptional. With just 450 hooks, he caught over 300 large black sea bream. That's terrifying. My family has fished for generations, and I've never seen such a frenzy while baiting hooks. And the most envy-inducing part is that this fisherman used exquisite wild abalone to cook noodles. What a waste of a treasure. Moreover, did you notice a detail? This fisherman is a graduate of a prestigious university. That's right, a prestigious university graduate who worked at one of the 4 major banks. Yet he boldly gave up his high-paying job to return to his fishing village. What a carefree spirit. Indeed, I feel ashamed in comparison. Although I too wish to escape the 996 grind, my mortgage and car loan hold me captive. Wow. Ladies, look at this fisherman's looks and physique. They are simply flawless. Exactly. Not only is he handsome, but his physique is also exceptional. That chiseled waist, those defined abs, those impressive pectorals. I'm in love. Watching this video, I inadvertently found myself captivated. Indeed, with this fisherman's looks and physique, he completely overshadows those so-called idols. Exactly. In the presence of this fisherman, those fresh-faced stars are nothing more than a pile of dog waste. Hey, don't insult our fisherman. The so-called idols you mentioned are utterly unworthy of being compared to him. Ladies, I concur. So, the question arises, who is this historically most handsome fisherman? Is anyone aware of his Weibo account or Douyin Bilibili handle? He probably doesn't have any. I heard this fisherman is just an ordinary person, not a upmaster or a streamer. What? An ordinary person? That is such a pity. I wanted to see more of his videos. Indeed, I want to see more too. Sisters, since we all yearn to see this charming young man again, why not rally our support for him? 1 vote from you, 1 vote from me. Tomorrow, our fisherman friend will debut. Let's make it happen. Sisters, we must get our fisherman trending. This way, he should be able to debut as a content creator and start filming videos. Alright, let us use the keyword searching for the most handsome fisherman to facilitate his debut. Agreed 10086. Upon reading these comments, Yang Fan finally realized why he was trending. It was thanks to these enthusiastic female netizens rallying behind him. Ahem, to have so many girls supporting my rise, is this what it feels like to experience the treatment of a celebrity? At this moment, Yang Fan found himself caught between laughter and tears. P.S. I understand that some readers may not wish to see the protagonist as a live streamer, thinking that live streaming narratives are often tedious. I'll be mindful of this. My initial outline set before the story began was for the protagonist not to become a streamer, but to be a content creator, which is vital for the progression of the plot. This is because the protagonist needs to leverage video production to drive traffic for the development of the fishing village. Of course, if you have better suggestions regarding the plot, feel free to share them in the comment section. I will read every single one. Chapter 86. Developing the hometown fishing village. Yang Fan's grand ambition. In that moment, Yang Fan found himself both amused and perplexed. Previously, whenever he saw those fandom girls supporting their so-called idols with slogans and cheerleading, he always found it rather juvenile and laughable. Yet now, he was unexpectedly enjoying the attention of those cheering for him. How to describe this feeling? He still thought it somewhat childish, but upon seeing those female netizens fervently sending hearts and support in the comments, he felt inexplicably touched and somewhat pleased. This reminded him of a saying he had come across before. Everyone despises fandom girls, yet if given the chance, they too would wish to have the love of fandom girls. It's akin to the disdain for the wealthy while secretly desiring to be wealthy oneself. Beep beep. At that moment, WeChat suddenly chimed, pulling Yang Fan from his chaotic thoughts, but he glanced at his phone and noticed that it was a voice call request from Qin Yushue. He answered it casually as soon as the call connected. Qin Yushue's melodious voice rang out. Yang Fan, how does it feel to become a big internet celebrity? Not bad, right? Yang Fan chuckled lightly. What big internet celebrity am I? I'm merely riding on your coattails, coincidentally trending for a moment. After a couple of days, when the heat dies down, no one will remember me. Qin Yushue laughed. Oh. It seems you are quite rational, aware that the hype will fade quickly. Yang Fan smiled. What is there to not know? These days, there's a new hot topic or so-called internet celebrity popping up every few days. But after 10 days or half a month, who remembers them? Qin Yushue chuckled. That's true. However, Yang Fan, have you considered taking advantage of this wave of popularity to officially debut as an internet celebrity? Yang Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Yushue immediately replied. What I mean is, do you want to become a content creator? Honestly, with your physique and looks, along with your extraordinary fishing skills, if you were to film some coastal adventure videos, you would undoubtedly go viral. Yang Fan laughed. Perhaps, but what benefits would being an internet celebrity bring me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue burst into laughter. Do I even need to mention it? Of course, there are benefits. Yang Fan, do you know how much money internet celebrities make these days? If you can become a top content creator, your annual video earnings could easily reach millions. Moreover, if you truly became a prominent content creator, video income would only be a fraction of what you could earn. A larger portion would come from advertisements and merchandise sales. We currently live in an era that values traffic economy. With traffic comes immense profit. If you really become famous, you could live stream and sell local specialties from your hometown, seafood, or even products made from seafood. You could even attract numerous netizens to visit your hometown. To be honest, nearly all internet celebrities are leveraging their traffic for profit. A typical example is Zingziki, whose product, a type of snail noodle, sold millions shortly after launch, generating billions in revenue. Of course, Li Ziki is the pinnacle of internet celebrities. Incomparable to the average person, but this illustrates just how lucrative top internet celebrities can be. Additionally, being a prominent internet celebrity not only brings substantial wealth, but also earns you the admiration and affection of many fans. So, Yang Fan, are you really not the least bit tempted? After hearing Qin Yushue's words, Yang Fan fell into a contemplative silence. To be honest, he wasn't particularly concerned about the financial benefits of becoming a top internet celebrity. After all, with the existence of the Dragon Pearl, he could easily amass wealth just from fishing, rendering the pursuit of internet fame unnecessary. However, one point that Qin Yushue made sparked his interest. Indeed, if he could become an internet celebrity, wouldn't that help promote the development of the fishing village? Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement. In truth, since returning to his hometown fishing village, he had harbored a grand ambition. He aspired to leverage his abilities to uplift and develop his impoverished hometown fishing village. This desire stemmed not only from sentimentality, but also from a vision for the future. After all, he intended to reside in the fishing village long-term and would naturally hope for a better and more prosperous environment, making life there more enjoyable. What pathways exist for developing a fishing village? Yang Fan had pondered this question before, but he concluded that there were currently 3 avenues: developing the fishing industry, agriculture, and tourism. However, considering the current state of dying village, he quickly dismissed the first 2 options. Developing the fishing industry was clearly impractical. The nearshore resources have become increasingly depleted, and the younger generation in the fishing village hardly wishes to fish anymore. How could one develop the fishing industry? As for agriculture, that was even more far-fetched. Dying village is surrounded by mountains, with no fertile land, only barren terraced fields and dense forests. How could agriculture possibly prosper? Thus, the only remaining path was to develop tourism. The natural environment of Dying Village is unparalleled. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one, It boasts picturesque scenery, abundant sunshine, and azure waters, in addition to vast rubber and betel nut forests, along with a long stretch of pristine beach. Yongfan genuinely believed that in terms of natural beauty, his hometown fishing village could rival any coastal city renowned on the internet, if developed properly. It certainly has the potential to become a famous tourist destination. Before this, Yongfan had already considered transforming Dying Village into a tourist haven, but he had yet to form a concrete plan. Now, after hearing Qin Yushua's words, he suddenly found clarity. To become a tourist destination, it not only needs to possess beautiful natural scenery, but most importantly, it requires traffic. We are currently in the information age, where traffic is the most valuable and quickest way to generate income. For instance, the various internet-famous cities and attractions that have emerged in recent years all gained their popularity online first, attracting throngs of visitors. You may argue that your hometown scenery is beautiful and suitable for vacations, but first, you need to make others aware of its existence before they consider visiting, right? This highlights just how crucial traffic is. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. Therefore, at this moment, Yongfan made a decision that he would start filming videos and become a content creator, an internet celebrity, utilizing the traffic he garnered to let others know about the beauty of Dying Village. Subsequently, he would further develop it into a trendy fishing village, or even a genuine tourist destination. Chapter 87. Yongfan chuckled. Is this really all the money you have? As for whether becoming a content creator would be successful, Yongfan had no reservations. With his capabilities, achieving fame would be a breeze. Determined, Yongfan smiled at his phone and said to Qin Yushua, "All right, old classmate, your words have stirred my interest that I've made my decision. I will start filming videos and become a content creator." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushua immediately became ecstatic. "Wow, really? That's fantastic. Yongfan, you will undoubtedly become a super internet celebrity." Yongfan chuckled. "Perhaps, however, dear old classmate, as a senior up, I would greatly appreciate your guidance and advice for this humble self of mine." Qin Yushua Lian.